Indeed, we are quite alike, Crane. Uchuyashiki Tsukihiko often mused that his servant was even more frail than himself. Both of them, suffering under the weight of others' scrutiny, were truly kindred spirits by nature. Good news, a chance encounter with Muzan in his childhood. Bad news, direct elimination is not an option. Tsukimi Momoha. All right then, let's proceed with caution. Later, Inagami Yorichi remarked, Miss Momoha, I have failed to fulfill my mission. Inagami Yashiro observed, Momoha, the moon is indeed captivating, is it not? Muzan inquired, should I address you as Crane or Tsukimi Momoha? Chapter 1. The Helpless Blind Little One. During the Heian era, a typical winter unfolded. Having just experienced a heavy snowfall, the townsfolk hurried along, while in the distance, snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly. On such a frigid day, few wished to linger outdoors. Atop the mountain, a diminutive figure stood beneath a tree, furrowing their brow as they gazed down at the world below. System, care to provide an explanation? Tsukimi Momoha coldly questioned the orchestrator of her predicament within her mind. Host, allow me to elucidate. You see, our task within the Striving for a Happy Ending series is akin to herding ducks onto a perch, and unfortunately, we lack sufficient preparation. A childlike voice resonated in Tsukimi Momoha's consciousness. The system hesitated in its response. The host's swift compliance was entirely unexpected. Tsukimi Momoha, feeling vexed, shook her head, clearly unaccustomed to the presence of such an entity within her mind, and then her gaze drifted outward. Below, even in daylight, the sky remained dim, causing the homes to flicker with scattered candlelight. All of this vividly registered in the eyes of Tsukimi Momoha, a member of the Blood Clan. Continue. The two words nearly disrupted the system's carefully organized discourse, prompting it to hastily clarify. Due to time constraints, your original physical data has not been fully replicated. Thus, you must temporarily reside in this makeshift vessel. As the explanation concluded, the system's voice waned, as if lacking confidence. So, this is the configuration of a low-tier Blood Clan member? Tsukimi Momoha clenched her fist, sensing the energy within her body, feeling rather dissatisfied. Each aspect of her condition was merely 1/10 of her original self. It was indeed a hasty imitation. That incompetent system. Tsukimi Momoha refrained from further dialogue and leaped towards the town, landing on a tree along the way, where she casually snapped off a branch as thick as her wrist, towering over her. Tsukimi Momoha, a member of the Blood Clan, was found as an infant by a blood prince who whimsically desired to raise a child of his own. The father and daughter spent countless years together, until the prince, too, fell victim to a well-worn tale. He hopelessly fell in love with a human. The human's lifespan proved ultimately finite, and upon losing his beloved, the prince chose to fall into slumber. When she returns to my side, I shall awaken. The prince had left Tsukimi Momoha with this parting phrase. He wagered everything, awaiting the reincarnation of his beloved in his sleep. Yet, 10 years, 100 years, 200 years passed without any sign of awakening. Fortunately, Toha Kutsumi inherited a substantial fortune and a thriving enterprise left by her father, alleviating her worries about making a living. She endeavored to integrate herself into society. Yet having roamed with a non-human prince since her earliest memories, she consistently found herself making blunders. She never quite mastered the nuances of human interaction, often misjudging the distances in relationships. Although she encountered many intriguing individuals, their lives were invariably fleeting. Farewells were a fate the vampire clan was reluctant to confront, yet utterly unable to escape. Having lost the charming and humorous guidance of the prince, Toha Kutsumi traversed several decades alone, ultimately experiencing the tedium of immortality, with the constant change of identity becoming wearisome. At last, she resolved to seek a picturesque place to slumber, leaving a message for the prince to awaken her upon his return. This plan was interrupted by the system's intrusion, altering her trajectory. With a promise to replicate her original form and abilities, Toha Kutsumi consented to the system's proposal. Ultimately, she was deceived by the enticing visions painted by the system. Rest assured, host, the mission is quite engaging. It promises to be exhilarating and thrilling to your satisfaction. The system's enthusiasm was palpable. Toha Kutsumi felt a throbbing pain at her temples and sighed. Oh, Is being oblivious to all information truly a blessing? The system experienced an epiphany. Indeed, the novice system evidently lacked experience in its operations. However, you need not worry, for we have a formidable villainous boss here. We can make early contact to gauge the dynamics. Eliminate him beforehand? Toha Kutsumi remarked suddenly. Host, if that were feasible, we wouldn't need to undertake such convoluted tasks, would we? Strictly speaking, we cannot directly banish the final antagonist. Fearing her impatience, the system quickly added, every world possesses indispensable narrative anchors, the antagonist and the protagonist. The absence of either would lead to the world's collapse. Therefore, we can only make alterations while preserving the main plot and ultimate conclusion. For example, avoiding the demise of certain characters, or ensuring they attain happy endings. The system proclaimed confidently. Rest assured, host, I have compiled a list of those to be saved. Is that so? Who might they be? The specifics will only be unlocked as we approach the narrative arc, but fret not, for at that time, a grand time leap will transport you there. No need for concern. That sounds rather sophisticated. I certainly hope so. However, Toha Kutsumi remained indifferent to these details. With no real punitive measures in place, she regarded it as an immersive game. A slender figure moved slowly, propped against a branch, leaving traces upon the thin layer of snow. Passers-by hurried along, lacking the inclination to notice this incongruous presence. Suddenly, a scream shattered the street's tranquility. A woman, clad in warm, appropriate attire, had slipped on the accumulated snow, causing her purchases to scatter across the ground. Oh no, ouch! She hastily attempted to rise to retrieve her belongings, but sharp pain in her ankle rendered her unable to exert herself. Kanade Arakawa could not help but feel regret. She had merely ventured out to procure some trifles and had not brought a servant along. Just as she found herself in a quandary, a small shadow fell upon the snow before her. Startled, she looked up. Two unhealthy white hands emerged from an ill-fitting robe, extending a wooden stick toward her. Please use this. The tender voice, imbued with concern, startled Kanade Arakawa, who instinctively accepted the branch, only to be further bewildered by the child before her. Thank you, Ayu. It was unclear whether she was more astonished by the child's frailness, the strands of gray-white hair peeking from the hood, or the face obscured by coarse burlap that concealed their eyes. Madam, are you all right? The child's polite inquiry warmed her heart amidst the winter chill. Kanade Arakawa finally regained her composure, exclaiming, thank you. She quickly used the stick to support herself and rise. Before she could make her next move, the small figure had already begun to gather the scattered items, though the little hands merely lifted them without offering them back. Kanade Arakawa felt a pang of confusion but still expressed her gratitude, saying, I truly appreciate your help, child. The child's peculiar demeanor left her at a loss for words. Please do not be afraid. This is merely a congenital condition, which prevents me from seeing. As if accustomed to skepticism, the child readily explained, adding, this ailment does not affect others. This was a pre-prepared response from Toha Kutsumi. As low-tier vampires, it could not disguise their inhuman traits. The snake-like slit pupils could be concealed with a cloth, but the graying hair of an elderly individual could not be hidden. Thus, she resorted to fabricating a falsehood. What a truly inferior imitation. Toha Kutsumi expressed her disdain, for her original hair was far more vibrant, a pure shade of white. The system stammered, time is of the essence. In response to this, Kanade Arakawa's mind began to weave a narrative, and the child's understanding demeanor heightened her feelings of guilt and compassion. You should use this stick to walk. Allow me to assist you with your belongings, Toha Kutsumi said, immediately waving her hands to clarify. I do not mean to impose. It is simply that without the stick, I struggle to walk. She gestured to her eyes, obscured by coarse burlap. Such sensitivity suggested she had been misunderstood numerous times. Kanade Arakawa furrowed her brow in thought. The frail figure reminded her of her own child, who faced similar circumstances. She nodded, her voice imbued with a gentle smile. I truly appreciate your kindness. My home is not far from here, so please accompany me. The woman took a few steps forward, only turning back when she heard no noise behind her. The child's footsteps were somewhat sluggish, as if cautiously probing for any obstacles ahead. Kanade from the Koshu family clutched her wooden stick tightly, vexed by her own lack of foresight, and called out, "Here, come along, grasp my clothing." With the sound as a guide, the child's expression brightened considerably. Approaching with careful steps, they timidly reached out to touch the fabric, flinching slightly before gently grasping a small piece of material. This sight tugged at the woman's heartstrings, prompting her to soothe. "It's all right, just hold on tight, but be careful not to fall." Kurumi Momoha smiled and nodded, yet did not grasp the clothing any further. Observing this, Kanade merely sighed softly, choosing not to press the matter further. Along the way, she had managed to uncover the child's background. Kurumi, orphaned and left to fend for herself, she was despised and scorned by the ignorant villagers due to her affliction. She had come to the town in search of employment. The people in prosperous regions were often more worldly. Perhaps they would not mind her peculiarities. Yet, who would desire a child so afflicted with blindness? A little one left to wander in the cold of winter would surely meet a grim fate. Recalling her own son, who suffered similarly from illness, Kanade began to formulate a plan. The tugging sensation on the clothing dissipated, and the child, showing understanding, spoke. "Have you arrived home? Please call someone to assist you with your belongings. I shall take my leave now." Kanade turned to the little one with a gentle gaze and softly inquired, "Kurumi, would you care to come and work for me at my home?" Chapter 2. We are kindred spirits. Wow, host, she really let you in. As everything unfolded according to her expectations, Tsurugi Momoyo disregarded the system's astonished exclamations in her mind, her expression one of genuine surprise. "Is it truly permissible, my lady?" To which Amayuki Kanoko replied with a gentle laugh, "Of course." Within the Amayuki residence, the diligent servants were engaged in spirited discussions about the latest object the young master had shattered, lamenting his tempestuous outbursts over trivial matters. Given their familiarity with the young master's temperament, they refrained from uttering any unnecessary remarks. A tender child's voice suddenly pierced the air, startling the servants. Turning their heads, they beheld a small child clad in light yellow garments, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. The pale yellow attire, adorned with patterns of budding green shoots, radiated vivacity. Yet, such clothing seemed incongruous on a child whose appearance was decidedly peculiar. Slim and petite, she held a wooden tray containing a bowl of medicine with remarkable steadiness. Her skin was so pale it appeared devoid of blood, while her lips bore a lively shade of plum pink. Across her pristine, delicate face lay a coarse burlap cloth, obscuring her eyes yet allowing her to navigate with surprising ease. The gray-white hair, usually associated with the elderly, was unceremoniously styled atop her head, lending her an air of unsettling oddity that sent shivers down the spines of the servants. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for she was the current favorite of their master, specially appointed by the lady to be the young master's companion. Bearing the burden of the young master's temperament suggested she was no ordinary child, despite her tender age. The servants, unwilling to contemplate further, averted their gazes and returned to their tasks. Tsurugi Momoyo, carrying tea, paid them no heed as she strode purposefully towards the room at the end of the corridor. In just a few short days, she had nearly memorized the layout of the entire residence, having discarded her cane, which had become unnecessary. These actions were merely to maintain the facade of being human. Steadily balancing the tray with one hand, she rapped gently on the door. "Young master, it's time for your medicine." After a brief pause yielded no response, Tsurugi Momoyo muttered a disdainful remark about the troublesome boy and pushed the door open. "Cough, cough, cough. Did I permit you to enter?" The voice, equally youthful yet tinged with annoyance, rang out. Inside, the crackling of the charcoal fire and burning wood filled the air, casting a warm and bright glow throughout the room. Even after Tsurugi Momoyo swiftly closed the door, the frail Amayuki Tsukihiko was still caught off guard by the chilly draft that slipped in. The 10-year-old boy leaned against a lamplit desk, engrossed in a book, his head never lifting. Having lived for centuries, the vampire was unperturbed by Tsukihiko's capricious temperament. Meanwhile, the newly awakened system was thrown into a frenzy. "Oh dear, this boy is utterly ungrateful. No wonder the servants speak ill of him behind his back. Truly the epitome of a villain." Tsurugi Momoyo replied with an impassive expression. "This little rascal's temperament is indeed challenging, but it's merely a trivial matter. As for you, must you be so dramatic?" Clearly, she remained unaware that her system was newly birthed and prone to excessive chatter. She felt as though a horn was perpetually blaring in her mind, wishing fervently to silence this incessant voice. Understood, host. With her thoughts returning to tranquility, Tsurugi Momoyo was finally able to focus on the young master before her. "Young master, it's quite cold outside. If the medicine sits too long, it will cool. The only response was the rustling of pages. Hearing the sound, Tsurugi Momoha gracefully approached, placing the tray upon the desk before taking a seat opposite Tsukihiko. Humph, we can merely reheat it if it cools. Your movements are swift enough. The boy scoffed, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized the person seated before him. The gray-white hair, illuminated by the firelight, took on a hint of orange, and even his pale skin appeared to flush with color. His cherubic face bore no expression, and the most telling feature, his eyes, were obscured by a wide strip of cloth. Obnoxious. Tsukihiko maliciously extended his hand, attempting to yank off the coarse fabric. Just a second before contact, Tsurugi Momoha subtly tilted her head to evade him. Young master, please refrain from such jesting, she replied with a polite smile that belied her irritation. Allowing him to remove the cloth could lead to him demanding she uncover her eyes next, which was out of the question. Humans are prone to overstepping boundaries. If not firmly curtailed, they would gradually encroach upon one's limits. TCH, aren't you blind? And yet you can dodge so quickly. Tsukihiko retracted his hand, questioning the authenticity of her blindness. A vampire, seasoned by centuries, would not lose the ability to perceive merely due to the absence of sight. The warmth and sound of blood coursing through a human's veins could still provide her with information, albeit with some inconvenience. Tsurugi Momoha generally referred to this third sense as the essence of humanity. Fortunately, while this vessel was inferior to her original form, it still retained the basic abilities of a vampire. However, she could not divulge this truth and instead deflected, after being blind for so long. I have relied on other senses, which have naturally become more acute. Seeing her so candidly acknowledge her own flaw, without the slightest hint of the panic or embarrassment he had anticipated, Tsukihiko was momentarily taken aback. He ultimately resorted to a dry change of subject. I refuse to drink that, inept physician. Even after a month, it's done me no good. Oh, the temperament of a child. Tsurugi Momoha couldn't help but smile faintly. This is a nourishing medicine. Spring is fast approaching. Young master, shouldn't you prepare your body for the warmer weather? Don't you wish to venture outside? She added. As for the physician, the head of the household and the lady are already in the process of seeking a new one. Given that Tsukihiko had been a walking pharmacy since birth, it was hardly surprising that he could not refuse the medicine. He was merely indulging in a habitual tantrum. However, since the situation had aligned with his desires, he could not find fault with Momoha, and thus, begrudgingly, he swallowed the bitter concoction. Thud. The bowl was slammed down onto the desk with a dull thud. Young master, you are truly impressive. As she spoke, Tsurugi Momoha nudged the pastries she had also brought. Tsukihiko's eyes widened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he retorted in indignation. You underestimate me far too much. I need none of it. Tsurugi Momoha preemptively interrupted his rising anger. These are new creations from the chef, infused with numerous nourishing ingredients. Even the head of the household has praised them, specifically asking me to bring some for you to taste. The insecure and sensitive Tsukihiko ultimately yearned for his father's affection, and upon hearing this, he quelled his temper. Really? Tsurugi Momoha nodded. Of course. In that case, I shall sample this chef's handiwork. He finally took a bite of the pastry. What Tsurugi Momoha had said bore truth. While the head of the Amayuki household, Amayuki Rito, cared for his son, he was burdened with the responsibilities of a large family, often preoccupied with affairs and frequently dispatching individuals in search of renowned physicians, leaving him stretched thin. Unbeknownst to many, he attributed his son's congenital ailments to his own shortcomings, feeling guilt for witnessing Tsukihiko's suffering and consequently visiting infrequently. From Tsukihiko's perspective, the situation appeared starkly different. He believed his father regarded him as an ill-omened or useless child, unwilling to acknowledge his existence. Yet, deep down, he yearned for his father's love. The sweet pastries imbued with a hint of milkiness dispelled the bitterness lingering on the tip of the tongue. Arita Tsukihiko feigned indifference and remarked, why bother with unnecessary words just now? Let them be. They are merely a swarm of bothersome flies. Yet regarding you, merely a servant with such a frail constitution, to make enemies is indeed a foolish endeavor. It matters not. Tsurugi Momoha shrugged, her expression nonchalant, her tone light. As a servant, one must possess self-awareness. Besides, why should I concern myself with their opinions? That would be rather tedious, wouldn't it? Seeing her so acutely aware of others' perceptions, Arita Tsukihiko chuckled softly, then fixated his gaze on her. So, does that mean we are of the same ilk? Ahem, both regarded as oddities in their eyes, he mused, his tone dropping to a murmur. Unexpectedly, Tsurugi Momoha tilted her head and grinned. Perhaps it is they who are the odd ones? We might very well be the normal ones. Ha, you are truly audacious, Arita Tsukihiko replied, though inwardly he felt a flicker of joy at having found a kindred spirit. Chapter 3. An umbrella large enough to shelter two individuals. Time flew swiftly, and before long, spring arrived, accompanied by a new physician. In the annex of the Arata estate, a familiar voice of reproach echoed, "Useless wretches. Get out." The servants collectively sighed, resigned to the routine. "Ah, here we go again. I wonder who the unfortunate soul will be this time." Before long, a servant emerged from the room at the end of the corridor, a child of around 10, with large eyes brimming with tears, who, after mustering the strength to close the door, ran away covering his face. Accompanying this was the sound of shattering porcelain from within the room. "How many is this now?" The working servants exchanged glances. "Isn't this the fourth?" The lady insisted on assigning more companions to the young master, only to have them all dismissed. Why bother? The previous child was only scolded for opening the window too wide. It said they were splashed with tea from a fallen cup. Honestly, it's their own health that is lacking, yet they insist on opening windows. Aren't they just causing trouble for others? Forget it, with his temper. How can you stop him from opening them? I wonder what the excuse will be this time. It's really troublesome. Where is Tsurumi-sama? The oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard was finally shattered with the appearance of a familiar figure around the corner. Prompting a collective sigh of relief from the gathered servants, salvation had arrived. The servants in the courtyard greeted Momoha, "Tsurumi-sama." "MHM." Tsurumi Momoha turned her head and acknowledged them with a faint response, her pace unwavering. After 4 months of interaction, the servants had discerned that this capricious young master displayed an almost docile demeanor in the presence of Tsurumi-sama, and they could even occasionally hear faint traces of his laughter. His temper had improved significantly, no longer prone to outbursts for no reason. Upon noticing this change, the lady was overjoyed and promptly entrusted the management of the annex to the merely 7-year-old Tsurumi Momoha, considering it simply a matter of overseeing the young master. There was little else to it. Thanks to her, the servants endured far less vexation, gradually accepting this oddly shaped child and respectfully addressing her as Tsurumi-sama. At this moment, Tsurumi Momoha entirely disregarded the excited looks of the servants behind her and knocked gently on the door. The slow and steady sound of her knocking was characteristic of Tsurumi Momoha. "Come in." Arata Tsukihiko was still engrossed in his book, his head lazily propped on one hand. Tsurumi Momoha adeptly took her seat opposite him, tilting her head toward the slightly ajar window, a gentle breeze wafting into the room. "Young master, although spring has arrived, the wind is still quite brisk at the onset." The boy's gaze remained fixated on the book in his hands as he replied nonchalantly, "Then why don't you close it for me?" Tsurumi Momoha made no move, merely smiling. It appears the new physician is quite competent. The young master can now withstand the wind. The weather had indeed warmed, and it was uncertain if it was due to the physician's effective treatment. Arata Tsukihiko, ever defiant, remarked, "So what? Am I wrong? You insufferable brat. Are you even reading attentively?" Having long since grown accustomed to his sharp tongue, Tsurumi Momoha skillfully redirected the conversation. "The sun seems particularly radiant today. It feels warm on the skin." Arata Tsukihiko's hand holding the book stiffened, his mood shifting to one of irritation as he glared at her with a sinister undertone. It must feel wonderful to roam freely outside, but alas, such days are numbered. Feigning ignorance, Momoha nodded in agreement. What? What days are numbered? The vague statement abruptly quelled Tsukihiko's anger, prompting him to ask, "What are you talking about?" Tsurumi Momoha remained silent for a moment before continuing, "I have come to seek your guidance." "Oh, what is it? Aren't you in charge of affairs now? Is it still necessary to consult me?" As if encountering something novel, Tsukihiko set his book aside, propping his chin with interest as he regarded Momoha. "My ailment prevents me from being exposed to bright light, with the sun becoming increasingly harsh. I kindly request that you arrange for a larger umbrella to shield me from the sunlight, to avoid hindering our usual outings." Arata Tsukihiko raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Is this a request? It sounds more like a command to me. Are you looking for trouble?" Tsurumi Momoha clenched her fist beneath the table, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor. "How could I, a mere servant, find a craftsman capable of making a large umbrella? Only you have such abilities, young master. Is that so? Then why not speak directly to my mother? Do you think she is incapable of such a task?" Tsukihiko teased, setting a trap for her. "Is it never-ending? Because I am the servant assigned to you by the lady. Naturally, everything is under your purview." Tsurumi Momoha replied without a hitch. Clearly satisfied with her answer, Arata Tsukihiko did not pursue the matter further. "Fine, I will have someone take care of it. Thank you, young master." Thus, the two settled into a comfortable silence. The quiet room resonated only with the occasional rustle of turning pages. With Tsukihiko silent, Momoha remained still. For this was how they typically coexisted. Given Tsurumi Momoha's abilities, she could not manage much else, and besides, this boy was a ticking time bomb. A moment's inattention could lead to an explosion, and he was not easily appeased. She had no desire to invite trouble upon herself. On the third day, when Tsurumi Momoha arrived, she stumbled upon entering, nearly losing her balance. Moments later, a clattering sound echoed as an object fell to the ground. Arata Tsukihiko's cheerful voice rang out, "Oh, I thought placing this item where you would surely encounter it upon entering would surprise you. After all," he elongated the last word, "this is the very thing you have been yearning for." Realizing what it was, Tsurumi Momoyo chose to ignore the boy's prank. She crouched down and grasped the umbrella, raising it upright. Indeed, this umbrella was nearly as tall as she was, yet it was surprisingly robust, exceeding her expectations. Noticing the astonishment on her face, Arata Tsukihiko felt a surge of satisfaction. "Would you care to try it? This is a large umbrella I specifically instructed the craftsman to create." With emphasis on the last words, it was indeed remarkable. However, Tsurumi Momoyo wasted no time in opening the umbrella. Despite its size, it seemed crafted with some special technique, rendering it lighter than expected, thus aligning with her delicate constitution. Although the handle was long, it possessed an extendable clasp, making it usable even for someone of her stature. This considerate design caught her somewhat off guard. Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko approached. "TSK, hold it higher." With an additional source of warmth beside her, Tsurumi Momoka expressed her confusion. "Young master?" Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko slowly remarked. "This umbrella is large enough for two. You know, huh? 2 people? It hardly needs to be that big." To an onlooker, this umbrella could be said to provide ample shade for 2 children. Noticing that the girl before him barely reached half his height, Tsukihiko saw her surprise. Her mouth agape in disbelief. A satisfied smile graced Tsukihiko's lips. "You are my companion in study. How could you not stand by my side when we venture out? The sun will be scorching, and I cannot endure it. Plus, this umbrella will shield us from the wind." Standing extremely close, Momoka perceived Tsukihiko's voice resonating from his chest. A low hum, laced with a casual mirth. "Since that's the case, we might as well make it larger. It can shield both you and me. Wouldn't that be perfect? Why not just tie me to your waist?" Momoka silently rolled her eyes, though her expression conveyed ample emotional value. "Wow. As expected of the young master, your considerations are truly comprehensive." Fortunately, Tsukihiko had developed slowly and was nearly of her height, so the umbrella did not need to be held too high, making it less tiring, almost incidental. In truth, she did not necessarily wish to avoid the sun. It was merely that her prolonged existence as a vampire rendered her averse to its searing heat, which felt as though it could scorch her. Occasional exposure was not problematic. Most importantly, her actions and thoughts would slow considerably under the sun, and if she were to articulate it, it would be akin to feeling drowsy, perpetually in a daze. After all, vampires were creatures of the night. Why could the sun not simply take a break? If it appeared at night, during her most spirited hours, allowing her to enjoy it properly, she would surely adore it. Huh, what a ridiculous notion. Chapter 4, An Uncontrollable Appetite. "Young master, it's quite warm today. Would you like to go out for a stroll?" The girl's clear voice drifted in, flowing into the dimly lit room like a mountain spring. Outside, the sun shone warmly in the spring and summer, yet inside, the young boy remained covered with a thin blanket. The doors and windows were tightly shut, necessitating the use of lamps for illumination. The flickering light, disturbed by the gentle breeze, danced upon the boy's pale face, adding to his somber demeanor. At this moment, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, long hindered by illness, appeared wan and emaciated. However, his features were strikingly handsome. Had it not been foretold that he would not survive past 20, he would have surely captured the hearts of many young maidens. "Go outside." Without granting her a glance, Tsukihiko issued a hoarse command. Momoka offered no reply. Such exchanges had persisted for years, and she had long since learned to disregard them. She deftly approached, placing the medicine on the table before sitting down to say, "I've heard the new physician is quite good. The medicine he concocted is more palatable and easier to swallow." Tsukihiko pressed his lips together, staring at the dark concoction in the bowl, which appeared no different from what he had previously endured. Anger welled up within him. He furiously furrowed his brow and hurled the book he held to the floor. "Did I hire them merely to improve the taste of the medicine?" As he spoke, he raised his sleeve, preparing to sweep the bowl from the table. Anticipating this, Momoka swiftly pulled the bowl toward herself, thus sparing it from disaster. Momoka felt a sense of helplessness. Previous experiences had taught her that Tsukihiko's words rarely aligned with his true feelings. His outward display of anger was merely a means to vent his frustration at the physicians. In truth, this obstinate boy valued his life immensely. How could he truly abandon the very remedy that sustained him? If he were to break it, he would sulk for a long time. Thankfully, the Ubuyashiki family was substantial enough to endure his antics. However, she was reluctant to trouble the physicians with boiling medicine again. Maintaining Tsukihiko's mood while soothing the doctors was not something that could always be glossed over with a casual excuse of an accidental spill. Did he not fear truly offending the physicians, who might retaliate by administering poison? What would he do then when they simply walked away? Cough, cough. Tsukihiko, agitated, began to cough uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Momoha quickly seated herself beside him, patting his back to help him breathe easier, all the while displaying not a hint of impatience. Her mind, however, was active, pondering. This boy is exceedingly sensitive, especially regarding his illness. Even a slight hint of dissatisfaction can set him off on a rampage. Only when his coughing subsided did Momoha soften her tone to comfort the weakened youth. Young master, the physicians only wish the best for you. You must prioritize your health above all else. This was also to offer him a way to accept taking his medicine. Having spent many years together, Tsukihiko naturally understood her subtle intentions. With a cold expression, he grasped the bowl of medicine and quickly downed its contents. Unlike previous occasions, today's medicine was indeed more palatable. At least it did not leave a bitter aftertaste lingering in his mouth, and there was even a hint of sweetness. Rare indeed. Yet he remained dissatisfied, shaking the book he had picked up and scoffing. I want to see what this quack can do this time. Momoha nodded in agreement, naturally pushing a plate of pastries toward Tsukihiko. Returning to the earlier topic, let us go for a walk, young master. Remaining indoors is not beneficial for your health. Tsukihiko nibbled on the pastry, glancing at his blind maid. 5 years had swiftly passed. The 12-year-old Momoha had grown taller, reaching a height of 148 centimeters. And her flawless beauty was beginning to manifest. Just the smooth and full forehead paired with her petite, exquisite chin was enough to reveal this. Tsukihiko scrutinized his servant from head to toe. Aside from her pallid complexion, there were no other notable flaws, except for her peculiar hair. Her lifeless gray-white hair was styled high on her head, adorned with a few golden hairpins, and a golden ornament rested on one side, giving her a much more lively appearance. Tsukihiko gazed with satisfaction at his well-dressed doll. However, there was one point of contention. The white cloth bound around her head, obscuring her eyes, was quite jarring. Nonetheless, even so, her well-defined nose and delicate chin, paired with her rose-tinted lips, suggested that once the bothersome cloth was removed, she would undoubtedly possess an enchanting visage. For 5 years, this maid named Tsuru had never removed the cloth in his presence, which meant he had never seen her unmasked. The eyes are the windows to the heart, revealing many subtle emotions. Tsukihiko longed to know how he appeared in her sight. Even if she could not truly see him, his figure would inevitably leave an indelible impression in those eyes. Tsukihiko lowered his gaze. He had always disliked anything slipping from his control. In truth, Tsukihiko had previously attempted to persuade Tsuru to remove the cloth, only for her to deflect with the excuse that her eyes were frightening and might soil the young master's vision. With this back and forth, Tsukihiko's pride would not allow him to continue pursuing the matter, and it fell by the wayside. He swallowed the pastry, then lightly asked, Tsuru, have we treated you poorly in our household? Why would you think that, young master? The head of the household pays me quite generously. Tsuru tilted her head, puzzled by this sudden inquiry from the obstinate boy. Why then are you still using such inferior cloth to blindfold me? Such fabric would not even be permitted for the making of my outer garments. The words of Kazuki Tsukihiko remained unspoken. Upon hearing this, Tsuru Momoha instinctively reached for the coarse cloth. Indeed, the texture felt somewhat rough against her fingers, yet it hardly reached a level where it could not suffice for crafting an outer garment. She could only offer an explanation. My lord has misunderstood. This is merely a scrap cut from unused clothing of mine. It is not uncomfortable to use. How could the attire of a servant compare to that of a pampered young master? Besides, it was merely a strip of cloth. What could be so fussy about it? Tsuru Momoha thought this quite naturally. Then she sensed the person beside her rising. My lord, let us go. I need to procure some items. Yes, she replied, instinctively becoming a human crutch, stepping forward to support Kazuki Tsukihiko's arm. With her other hand, she grabbed an umbrella as they exited the dim abode together. Freshly slaughtered beef. My lord, would you like to purchase some to take home? Esteemed guests, we have received a fine selection of fabrics. Please come and take a look. Each time spring melded into summer, the streets buzzed with liveliness beyond compare. Nobles and ladies of high standing thronged the thoroughfares, while merchants shouted energetically, hoping for a bountiful harvest. This one smells delightful. This aroma is quite pleasant. Ugh, this one reeks. Surely, he indulges in excessive drinking. Tsuru Momoha, supporting Kazuki Tsukihiko, tightened her grip on the umbrella, the pain from her nails serving to keep her alert. 5 years had allowed her body to mature significantly. The life of a vampire was nearly eternal, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, her appearance would likely remain fixed at the moment of her transformation into a creature of the night. However, her current growth rate, akin to that of an ordinary human, alongside an ever-increasing appetite, spoke volumes of her low-tier vampire constitution. Fortunately, she could employ low-tier hypnosis, allowing her to temporarily satiate her hunger with a human's blood. Tsurumi Momoha adhered to principles of sustainable consumption, refraining from draining any one individual excessively, ensuring that the human population did not suffer from excessive blood loss that could lead to detection and subsequent complications. It was merely a meal, after all, nothing too extravagant. Due to her discreet approach, no one was aware that, in the still of night, a vampire stealthily sought sustenance within the confines of the Tsukihiko estate. Unfortunately, 5 days had elapsed since her last feeding. Such was the plight of low-tier vampires. Without sufficient blood intake, their insatiable hunger gnawed at their sanity, necessitating frequent feeding. Today marked the day for Tsurumi Momoha to hunt, and amidst the throngs of people, her cravings intensified painfully. She had to clear her mind to resist temptation. The overwhelming number of passers-by and cacophony of sounds muddled her judgment, leaving her reliant on Tsukihiko's guidance for navigation. At that moment, Tsukihiko, usually indifferent to merchants, suddenly halted. Noticing his stillness, Tsurumi Momoha inquired, "My lord, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" His breathing remained steady. They had not walked for long. "Shall we go see that?" Tsukihiko directed his gaze toward a vendor's stall. "Esteemed guests, come and see these newly arrived silks. Smooth and exquisite, a testament to fine craftsmanship." Chapter 5, The Game. What was that delightful scent just now? How intoxicating. An unfamiliar sweetness wafted through the air, overwhelming Tsurumi Momoha's senses, igniting a desire to approach and sample the source. Shaking her head to regain focus, she scolded herself for her weakness. This feeble body was far too inadequate, unable to withstand even the slightest hunger pang. System, what is this? Why is it so fragrant? Sensing something was amiss, Tsurumi Momoha reached out to the system in her mind. Over the years, she had commanded it to refrain from unnecessary chatter. Thus it would only respond when she initiated contact. The system promptly delved into its database, inhaling sharply. "Ah, host. This world has a concept known as rare blood. Those possessing rare blood exert an irresistible allure over demons, and consuming it significantly enhances one's own abilities. However, I never anticipated it would affect you as well. It is extraordinarily fragrant. Anyone who encounters it would recognize its allure." Tsurumi Momoha clenched her teeth, swallowing hard. Her rationality slipping. She found herself pondering that a mere taste might render her even pickier than her father, insisting on nothing less than rare blood. No, she could not, like other nobles, keep blood servants. That would be far too troublesome. Rationality and desire began to intertwine, as the suppressed craving awakened by the rare blood consumed her focus, leaving her oblivious to Tsukihiko's actions beside her. Meanwhile, upon hearing the vendor's pitch, Tsukihiko did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, intently scrutinizing the elegantly arranged fabrics on the table. After careful consideration, he selected a pale lavender silk scarf, unadorned with ostentatious patterns. Its subtle intricacies were pleasing to the eye. He paid promptly and, with the scarf neatly boxed, began to leave. A few steps later, he turned to glance at Tsurumi Momoha, who had been silently clinging to his arm. A frown creased his brow. What is the matter? Not even a word of inquiry. Typically, she would chime in with support for whatever he did. Her silence now piqued his concern. Was something amiss? His gaze fell to her hand, tightly gripping the umbrella's handle, her delicate fingers trembling slightly, as if battling some inner turmoil. Tsukihiko halted, and she followed suit, remaining unresponsive, akin to a mere accessory. He gazed down the seemingly endless street, waiting, his furrowed brow betraying his impatience. Still no words? Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he spoke softly, laced with annoyance. "Very well, Tsurumi, I am weary. Let us return." Silence persisted. The young man's brow knitted tighter, impatience creeping into his voice. "Tsurumi." "Ah, yes, my lord." "What is it?" Tsurumi Momoha snapped back to reality from her hunger-fueled reverie, instinctively raising her lips in a patient inquiry. "We shall return." Tsukihiko gritted his teeth, suppressing his irritation, choosing not to reprimand his distracted servant. He turned with his blind attendant and began their journey back toward the estate, oblivious to her surroundings. Tsurumi Momoha found it curious that this time, the impudent young master did not wait for her to begin persuading him before deciding to return. How peculiar. It was indeed an anomaly. Thus, she instinctively launched into a series of questions. "Is my lord already returning? Are you feeling unwell? After such a rare outing, will we not explore further? Should anything be amiss with this young man's health, his temper would surely worsen, leaving her to bear the brunt of his displeasure." Tsukihiko grew increasingly exasperated by her barrage of inquiries. Even in his kindness, he found her stubbornness unwarranted. It was she who was clearly reaching her limit. Thus, he taunted her pointedly. "What else? I see you are in dire need of exercise, or perhaps the remedies from those quacks have proven ineffective. You cannot endure this mere distance." As this conversation unfolded, The ever-impulsive Kinu Tsukihiko could not suppress a certain delight. Look at that. Someone is in even worse shape than I am. We truly are kindred spirits, my poor servant. Tsurumi Momoka was puzzled. What does my own frail health have to do with this? How could I possibly be worse off than you? However, recalling the system's projected timeline, she reluctantly smirked. My sincerest apologies, young master. I had not anticipated that you would discern my condition. Being in such ill health is quite advantageous. It would enable a swift departure from this mortal coil. This body is merely a temporary vessel, fraught with inconveniences. And returning to my true form sooner rather than later would undoubtedly be preferable. She eagerly awaited the plot to accelerate so she could escape. Yet, this little imp is unexpectedly attentive to her needs. Quite rare indeed. Alas, the Tsundere act has dissipated, little one. It is time to leave. The streets were becoming increasingly crowded, a cacophony of noise. Kinu Tsukihiko urged her onward. Very well, young master. It was only upon settling inside that Kinu Tsukihiko finally stirred. With a soft thud, an object was placed upon the table. Tsurumi Momoka raised an eyebrow. Was he presenting her with yet another trinket? Reflecting on the box of ornaments in her room, she sighed inwardly. What purpose do such excesses serve? Does he not realize the trouble I face when I attempt to adorn myself in the dark? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as the young master's mood invariably brightened when he saw her adorned with these gifts, making him more amiable. Thus, she inquired with feigned eagerness, have you once again procured something for me, young master? Here we go. Truly a child at heart, unable to stifle his curiosity. Kinu Tsukihiko's fingers, which had been exploring the box, finally came to a halt. He chuckled softly, nudging the box forward while propping his head on one hand. Guess what it is. Revealing it outright would be far too mundane. However, should you fail to guess, you must promise me something in return. Tsurumi Momoka sighed internally. This boy employs the same tiresome tactic each time, making her deduce the answer while imposing conditions. As a master, he ought not to require such agreements from a servant. Direct commands would suffice unless this matter is truly extraordinary. Nonetheless, considering that Kinu Tsukihiko had never made unreasonable demands before, Tsurumi Momoka nodded and smiled. Very well. Your gifts are indeed challenging to decipher. The girl, with her eyes covered, reached out, feeling the box. Upon opening it, she was met with a texture unlike the usual coldness of trinkets. It was soft and smooth, light as a feather. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this a piece of fabric? Kinu Tsukihiko replied ominously. The game is far from over. Clearly, further guessing is required. Tsurumi Momoka continued. Is it a handkerchief? What a pity, it is not. Undeterred, Tsurumi Momoka unfolded the neatly folded fabric in her hands, approximately half a meter long. However, this length was far too substantial for a handkerchief, and certainly not suitable for clothing. It was not a perfect square, with one side longer than the other. A scarf? Yet, it is far too thin for that. Tsurumi Momoka found herself at a loss, a nagging sense of foreboding rising within her. But she reluctantly sought assistance from the person before her. No wonder the young master set conditions. It is indeed quite difficult to guess. I concede, young master. Please enlighten me. Ha ha ha. The outcome was precisely as I anticipated. Kinu Tsukihiko's smile broadened. Chapter 6. Tsurumi Momoka's Understanding. It is a silk scarf, a rather rare item. Seemingly popular among the ladies. Kinu Tsukihiko wore a mysterious smile. Tsurumi Momoka understood well what Tsukihiko was attempting to convey. This is truly a remarkable treasure. Of course, the gifts he had previously insisted upon her were often accompanied by similar sentiments. Tsurumi Momoka could not fathom why he was so fixated on bestowing gifts upon her. Yet, in her understanding, he might view her as a doll or a pet. Kinu Tsukihiko held absolute dominion over Tsurumi. She bore no dissatisfaction with this perception. On the contrary, she found a certain familiarity in their interactions. There was once someone who treated her in a similar manner, her father. To be precise, it was the bloodline prince, Sever, who had rescued her as a newborn abandoned by the roadside and raised her, having whimsically desired a child. Sever could indeed be a stern superior or a warm-hearted friend. Those unfortunate enough to cross his path might perceive him as a remorseless demon. He had lived a significantly long life, his identity ever shifting, and he reveled in this role-playing game. Yet, to Tsurumi Momoka, he was a rather decent father. The dichotomy of parental strictness and affection was often evident in his demeanor. Thus conveyed to Tsurumi Momoka, Sever had always been hands-on with the little human he had taken in, as his perfectionism would not allow for any errors in raising a child. However, regrettably, he was a well-informed vampire but not a particularly resourceful father. In his quest to better nurture his daughter, he often infiltrated human social circles, seeking advice on child rearing. Each individual had differing standards for children, and the advice he received often contradicted one another. Coupled with Sever's spontaneous nature, this led to a fluctuating standard that changed with his whims. He took his daughter across oceans to visit various countries, exposing her to different people, dragging her to banquets to earn a living, tirelessly adorning her to stand out in crowds. Sever was passionate about these endeavors, and within the brief span of 18 years, he instilled a patchwork of values in his daughter. Mischievous, obedient, carefree, aloof, and distant, these seemingly disparate qualities coalesced within Tsurumi Momoka. Yet, Sever was thoroughly pleased, for his daughter embodied his unconventional spirit. When Tsurumi Momoka turned 18, Sever initiated her transformation, solidifying the name Tsurumi Momoka in place of his frequent endearment, my treasure. At the time, they were in a small country, where they would reside for about a century. Thus, Sever, in accordance with local customs, named her accordingly. This was not without reason. In his pursuit of being a responsible father, Sever sought advice and consulted literature, ultimately deciding on the surname Tsurumi. His daughter possessed hair as pure and light as a white crane, ethereal and delicate. As for the characters that followed, Momoka, Sever had his own interpretation. The succulent peach held the top rank in his culinary preferences, while a peach tree laden with leaves would yield countless peaches, filling him with hope. He wished for his efforts to bear fruitful results. A name always carries the hopes and aspirations of parents for their children. Sever harbored boundless patience and affection for the daughter he had raised, maintaining an unwavering expectation for her journey of growth, an unending subject he had chosen for himself. Regrettably, Sever often bore the brunt of his own expectations, much like his anticipation of one day awakening to see his beloved upon his return from eternal slumber. Within this seemingly heartwarming narrative, Sever seldom inquired about Tsurumi Momoka's thoughts. He merely informed and directed. Tsurumi Momoka had long since grown accustomed to it all. She felt no sense of discord. The one undeniable truth was the unbreakable bond between her and her father. Perhaps it was the actions of Arasaki Tsukihiko that stirred memories from long ago, evoking a sense of nostalgia for Seville. The past flickered rapidly through her mind. Regrettably, she harbored no desire to be anyone else's daughter, especially since her father regarded her as more than just a mere doll. Nevertheless, in light of Arasaki Tsukihiko's whimsical behavior, she chose to respond in accordance with his expectations, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid conflict than to confront it. She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Is this truly such a precious item? May I really accept it, young master? Arasaki Tsukihiko, evidently pleased by her astonished reaction, rose and moved closer to Tsurumi Momoka. However, you must fulfill the promise you made to me earlier. Tsurumi Momoka felt no discomfort at his proximity. She merely chuckled softly, somewhat resigned, and asked, "What is it that you wish for me to do, young master?" The prey remained blissfully unaware, while the predator surveyed everything from above. "This scarf is meant to replace that tattered blindfold of yours, and my request is that you put it on immediately." This declaration struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving Tsurumi Momoka filled with questions. What is this? Has this boy not yet given up? After all this time, what could he possibly find appealing? Unbeknownst to her, humans are invariably drawn to the unknown, driven by an insatiable desire, much like moths drawn to a flame. However, she found herself unable to refuse. If she did not comply, this temperamental boy would undoubtedly persist in reminding her of it for years, perhaps even escalating his demands to something more troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Tsurumi Momoka smiled, but did not immediately remove her blindfold. Instead, she tilted her head back to face Arasaki Tsukihiko, as if confronting him directly. Little did she expect that after all this time, the young master still had not relinquished his desires. Arasaki Tsukihiko remained noncommittal. "You are my servant. I simply cannot be unaware of your true appearance, can I? I fail to comprehend what you were concealing before. Are you afraid that you appear unseemly? Haha, your words remain as unyielding as ever, young master." Tsurumi Momoka replied with a laugh. In good spirits, Arasaki Tsukihiko dismissed her slight impudence. Noticing Tsurumi Momoka's sluggish movements, he could no longer restrain himself. Yet he did not wish to reveal his impatience. He stepped forward and snatched the scarf from her hands. "Enough. Your movements are painfully slow. Indeed, being blind has its drawbacks. Allow me to assist you with this, and be grateful." Yes, you truly are most astute, young master." Then the room fell into silence, leaving only Arasaki Tsukihiko's somewhat unsteady breaths. He was unsure why, but a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, a rare excitement filling his chest. It felt akin to unwrapping a gift, yet he was acutely aware that this moment was far more gratifying than any mundane present. As the rough fabric was removed, even though he had envisioned various scenarios in his mind, the reality far exceeded Arasaki Tsukihiko's imagination. Chapter 7. The Imminent Freedom of Hikari Tsukihime. Hidden beneath the drab fabric was a delicate face, radiant as the full moon. Her tightly closed eyelids quivered slightly with each breath, framed by thick, silvery lashes. Even without opened eyes, One could discern that she possessed a pair of notably large eyes. The fabric gently fell to the ground, making scarcely a sound. Arasaki Tsukihiko found himself momentarily dazed, as if unveiling a pearl, when Tsurumi Momoka revealed her complete visage. The once discordant features that had marked her separated her entirely from the realm of ordinary folk. She bore no resemblance to anything grotesque, nor did she appear as a mere servant. Hikari Tsukihime. A legend flickered through Arasaki Tsukihiko's mind, the tale of a noble flower blooming in the homes of commoners, drawing countless suitors before being taken away by the celestial emissaries to the moon. They were strikingly similar, both possessing extraordinary beauty, yet lacking freedom. Arasaki Tsukihiko's gaze gradually darkened. Unlike the feckless nobility, he would never allow Hikari Tsukihime to escape his grasp. Noticing that Arasaki Tsukihiko remained silent for too long, Tsumi Momoka felt a sticky gaze upon her, as if she were being watched by some serpentine creature, cold and damp. Hesitantly, she touched her own face, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "What is it, young master? Ah, is my appearance truly that strange? I assure you, I am not frightening at all. Is it merely that I do not meet your expectations?" The sudden sound of low laughter startled Tsurumi Momoka. "You truly surprise me, Tsuru." The voice, almost a whisper, echoed in her ear. Feeling warmth approaching her eyelids, Tsurumi Momoka instinctively recoiled, laughingly responding, "Young master, you only mentioned changing the blindfold. Nothing else is included." "Tch, how dull." Arasaki Tsukihiko retorted, calmly withdrawing his hand, undeterred by the slight embarrassment of being discovered. Instead of immediately tying the scarf around Tsurumi Momoka, he leisurely returned to his seat, petulantly declaring, "Since you've already seen, there's no rush to don the scarf before you leave." Indeed, having removed it, perhaps she would no longer dwell on it? Tsurumi Momoka boldly acquiesced. The only issue was that without the blindfold pressing down on her, she would have to exert some self-control to avoid instinctively opening her eyes. Bang! The teacup toppled. Crash! A book fell to the ground. Such minor disturbances occurred sporadically. Arasaki Tsukihiko was also of a nervous disposition. He understood that human instinct compelled one to discern what was happening, and he sought to exploit this fact to trick Tsurumi Momoka into opening her eyes. Even though she could see nothing, still relentless, Tsurumi Momoka suppressed the urge to strike him. This brat was exceedingly bothersome. In reality, there was nothing amiss in him catching a glimpse of her. One of the abilities of the blood kin was hypnosis. If seen, it sufficed to make the observer forget. This was how she concealed her feeding actions. However, the complication lay in her current inability to erase memories or impose lasting suggestions. Thus, her curiosity regarding Arasaki Tsukihiko was futile. As for her complete appearance, her present form was far more mature than her original youthful visage. Unless one scrutinized closely, it would not be easily discernible. Moreover, if all else failed, she could simply hide for a few centuries. By then, how could this prideful young boy possibly recall what a mere servant looked like? As an immortal, Tsurumi Momoka understood all too well how effortlessly time could whisk away inconsequential matters. When would the narrative shift occur? She found herself longing for the day to arrive, wishing to escape this monotonous existence. Such days felt unbearable, and she pondered in the darkness. Yet, the arrival of that day came swifter than she had anticipated. The protracted lifespan of a bloodkin dulled her perception of the passage of time. 3 to 5 years felt like the blink of an eye to her. From her perspective, the once lively Arasaki Tsukihiko, who could stroll alongside her, suddenly deteriorated. On an ordinary afternoon, a mere chill in the air had brought him to his bed, and from that moment on, the temperamental boy had essentially bid farewell to his agile body, let alone the prospect of venturing outside. He resembled a bird with its wings clipped, yearning to soar yet confined to a cage, merely surviving. This has led to an increasingly irritable temperament in Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, where even the slightest disturbance can provoke his displeasure. Yet, as in the past, he seldom bestows a kind demeanor upon anyone, save for Tsurugi Momoyo. The affliction that plagues him has also begun to take its toll on his servant, who has been coughing up blood every few days and frequently requesting leave. It seems she is even more exhausted than he. Thus, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko is inclined to extend her an unusual measure of patience, even feeling a sense of lofty pity for this individual who is more wretched than himself. Tsurugi Momoyo's frailty, of course, is exacerbated by the system's influence. Otherwise, it would be challenging for even a low-tier vampire to experience such a physical collapse. Host. The plot is about to commence, and the key character has entered the estate. At this moment, Tsurugi Momoyo is gently wiping Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko's face as he sits propped up, her movements momentarily freezing at the sound, but she quickly resumes her task. The illness has dulled the man's senses, rendering him oblivious to his servant's anomaly. Cough, cough. Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko struggles to breathe steadily. yet he is intermittently seized by fits of coughing that leave him gasping for air. Knock, knock, knock. A man enters, bearing medicine, and kneels respectfully before the two. Young master, this medicine holds promise for curing your ailment. Huh, just another quack, Tsukihiko murmurs. His eyes closed as he parts his lips to issue a command. Tsurugi Momoha silently approaches to take the medicine bowl, but just as she is about to administer it, the physician interjects, hold on. Tsurugi Momoha pauses, puzzled, retracting the bowl to rest on her lap as she turns to face the physician. It is then that the doctor realizes just how frail the girl before him is. Her lips are ashen, the bluish veins beneath her skin starkly visible, clinging to her pallid cheeks, creating a somewhat unsettling sight. Another soul tormented by illness, the physician reflects with sympathy. Young master, I believe it is crucial for you to be informed. Your body is on the verge of collapse, and this medicine is a newly formulated remedy, most likely to cure your affliction. However, should it prove ineffective, you may succumb before reaching the age of 20. Even though Tsurugi Momoha holds the bowl farther away, the bitter scent still saturates Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko's nostrils, causing him to clench the blanket tightly, frowning at the medicine. Tsurugi Momoha understands this reaction. She turns to the physician and says, very well, you may leave now. The young master prefers solitude. Understood, the physician replies, respectfully withdrawing. Rest assured, this physician is well acquainted with various challenging ailments. He is a rare and esteemed healer. With his presence, your condition is sure to improve. Tsurugi Momoha repositions the medicine bowl. Due to the angle, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko remains unaware of her pursed lips. Freedom is tantalizingly close, yet Tsurugi Momoha finds herself devoid of joy. The system has informed her that it was indeed this physician's medicine that transformed Tsukihiko into a demon. She is, in essence, the architect of his demise. Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko shows little reaction to his servant's consolation. He suddenly seizes the medicine bowl, gulping its contents down with fervor before violently hurling the bowl aside. The fragile vessel shatters into countless pieces. He laughs maniacally, pressing his forehead with a hand that has become gaunt, his fingers tangling in his dark hair. Huh. Let me see what this quack can do. A mere charlatan dares to declare, I shan't live past 20? How absurd. Chapter 8. The Quality of Dreams. Tsurugi Momoha collects the remnants of the shattered bowl, unusually devoid of a smile in response to Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko's words. She finds herself in agreement with him. According to her inquiries with Lady Kaneko, Tsukihiko has undergone treatment from no fewer than 20 or 30 physicians throughout his life. Yet, for the most part, their efforts have proven futile, with some merely prescribing ordinary tonics to profit handsomely. Humans, she muses, are such fragile yet resilient beings. Despite the continual disappointments, Tsukihiko has never considered surrendering. Even when he openly mocks these doctors, he drinks every bitter concoction without hesitation. His desire to live is profound. Tsurugi Momoha cannot help but feel a pang of regret. If only Tsukihiko had not been tormented by illness, perhaps his temperament would not be so foul. Through their daily companionship, they might have forged a strong friendship. Friends are the spices that enliven Tsurugi Momoha's dull existence, treasures she cherishes dearly. She allows herself to dream. If Tsukihiko were not an indispensable antagonist in this narrative, perhaps she could have ended his suffering effortlessly. If she were not confined to a low-tier vampire's body, she might have embraced him, transforming him into a vampire without hesitation, thus ensuring mutual satisfaction. If only. Tsurugi Momoha contemplates many ifs, yet alas, life is devoid of such possibilities. Countless restrictions and obstacles bar the way to a smooth path, leaving only a tumultuous road fraught with challenges. Fate plays its cruel tricks. Cough, 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 cough. Tsurugi Momoha's reverie is abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing, not from Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, but from herself. The handkerchief has become her constant companion of late. Typically, she coughs, covers her mouth, and then lowers it, revealing the stark crimson that is jarring to behold. Of course, she remains oblivious, unable to see what is a significant shock for those present. A faint metallic scent pervades the air, and Tsurugi Momoha understands her condition all too well. Perhaps only a few days remain. Fortunately, vampires possess a high tolerance for pain, allowing her to endure it well. Yet to others, her advanced symptoms resemble a death sentence. On the pale handkerchief, the shocking crimson presents a formidable impact. Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, weakly leaning against his cushion, hears the commotion beside him and lifts his eyelids to gaze at his servant. The girl's already pale complexion has turned ghostly, her lips drained of color, and the bluish veins beneath her skin are now even more pronounced. She appears scarcely human, yet her movements have merely slowed. The pain in her body seems to have little effect on her. Has she grown accustomed to it, or is she simply numb? Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko cannot discern. However, he is acutely aware that both of them are beyond salvation. In countless midnight awakenings, he finds himself jolting awake, breath quickening, sweat-soaked back attesting to the nightmares that haunt him. Following the cessation of his entertainment activities and the side effects of medication, his sleep has lengthened considerably. Yet, his mind remains taut, so even a brief nap plunges him into dreams. He has dreamt many pleasant dreams. For instance, he dreams of regaining his health and wandering the marketplace with Tsurugi. The bustling streets stretch endlessly before them as they stroll under the warm sunlight, meandering without a care. Even as the sun sets, the flickering candlelight from the homes along the street illuminates their path. The gentle night breeze brings a hint of coolness. Yet the two seem tireless, exploring left and right without any thought of returning. In another dream, he envisions Tsurugi opening her eyes. Her illness has never manifested in her, and she gazes at him with bright eyes, akin to the silver moon in the sky, her brows curved as she rests her chin on her hand, attentive to his words and supporting him. As for the specifics of those mesmerizing eyes, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko cannot recall upon waking, only lying in bed, savoring the lingering joy of that delightful sensation. However, the stark contrast following a sweet dream is undeniably disheartening. Nightmares, of course, are inescapable. He once dreamt of his own funeral. His mother, weeping with her face buried in her hands, helplessly leaned against his father, who, in this moment, appeared somewhat choked up, only able to sorrowfully pat her back in a futile attempt to offer comfort. Even the servants stood silently behind, heads bowed, afraid to utter a sound. A faint suspicion began to brew within him. In the next moment, his perspective shifted, revealing a coffin before him. Inside lay a neatly dressed youth with dark hair, silent and still. This scene jolted him. In the dream, he could not comprehend its significance, leading him to scream, yet no one responded despite his desperate exertion. Ultimately, he found himself viewing the scene from a first-person perspective, watching the heavy, dark lid descend upon him. Darkness enveloped him, suffocating. At last, the instant he truly emitted a sound was when the vibrations of his vocal cords yanked him from the dreamscape. Nightmares predominantly revolve around life and death. Yet, the one dream he dreaded most was that of his servant, Tsuru, passing away. In the dream, it was not he who lay cold and lifeless, but Tsuru. Conversely, he possessed the strength to vigorously shake his peacefully sleeping servant, desperately trying to halt this cruel jest. At times, Tsuru would bleed profusely from her mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but despite all his efforts, he could not stem the torrential flow of blood. Irreversible, difficult to awaken from. This was the most exhausting dream for him. He was alive, while Tsuru was dead. Such a reality was unacceptable. Ubuyashiki, Tsukihiko himself, could not articulate why he wished for Tsuru not to depart this world before him. He pondered that perhaps death was a form of liberation for the departed, yet the anguish it inflicted upon those left behind was unbearable. How could he allow a servant to bestow such torment upon him? The adolescent, hindered by illness and an introverted disposition, had little opportunity to engage with peers, resulting in scant social experience. Merely through books, he could not glean sufficient understanding to articulate the meaning of such emotions. In Tsukihiko's eyes, Tsuru was the quintessential servant. Wholly to his liking, she was one of the few individuals he could feel compassion for. He did not wish for Tsuru to truly take flight one day. As her name suggested, if given the choice, he would wish for Tsuru to remain under his command forever. Tsukihiko understood that this was not an impossibility, for both of them likely had little time left. Each time he contemplated this, his heart was shrouded in gloom. He began to curse the gods and everything that could have inflicted their ailments upon them with the most venomous words. This impotent rebellion accumulated, and Tsukihiko's demeanor grew increasingly morose. Of course, not many could maintain a cheerful spirit when pushed toward death. On another ordinary afternoon, Tsuru Mitsuha, taking leave to rest in her room, caught the scent of blood carried by the wind. At this point, her senses had dulled considerably. The blood flowing was no trivial matter, she thought. Someone has died. Sure enough, anguished screams echoed from the courtyard, plunging everything into chaos. Simultaneously, a voice from the system eagerly chimed in. Host, the time has come. We can finally commence the task. The excited and animated tone starkly contrasted with the sorrow and fear outside. Tsuru, however, felt no discomfort. She merely pressed her dry lips together and replied, How long until I can escape this body? A fleeting look of regret flashed in her uncovered eyes. To avoid raising suspicion, this body will completely collapse in 6 days. At that time, I will transfer you into the prepared body. All right, I understand. Tsuru Mitsuha reclined on her bed, succumbing to sleep to suppress the appetite provoked by the scent of blood, entirely disregarding the turmoil outside. On the 4th day, she finally sensed her body recovering slightly and resumed her regular duties. However, the path that was once familiar now felt alien to her, as she stumbled occasionally. having lost her sense of smell and many sensations. This journey was more arduous than anticipated. After much effort, she entered the room, where a sliver of sunlight streamed in, prompting the person in the far corner to urgently instruct, quickly close the door. The contrast to their prior frail state was startling. Chapter 9, Soft Cotton. Tsuru Mitsuha couldn't help but be taken aback. This boy could still make such a commotion? Beep. Plot activated, detecting the character Kibutsuji Muzan, unlocking related story. In his human years, Kibutsuji Muzan suffered from a grave illness, until a physician arrived, asserting that if the medicine did not take effect, Muzan would perish before turning 20. After several doses yielded no improvement, Muzan killed the physician, soon afterward discovering his health restored, endowed with regenerative and formidable abilities, yet unable to bear sunlight. Craving human flesh as sustenance. Unlocking related entry, Kibutsuji Muzan. Character identity, Demon King, progenitor of demons. Special, infusing blood can turn individuals into demons. A torrent of information flooded Tsuru Mitsuha's mind, rendering her momentarily motionless at the doorway. This was strikingly reminiscent of their bloodline. And Kibutsuji Muzan? What could be the significance of such a name? Tsuru was aware of the story behind her own name. So hearing Ubuyashiki, Tsukihiko transformed into the peculiar name Kibutsuji Muzan inevitably prompted her to ponder. This pause, observed by Tsukihiko, revealed Tsuru's characteristic sharpness, as she discerned his unusual behavior. However, he was indifferent. He did not mind his peculiarities being exposed, as it was an eventuality. He merely felt a twinge of regret. Regret for not having that inept physician prescribe medicine for Tsuru as well, thus providing him with a true counterpart. Tsuru could have shed her frail form and, like him, become a near-perfect being. He would ensure Tsuru remained by his side forever. Tsukihiko was unaware that the hapless physician who perished at his hands had already struggled day and night to address his ailments, leaving no energy to tackle entirely different, perplexing maladies. Equally regrettable was that Tsukihiko had yet to fully unlock the abilities of being the progenitor of demons and remained oblivious to his power to transform others into beings like himself. A series of unfortunate events. Thus, he could only unleash his impotent fury upon the individual before him. What? Why are you still standing there? After just a few days of rest, you've become so sluggish? Compared to before, the man's voice now resonated with authority. His magnetic tone was cold, laced with an air of superiority, yet his words remained as unpalatable as ever. Tsuru Mitsuha had never held any expectations for the capricious young master. She responded with indifference. It seems the physician's medicine truly worked. You sound much more spirited now, young master. The mere mention of that physician caused Tsukihiko's forehead to throb with anger, the muscles in his arms bulging beneath his loose garments. A sharp sound echoed, as if a pointed object had scraped against the wooden floor, prompting Tsuru to tilt her head toward the source. There, Tsukihiko appeared on the verge of grinding his silver teeth to dust. Damnable physician, incompetent beyond measure, reducing me to this wretched state. How infuriating to bring me such trouble. It would have been a mercy for him to die so easily. Fury engulfed his mind, his rose-tinted eyes wide with rage, pupils narrowed to mere slits, while even his robust fangs struggled to retract, elongating uncontrollably. Kurumi Momoha perceived the commotion before her not as the actions of a human, but rather as those of a wild beast, ready to pounce and rend her to shreds at any moment. Fortunately, Ayakashi Tsukihiko was not inclined to reveal too much in front of his servant, only gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "That damned quack! How dare he administer an incomplete remedy, and the medical texts he left behind are nothing but incomprehensible gibberish. Sooner or later, I shall send someone to concoct the perfect potion." The youth's tempestuous anger was palpable, impossible to overlook. Kurumi Momoha finally found her footing, moving deliberately to the small divan where she usually sat, responding gently, "Master has read so many books, surely, you can decipher them thoroughly." Yet the rapid breaths from across the room indicated that he was still seething, oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Momoha felt compelled to redirect his focus. "The master and mistress have already been informed of your improved health. And what of it? What can they do about my condition? There are plenty of other siblings." Tsukihiko had long accepted that his parents had forsaken him, their useless son. Momoha tilted her head in confusion. "But master is not like the others. Each child is unique. Otherwise, the master and mistress would not have tirelessly sought out renowned physicians for you." Tsukihiko stubbornly retorted, that is merely their self-deception." Yet, regardless, these actions were tangible, far more substantial than mere verbal concern, were they not? He was left momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a retort, finally pounding the floor in frustration, leaving the innocent surface cracked in response. How can there be such a person? Is it their intention to contradict me at every turn? However, observing the flickering flame of the other's spirit, he ultimately suppressed his ire. Furrowing his brow, Tsukihiko began to sift through the medical texts and notes left by the incompetent physician. Meanwhile, Kurumi Momoha opted to tread lightly, refraining from exposing his obstinacy. Thus, the two sat in silence, the room filled only with the occasional cough and the rustle of turning pages. As Momoha's health deteriorated, Tsukihiko had long since instructed the other servants to take over her usual duties of serving tea and water. Yet, seeing their timid demeanor irritated him. He merely ordered them to leave the items at the door and hastily depart. "Master, lunch has arrived," a servant announced respectfully at the door before retreating. Momoha, upon hearing this, rose slowly, opened the door, and brought the items inside. "Master, please eat first," she said, placing the food on the desk. Tsukihiko, upon witnessing her calm demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. Did she not comprehend the gravity of her own condition? Was she not the least bit anxious? The sound of pages turning quickened. Momoha nonchalantly opened her food box and set it aside. "You should eat first, master." The dull thud of a book being cast aside resonated in the air. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think of," Tsukihiko snapped. In truth, he could scarcely savor the taste of the food, nor did he feel much hunger, attributing these symptoms solely to the side effects of the medicine. As for why Momoha's meal was present, it was because, some time ago, Tsukihiko had instructed the servants to deliver her meals as well. So she mostly dined alongside him during the day, remaining at the ready by his side. Tsukihiko fixated on her face, consuming the tasteless food with a fervor born of frustration. His perpetually furrowed brow betrayed the discontent brewing within him. Momoha seemed always to wear this same expression, absorbing all his barbs and criticisms like a soft, pliable cotton. To put it bluntly, nothing seemed to leave a mark upon her heart. This lack of response incited a growing unease within Tsukihiko, as he felt the situation slipping from his grasp. Look at her. Merely 4 days of absence had transformed her into this state. Despite his robust constitution, Tsukihiko no longer required constant supervision. Yet he was unwilling to let her stray too far from his sight. It seemed that keeping her beneath his watchful gaze would slow the decline of her health. Though he knew this was futile, what was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. That night, under the influence of the system, Kurumi Momoha fell into unconsciousness. The house remained ablaze with light, yet none found solace in sleep. The resident physician, deep in slumber, was abruptly summoned before Momoha. Trembling, the physician knelt upon the ground. Daring not to glance at the man seated nearby, having been present for so long, he was well aware of the peculiar and troublesome nature of their ailments. And without a solution, he felt a pang of panic. After all, the very remedies he had concocted for the girl were not meant to cause any issues, were they? With a resounding slap, several tomes and a notebook were thrust before the physician, accompanied by a chilling voice. "You have 1 day to study these materials and produce a remedy that addresses her condition. Otherwise, you are well aware of the fate that befell the previous quack. Do you understand?" Cold sweat dripped from the physician as he hastily gathered the items into his arms. Stammering, "Why yes, I understand. I shall make haste. Right here, I will watch you complete it," came the ominous command, the man's gaze as piercing as a serpent's. The physician dared not protest, his nerves taut as he began to peruse the texts. Finally, after much effort, he managed to produce a bowl of medicine just before the deadline. 6 days had elapsed. Chapter 10. There is no longer a Kurumi. With a tremendous crash, the bowl of medicine was hurled against the wall, shattering into countless pieces. The physician, kneeling on the ground, trembled in fear, unable to provide any explanation before being seized by the throat with overwhelming force. Tsukihiko's brow was furrowed, veins protruding, sharp nails digging into the physician's flesh. Quack! What manner of potion is this? Not only does it serve no purpose, but why has Kurumi's condition worsened? On the bed, Kurumi Momoha gasped for breath, blue veins spidering across her pallid hands, her anguish manifesting as she clenched the blankets tightly. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough! The girl's choking interrupted Tsukihiko's fury. Awakened from his rage, he cast the physician aside and swiftly moved to assist Kurumi, who was choking on her own blood. It seemed as if instinctual survival or a fleeting spark of consciousness had returned to the girl, who had been unconscious for nearly 3 days. Host. 5 minutes remain until separation. Understood, I just need to play my part until the curtain falls. The body of a vampire, upon death, would shatter into countless fragments like glass, ultimately dissipating into thin air without extraordinary measures. The bowl of medicine provided by the physician was the very embodiment of that risk. Master. Even as he spoke, crimson continued to spill from Kurumi's lips. The once motionless girl, after consuming the potion, now bled uncontrollably, catching Tsukihiko off guard. His once steady hands now trembled uncontrollably as he helplessly grasped at his own. The young girl finally regained her breath. Her voice barely a whisper akin to a mosquito. "Please dismiss the physician. He has done all he can." Having learned from a previous misstep, Kenya Tsukihiko refrained from immediately taking the physician's life. The physician, trembling in fear of death, knelt before them, unable to utter a word. Get out. Hurry and concoct another version. Kenya Tsukihiko ultimately issued his command in irritation. 3 minutes. The flicker of hope rekindled strength within him, and the physician, quaking, hastily crawled from the room, leaving only the two of them behind. At that moment, Tsurumi Momo found her voice for the second time. It seems my time is up this evening. She spoke with an air of nonchalance, as though commenting on the pleasant weather. Yet, Kenya Tsukihiko, upon hearing her words, felt a dull thrum in his mind, his lips twitching stiffly as he gazed down at the girl in his arms, forcing a laugh. Ha! What nonsensical words you speak. Tsurumi, have you lost your wits? If this medicine is ineffective, we shall try again next time. The more he spoke, the tighter his grip on Tsurumi Momo's wrist became, until a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. Crack. What was that sound? The physician's concoction seemed to have some merit. The girl's voice, laced with mirth, danced upon the air, her lips curling upwards far more naturally than Kenya Tsukihiko's strained smile. Yet, to Kenya Tsukihiko's eyes, this scene appeared glaringly out of place. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? He beheld the wrist he had clutched so tightly begin to splinter like shattered tiles. Shimmering silver light spilling forth from the fissures. Fragments, delicate and resplendent, reminiscent of starlight, quiet yet luminous. Had the circumstances been different, Kenya Tsukihiko might have found the spectacle captivating. However, such a vision manifested in a manner he did not welcome. Shimmering shards began to fall, while the cracks spread inexorably, accompanied by a cacophony of tiny fractures. It was an unending requiem of demise. Could it be a side effect of the medicine? Kenya Tsukihiko broke into a cold sweat. It turned out that this drug was not guaranteed to be replicated successfully. It even bore catastrophic side effects. 2 minutes. The fissures continued their relentless advance, unstoppable. The completely shattered fragments sparkled and dissipated. In mere moments, the cracks reached Tsurumi Momo's cheek. Kenya Tsukihiko, rendered speechless by the sight, trembled as he reached out to piece together the shattered remnants. How wonderful! Although I felt quite unwell just now, I no longer feel any pain, Tsurumi observed. Surprisingly no longer coughing, her voice significantly stronger. Had the medicine truly taken effect? But why did the cracks persist in their spread? Damn it! Tsurumi, hold on a little longer. Once the medicine fully takes effect, you will. It's too late, young master. Tsurumi Momo interrupted him, her tone light, as if nothing were amiss. This outcome is already quite splendid. I am not in any pain, you see. Rejoice for me. 1 minute. Kenya Tsukihiko's towering form trembled, his voice wavering. Is it too much to ask for you to just hold on? Just a little longer, Tsurumi. Do you hear me? You must heed my words. You are my servant. I am the one who gives orders. Do you understand? I will not accept this outcome. It is not a good result at all. He was utterly helpless, as if lamenting the cruelty of a servant who abandoned him, or perhaps voicing his own grievances. The frenzied despair he had once experienced in dreams now found its place in this reality, intertwining anger with a multitude of emotions, overwhelming his reason. Yet all of this was in vain. The young master remained so willful. His ever-accommodating servant seemed accustomed to such scenes, displaying no hint of dissatisfaction, as was her custom. But the girl's familiar and placid response felt like a bucket of cold water, drenching Kenya Tsukihiko to the core. His fury and unreasonable outbursts were futile efforts, failing to stir even a ripple upon the tranquil surface of the water. The splintering persisted, the girl's laughter harmonizing yet severing the atmosphere. I am merely a servant. Many could fulfill this role, so do not be disheartened, young master. There will be new candidates to catch your eye. It would be best to completely forget her. The tale belonging to Tsurumi and Tsukihiko had reached its conclusion. However, Kenya Tsukihiko clearly held a different perspective. Do not jest. How could anyone be like you? Why would I mourn for a mere servant? You are no ordinary servant. What makes you different? Conflicting thoughts clashed within him, each vying to emerge and dispute the servant's words, yet they became lodged in his throat, sour and stifled. In that moment, he was at a loss as to which statement, which viewpoint, or which angle he should use to counter her assertions. Countdown complete. Consciousness retrieval in progress. Farewell, Tsukihiko. Tsurumi Momo never spoke of eternal goodbyes. As one who was immortal, she anticipated meeting old acquaintances once more on her journey to relive memories. This farewell was directed at Tsukihiko, for she and the Tsukihiko she knew might truly be parting forever this time. Retrieval successful. The girl's voice and her fragmented form dispersed into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Kenya Tsukihiko sat frozen on the bed, mere moments ago. He had felt the warmth of another within his embrace. Yet now, all that remained was an emptiness, the clothing sagging where support had once existed. Not even a single strand of hair left behind. He was unsure how long he remained in that state until a sudden realization struck him. He lifted the hand he had clenched until it bled, using his other hand to shield it, holding his breath as he cautiously opened it. A glimmer of silver flashed by, revealing a few fragments quietly resting in his palm. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes, but in the next instant, the shards vanished without a trace. His outstretched palm was now entirely empty, devoid of anything. Even the wounds inflicted by the shards had effortlessly disappeared. Beside him, the deflated bedding, blood-stained sleeves, and the glinting hairpin left by Tsurumi bore witness to her many offerings, yet she herself was nowhere to be found. The room stood desolate and hollow, with nothing remaining but his solitary presence. No longer was there a being named Tsurumi by his side. Ha ha ha. After holding his breath, a furious and sorrowful gasp surged forth, forceful enough to threaten to rupture his lungs. Bang! With a deafening crash, the room was reduced to ruins by a crimson whip of flesh. Numerous servants, drawn by the commotion, rushed in, only to be met with their demise before they could even register their astonishment. In an instant, the courtyard was awash with blood. The heavy scent awakening Kanya Tsukihiko's primal hunger. Time slipped away, and when the head of the Kanya family and his wife arrived, they were met only with devastation and a few cryptic blood-red characters spelling out Kabutsuji Muzan. It was also after this day that the 40-year-old head of the Kanya family suddenly passed away, and even the male members of the clan over the age of 20 met untimely ends. A curse that had persisted for a millennium had suddenly descended. Chapter 11. A joke taken too far. Consciousness projection progress 99-100, projection complete. Congratulations, host, you have finally utilized the original shell. The system's jubilant voice echoed in Tsurumi Momo's mind, rousing her somewhat dazed consciousness. Who are you? Before she could fully comprehend, a small shadow fell upon the ground before her. A child? Katsumi Momoyo blinked her eyes, tilting her head slightly without responding, choosing instead to scrutinize the young boy before her. His dark crimson hair and eyes, even the birthmark on his forehead, bore the same shade. His expression was placid, revealing little in terms of emotion. What are you doing lying here? The boy continued to inquire. In truth, he had harbored this question for quite some time. A month prior, Yukoku Enichi had stumbled upon this place, a small hill where a colossal wisteria tree stood majestically at the summit. Just how immense was it? The trunk was so thick that it would require 2 adults to embrace it fully, while its gnarled branches, robust and densely packed, stretched out in all directions. Countless purple blossoms cascaded down from above, clustering in layers that, from a distance, resembled a soft, lavender cloud enveloping the hillside. As Enichi passed by, he instinctively halted in his tracks. He had never heard of such an enchanting sight nearby. Curiosity propelled him to follow the narrow path leading up the hill. Stepping into the violet mist, he discovered that the sea of flowers was far more expansive than it appeared from afar. Though he was not lost, the allure was irresistible, drawing him further into its depths. Enichi tilted his head back until he finally caught sight of the trunk, at which point his gaze dropped and his steps faltered. A white figure came into view, a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her alabaster hair flowed like exquisite silk, smooth and lustrous, reflecting the violet haze above. She sat quietly beneath the tree, her head tilted to one side, with her hands resting naturally by her sides. Her garments were speckled with fallen wisteria blossoms, creating a picturesque scene. Enichi glanced back down the path he had taken, where not a soul could be seen. Had he not been driven by curiosity to approach so closely, he might never have noticed the presence of another person here. The girl lay serenely, eyes closed, giving the impression of slumber. Yet, with his innate ability to perceive the world clearly, Enichi recognized that her state was far from that of human sleep. Her blood coursed at a remarkably rapid pace, while her heart remained still, akin to a mere ornament, devoid of function. The rise and fall of her chest seemed negligible. What manner of creature was this? Enichi hesitated, his initial impulse to draw closer now tempered by uncertainty. He had never encountered such a wondrous being before. Perhaps she was a mythical entity from the tales his mother had recounted. After much deliberation, he chose to forego the idea of investigating further and returned home, questions swirling in his mind. Mother, do you know of the enormous wisteria tree on the hillside not far from here? He pondered aloud, gesturing with his round, stubby arms to illustrate its size. His mother smiled tenderly, embracing him as she softly replied, So, you have seen it, Enichi? Isn't it delightful? I have refrained from mentioning it for quite some time. That tree is truly magnificent, mother. It is the largest wisteria tree I have ever seen. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Juanai gently tousled his hair. Indeed, such a grand tree must have taken considerable time and effort to grow. Is that how it grows? If I work twice as hard, will my swordsmanship someday rival that of my elder brother? Enichi's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, Enichi, Both you and Yinsheng are children of whom I am immensely proud. Enichi's expression brightened, and as he contemplated his next secret lesson, he remembered the question he had yet to ask. Mother, have you ever seen someone beneath that tree? A person with pure white hair? Juanai's eyes widened in surprise, and she gasped softly, Oh, white hair. That is quite rare. However, the path to that hillside is obscured by thorns, making it difficult to approach. Noticing the look of disappointment on Enichi's face, she added, Perhaps you might discover a hidden path. Is that so? It's all right. Afterward, Enichi returned to his usual spot by his mother's side, lapsing into silence. Yet, his gaze lingered in a particular direction, revealing the thoughts that danced within his mind. Juanai felt a surge of joy at Enichi's newfound willingness to converse, and they sat together quietly, exchanging words now and then. What are you doing lying here? Enichi asked, casting a curious glance at Katsumi Momoyo. She did not immediately respond. Instead, leaning against the great tree behind her, she first raised her right hand, extending it straight and clenching her fist, savoring the sensation of control over her body. Her pure white hair cascaded at her temples, gathering at the nape of her neck, entwined a few times around a bent branch, then flowing down like a waterfall. The embellishments adorning some of the twigs were not flowers, but rather diamond-shaped, multifaceted, shimmering red gems. These gems, akin to the elongated one dangling from her earlobe, danced with her movements, gliding across her alabaster form. Katsumi glanced at the wisteria above, her golden eyes shifting to Enichi with a mischievous glint. Haven't you heard of me? I am a creature born of the wisteria, she said with a smile. Are you truly a creature? Enichi inquired, his skepticism tempered by intrigue rather than fear. He regarded the seated girl with an unwavering gaze. Her appearance and essence indeed suggested something otherworldly. And you, little one? Who are you? Katsumi posed the question. My name is Enichi, the boy replied shyly, tugging at the hem of his clothing. Katsumi appeared puzzled. Why are there only basic character details unlocked? And just 2 of them? What about the relevant plot? When character relationships overlap significantly, it triggers a shared unlocking. Considering that related plots cannot be succinctly summarized, I've prepared an extensive information package for you, thorough and satisfying, but it requires time to import. You may choose when to delve into it. Very well. While it was not an opportune moment, the system had indeed provided some concise content. Katsumi had gained a preliminary understanding of Enichi, redirecting her attention back to him. This transparent world was quite fascinating. She wondered how this child perceived her kind. Rarely did she feel inclined to tease a child, but with a hint of malice. She said, You still don't believe I'm a creature? Little one, I happen to know some of your unique traits. Enichi remained unfazed, replying in a calm tone, Unique? Me? I don't possess anything special. His flat demeanor rendered it difficult to discern the truth behind his words. No, you can see it, can't you? Katsumi pointed to her eyes. Enichi watched as her once golden irises gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, entirely vibrant. He heard the self-proclaimed creature say, Can you see my blood and bones? Quite an intriguing ability. The boy's stoic facade finally cracked, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could she perceive what even his mother and elder brother had not? Katsumi smirked. Children are so easily deceived. She rose to her feet, instinctively tucking her hands into the voluminous sleeves of her attire, and then, feigning an air of inscrutability, declared, You may as well label me a monster, for such trifles are hardly beyond my perception. Are you a man-eating monster then? This query momentarily rendered Tsukihiko Momoyo speechless. Although such a small child might grasp fragments of truth, there was no cause for alarm. Yet, how could she divulge the reality to him? At least not now. Therefore, Tsukihiko Momoyo bent down, leaned closer to Yuan Yi's ear, and, with one hand shielding her mouth and her voice lowered, whimsically replied, Indeed. I am a monster that feasts upon humans. After such a long slumber, my stomach has grown quite ravenous, and I am in urgent need of a meal. Her jest was interrupted. Then can you promise to only consume me? After all, I am the only one who has discovered your existence. My family remains oblivious. The child contorted his face in a manner that belied his annoyance, and there were even hints of moisture gathering in his eyes. Oh, perhaps she had gone too far with her teasing, Tsukihiko Momoyo mused. Chapter 12. A small act of kindness on the hunt. Tsukihiko Momoyo observed the glistening droplets forming in Yuan Yi's eyes, and straightened up, clearing her throat. Oh, it appears you are quite the well-behaved child. Very well, I am not that hungry anyway, so I shall spare your life. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, she averted her gaze, the vibrant crimson fading from her eyes and transforming into a harmless shade of pale gold, while her hands, concealed within her sleeves, busied themselves with an idle fidget. After a brief silence, Tsukihiko Momoyo, I noticed Yuan Yi taking a few steps closer, peering into her now golden-hued eyes. In truth, you do not consume humans, do you? It was a statement rather than a question. What kind of monster would forfeit a meal within reach? Tsukimi Momoyo's lips twitched, sensing the gravity of the situation. This child might prove to be rather challenging. However, she cleared her throat again, displaying no signs of being unmasked, and stood there with her hands tucked away, tilting her chin slightly to indicate, such matters are trivial. What is paramount is that you should take your leave. With the dismissal issued, the ever-respectful Yuan-e had no choice but to comply and turn to depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted, twisting to glance back at Tsukimi Momoyo. I shall visit you again when I have the time, Miss Monster. With that, he offered a polite bow before scampering away. Quite courteous, indeed, but could one not seek the consent of the host before paying a visit? Tsukimi Momoyo shook her head in resignation and, in a fit of spontaneity, reclined backwards, collapsing onto the ground blanketed with wisteria blossoms, sprawling out in a starfish formation and liberating herself from any pretense. The branches of the tree above extended countless tendrils, adorned with cascading wisteria flowers that could aptly be described as a canopy obscuring the sky. She reached for a handful of wisteria, twirling it between her fingers, relishing its cool, soft texture. System, what is the nature of this tree? It seems rather extraordinary for something to have grown so large. The system promptly chimed in, brimming with pride. Ah, host finally inquired about this. This is actually a temporary energy reservoir. The life energy of our kind is remarkably potent. Merely storing it for a brief period has allowed it to flourish for centuries. Indeed, our kind's energy is exceptional. Wait, you said centuries? To me, it feels as though I merely blinked, and centuries have flown by. Your efficiency is rather dismal. That cannot be said, host. It is all for the sake of ensuring complete accuracy. Besides, has it not directly led you to your mission objective? No losses incurred. That was indeed a valid point. Tsukimi Momoyo sighed. Very well, please load the information package now. Having already transpired, she had little inclination to argue with the system. Understood, host. Loading information package. The moment she heard that voice, her consciousness plunged into darkness. Prior to this, only one thought occupied her mind. That troublesome system. It seems I must be more discerning about when to load information packages in the future. The moon hung resplendent, its silvery light draping over the earth like a gossamer veil. Tsukimi Momoyo opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Was it already night? Was that information package truly so lengthy to load? She queried, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. The system, ever obsequious, chuckled amiably. Ah, host, good things come to those who wait. This is to ensure that you understand the details thoroughly, allowing you to better plan your subsequent steps, is it not? It was not that Tsukimi Momoyo was overly suspicious. If the system had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be rubbing its hands together with a mischievous grin. Tsukimi Momoyo rubbed her temples, resigned to acquiesce. The information package was indeed extensive, providing a comprehensive analysis of both Tsukimi Yuan-e and Tsukimi Yenshing's lives. Tsukimi Momoyo found it difficult to assess. To put it bluntly, Tsukimi Yuan-e was nothing more than a tool for the divine. Though he was bestowed with the ability and mission to vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji, he was left unable to protect his loved ones and ultimately failed to eradicate Muzan, living his life engulfed in guilt. Conversely, Tsukimi Yenshing succumbed to jealousy and pride, abandoning his original aspirations. What a lamentable fate. Tsukimi Momoyo tilted her head back, gazing at the luminous moon. According to the system's account, this world indeed possessed deities, as well as concepts of hell and reincarnation. A pastime for the divine, perhaps? Withdrawing her gaze, her inorganic eyes revealed no discernible emotion. How fond they are of crafting such tedious narratives, these gods. As a gust of wind swept through, Tsukimi Momoyo abruptly lifted her head. The moon was now obscured by dark clouds, casting not a glimmer of light. She murmured, "Ah, I find myself hungry. Time to seek sustenance." With a nimble leap, she melded into the vastness of the night. For Tsukimi Momoyo, the hunt for food was merely child's play. However, having spent her formative years alongside her father, Seville, her palate had become similarly discerning. This was due to the fact that each individual's blood bore unique qualities. The blood kin could not derive energy from human food, only sampling about 50% of its flavor, which was better than nothing, albeit lacking the flamboyance of human cuisine. Blood, on the other hand, was a delectable staple more suited to the constitution of the blood kin, though it regrettably lacked the myriad of enticing flavors found in human dishes. In Tsukimi Momoyo's discerning estimation, some blood emitted a foul odor, while others were fragrant, some thick, and others crisp. Each person's blood was distinct. In the perception of the blood kin, blood could be refined into thousands of nuanced flavors, offering a wealth of information. Selecting a suitable meal was no simple task. For convenience, Tsukimi Momoyo opted to head toward the nearest human congregation, the Tsukimi family estate. as she stealthily approached. A bitter scent wafted through the air, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Such an aroma indicated that someone's physical condition was far from ideal. It must be Akina. With the information package loaded, Tsukimi Momoyo easily deduced the individual in question. Since it was connected to the principal characters, she resolved to take a glance. The clouds obscured the moonlight as she swiftly darted to a window, her white figure silently arriving at the edge. It was now May, and the weather had warmed considerably. The night breeze was no longer biting. The window stood partially ajar, allowing Tsukimi Momoyo to utilize her exceptional night vision to observe the occupant of the bed. Akina lay in slumber, occasionally furrowing her brow, evidently discomforted by some ailment. Tsukimi Momoyo understood this to be the nature of Akina's illness, a relentless pain that clung to her side, which was also the reason Yuan-e remained ever by her side. Akina was a mother of gentle essence, pouring all her affection into her twin sons. For Yuan-e, she had chosen the name that signified the paramount importance of human connections. At first, Tsutsumi Momoka even thought that Inugami Yoru had no hearing, and thus adorned him with a sunflower talisman. It bore a certain resemblance. Tsutsumi Momoka gazed down, gently caressing the ruby dangling from her ear, a gift from Seville during her transformation, or rather, a symbol of the abilities she had acquired. The delightful coincidence lifted her spirits, prompting her to lend a small favor to Yoru. A wisp of dark crimson mist, accompanied by the faint sound of flapping wings, infiltrated the room, coalescing beside Yoru's bed into a human form. Tsutsumi Momoka crouched down and gently lifted one of Yoru's arms. Sharp fangs pierced the warm wrist, and the next moment, a subtle swallowing sound was heard. The metallic taste of blood glided over her tongue and flowed down her throat. Due to Yoru's condition, Tsutsumi Momoka could only take a few shallow sips. She exhaled, finding the act of interrupting her feeding quite uncomfortable. Yoru, tormented by illness and barely able to sleep, was awakened by the sting and dampness on her wrist, her bleary eyes fluttering open. Yet, before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself staring into a pair of vivid crimson eyes, glimmering like rubies in the faint light filtering through. All right, go back to sleep, and may you have sweet dreams. Half asleep, Yoru sensed a gentle, lingering voice flow into her mind, soft yet irresistible. She closed her eyes once more, surrendering to slumber. Her previously furrowed brow now relaxing, her breathing becoming steadier. Tsutsumi Momoka's scarlet gaze remained fixed on Yoru, the wound from her fangs now healed by the saliva that had mingled with it. When a vampire feeds, their fangs release a toxin that can paralyze the prey, rendering them helpless and gradually succumbing. She had just released a bit more than usual, the toxin seeping into the bloodstream, expected to last for 2 or 3 days, ensuring Yoru would feel no pain. This effect would not endure for long. It was merely a deceptive comfort. However, such considerations were beyond Tsutsumi Momoka's scope. She pursed her lips. Still a hint of sweetness? Just barely acceptable. Yet the lingering bitterness remained on her tongue, prompting her to frown and grimace in distaste. The dark crimson mist reappeared, drifting out of the room. After a moment, she satisfied her hunger in a maid's quarters. Ah, what a child with such a regular routine. Truly the quintessential flavor of blood. The moon finally peeked out from behind the clouds, as a vampire silently departed from the Tsukino-kuni estate. Chapter 13, The Puppy Brothers. During this time, Tsutsumi Momoka languidly reclined beneath the wisteria tree, basking in utter comfort and ease. The slightly firm ground was blanketed with soft, cool petals, making it splendidly pleasant in the warming season. This state of idleness continued for 5 days until the system could no longer contain itself and burst forth. Host, shall we not make an effort to approach the target? Tsutsumi Momoka turned over, not even lifting her eyelids. What is the hurry? When a creature comes seeking you, do you really believe it merely wishes to befriend you? That is a valid point. In terms of patience, none could rival an immortal. However, the target did not keep her waiting long. As the gentle breeze stirred the curtain of wisteria flowers, it brought with it an unfamiliar scent. Look, here it comes. Tsutsumi Momoka flipped onto her back once more. Indeed, a moment later, a small figure approached. Have you been sleeping here all along? The conversation commenced with a question. Inugami Yoru observed the sprawled figure of the yokai, somewhat perplexed by her demeanor, yet her relaxed posture stirred a flicker of intrigue within him. Tsutsumi Momoka gestured to a patch of ground beside her. Care to join me? The child tugged at his clothing, hesitating as he gazed at the offered spot. Since an invitation had been extended, would it not be rude to decline? Moreover, there was no one else around. No one would witness this, and his father, so busy, would certainly be none the wiser. Yes, no one would discover it. After a bit of mental persuasion, Inugami Yoru finally settled down beside her, only to feel a gentle force pulling him backwards. He was suddenly enveloped by a cascade of wisteria blooms. A cool breeze wafted from behind, and he realized with a start that this tree had created such a cozy, refreshing space. What a delightful spot. He wished he could bring his mother and brother here. Yet, he merely thought wistfully, knowing it was impossible. His mother's health was deteriorating, unable to withstand such to and fro. And as for his brother? Contemplating their father's harsh demands. Inagami Yoru's gaze dimmed. So what brings you to seek me? The silence was first broken by Tsutsumi Momoka. The previously relaxed child stiffened for a brief moment at her words, his eyes wandering. Tsutsumi Momoka chuckled lightly, turning to lie on her side, propping her head on one hand, watching the awkward child with keen interest. Are you truly here just to check if I still exist? Such a curious little one. Inagami Yoru felt a blush creeping up as he was teased, finally speaking. Excuse me, Miss Yukai, how long did it take you to grow so tall? Now it was Tsutsumi Momoka's turn to be taken aback. Tall? Her? But she was only 1.6 meters. Was that particularly tall? Her gaze suddenly fell upon the wisteria flowers beneath her, and she realized, glancing up at the towering tree above, that she couldn't help but chuckle. This child truly believed her to be a wisteria Yukai. How easy it was to deceive. Tsutsumi Momoka blinked. Her cheeks unflushed and her heart steady as she concocted a whimsical tale. Ah, well, that took quite a while, you know. She elongated her vowels while organizing her words. It must have been several hundred years. Time does fly, but I've been so focused on growing that I hardly noticed. What she said was not entirely untrue. However, once she finished, the child beside her suddenly appeared disheartened. His youthful voice turned somber, curling up as he murmured, "It really took that long? When will I ever catch up to my brother?" Tsutsumi Momoka understood now. So that was the matter at hand. You are but a mere human. How could you compare to a Yukai like me, who can live for so long? But you wish to catch up to your brother? In what regard? A perfect opportunity for conversation. One must seize the chance. Inagami Yoru hesitated. Surely speaking to a Yukai wouldn't be problematic? After all, there was no one else around. Thus, he finally poured forth the words he had kept bottled up for years. I wish to become strong enough to protect my brother and mother, but due to certain circumstances. Father does not allow me to train in swordsmanship. And my brother is such an impressive person. If I am weak, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? We are twins. Yet there is such a vast gap between us. The child's voice brimmed with melancholy. Tsutsumi Momoka reclined once more, her hands cradling her head. So, what kind of person is your brother? When discussing his brother, Inugami Yoru finally looked up, his face brightening as he spoke enthusiastically. His earlier gloom dissipating. My brother is truly a gentle person, so kind that he cannot bear to see me being bullied. He stands up for me even in front of our father, showing no signs of retreat despite the scolding. Moreover, his swordsmanship is exceptional. No one who has seen him fails to praise his extraordinary talent. Yet even with such gifts, my brother never slacks off, often practicing late into the night before resting. A torrent of praise revealed the towering stature of the elder brother in the heart of Tsukihiko Yorichi, noticing the aura emanating from a distance. The smile on Tsukimi Momoko's lips widened. It appears your brother holds significant importance in your heart. Tsukihiko Yorichi chuckled shyly, yet his mirth quickly faded. Conversely, it seemed to be mutual concern, as his brother had come to check on him. Yorichi suddenly stiffened, then realized the situation. In a flurry, he sat up and indeed spotted his brother, Tsukihiko Yenshin, merely 2 meters away. At such proximity, it was certain that his previous words had been overheard. However, Yorichi's anxiety stemmed not from this fact. Brother, why are you associating with such a peculiar individual? Come here at once. Tsukihiko Yenshin, aware of his discovery, abandoned any pretense of concealment. Intent only on distancing his brother from that strange girl. Drawing his katana, he approached with urgency. Tsukimi Momoko, upon hearing this, rose gracefully, shaking off the fallen petals from her attire, and casually placed her hands on her hips. Oh dear, what an impolite little brat. How can you so readily label others as peculiar? With that, she leaned against a nearby tree, observing the irate boy with a leisurely demeanor that only served to infuriate Yenshin further. Initially, he had merely felt a hint of embarrassment from Yorichi's words. But being so dismissed by a young girl, despite his outstanding achievements, incited displeasure that flushed his cheeks crimson. He stepped forward defiantly. I am his brother, Tsukihiko Yenshin. Dare to underestimate me? Then come and test my blade. As he charged forward, the fiery little dog brandished his weapon. Tsukimi Momoko raised an eyebrow at the swift strike aimed at her. How amusing. The boy's swordsmanship was indeed commendable. Though merely a child, his grip was steady, and his strikes were executed with precision. However, such skills were trivial before her, a being of the bloodline. Brother. The events unfolded too rapidly for Yorichi to offer any explanation. He could only watch in trepidation as his brother charged, his heart racing with concern for the enigmatic girl. Though she was a supernatural being, Yenshin wielded a real blade, and surely she would be harmed. Yet, in the next moment, The anticipated scene did not materialize. The languid girl, leaning against the tree, effortlessly anticipated Yanqing's movement, simply pivoting to evade the strike. With a flick of her finger, she gently tapped the blade, sending the advancing child stumbling back several paces. The two brothers stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Tsukimi Momoko. She casually flicked her right hand, her dark crimson nails contrasting with her pale skin, rendering her fingers delicate yet deadly. No one could have predicted that such refined hands could accomplish what they had just witnessed. After completing her task, she tucked the lethal instrument back into her sleeve, appearing entirely innocuous. Having already accepted Tsukimi Momoko's supernatural identity, Yorichi was the first to regain his composure. Rushing to his brother's side and tugging at his sleeve to explain, "Brother, the lady is not a peculiar person, she has done nothing to me." His tone was feeble, reminiscent of a dog caught in wrongdoing. Chapter 14. The Power of the Yokai. Tsukimi Momoko smiled brightly at Tsujikuni Yanqing. "Did you see that? If I intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I waste my time playing with you?" Yanqing, feeling the lingering numbness in his arm, had to concede that this white-haired oddity was indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing the skill of his own swordsmanship instructor. Feeling the tug on his sleeve, he turned to meet his brother's questioning gaze, which caused him to lower his hostility and skepticism towards Tsukimi Momoko just a fraction. He huffed dismissively, conceding her prowess. "Very well, you are impressive, but why does Yorichi refer to you as Miss Yokai?" Though his animosity had lessened, his wariness remained. Tsukimi Momoko shrugged. "As you can see, I am indeed a yokai. After all, ordinary people do not possess such strength and speed, do they?" "Humph. That is not necessarily the case. How do you intend to prove it?" Yanqing firmly positioned his brother behind him, continuing his interrogation of Tsukimi Momoko. "Prove it?" Tsukimi Momoko pondered for a moment, then extended her right hand from her sleeve. The two brothers, having already witnessed the danger of her lethal abilities, instinctively tensed, with Yanqing even assuming a combat stance. Under their watchful eyes, Tsukimi Momoko lightly grazed her thumb across the pad of her middle finger, and an instant later, a wound appeared. Before they could react, an abundant, thick crimson stream gushed forth from the tiny cut, an amount far exceeding what such a minor injury should yield. The brothers stood in shock, mouths agape, watching as the flowing blood twisted and elongated, ultimately solidifying into a form. Yanqing, who had been gripping the hilt of his sword, tightened his grip suddenly. For there it was, his katana, a flawless replica, not only translucent and dark red in hue, but also identical in shape to his own weapon. Yorichi was equally astonished by this astonishing spectacle. Although the process seemed somewhat eerie, the finished sword was difficult to look away from. It featured various sized facets across its blade, and despite being created from such a copious amount of blood, there was no trace of a metallic scent. The blood's owner showed no signs of discomfort. Tsukimi Momoko held the sword, giving it a gentle wave before examining it closely. "It is a fine blade, though regrettably, I do not possess your level of talent." No one can resist flattery. A sense of pride swelled within Tsujikuni Yanqing. Yet, the next moment, he suddenly realized what she had said. "Wait, you said we?" He slowly turned to gaze at his brother, who had always been by their mother's side, quiet and reserved. Words like weak, clingy, and in need of protection formed in his mind when he thought of Tsujikuni Yorichi. As if hearing a joke, he ruffled Yorichi's hair, then turned back to Tsukimi Momoko. "What do you mean? Yorichi is timid, has never strayed far from our mother, and has not undergone any training. How could he possibly possess talent like mine?" Before he could finish, his pupils dilated. She was not referring to strength, but rather to innate ability. For the first time, Tsujikuni Yanqing began to assess his brother seriously. Yorichi had never received sword training, which explained his lack of skill and tendency to appear weak. If Yorichi were to receive the same training, perhaps he too could excel. It was merely that his potential had yet to be uncovered. After all, they were twins. "You are twins. Surely you must share some similarities?" Tsukimi Momoko interjected, affirming what Yanqing had been contemplating. Upon hearing those words, Yorichi's spirit soared. "Really, brother? Do I also possess the talent for swordsmanship?" Meeting his brother's hopeful gaze, Yanqing stared for a few seconds before smiling and patting his shoulder. "Of course. We are twins. Your talent cannot be lacking. How about this? We'll train together tomorrow, and then we'll see." "Yes." With his brother's endorsement, a rare smile brightened Tsujikuni Yorichi's face. However, in an instant, the smile on his face froze. "But will father allow it?" Sensing his concern, Yanqing comforted him. "Do not worry. If you truly possess talent, father will no longer look down upon you as he once did, and he will permit you to continue your swordsmanship training." With his elder brother's resolute conviction, Yuan Yi felt a surge of confidence and nodded earnestly yes. Oh, how profoundly touching is the bond of brotherhood. Momoko Kutsumi theatrically raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, with a mischievous tilt of her head, she gazed at Yin Xinghua. What if Yuan Yi's talent surpasses yours? What will you do then? Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Xinghua replied proudly, as a swordsman, mere talent is insufficient. It must be accompanied by relentless practice over time. He jested. Even if Yuan Yi possesses exceptional talent, it will take him considerable time to catch up to me. Yuan Yi wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, brother is so formidable. I shall strive to keep pace with you. Momoko Kutsumi, reflecting on how tomorrow would overturn Yin Xinghua's perspective, shook her head in resignation. Very well, you make a valid point. After a moment's thought, she felt compelled to issue a caveat. However, you must remember, there are many things in this world that exceed your comprehension. I hope you will bear this in mind when the time comes. As for the riddles you speak of, our matters do not require your concern. Faced with her disjointed remarks, Yin Xinghua expressed his disapproval and pulled Yuan Yi away. All right, we should head back. Yuan Yi, reluctant to part ways, cherished the rare opportunity to engage with someone other than his brother. Yin Xinghua, observing his brother being so easily drawn away by an outsider, playfully ruffled his hair. Hurry back. You sneaked out while mother was resting, didn't you? What will we do if she finds out? He paused, glancing at Momoko Kutsumi. What is your name? I cannot keep referring to you as monster or something equally impolite. Such behavior would tarnish the dignity of the Kiku family. Momoko Kutsumi exaggeratedly covered her mouth with both hands, feigning shock. Oh my, to have the esteemed Kiku family acknowledge my name is truly overwhelming. You may call me Momoko. You. Her deliberately pretentious demeanor caused Yin Xinghua's face to flush with embarrassment once more. Let us go. It's not as if we can't come back to find Momoko later. With that, his face still flushed, he grabbed Yuan Yi and ran off. As they were being pulled away, Yuan Yi turned back to call out loudly. See you next time, Miss Momoko. Chapter 15. The Sourness That Brews. The following day, Yin Xinghua could hardly contain his excitement as he brought his brother to the training ground. Observing the brothers, who were nearly identical, Shin Tanaka, the instructor responsible for swordsmanship, found himself in a predicament. This young master Yinxing, he wondered whether the Lord would approve. As a trusted confidant of the Kiku family, Shin Tanaka was well aware of the Lord's disdain for his second son. Hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression remained neutral, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his dark red eyes. Yet he understood that this was an unavoidable circumstance, seeing the other's troubled demeanor. He did not wish to complicate matters further, thus forcing a smile. He said, It cannot be helped. Brother, I shall take my leave for now. No. How can we simply give up? Yin Xinghua was somewhat displeased with his brother's acquiescence. He turned to Shin Tanaka. Teacher, allow Yuan Yi to give it a try. Father will not find out, and who knows, if he truly possesses talent, father might just agree to let him pursue swordsmanship. Shin Tanaka hesitated. Secretly, he felt sympathy for the sensible child enduring such treatment, but the Lord's commands outweighed all else, and he could not defy them. However, as he assessed Yuan Yi, the child's timid demeanor suggested that he might struggle to even hold a sword, let alone wield it effectively. A brilliant idea struck him. Since young master Yinsheng had suggested it, he thought, very well, young master Yuan Yi, take the sword and swing it at me a few times. If you truly possess talent, I believe the Lord will not let it go unnoticed. Given that the child had never even held a sword before, he would surely make mistakes, providing him with a convenient excuse to decline this endeavor, thereby avoiding displeasing the Lord while still satisfying both young masters. What a splendid plan. Shin Tanaka finally relaxed his brow, reassured, and confidently addressed Yuan Yi. All right, young master Yuan Yi, you may begin. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a flash of red before his eyes. The speed displayed by Yuan Yi exceeded all his expectations. Initially, Shin Tanaka had only intended to go through the motions, but Yuan Yi's outstanding performance caught him completely off guard. Wah! Just as his surprised exclamation began, he felt sharp pain in several places. His wrists and ankles were struck with force, causing him to topple to the ground. He had not anticipated that it would be he who struggled to hold the sword. Clutching his pained wrist, Shin Tanaka trembled on the ground, his voice quivering. Young master Yuan Yi indeed possesses great talent. As he spoke, he felt his body growing accustomed to the pain and finally picked up a nearby wooden sword, using it for support to stand. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he respectfully said, I sincerely apologize, young masters, but today's swordsmanship lesson must be cancelled. Regarding young master Yuan Yi, I will consult the Lord about this matter. I shall take my leave now. Left behind, the two boys watched as he limped away. Yuan Yi was equally astonished by the strength he had just unleashed. His gaze grew solemn, his brow furrowed as he stared at the wooden sword in his hand. The sensation of striking someone left him feeling uneasy. In contrast, Yinsheng's reaction was altogether different. Just as he emerged from his astonishment, he rushed over, placing both hands on Yuan Yi's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. You were incredible. Yuan Yi, truly worthy of being my brother. Now father will surely agree to let you practice swordsmanship. Yuan Yi, caught up in his brother's enthusiasm, felt his own expression soften. Indeed, brother, this is truly wonderful. Yanxinghua halted his movements, hands on his hips, grinning widely. But the teacher was overly complacent. Clearly not prepared for you at all. Haha, this is the consequence of underestimating you. You are my brother, after all. How could we be vastly different? He naturally assumed that it was Yuan Yi's talent combined with Shin Tanaka's overconfidence that led to the outcome. As for the strength of the blow, it must be due to Shin Tanaka's prolonged absence from serious combat, rendering him overly sensitive to pain. Such was Yanxinghua's belief. Indeed, the next day, the two returned to the training ground, where Lord Kiku, their father, was already waiting for them. Yuan Yi followed closely behind Yanxinghua, feeling reluctant to face his father directly, his gaze drifting to the side, where he spotted an unfamiliar figure. Yanxinghua also noticed, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly approached the individual, Lord Shige Matsuda. What brings you to the training ground? Shige Matsuda was renowned as the most formidable swordsman under their father's command, and if he could receive his guidance, his progress would surely be rapid. Shige Matsuda politely inclined his body. Good day to you, young masters. From today onwards, I shall be responsible for instructing your swordsmanship. Yanxinghua nodded excitedly, but was also puzzled. But father previously stated that Teacher Tanaka was more suited to my current level. By the way, how is Teacher Tanaka? Matsuda Shigeru discreetly cast a glance at Inakuni Yujin's expression, responding to the second question with a faint smile. This morning, Tanishida discovered that the places where he was struck by young Master Enichi yesterday had swollen significantly, so he had to take to his bed. What? Enichi was able to wield such force with just his first strike? Inakuni Seishin's face was filled with disbelief. It seems to be the case, Matsuda Shigeru nodded. Acknowledging Enichi's extraordinary talent, he did not show favoritism. Of course, young Master Seishin's progress has also been quite rapid, which is why our Lord has entrusted me with the responsibility of guiding both young masters. Sensing that the situation was taking a turn, Inakuni Seishin's heart sank, and he suddenly harbored a suspicion that Matsuda Shigeru's arrival was solely due to Enichi. He turned to glance at his younger brother, who had remained silent in place since earlier. Then, he shifted his gaze to the serious-faced Inakuni Yujin, who was wholly focused on his younger brother in the distance, not sparing him a single glance. A pang of bitterness surged within Inakuni Seishin. Thus, he failed to notice the lingering discontent in Inakuni Yujin's gaze directed at Enichi. Was their father the reason for sending Lord Matsuda here because of Enichi? Just based on a few blows? What is that supposed to mean? Clearly, I can do the same. With this thought, Inakuni Seishin felt a lump in his throat. Yes, he could accomplish the same feats, but only after years of rigorous training, the result of countless days and nights of hard work. Yet, for his younger brother, Inakuni Enichi, this was merely the starting point. How could that be? The immense disparity left Inakuni Seishin's mind consumed by 3 words. Why should it be? Enichi didn't know anything before. He could only timidly rely on their mother. How could he suddenly surpass him? What did all his previous efforts amount to? Inakuni Seishin felt an urge to explode in anger. But having been raised as the heir since childhood, he never allowed himself such outbursts. Thus, the unresolved fury swelled within him, morphing into resentment and grievance. He raised his head, fixating on Inakuni Yujin, wanting to question him why his attitude had changed solely based on strength. As if both he and Enichi were merely measures of worth in their father's eyes. And what about Enichi? Inakuni Seishin turned to look at Enichi, who merely gazed back at him with gentle eyes, filled with the same dependent admiration as before. In the past, he had felt a sense of pride and responsibility from such a gaze. Now, however, it evoked a sense of mockery, not from others, but from the world itself. Realizing that his emotions were far from stable, he hastily concocted an excuse of feeling unwell and left in a hurry. As he passed by Enichi, he paused for a moment, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately walked away in silence. Chapter 16. Do not lose your original intention. As night fell, Inakuni Seishin finally regained his composure and made his way to the training ground to catch up on the practice he had missed during the day. He was indeed quite diligent. Suddenly, a voice behind him broke the silence, startling Inakuni Seishin and causing him to misdirect his strike. Losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, Kurumi Momoha leaped down from the rooftop, completely unaware of her role in his misfortune, and casually approached the young man, who was now glaring at her in annoyance. "Oh my, what fierce eyes you have," she remarked, her own expression playful, hands tucked into her pockets, displaying no hint of fear. Inakuni Seishin's anger simmered within him, prompting him to pause his training and flick his sword toward her as he asked, "What brings you here?" Kurumi Momoha effortlessly caught the blade, the moonlight glistening on her pure white hair as she waved the sword playfully. Surely someone has forgotten what I said? What she had said. Inokuni Seishin hesitated, rummaging through his memory. There are many things in this world beyond your comprehension. Recalling her words. Inokuni Seishin still failed to grasp their significance. What does that mean? How is it relevant to me? Kurumi Momoka smiled. Remember, I am a monster, right? So what? In essence, Inichi and I are similar beings. Now standing upright, Inokuni Seishin brushed off the dust from his clothes. Hearing her words made him abruptly lift his head. Are you saying Inichi is also a monster? No, that's impossible. He is my biological brother. Yet, recalling Inichi's astonishing performance, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Inokuni Seishin's anger began to crack. Kurumi Momoka giggled and lightly tapped his head, casually sheathing the sword back at his waist. Straightening up, she crossed her arms. What are you thinking? You two are indeed twins. Inokuni Seishin felt a wave of relief wash over him. But the next moment, Kurumi Momoka's words raised his anxiety once more. But he is not an ordinary person. You might not know, but when Inichi and I first met, he recognized that I was not human, while you merely marveled at my unusual appearance and were wary of my origins. After saying this, she muttered under her breath, isn't that the reaction of a normal person? Inokuni Seishin felt his thoughts spiral. He was astonished that Inichi had discovered Kurumi Momoka's identity before him. How could this be? What normal person would think others are monsters? And what is considered normal? Kurumi Momoka continued to drop bombshells. Have you heard of the concept of translucent world? This refers to a state where one can see through a person's bones, muscles, and blood as if laid bare before them, and everything around them appears to slow down. This technique requires rigorous training and immense willpower, along with a certain innate talent to unlock. Inichi possesses such abilities innately, and he can utilize them at all times. Tell me, with such a configuration, how could you possibly compete? Inokuni Seishin's eyes widened, his entire being frozen as his mind struggled to process the information. It was all too astonishing. Kurumi Momoka, amused by the stunned Inokuni Seishin, approached and gently patted his head. Come back to reality. Inokuni Seishin's expression dimmed. His spirit deflated. With such conditions, how can I compare to him? Being still young, Inokuni Seishin had yet to build formidable defenses around his heart, leading him to urgently voice his frustrations to Kurumi Momoka, the outsider. I have trained diligently to meet my father's expectations, striving to shoulder my responsibilities. Yet, Inichi can accomplish all of this effortlessly, even surpassing me. Why is that? All of this is what I have fought so hard to attain. What does my effort amount to? As he spoke, Inokuni Seishin lowered his head, his throat tightening, his voice trembling with the threat of tears. The tears of the two brothers bore the same stubbornness, swirling in their eyes, refusing to fall. Kurumi Momoka let out a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as he could vent his feelings, there remained a chance for guidance. She stepped forward, crouching down, gently cupping Inokuni Seishin's face and lifting it. Before him, the moonlight illuminated Kurumi Momoka's pale golden eyes, sparkling like stars within them. Her presence exuded a refreshing coolness, as if capable of soothing all woes. The soft, slightly husky tone of her voice flowed into his ears like silk. Your efforts have not been in vain. Your current achievements already surpass many. But relax. Do not constrain your goals so rigidly. Inokuni Seishin's eyes widened, yet he still struggled to comprehend. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Constraints? Rigid? What did she mean? Katsumi Momoka addressed the questions that lingered in his heart. The responsibility of inheriting the family should not become a shackle that binds you. Rather, it serves as the impetus for your advancement. However, it should be noted that this is not your sole motivation. Do you remember your thoughts the first time you wielded a sword? That was several years ago, Katsumi Masaki mused. As was customary, his father, always with a serious demeanor, entered his mother's room, and it seemed a quarrel erupted between them before he took him away. At that time, his father handed him a wooden sword and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall train you in the art of swordsmanship, for you must learn by my side as the future head of the Katsumi family." He felt a mixture of confusion and excitement. Confused, for at merely 3 years old, he had no comprehension of what it meant to be an heir. Excited, because he could spend more time with the father he seldom interacted with. He looked up, his voice still lisping, and asked, "Father, what can the head of the family do?" His father spoke at length, using terms he did not grasp, but one phrase resonated with him: to protect the family. At that moment, dragging a wooden sword nearly as tall as he was, he followed his father with joy, thinking, "So this is how I can protect mother and my younger brother. I will strive to do so." Lost in recollection, Katsumi Masaki murmured, "To protect the family?" Katsumi Momoka nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, that is your original intention. Reflect deeply. Is the power that comes with being the head of the Katsumi family truly what you desire? Of course not. I never sought strength for the sake of power. Katsumi Masaki retorted vehemently. Then that is sufficient. Your indifference to the struggles of becoming the head of the family is evident, is it not? Moreover, Yuichi has no desire to compete with you for anything. Do you recall our first meeting? You heard Yuichi express his wish to protect our mother and support our elder brother, and you feel the same, do you not? You wield your sword for the sake of your family. Do not forget this, and do not lose your way in the pursuit of swordsmanship. For the family. Wielding a sword. The image of his mother's gentle smile and Yuichi's delight upon receiving the wooden flute he crafted flashed through Katsumi Masaki's mind. He placed his hand over his heart, where warmth surged, a testament to how vital his family's smiles were to him. Sensing the time was ripe, Katsumi Momoha resolved to further dissuade the child from any dark thoughts. She withdrew her hand, maintaining her squat position, resting her chin on one hand while the other lay on her knee. Have you come to a realization? Yuichi, as your younger brother, deserves a better life and abilities, which should bring you joy. Moreover, she whispered, why must you compare yourself to Yuichi? He is not even human. This half-joking remark, accompanied by her furtive glances as if fearing eavesdroppers, elicited a chuckle from Katsumi Masaki. But there is still quite a gap between us. Oh, come now. Katsumi Momoha waved her hand dismissively. Do not fret. It is all relative. Though you cannot match Yuichi's monstrous talent, your own potential, she elongated her tone, theatrically scanning him from head to toe, is second only to Yuichi in my centuries of experience and encounters. Chapter 17, A Sibling Sparring. Is that true? Katsumi Masaki regarded her with skepticism. Katsumi Momoha replied without hesitation, of course. With your abilities, once your physique fully develops in a few years, you too shall unlock the transparent world. Katsumi Masaki remained doubtful. After all, that was years away. It felt too distant. What? You don't believe me? You have nothing to lose. I already know the conditions to unlock the transparent world. Then why not tell me now? Katsumi Momoha narrowed her eyes. You little rascal. Do you not understand the principle of gradual progression? With your current mindset, can you guarantee you won't overtrain in a desperate attempt to close the gap with Yuichi? This, Katsumi Masaki stammered. What she said was not without merit. Seeing that her guidance had nearly reached its conclusion, Katsumi Momoha decided to take her leave. Her voice as light as a feather. All right, it is getting late. Our young master should return to rest properly. Remember not to push yourself too hard. Burning the candle at both ends is unnecessary, and staying up late will stunt your growth. After saying this, she playfully scrutinized Katsumi Masaki from head to toe. As she saw him about to explode in irritation, she deftly flipped backward, landing gracefully on a wall several meters away, a smile gracing her lips as she waved goodbye. Then, with a leap, she vanished into the night. Katsumi Masaki stood there, flushed, and in a fit of frustration, stamped his foot before resigning himself to return and rest. The following day arrived. Katsumi Masaki still felt a hint of disbelief, so he arrived early at the training ground. Seated in the corridor as he observed Matsuda Shigeru instructing Katsumi Yuichi. Through this observation, he gained a clearer understanding of Yuichi's extraordinary agility and endurance. Even after a continuous training session until noon, Yuichi's breath was merely a touch labored. The more Katsumi Masaki watched, the heavier his heart became. He furrowed his brow. Initially, he had merely intended to observe the details of the so-called transparent world to deduce the conditions for unlocking it. Yet, he never anticipated that Yuichi's displayed abilities would far exceed his expectations. Now, however, his inner equilibrium had shifted, even as feelings of defeat began to rise. The memory of Katsumi Momoha's words, Yuichi is not even human, would suddenly surface in his mind. Thus, the frustration that had begun to swell was replaced by a suppressed chuckle. With this thought, Katsumi Masaki once again immersed himself in observation. From Yuichi's perspective, his elder brother appeared to be in a better mood than yesterday. Seemingly devoid of any lingering anger. What a relief. Katsumi Yuichi could vaguely sense that his brother's emotional shift had been rather abrupt, and after much contemplation, he concluded that the catalyst could only relate to him. However, his clumsiness in speech prevented him from quickly reacting to his brother's silent departure, which seemed intended to go unnoticed. At that moment, their father called out to him. The admonitions from their father went in one ear and out the other, and he felt a twinge of regret for coming to the training ground to test his talents. It wasn't he until he saw his brother present, appearing to have shed yesterday's displeasure, that he felt a slight relief. Although Matsuda Shigeru had been instructed by Katsumi Akira to thoroughly develop Katsumi Yuichi's abilities, he was equally committed to training Katsumi Masaki. The afternoon session was dedicated to Katsumi Masaki. As he and Matsuda Shigeru exchanged a few moves, he quickly realized that the techniques being taught were worlds apart from what he had learned previously. The focus of the instruction leaned towards practicality and the flexibility of skills. Matsuda Shigeru's exceptional techniques and extensive combat experience allowed him to tailor his responses according to the differing strengths of the two brothers. Like a seasoned elder, he maintained a level of prowess above them, guiding their development, a rare experience for the Katsumi brothers that spurred their continuous improvement. Furthermore, Matsuda Shigeru always wore a cheerful smile, his strikes unyielding, while he incessantly chatted during their exchanges to distract them. I hope both young masters can internalize these techniques as second nature, he remarked, gesturing animatedly. This refreshing approach to teaching, combined with the presence of a comparative peer, made Katsumi Masaki find the once monotonous training much more engaging. He frequently learned new insights from both Matsuda Shigeru and Katsumi Yuichi. The two brothers shared this experience. Half a month had elapsed, and finally, Shigeru Matsuda consented to allow the two brothers to engage in a sparring session. The reason was simple. Keiichi Inokuni had finally mastered the precise control of his strength, while Yenshin Inokuni had developed a swifter physique and enhanced adaptability. Matsuda aimed to maximize the potential of this encounter, granting both participants ample opportunity to immerse themselves and glean valuable insights. Consequently, he had spent the past fortnight diligently narrowing the gap between the two brothers. Yenshin Inokuni had long yearned for this moment of sparring, eager to experience firsthand the true extent of the disparity between himself and his brother. However, for Keiichi Inokuni, the anticipation was far less enthusiastic. He hesitated, casting a glance at the wooden sword in his hands before looking up at his visibly eager elder brother. His brow furrowed in concern. This pitiable expression elicited a resigned sigh from Yenshin. Come at me. This is merely a sparring session. Yet, Keiichi was reluctant to strike his brother, as he had never relished the sensation of striking another, let alone his beloved elder sibling. Yenshin, unaware of his brother's internal struggle, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword in frustration. You, mustering some resolve that matches your strength would be appreciated. How did such prowess end up in the hands of someone so indecisive as you? At this juncture, Matsuda stepped forward, both hands raised to ease the tension. All right. Gentlemen, this is merely a sparring match, and we're using wooden swords, so no significant harm will befall you. He proposed a solution. Let us establish a rule. The first one to land a strike on the other shall cease. Since this is merely the first spar, we need not delve too deeply. With this clear boundary set for halting, Keiichi, not wishing to dampen his brother's enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. Thus, the sparring commenced. At the signal, Yenshin launched the first attack. In an instant, the two wooden swords clashed. The immense force transmitted through the blades momentarily astonished even the mentally prepared Yenshin. Both combatants moved swiftly, yet it was evident that Yenshin struggled to breach Keiichi's defenses. Every strike he attempted was rendered transparent in the face of his brother's agility. Fortunately, Yenshin was not entirely defenseless against Keiichi's onslaught, but Keiichi's swift counterattacks frequently caught him off guard, leaving him scrambling. Ultimately, after more than 20 exchanges, Keiichi succeeded in landing a blow on Yenshin's thigh, thereby concluding the spar. Matsuda approached, applauding. What a splendid display. Now, allow me to analyze areas for improvement for both young masters. Chapter 18. A rare opportunity. Days passed, one after another. The brothers, one fearful of falling behind while the other strove diligently, resembled an unceasing machine, too occupied to slip away as they once did to visit Momiji Tsurugane. Tsurugane, on the other hand, relished the tranquility, finding the shade beneath the trees perfectly suited for slumber. Thus, during her waiting time, she either slept or dozed, exhibiting no inclination to venture out. Compared to the mundane passage of time, the fantastical realms of her dreams were far more to her liking. She often awoke with a sense of longing, only to gently close her eyes once more, savoring the delightful intricacies of her dreams time and again, until someone pulled her from her reverie. Miss Tsurugane, we have come to see you. Hey, Tsurugane, let us have a match. I want to show you how much I've grown. Tsurugane slowly propped herself up, shifting slightly to lean against the tree trunk, her drowsy gaze falling upon the two small figures before her. She was somewhat taken aback. In just 2 short months, the demeanor of both children had transformed. Humans change so quickly, she mused. Not immediately rising, Tsurugane yawned and stretched her long untouched limbs. Hasn't it been long? I just took a nap. What? Keiichi was greatly astonished. 2 months of sleep? Good heavens. The furrowed brow of his companion elicited amusement from Tsurugane. Have you forgotten? I'm a yukai. The duration of my slumber is inconsequential. Yenshin, beside him, sighed in exasperation. That is hardly something to boast about. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Yenshin drew his sword, adopting a battle-ready stance, unlike the last time he had rushed in recklessly. Come on, Tsurugane, let us spar. I want to show you my progress. Tsurugane stood, petals from the wisteria blossoms on her attire cascading to the ground. She appeared to find something amusing, shrugging her shoulders. What does that have to do with me? I don't wield a sword. If you want to spar, you should challenge Keiichi instead. With that, she turned her gaze toward Keiichi, attempting to signal him. Keiichi placed a hand on the hilt at his side, responding earnestly, "My brother and I have always sparred, but he says that to fully understand one's strength, one must seek different opponents. Therefore, I kindly ask you to engage with me as well." Ugh, what troublesome little imps. What could I possibly gain from sparring with you? Despite her words, Tsurugane, akin to their last encounter, began to manifest a crystalline sword, her light golden eyes flickering with crimson intensity. She swung the hilt with her right hand, familiarizing herself with the necessary force, gauging how much strength would avoid harming the two young sprouts. All right, let us begin. As soon as the words left her lips, Yenshing charged forward, initiating an attack aimed at Tsurugane's unguarded lower right side, employing a reverse grip that exerted far less force than a forehand strike. Clearly, Yenshing had accumulated considerable combat experience. However, even with a reverse grip, Tsurugane effortlessly parried the blow, nodding in appreciation. Quite impressive. It seems you've made significant progress over this period. Such a qualitative leap in just 2 months is rare for most. Regrettably, Tsurugane recognized that such extensive experience was insufficient against her sheer strength and agility. Thus, she remained stationary throughout the encounter, merely defending against his attacks. For her, this posed no difficulty. She did not shift her stance, and even had the leisure to stifle a yawn. Could you possibly take this seriously? Yenshing felt as though he were facing a mere wooden post instead of a living opponent. Tsurugane looked perplexed. Huh? I am being serious. Look, I've blocked everything. Attack. Where are your strikes? Tsurugane raised her left hand, gesturing with her finger. You're so small. What if I accidentally broke a bone? That wouldn't heal easily. You know, this wasn't mere bravado. Bloodkin indeed possessed such formidable strength, capable of shattering a boulder as effortlessly as crushing tofu. And even the sturdiest steel would require only a bit more effort. Yet, seeing Yenshing persist in his determination, Tsurugane sighed, finally deciding to exert a bit more force in her counterattack. Yenshing, the blades collided, sending a jolt through Yenshing's hand. However, unlike the initial shock, he was now prepared and experienced enough to adjust immediately. Tsurugane raised an eyebrow, relieved to see he could hold his ground, and thereafter, she unleashed her full strength in their ensuing clashes. Eventually, her sword even slipped from her grasp, moving freely according to her will, attacking from various unconventional angles. This is far more agile than what she holds in her hands, yet equally, it is a rare form of training. Thus, while the steadfast Kiku no Yasu resists the overwhelming force, he must also contend with sudden assaults. However, he shows no signs of fatigue or discouragement. Rather, he becomes increasingly exhilarated as the skirmish unfolds. Regrettably, it is not long before he is drenched in sweat, his stamina depleted first, and the blade in his hand is finally knocked away in yet another swing. He gasps for breath, collapsing onto the ground, seemingly satisfied with the exchange. All right, Enichi. It's your turn, he says, folding his legs and preparing to observe. Kurumi Momo stands with her arms crossed, her blood blade obediently hovering beside her. You're not going to let me rest at all, are you? How disappointing. Enichi Kiku no Yasu's step falters as he hesitates, glancing between Momo and his elder brother. Kiku no Yasu rolls his eyes, exasperated. Are you even human? Do you need a break? He then scrutinizes Momo from head to toe. She consistently dons the same blue-purple kimono, the upper portion darker, gradually lightening towards the hem. The collar and sash are pale yellow, adorned with patterns of peach blossoms and geometric shapes. How peculiar. Aren't you a wisteria flower demon? Why the peach blossom motifs? He muses. No wonder you prefer wearing a kimono. Someone too lazy to move wouldn't require particularly convenient attire. He gestures towards Enichi. Enichi, don't listen to her nonsense. She is still full of energy. Sighing, he adds, indeed, Enichi is the more adorable one. Come now, don't be shy, Enichi. My endurance far surpasses that of your brother. The seated Kiku no Yasu feels his temples throb with irritation at the teasing in her words, gritting his teeth. Enichi, since the demon lady has said so, you needn't hold back. Enichi Kiku no Yasu never doubted Momo's abilities, thus he truly exerted himself. After all, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his own strength. His onslaught was decidedly less gentle than his demeanor, and Momo perceived him as a massive boulder plummeting from a great height, stable yet forceful. Although not particularly difficult for her to handle, Enichi was merely 9 years old. He had yet to reach his peak in any regard. She couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief, pondering how terrifyingly powerful he would become as an adult. Truly, he was a paragon of combat prowess. Amidst the ferocious assault of the young prodigy, Momo found herself momentarily distracted. She cast a glance at Kiku no Yasu, who was attentively observing from the sidelines, before refocusing on her opponent, internally lamenting. Such terrifying talent is indeed doubled. Immersed in the battle, Enichi remained oblivious to his opponent's distraction, instead rapidly contemplating his strategy. Since Momo made no aggressive moves, merely controlling her bloodblade, Enichi could not analyze her actions through his perception of the world. This was a rare moment for him to rely solely on experience and reflexes, free from dependence on his unique insight. How wonderful, he thought. Thanks to Miss Momo, he had this invaluable opportunity for growth. Exhausted, Enichi sprawled out on the ground, staring up at the canopy of purple overhead, lost in thought. Your talents are truly astonishing, he mused. Momo flicked her wrist, dispersing the gathered blade, which immediately reverted to blood and was absorbed back into her. New Bloodline Growth Manual Part 3. Section 1. Both naturally born bloodlines and those transformed into bloodlines will acquire their innate abilities after a successful transformation. However, because fledgling bloodlines are yet to master their powers, they require a guide, otherwise, they may suffer backlash. The guide is typically the one who initially embraced them. Thus, solitary bloodlines generally refrain from easily embracing others, finding it a nuisance. Yet, there are exceptions among certain bloodlines. Chapter 19. The second encounter with Akina. In response to Momo's unreserved praise, the two youngsters felt elated, though their joy was swiftly extinguished by the ensuing conversation. Someone in your family is unwell, is that not so? Momo reclined against a tree, slowly uttering this statement. The brothers, who had been reflecting on their recent spar, froze, and then turned sharply, speaking in unison. How do you know? How did she know? It was simple. The lingering scent of that person clung to them, and Momo's nostrils flared as she detected the unmistakable bitterness. It is difficult to ignore, I fear. She shook her head, choosing not to vocalize the full implication, yet her words and demeanor spoke volumes. Kiku no Yasu was immediately flustered, seeking validation from Enichi. How could this be? Mother is merely a bit weak, is she not? But the response he received was the uncontrollable sorrow reflected in Enichi's eyes. This sorrow seemed infectious, rapidly climbing from Enichi's gaze into his own, consuming his thoughts entirely. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked out, "It can't be. Mother is still so young." Uncharacteristically, Enichi avoided his gaze, speaking slowly. In truth, Mother's condition has worsened significantly. One side of her body often suffers from pain and weakness, and she relies on me to move. Kiku no Yasu's mind buzzed in disbelief. What was this? Am I not her child? Why is Enichi the only one privy to this? Am I not older than him? Am I not more reliable? Kiku no Yasu, swaying unsteadily, leaned forward, gripping Enichi's sleeve tightly, his voice hoarse with suppressed emotion. Why didn't you tell me something so crucial? It was Mother's wish, Enichi replied, his lips pressed together. She did not want you to worry excessively. At a loss for words, Kiku no Yasu sputtered. You're infuriating. Why can't you think about what should be said and what shouldn't? Noticing Enichi's steadfast demeanor, he could only exasperatedly tug at his sleeve. Forget it. Let us go. We must find a doctor and return. After a prolonged silence, Momo unexpectedly interjected. It's too late. Kiku no Yasu froze, staring at her as if caught in a malfunctioning mechanism. What do you mean it's too late? Golden hues of twilight streamed through the layers of wisteria, illuminating her calm, untroubled eyes, rendering them even more brilliant. Yet, Kiku no Yasu felt an unbidden chill creeping up his spine from the unwavering brilliance of her gaze. How could someone be so indifferent to life and death? The bitterness in her scent indicated that her body had long since been depleted. No amount of restorative remedies could replenish her. After a brief pause, Momo continued. She likely has only a few days left. This brutal pronouncement shattered the tension, causing Kiku no Yasu to panic immediately, vehemently denying, I don't believe it. This isn't real. Yet Momo's eyes remained calm, leaving him feeling unmoored. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, there must still be a chance. Enichi, let us go? We'll return to tell father and have him summon a skilled physician for mother. You should be aware of Enichi's capabilities, Momo remarked, glancing at Enichi. Recalling the perception of the world, Kiku no Yasu abruptly turned to Enichi, casting a hopeful look. Right. Enichi, is there truly no way to help mother? The flicker of hope that had risen within him crumbled at Enichi's nod. Yet, the intense yearning for his mother compelled him to press forth with a question that bore the weight of despair. Momo, do you know of any solution? In the midst of a faint smile, Jiku Kiyoshi hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, You see, aren't the monsters quite formidable? So, can't you also? I indeed possess a method. Tsuru Momo's voice, as clear and refreshing as a spring, instantly calmed Jiku Kiyoshi's anxious demeanor. She could transform Akane into a member of the blood tribe. It was not an insurmountable task, merely a bit cumbersome. Tsuru Momo acknowledged that she had already classified the Jiku brothers as friends, and given the earnestness of their plea, she found no reason to refuse. Locking eyes with the imploring gaze of Jiku Kiyoshi, she appeared solemn, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. I can return with you. But there is one condition. I must converse privately with your mother to ascertain that this decision stems from her own will. After all, not everyone desires to become an immortal being. Absolutely. Mother will surely agree. Come, let us return at once. The three made their way back to the Jiku residence. However, Tsurumomo opted to evade the bustling crowd, as her sudden appearance in the Jiku household would be rather conspicuous. The brothers understood this and, in a cooperative manner, dismissed their attendants, allowing Tsurumomo to emerge from the shadows at Akane's doorway. Noticing the siblings inching closer, Tsurumomo turned and cautioned, "You two must remain vigilant. Absolutely refrain from eavesdropping, for I cannot guarantee success should you do so." With the presence of children, there was a risk that Akane might be swayed, potentially leading to unintended compromises. Therefore, it was imperative that the brothers were absent during Akane's moment of decision. Upon hearing the word failure, both brothers shuddered and promptly turned their backs, even moving a considerable distance away. Despite their anxiety, they remained clear about the gravity of the situation. Tsurumomo gently pushed the door open and walked directly to where Akane lay in repose. "We meet again," she remarked. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting her in shadow, rendering her features elusive, save for her striking red eyes, which captivated one's gaze. "Ah, it's you?" Akane leaned against the wall, her tone languid yet tinged with surprise. Tsurumomo offered a smile, her delicate fangs just barely visible. She drew closer, smoothing her garments as she settled opposite Akane, allowing her to refrain from tilting her head. Akane gazed at the radiant white hair glistening in the sunlight, recalling a question posed by Yuki long ago. "Are you a friend of Yuki?" Tsurumomo nodded graciously, "Indeed." "How wonderful." Akane slowly smiled. "I was concerned that, given that child's nature, it would be difficult for him to make friends. It seems I was mistaken." Cough, cough. Her unfinished sentence was interrupted by a fit of coughing. The familiarity of the scene caused Tsurumomo to feel a sense of disorientation, conjuring the image of another ailing figure leaning against a wall. "Thank you." Akane's sudden utterance snapped Tsurumomo back to the present. She tilted her head, inquiring, "Why do you say that?" She had yet to relay her intentions to Akane, so why the gratitude? It was only when Tsurumomo took her seat that Akane realized the peculiar nature of the girl before her. A flawless visage, skin as pale as snow, and translucent red eyes, all of which solidified Akane's convictions. She simply shook her head, not directly answering Tsurumomo's question, and instead offered a gentle smile. "I once thought I was dreaming, but now it appears that was not the case." The blood tribe murmured. The transformation by Tsurumomo is significantly easier than that of other high-ranking blood members. First, it requires Tsurumomo's recognition. As long as the individual is not someone she detests, they typically qualify. Secondly, the individual must genuinely yearn for this transformation, solely for their own desires, not for others. Only with such sincerity can one adequately prepare for the eternal solitude that awaits. Chapter 20. The Story of the First Transformation. Tsurumomo was not taken aback. The hypnosis from before had not been particularly profound, so it was not surprising that Akane recalled it. She had little desire to engage in idle chatter with Akane. Thus she promptly addressed the matter at hand. "You are nearing death, and I possess a means to ensure your survival." Any ordinary person would have eagerly lunged forward, grasping her desperately, begging for details, yet Akane was different. She merely leaned there, her expression briefly astonished, but otherwise unperturbed. With a composed demeanor, Akane inquired, "What is the price?" Then, with a rueful smile, she added, "I'm aware of my own condition. The cost must be considerable, am I right?" Tsurumomo pondered briefly. "Is it substantial?" "In truth, it becomes manageable with time." She replied candidly, "You will attain immortality." Akane gazed into those crimson eyes, perplexed. Is that truly a price? Tsurumomo averted her gaze, peering through the window, catching sight of two anxious figures lingering in the distance. She reclaimed her focus, raising her hand. Veined with a bluish tint, and with a gentle stroke of her thumb, a wound appeared in her palm. Before Akane could gasp in surprise, her palm restored to its pristine state. Tsurumomo stated coolly, "As you can see," her voice light and icy, akin to an ancient whisper. "This form of immortality is not easily extinguished. Even should you wish to end it all, it would not be a simple endeavor. While you may accompany your loved ones until the end, death shall not claim you, and you will endure the anguish of watching those dear to you fade away." For Tsurumomo, this existence had always been her companion, with Sever always by her side, rendering the poignant separations that others found heart-wrenching to be mere commonplace for her. At most, she would feel a fleeting sense of reluctance and sorrow, emotions swiftly diluted by the relentless flow of life. Yet, Tsurumomo's understanding of immortality stemmed from her initial transformation, influenced by external factors. As the saying goes, the first time is always special. She was no exception. At that time, Tsuru Momo had only recently become a member of the blood tribe. Sever had taken her to a quaint town in Europe, where her father had become the owner of the only tavern in the area. Tsuru Momo had just emerged from a period of high society's influence, making it difficult for her to integrate into the unrestrained atmosphere of this small town. During this time, a pair of twin sisters became employees at the tavern. They were merely 19, brimming with youthful vitality and exuding warmth. The two auburn-haired girls, adorned with braided hairstyles, were utterly charming. They entered Tsuru Momo's life with an irresistible force. Accustomed to the haughty and hypocritical nobility, she had never encountered such bright and cheerful individuals before. However, the experience was quite pleasant, and Tsuru Momo quickly grew close to them, exploring the world together. Gradually, her disposition adopted a more vivacious hue. Their bond was inseparable. Until one day, Tsuru Momo noticed a change in one of their scents. "Philo, is she not coming to work today?" she inquired of her twin sister, Fiddy, as she observed the bustling figure in the front room. Puzzled, Fiddy's expression stiffened, her smile no longer radiant as before, and she forced a smile, saying, "Oh, her?" She woke up with a fever after leaving the window open while sleeping the other night. Rather foolish, isn't it? Something about forgetting to close the window. The twins were truly inept at lying. Noticing Tsuru Momo's furrowed brow, Fiddy quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after resting at home for a few days, so do not worry." Tsuru Momo suggested visiting Philo, but Fiddy politely declined. Thus, Kurumi Momoyo found herself waiting, her thoughts drifting. "I hope Philo recovers soon. The bakery at the corner has released new products, and she is eager to enjoy them with Fiddy Philo." Yet, days passed, and Fiddy did not come to work either. Eventually, news arrived that both had resigned. Kurumi sensed something amiss and sought out their homes. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a weary Fiddy tending to the unconscious Philo. For over a month, this had been their routine. Philo's moments of consciousness were sporadic, and the doctor had proven powerless. As Fiddy spoke, her expression was one of desolation. If one were to liken them to flowers, Kurumi thought they resembled sunflowers, perpetually radiant under the sun. Alas, now those sunflowers had withered, their heads drooping towards the ground. She could discern the scent emanating from the bedridden Philo, thick and bitter, the unmistakable aroma of someone whose illness had reached a critical stage, typically heralding a short time left to live. Lowering her gaze, Kurumi felt a rare pang of frustration in her chest as she observed the anguish on Fiddy's face and the return of their parents. A few days later, during a full moon, Kurumi ventured out under the cover of night. She hypnotized Fiddy and their parents, lulling them into a deep slumber. Sensing Kurumi's presence, Philo fortuitously awakened. With care, Kurumi offered her a glass of water and took the initiative to speak. "Philo, do you wish to live?" Philo's eyes flickered, and in a feeble voice, she replied, "Yes, I do not want to die. I cannot bear to leave everyone behind. I want to live." "Very well." In the next moment, Philo met a pair of crimson eyes, and a sharp pain pierced her neck. Overwhelmed by the brief clarity, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After that night, Kurumi gained her first fledgling. Initially, Fiddy's family was overjoyed, and Philo appeared as cheerful as ever. She optimistically thought, being a vampire, free from illness and calamity, is wonderful. Aside from the inability to roam under the scorching sun and the necessity to consume human blood regularly, it is a splendid life. A month later, Severus relocated Kurumi once more. She advised Philo on several precautions, and together with Fiddy, the three shared one last meal of bread. When Kurumi and Philo reunited again, 80 years had slipped by. It was a gloomy day, a heavy gray shroud enveloping the world, pressing down as if to crush it. Instead of a warm embrace from a long-lost friend, Kurumi faced a distant gaze filled with resentment and accusatory words. "It is all your fault. How could you so easily bestow this curse upon me?" Philo clawed at her delicate face, the bloodied marks healing almost instantaneously. "For decades, I have been forced to conceal my face, hiding in the shadows, watching my family and friends from afar." Kurumi was taken aback, responding with the utmost conviction. "Fiddy and the others love you. They will surely accept you." Philo scoffed, "And then what? What good is their acceptance if the entire town cannot embrace a monster? If I am exposed, what kind of ostracism will my family and friends endure?" Kurumi's lips moved, but she struggled to articulate a response. Bound by their bond, Philo could not inflict harm upon Kurumi, yet the bitterness within her was potent enough to eclipse her instinct to obey. Her words were sharp as daggers. "You heartless creature. You cannot even fathom human emotions." Being scorned by a former friend was undoubtedly painful, yet Kurumi longed to explain but found no starting point. The sight of Philo's silent fury deepened her anguish. Philo laughed bitterly at her own misfortune. "See, a monster remains a monster, even once inseparable. My hysteria elicits no reaction from you. At this juncture, the tormented Philo could hardly articulate what she sought from Kurumi. She simply knew that whatever response she received, it would not bring her joy. She merely needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. A way to consolidate the years of turmoil into a singular entity called hatred to hurl at her. With an icy demeanor, Philo pointed accusingly at Kurumi. A monster is a monster. Even amidst humanity, there is no growth. One day, you will taste the suffering that stems from this ignorance and selfishness. I curse you to repay it 1,000-fold. With that, Philo departed without a trace of hesitation. Thunder rumbled, and rain poured down in torrents. Kurumi, having lived 18 years as a human, never truly regarded herself as one. Severus had consistently instilled in her the knowledge of vampires. From her earliest memories, she understood that she would live her life as one. Kurumi had never perceived herself as human. Chapter 21, Simply Timid. In summary, since that day, Kurumi resolved never to convert another into a vampire lightly, and if she did, it would only be when the other party expressed unwavering resolve. After listening to Kurumi's lengthy exposition on the costs involved, Shuanai's gaze softened with affection. She reached out, gently caressing Kurumi's pale face, and spoke softly. So, eternal life is not without its burdens. You have endured much. Shuanai's body had been ill for far too long, her limbs often cold. Yet, to Kurumi, it felt as soothing as the cool touch of wisteria petals that had once fallen upon her. Kurumi tilted her head affectionately, relishing the comforting temperature before gently taking Shuanai's hand. How about it? Do you need more time to consider? But not too long. After a pause, she withdrew her hand, delicately cradling it in her own, her tone tinged with regret. Human time passes too swiftly. The appointed deadline often slips by unnoticed. A laugh escaped Shuanai, amused by Kurumi's words. She retracted her hand, her gaze drifting towards two figures outside, her expression tinged with reluctance. After a moment, she turned back, a sigh escaping her lips. In that case, may I have a little more time to ponder? Kurumi was well aware of what influenced Shuanai's decision. You must think carefully. In this matter, I hope you can be a bit selfish. At the very least, do not let others bind you. Shuanai paused, grasping the meaning behind those words. I understand. Having conveyed her thoughts, Kurumi had little more to say. She raised her hand, causing the red gem on her hairpin to shimmer and tremble. In the next instant, one of the gems detached from the pin and floated before Shuanai. Curiously, she cupped it in her hands, feeling a chill settle within. What is this? When you have made your decision, shatter it. She adjusted her phrasing, considering Shuanai's current state. No, just tap it. I will understand. All right, Shuanai replied. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the crystalline gem. Then, I bid you farewell. With that, Kurumi rose to leave. Not far from the door, the two brothers, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over. How is it? Is there a solution? Miss Momoha. Faced with their anxious inquiries, Kurumi could only helplessly shrug. We will know the outcome in a few days. What? The brothers felt a wave of disappointment. Is there still time? What exactly did you discuss? We won't have a conclusion for several days. Matsuba Momoha playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, this is a significant matter. Of course, it requires thorough consideration. Furthermore, she gazed at the two of them and added, instead of indulging in such trivial thoughts, it would be far more meaningful to spend quality time with her. Without explicitly stating it, Matsuba Momoha sensed that Junai's choice would not align with what Yin Sheng and Yuan Yi had envisioned. With her reminder lingering in the air, Matsuba Momoha decided she had lingered long enough and, with a few agile leaps, departed from the Ikikuni residence. Fortunately, Junai did not keep her waiting for long. Just 3 days had passed when Matsuba Momoha felt the red gemstones dangling from her hairpin begin to tremble. Raising an eyebrow, she made her way to the Ikikuni estate. Upon her next encounter with Junai, Matsuba Momoha got straight to the point. What is your choice? Junai lowered her gaze to the gemstone in her hand, offering a self-deprecating smile as she confessed, in the end, I wish to be selfish just this once. Then, as if to reassure herself or fortify her resolve, she whispered, though my life is fleeting, I have 2 wonderful and charming sons, along with a husband who loves me. Her gaze softened as she added, that is more than enough. The gemstone in her hand sparkled brilliantly, shimmering under the light. If they were to learn of my condition, they would surely be filled with concern. Junai's voice was so faint it could be scattered by a whispering breeze. I have strived to conceal my ailment until recently, only to discover that I am, in truth, a coward. Junai turned her gaze towards Matsuba Momoha, admitting her fear of worrying her family and the burden her condition might impose upon them. How could such a timid person ever face the anguish of losing her loved ones? Her voice quaked with emotion, becoming increasingly choked, and her frailty rendered her words intermittent. Were it not for Matsuba Momoha's exceptional hearing, she might have struggled to comprehend Junai's plight. Junai continued, Thus, I have resolved to embrace my cowardice fully. Junai chose to forego immortality. Matsuba Momoyo regarded Junai steadily for a long moment, confirming that this was indeed her true intention before responding, very well. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Ikikuni Yinsheng caught sight of a fleeting figure atop the roof. Deliberately loosening his grip, his weapon was knocked away by Ikikuni Yuani. Stunned, Ikikuni Yuan-i was well aware that his elder brother had acted intentionally. Why? He pondered. Yinsheng immediately gestured to him, loudly addressing Murata Shigeo. It seems I am not in the best of spirits today. Perhaps we should call it a day? What do you think, Murata-sensei? Murata Shigeo, who had been observing the duel with crossed arms, felt a twinge of doubt upon seeing Yinsheng's distracted demeanor. After some contemplation, he decided that rather than allow them to be sidetracked, it would be better for them to rest. Thus, he turned a blind eye to Yinsheng's clumsy excuse and said, if that is the case, then you two young masters should take a break. After all, health comes first. With permission granted, Yinsheng eagerly urged Yuan-i to leave the training ground, veering towards a shadowy area. Momoyo, it truly is you. However, Ikikuni Yuan-i did not share his brother's enthusiasm. Standing behind Yinsheng, he subtly clenched his sleeve, betraying a hint of anxiety. Yet, he remained fixated on Matsuba Momoyo's expression, fearful of missing any vital information. Observing the stark contrast in their reactions, Matsuba Momoyo silently admired Yuan-yi's perceptiveness. I have spoken with Junai. She has declined my proposal, she stated. The smile that had once graced Yinsheng's face shattered in an instant, leaving him flustered and disoriented. He advanced to grasp Matsuba Momoyo's sleeve, attempting to drag her towards Junai's quarters while exclaiming, why did mother refuse? She must have been confused due to her illness. That must be it. However, he found himself unable to budge Matsuba Momoyo even slightly. She firmly held Yinsheng in place, her voice as clear and soothing as a spring, cutting through the chaos. This is a decision Junai has pondered deeply. She surely hopes for your understanding. In that moment, Yinsheng's movements froze, and the next instant, warmth enveloped his hand. It was Yuani, who gently liberated Matsuba Momoyo's sleeve from Yinsheng's grip, replacing it with his own. His soft gaze mirrored Junai's, and he spoke gently, brother. Mother must have summoned tremendous courage to arrive at this decision. We should support her, should we not? Yinsheng was touched by these words, his lips quivering as hot tears surged forth. But I cannot bear it. How can you expect me to let go? Yuan-i too shed silent tears, his voice thick with emotion, struggling to muster a smile that looked more pained than joyful. Thus, we must be there for mother, he insisted. The fears and anxieties that had long been suppressed finally erupted, and the brothers embraced one another, weeping for an extended period before gradually calming themselves. Meanwhile, Matsuba Momoyo had quietly slipped away. Yinsheng turned to Yuan-i, declaring, let us go and be with mother. Indeed. Chapter 22, The Ikikuni Invitation. When Matsuba Momoyo next encountered the Ikikuni brothers, it was already early autumn. The ground lay strewn with fallen leaves, their colors fading. Yet, the wisteria tree she cherished continued to flourish, continually blooming with tender blossoms. Beneath its boughs, the expressions of the Ikikuni brothers were far from cheerful. Observing the still slumbering figure of the white-haired spirit, Yinsheng was the first to rouse her, calling out, Momoyo. With just those two succinct words, the white-haired spirit's eyelashes fluttered, awakening from her dreams. Matsuba Momoyo often found herself in a state of lucid dreaming, where everything unfolded as she desired. However, the content of dreams was never within her control. Thus, she lingered on the remnants of that rare, beautiful dream, reluctant to part with it. The Ikikuni brothers watched in astonishment as she seemingly ignored them, turning over to close her eyes once more. Matsuba Momoyo furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of reluctance. How peculiar. This voice felt both unfamiliar and vaguely familiar. Surely, it could not belong to anyone she knew. Why disturb her slumber? How bothersome. Momoyo, wake up. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the Ikikuni brothers crouched beside Matsuba Momoyo, attempting to shake her awake. Fortunately, their efforts proved effective. Matsuba Momoyo finally regained her awareness. Propping herself up to gaze at the distant scenery, murmuring, is it already autumn? She then redirected her attention to the two brothers. It was evident that both had undergone subtle transformations, as if cloaked in an exterior shell that concealed their emotional fluctuations. Moreover, their heights, Matsuba Momoyo's eyes widened in surprise. In just 3 to 4 months from early summer to autumn, how had these two boys grown so much? Had they been on hormones? Seeing Matsuba Momoyo awake, the Ikikuni brothers settled cross-legged beside her. Yinsheng, skeptical, crossed his arms and surveyed the petals scattered around them. Noting the distinct thickness of the area where Matsuba Momoyo had been sleeping, he inquired, Momoyo, you haven't been asleep since the last time we left, have you? Matsuba Momoyo reflected on her mental journey at that time. Since there was nothing else to do, she figured sleeping would be preferable. Dreaming was simply too delightful. Thus, she nodded yes. This bewildering response caused Yansheng to rub his forehead in exasperation. 3 years have passed. 3 years. How strange. Did you two not come to find me during that time? To her surprise, Matsuba Momoyo's focus was on this detail, leaving even Yuani perplexed. Yet he kindly answered her inquiry. Well, a month after that day, mother. She passed away. Even after 3 years. The mention of this event remained heavy in their hearts. After that, father fell into despondency, even resorting to alcohol to drown his sorrows. The Ikikuni household was left under the elder brother's care. In Jikuin's eyes, there lingered a hint of apology. I am truly sorry, Miss Momoyo. Our household has been exceedingly busy during that period. It is only now that we find a moment to breathe and thought to come and visit you. At this moment, Jikuin Yinsheng let out a cold snort. I originally assumed that a certain yukai would find solitude rather dull, yet unexpectedly. My brother and I have been so busy that we scarcely had a moment to spare, while you, on the other hand, have managed to indulge in a long, comfortable slumber. Speaking of sleep, Jikuin Yinsheng placed his hands on his hips, scrutinizing Tsutsumi Momoyo. Honestly, you must be a yukai of slumber, am I correct? Perhaps akin to a dream-eating tapir, for how else could you sleep for such an extended period? He tilted his head towards Jikuin Yuani. Isn't that so? Were it not for our visit today, who knows how much longer this fellow would have continued to sleep? Jikuin Yuani nodded slightly, expressing concern. Miss Momoyo, are you truly all right sleeping like this? Although this wisteria tree is remarkably resilient, it does not provide shelter from the elements. Sleeping outdoors for such a prolonged time cannot be wise. Tsutsumi Momoyo's previously rigid thoughts finally began to stir, and she responded nonchalantly. Of course, it's no problem. Except for feeling a bit hungry. It has been a while since I last ate. After uttering this, the trio fell silent once more. Tsutsumi Momoyo did not feel awkward, as her gaze drifted into the distance, contemplating where to procure her evening meal. Unbeknownst to her, the Jikuin brothers exchanged glances, silently communicating before reaching a consensus with a nod. Jikuin Yinsheng was the first to break the silence, clearing his throat and shifting his gaze to the ground by Tsutsumi Momoyo's feet, not daring to meet her eyes directly. Hey Momoyo, to be honest, would you? He paused momentarily before articulating the words he had long since organized. Would you care to come to the Jikuin household? The tone of Jikuin Yinsheng's last phrase sank, making it difficult to discern whether it was a question. Why? Tsutsumi Momoyo replied, her expression one of confusion. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Jikuin Yinsheng quickly added. Recently, the outside world has been rather perilous, with individuals disappearing at night, and the guards have been unable to locate them. Such a thing has occurred? But what does that have to do with me visiting your home? Tsutsumi Momoyo queried, perplexed. Beside her, Jikuin Yuani began to explain. Actually, we suspect that this matter is not the doing of ordinary humans. It may involve yukai mischief. Tsutsumi Momoyo nodded in understanding, but then, as if struck by a thought, slowly raised her hand to point at herself, her expression blank. This gesture left the Jikuin brothers momentarily stunned, exchanging looks before Jikuin Yinsheng, equally bewildered, exclaimed, What? Tsutsumi Momoyo tilted her head, her confusion deepening. Now, Jikuin Yuani finally grasped her meaning and hastily pressed her hand back down. Miss Momoyo, we would never suspect you. Jikuin Yinsheng widened his eyes and shouted. What are you thinking? After all this time, do you think I do not know you? You are questioning my judgment. The two youths, seemingly in a transitional phase, managed to maintain composure in ordinary conversation, but their raised voices revealed a certain awkwardness beneath. Tsutsumi Momoyo quickly raised her hand to signal for silence, then rubbed her ears, contorting her features. Why are you getting so worked up? I haven't said anything yet. You. Stung by Tsutsumi Momoyo's gestures of distrust and disdain, Jikuin Yinsheng pointed at her, flustered and at a loss for words. All right, we are all adults here. Can't you control your temper? Tsutsumi Momoyo intended to soothe him, but to her surprise, Jikuin Yinsheng's eyes flared wide, ready to shout again. You. His voice abruptly cut off. Tsutsumi Momoyo swiftly covered his mouth, hastily redirecting the conversation. Yuani, what were you going to say? The disappearance case, right? And then what? She spoke while casting a meaningful glance at Jikuin Yuani. Receiving the signal, Jikuin Yuani glanced at his brother, now as stiff as a puppet, and shook his head in amusement, clarifying his stance. I would never consider this to be Miss Momoyo's doing. He regained his usual impassive expression and stated, what we hope for is to gain Miss Momoyo's assistance. Jikuin Yinsheng finally came back to his senses, exclaiming, indeed. Since you are merely sleeping here alone, why not accompany us back and help us uncover the identity of the culprit? Jikuin Yuani chimed in. Yes, Miss Momoyo, come back with us. With our presence, you need not spend your days solely sleeping. Upon concluding their appeal, both brothers regarded Tsutsumi Momoyo with expressions that blended anticipation and hope. They had expected her to refuse, or at least deliberate, yet to their astonishment, she readily nodded in agreement. Since you both have said so, then let us go. Surely a soft bed and a comfortable home are preferable to sleeping in the wild. Chapter 23. The Ghost Appears. In the brief span of 2 years, with the assistance of Jikuin Yuani and Matsuda Shigeru, Jikuin Yinsheng had managed to organize the Jikuin household with remarkable efficiency. In truth, the territory governed by the Jikuin family was not extensive, merely the size of a small town. However, due to occasional uprisings from wandering refugees, they would dispatch a guard force to suppress any disturbances. Concurrently, the Jikuin household boasted several elite swordsman teams to defend against any ambitions of neighboring factions intent on annexing their land. Fortunately, during this period, the other factions remained quite subdued, alleviating some of the burdens of management for Jikuin Yinsheng. All things considered, being the head of a household is indeed no easy task, Tsutsumi Momoyo remarked after listening to their explanations. Seated in his esteemed position, Jikuin Yinsheng managed a wry smile. What can be done? One cannot simply allow the Jikuin household to fall into decline. Tsutsumi Momoyo took a sip of her drink, offering words of encouragement. To manage it so well only illustrates your innate talent for it, does it not? With that, she teasingly glanced at Jikuin Yuani. If Yuani were to manage it, he would certainly need to hire an expert capable of deciphering his subtle expressions. PFF. Jikuin Yinsheng envisioned the scenario and could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. You are absolutely right. Unfazed by the jest, Jikuin Yuani nodded in agreement. Miss Momoyo speaks the truth. My brother's managerial skills are truly exceptional, while I fall quite short. Having grown accustomed to Yuani's demeanor, Jikuin Yinsheng merely shook his head in resignation, sipping his drink with a soft laugh. In contrast, Tsutsumi Momoyo found herself laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Yuani still has that wooden expression. Though both brothers feigned nonchalance, in reality, they had not changed one bit. This realization brought Tsutsumi Momoyo joy, as it made her feel as though time passed more slowly. Host, it appears you have successfully reconciled the discord between the Jikuin brothers. At this moment, the long silent system suddenly activated. It was taken aback by the calm relationship exhibited by the Jikuin brothers. Previously, it had struggled to comprehend the host's penchant for slumber. But now it was enlightened. Indeed, the host it had chosen was remarkable. Tsutsumi Momoyo lowered her eyelashes, silently swirling the wine in her glass. She inquired, speaking of which, since their relationship has improved, does this mean the task line has been completed? Beep. Task line progress check. Current status, in progress. The system, evidently caught off guard, began to chuckle. Report, host. It may be too early to determine. After all, human emotions are quite volatile, and changes can occur right up until the final moment, hence the inability to declare it complete. Tsutsumi Momoyo was dissatisfied with the system's vague response. Perhaps? Do you not even understand how to evaluate your own task settings? The nascent system was rendered speechless. Indeed, it has just left the factory, and its settings are far from complete. However, it dared not obfuscate its words any longer and stated plainly, upon reaching the B node of the original plot. If the B event has not occurred, the task will be deemed successful. In an effort to placate Tsurumi Momoka, the system hastily presented a temptation. Upon completion of the task, the host's abilities will be enhanced. Tsurumi Momoka's interest was piqued. Enhanced? Such a delightful prospect? Considering that the host's abilities may not sufficiently support task completion in this world, and to bolster the host's motivation, each completed task will allow for the upgrading of existing abilities or the development of new ones. The specifics will depend on the circumstances. Despite the system's enticing promises, Tsurumi Momoka displayed little enthusiasm. After all, the reins of power still lay firmly in her hands. Indeed, upon witnessing her silence, the novice system grew anxious and quickly reassured her. Rest assured, host. I shall promptly request from my superiors to ensure that your enhancements will be genuinely beneficial. Having received what she desired, Tsurumi Momoka replied, Very well, thank you for your efforts. Off you go. Understood, host. Farewell. Subsequently, Tsurumi Momoka's mind was finally at peace. Yet, just as one wave subsided, another arose. Observing the guards rushing in with urgency, Tsurumi Momoka sighed inwardly. It seemed she would not enjoy a comfortable bed tonight after all. The guards, their expressions grave, exclaimed, Master, the patrol team has signaled. That creature has emerged again. It was just in the Western District. The brothers Iki and Yashiro exchanged glances, with Iki Yashiro taking the lead in issuing orders. Have the patrol team continue their search. Notify the personal guard to split up and follow the clues, and do your utmost to keep it alive. Yes. With that, the guards swiftly exited. The room returned to quietude. Yet Iki Yashiro's heart was anything but tranquil. He turned to Iki Yurin. Having allowed that creature to evade us for several days, we must capture it today. Iki Yurin immediately rose, stroking the hilt of his sword, and nodded affirmatively. I understand, brother. Donning the breastplate handed to him by the attendant, Iki Yashiro beckoned Tsurumi Momoka. Come, Momoka, it seems your first day here demands your involvement. Tsurumi Momoka set down her cup and rose gracefully, complaining, Oh dear. Is this how the Iki family treats their guests? Enough, enough. Iki Yashiro had indeed not anticipated that he would have to dispatch her to work before properly accommodating her, and thus felt a twinge of embarrassment. He strode ahead, resignedly stating, Our hospitality has been lacking. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you are duly compensated. The creature in question was indeed as the Iki brothers had described. It moved with extraordinary speed and possessed an exceptionally keen sense. This was why it consistently eluded them right under their noses. Yet, it was also remarkably arrogant, always taunting them and vanishing swiftly, leaving only bloodied garments or dismembered limbs in its wake. Its methods were cruel, inciting great ire. This time was no exception. The creature had chosen a particularly robust man as its meal for the evening. This man, a woodcutter, possessed considerable strength, yet it was insufficient against the creature. The beast hoisted the man, who towered over it, through the darkened streets, deliberately drawing the attention of the patrol team. It chuckled to itself, contemplating how best to provoke this group of hapless pursuers. Such an endeavor was undeniably time-consuming and laborious. Had the creature not been consumed by its own arrogance and disdain for the personal guard, it would not have patiently engaged in this game of cat and mouse. It crouched low, assessing the unconscious woodcutter sprawled upon the ground, its sharp claws poised. This meal was a rare find, and it intended to savor every morsel, segmenting it for a delightful feast. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, causing the creature's ears to perk up. Today's pace is rather brisk. It mused. Alas, it had been detected too soon. Dinner would have to be taken away. Oh, how about leaving behind a single finger for them? The creature's delight at its own whimsical notion caused its lips to stretch into a devilish grin, only for the next moment to witness its vision uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground, rolling several times. Upon regaining awareness and spotting its headless body, it let out a shrill scream. Who dares to interrupt my dinner time? Chapter 24. You are my only remnant in this world. Even with its head severed, it can still speak. The newcomer, intrigued, exclaimed, lifting a foot and, with a kick reminiscent of a soccer game, sent the head flying against the wall, leaving a dent in its wake. Without the support of its body, the creature could not turn its head to see who had attacked it. It could only scream in anger. Who are you? How dare you launch a sneak attack? Observing that the head had only sustained superficial injuries, Tsurumi Momoka was further intrigued. She flicked her blade, casting off the clotted blood, and, undeterred, approached the severed head, squatting down to prod it with her knife, while gently stroking its chin. Pray tell, what manner of creature are you, that you do not perish from this? A gust of wind surged from behind, prompting Tsurumi Momoka to deftly evade, reappearing several paces away, while the creature's body crashed into the spot she had just vacated, sending fragments of stone flying. The creature, now fully assembled, demanded, Who are you, a swordsman, to insult me with such a cowardly ambush? As it spoke, the creature swiftly reattached its head, and in an instant, the smooth wound had healed completely. Its chest heaved with rage, and its eyes, a bizarre swirl of blue and yellow, glared at the perpetrator. Tsurumi Momoka wrinkled her brow in disdain. This creature's regenerative abilities were reminiscent of their bloodkin. Could it truly be a demon? Its appearance was certainly beyond comprehension. She had initially overlooked it, but now realized that its hair had a life of its own, once flat against its scalp, but now standing on end, swaying in the air like tentacles. Where did this octopus come from? The creature's tendril-like hair writhed in tandem with its anger, and its bare, dark torso sprouted sharp spikes. Are you a helper summoned by those two little imps? Little imps? It appeared that the creature was aware of who had been pursuing it. Tsurumi Momoka's curiosity intensified. Did this demon possess intelligence akin to that of humans? This stood in stark contrast to the bloodkin, whose most base instincts could completely overwhelm them, rendering them mindless monstrosities devoid of reason. Observing the creature before her, it was evident that it retained much of its rationality. Tsurumi Momoka silently compared the two. The creature nonchalantly rolled its neck, disdainfully declaring, Those two useless little imps and their equally inept subordinates have been led around in circles by me. With all that racket, do they truly expect to capture me? Dream on. Tsurumi Momoka lifted her chin. And what of me? The creature immediately recalled the pain in its neck, instinctively raising a hand to clutch it, before shifting to a brazen taunt. Useless. No matter how formidable you are, even if you sever my head 1,000 times, I can regenerate instantly. The opponent, exasperated, replied, "Is that so? That sounds rather troublesome." Before the creature could finish its triumphant laugh, it observed a flash of white, too swift for it to grasp, as it was cleaved in two at the waist. Its defenses utterly bypassed. Yet he remained unfazed, leisurely shifting his body back, as if the pain only heightened his exhilaration. A grin nearly stretching to the back of his head. "I must concede, you are indeed a formidable swordsman. However, how long can you sustain this?" His avaricious gaze slithered over Kurumi Momoha. "Once your stamina wanes, I shall savor the pleasure of tormenting you slowly. You are undoubtedly more delectable than that mere woodcutter." He. In response to the taunts of Shankawa-ro, Kurumi Momoha raised her hand and returned a smile. "It seems you have misinterpreted the situation." In an instant, the blade in her hand was flung forth, transforming midair into countless barbed spikes that lunged toward Shankawa-ro. Observing him, caught off guard and pinned against the wall. His expression one of sheer bewilderment, Kurumi Momoha's smile widened further. "When did I ever claim to be a swordsman?" "Miss Momoha." The two Kunekuni brothers finally arrived. "Leave one alive," Kunekuni Yazan instructed. Kurumi Momoha replied leisurely, "Understood, esteemed head of the family." Shankawa-ro, who had been lost in astonishment, was jolted back to reality by their voices. He could hardly move his head, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "You actually possess blood demon arts. What kind of demon are you?" "Why?" He had not sensed the presence of a kindred spirit at all. Was the other concealing themselves too effectively? Had she consumed more humans than he had? Kurumi Momoha strolled closer, scrutinizing this demon, seemingly oblivious to his words. The Kunekuni brothers also gripped their swords tightly. Observing from a distance, before them stood a demon resembling an octopus brought to life. The moonlight illuminated its ghastly form. Dozens of dark red tentacles writhed like a dying anemone, each suction cup opening and closing, enshrouded in a putrid, viscous slime. Regrettably, these seemingly poised appendages were rendered immobile, meticulously pinned by the spikes, twitching only sporadically. Shankawa-ro, realizing the gravity of the situation, finally comprehended his plight. He let out a dry, incredulous laugh. "Hey, you're not actually helping humans, are you?" Kurumi Momoha regarded him with a cheerful smile. "Sometimes, silence speaks volumes." "Is it truly so? As a demon, what foolishness are you engaging in? If the master finds out, you will not be spared." Shankawa-ro shrieked in disbelief. The slaughter among demons was not expressly forbidden. After all, it was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Shankawa-ro was well aware of this. But what he could not fathom was how a demon dared to assist a human. "Master?" Kurumi Momoha pondered for a moment. You must refer to the leader of the demons." Distant memories surfaced, fleeting glimpses of the wretched little demon she often called Brad in her heart. She realized who Shankawa-ro was alluding to. Kurumi Momoha pressed her lips together, the memories resurfacing unexpectedly. A light chuckle escaped her. One could not deny that Tsukihiko held a significant place in her long existence, but that time belonged solely to Tsukihiko. She could not ascertain what kind of person Kibutsuji Muzan was now. They were strangers, having never seen each other's faces nor caught a whiff of one another's essence. And he knew nothing of Kurumi Momoha. This was sufficient. They were strangers. What she longed for was the memory of Tsunemori Tsukihiko, a sharp-tongued little demon, a difficult-to-please young master. A frail soul yearning for a healthy body. Alas, this individual, along with his name, had been forsaken, centuries past, and those who remembered Tsukihiko had long turned to dust. Thus, she remained the sole custodian of his existence in this world. What was that saying? "You are my only relic in this world." Though it may not sound particularly pleasant, Kurumi Momoha found no offense in it. On the contrary, she would carry this memory with her for eternity. The memories of the immortal were unlike the limited recollections of humans. In the boundless life of the blood kin, they would vividly remember every occurrence. As if it were the fireworks of yesterday, clear and vibrant. These memories would occasionally manifest in dreams, reliving past events or embarking on new journeys together. Dreams are a wondrous thing. At least, Kurumi Momoha believed so. Thus, Tsukihiko would eternally dwell within her recollections. And one day, perhaps stirred by the scenery or reminiscent of an old acquaintance, she would be reminded of the fleeting presence of that individual who once lingered by her side. She would recount the stories of the brat to others, ensuring that someone else would know of the youth trapped within the confines of a grand estate. Their unpredictable temperament, contradictory actions, yearning for familial bonds, and stubborn pursuits. The vibrant memories of yesteryears would leap into her mind, and when conveyed to others, the world would gain another who knew of Tsukihiko's existence. Thus, his tale would never draw to a close. As for the bloodkin's whispers, for Kurumi Momoha, despite Tsunemori Tsukihiko being a hot-tempered lad, they had indeed shared a uniquely remarkable time together. Whenever she found herself embroiled in matters concerning demons, she would often muse. How splendid it would be if Tsukihiko could be transformed into a bloodkin. At least then, these convoluted tales would cease. Chapter 25, Reduced to Ashes. Kurumi Momoyo's silence, steeped in her own emotions, led Shankawa-ro to believe she was weighing his words. This ignited a flicker of hope within him. Hey, it's not too late to back off. Let me go, and if you kill those two brats, no one will know of your deeds. These words pulled Kurumi Momoyo from her reverie. No one knows. She let out a light laugh. Had it not been for this demon's remark, she might have forgotten that Kibutsuji Muzan could access the memories and thoughts of demons at will. Kurumi Momoyo slowly tilted her head, her earrings swaying as she flashed a friendly smile. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. Shankawa-ro was taken aback by her mischievous expression. And just as he was about to speak in a panic, his consciousness abruptly dulled, the surrounding sounds becoming distant and close. Only one voice resonated, accompanied by those suddenly blood-red, crystalline eyes, imprinting itself irrevocably in his mind. What is your name? The voice bore an enchanting quality, soothing as if to lull him into slumber, hoarse yet alluring. Shankawa-ro's bulging eyes began to glaze over, his tentacles drooping listlessly. He opened his mouth, a gurgling sound escaping his throat reminiscent of drowning, before he stiffly uttered a few words. Shankawa-ro. Kunekuni Yorichi had already laid the unconscious giant aside and, having assessed the situation, redirected his attention to Shankawa-ro and Kurumi Momoyo. Strange. The transparent world indicated that this monster seemed to have lost the will to resist. What could have caused this? Setting aside his questions, he hastily turned to Kurumi Momoyo. Miss Momoyo, that individual does not appear to be in a normal unconscious state. It seems this monster has poisoned him. Kurumi Momoyo raised an eyebrow, the crimson glow in her eyes intensifying, her voice a whisper. As if only she and Shankawa-ro could hear. What poison did you administer to him? It is my venom. Otherwise, he would not have remained unconscious for so long. Kurumi Momoyo glanced at the viscous liquid dripping from his tentacles. How can it be resolved? He will awaken after a day. He has a penchant for fresh meat. Thus I did not kill him outright. Upon hearing this, Kunekuni Yorichi let out a sigh of relief. He stood, approaching Kurumi Momoyo, and asking, Miss Momoyo, chill. Kurumi Momoyo's gaze remained fixed on Shankawa-ro's eyes, unyielding. Do not disturb me just yet. Kunekuni Yorichi and Kunekuni Yazan exchanged glances, both puzzled. Yet they complied and fell silent. Kurumi Momoyo began to delve deeper into her hypnosis of Shankawa-ro. Now was not the time for Kibutsuji Muzan to discover their presence here. She pondered deeply, subtly altering Sanheluo's memories. During your foraging, you engaged in a fierce battle with a swordsman, inadvertently falling into a trap, which led to you being pinned against the wall by thorns, immobilized until dawn. Tsurumi Momoka hesitated for a moment. She was uncertain of the efficacy of her hypnotic influence on a demon. The gaze and sound had already met all the necessary conditions for maximum intensity. If this did not succeed, she would truly be at a loss. Thus, she continued, repeat after me. In a dazed state, Sanheluo mumbled the words, clearly having accepted Tsurumi Momoka's alteration of his memories. With her objective accomplished, the crimson hue in Tsurumi Momoka's eyes faded, returning to a soft golden color. She lightly tapped her toes and leaped atop the wall where Sanheluo was suspended. Retreating from his line of sight, Sanheluo remained in a stupor for a moment, his vision filled only with the two little demons incessantly clamoring to capture him. Finally regaining lucidity, Sanheluo, his mouth filled with sharp teeth, began to curse. Despicable. To use a trap. He summoned all his strength but failed to escape, scoffing instead. His entire demeanor shifting to one of mockery. However, it is futile. You cannot kill me. Once these thorns are removed, I shall immediately annihilate you. Ha ha ha. Jigui Yinsheng, realizing he was indeed unable to break free, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He crossed his arms, offering a disdainful sneer. Glancing at the rosy light on the horizon. Is that so? You will inevitably exhaust your strength. Even if it takes until dawn, we can wait. Upon hearing the mention of dawn, Sanheluo abruptly shifted his gaze, and indeed, he beheld the sky brightening. Panic surged within him. No, it cannot dawn. Cold sweat beaded on Sanheluo's forehead as he began to thrash about hysterically, but to no avail. He attempted to negotiate with them. Release me, and I shall lead you to the previously missing persons. I promise I will never emerge again. Ridiculous. As soon as they loosen the thorns, he would increase the dosage and reduce these detestable creatures to a puddle. The thought was too enticing, and Sanheluo couldn't help but smirk, his grotesque face twisting further. He continued to feign remorse. The individuals before were bound in a cave. Only I know its location. If you release me, I will guide you there. The Jigua brothers hesitated for a moment. Jigua Yinsheng furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, You merely bound them in a cave? For what purpose? And after so many days, are they still alive? The lie was questioned, forcing Sanheluo to concoct an even clumsier story. I merely needed them to prepare food for me. I have an enormous appetite, which is why I captured so many to cook for me. Jigwe Yuani clearly did not believe him, stating, according to our investigation, several children are among the missing. Do you intend for children to cook? Sanheluo was utterly at a loss for words. The sunlight had already penetrated the clouds and was inching closer. No. The sunlight was nearly upon his feet, and Sanheluo felt an extraordinary searing heat. Seeing that they had no intention of releasing him, Sanheluo abandoned all pretense and began to laugh maniacally. Ha! You can no longer save them. Those individuals have been devoured by me, their wails and pleas swallowed whole. Not a morsel wasted. Ha! You scoundrel! Jigwe Yinsheng clenched his fist, glaring furiously at the monster before him. Jigwe Yuani's expression also turned icy. Before either could act, sunlight enveloped Sanheluo's body. He immediately ignited like paper thrown into a fire, consumed entirely within mere breaths, leaving no ashes behind. All that remained on the wall were the glistening crimson thorns, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Such a resilient creature met its end so easily, burned to ashes by the sun. The stark contrast left the Jigwa brothers momentarily speechless. Conversely, Tsurumi Momoka waved her hand, and the thorns condensed into a drop of blood, returning through the wound back into her body. She turned and clapped her hands to rouse the brothers from their stupor. Let us return and discuss this further. The Blood Clan murmured. One of Tsurumi Momoka's innate abilities is blood manipulation, allowing her to harden her own blood into various forms. Though the extent of this capability depends on her understanding of the object. For instance, she can create a gun. But due to her lack of knowledge regarding its components and assembly, it merely resembles one without the ability to fire bullets. Additionally, the Blood Clan is not particularly sensitive to pain. Chapter 26. The Development of Breathing Techniques. The retinue that accompanied her had been dismissed by Jigwe Yinsheng with a simple, I shall go ahead. After all, to the outside world, Tsurumi Momoka's identity is that of a wandering swordsman, and her demonic nature must remain concealed. Gazing at the ashes of the demon, Jigwe Yinsheng suddenly realized that his hand, which had been gripping the hilt of his sword, trembled. Trembling at the unknown, he clenched his fist tightly, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Though his heart remained unsettled, reflecting now, how had he instinctively believed that Momoka alone could subdue that demon? Fortunately, Momoka did not disappoint him. The image of the monster being incinerated into ash lingered in his mind as the three sat in the courtyard, meticulously reviewing the encounter with the creature. It appeared that the monster fed on humans. It referred to itself as a demon. There seemed to be additional powers at play, Jigwe Yinsheng analyzed, his expression grave. Moreover, according to Momoka, the demon could even regenerate from having its head severed, seeming only to be vanquished by sunlight. Jigwe Yinsheng's mood soured further. The emergence of such a creature within the territory governed by the Jigwe family had instilled fear among the populace, significantly impacting the family's standing. Recently, some ruffians had incited villagers to attempt a coup. Although they could not rival the formidable strength of the Jigwe family, this situation could not continue. Jigwe Yuani also expressed his thoughts. The monster mentioned a certain lord, suggesting it has companions and possibly a vast organization. This indicates that there may be more of its kind in the vicinity. TSK, this is not a good omen. Jigwe Yinsheng's brows furrowed even deeper. The more they analyzed, the graver their expressions became. Such monsters could indeed be numerous. In terms of stamina, speed, and strength, humans could not easily contend with them, let alone the fact that they could not be killed even when struck down. How were they to combat such foes? Jigwe Yinsheng specifically summoned Murata Shigeru to inquire about the proficiency of the retinue of swordsmen he had been training over the past 2 years. The news, however, was far from optimistic. If it were merely a matter of quelling disturbances, the patrol and retinue would suffice, but should they encounter a demon, they would likely find it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. Teacher Murata Shigeru had previously remarked that both Yinsheng and Yuani exhibited extraordinary talent and rapid progress, now considered the strongest swordsmen in the Jigwe family. However, facing so many inhuman entities, the two of them alone were far from sufficient. This realization left their spirits somewhat diminished. Tsurumi Momoka, too, was deep in thought. Now that Yuani had not run away from home, he had lost the motivation and opportunity to train independently. Thus, it would be up to her to create such opportunities. Of course, she could not neglect Yinsheng either. Otherwise, one careless moment could lead to jealousy rekindling in that young man, and all would be lost. With a plan forming in her mind, Tsukimi Momoyo suggested to the two, the conventional training methods are no longer sufficient for you to confront the malevolent spirits. You must set your sights higher. Upon hearing this, Kunagoku Yinsheng instantly sensed hope and eagerly inquired, what should we do? Tsukimi Momoyo reflected on the information she had gleaned from the system earlier. striving to articulate the breathing technique in a manner that was comprehensible. As the brothers absorbed her explanation, they found themselves lost in contemplation. The concept of this breathing technique was unprecedented, even somewhat esoteric. Kunagoku Yenshin skeptically turned to Kunagoku Yuanichi and asked, "Yuanichi, what do you think? Can merely altering one's breathing be so powerful? Can it even facilitate stopping blood loss?" Naturally, Tsukimi Momoyo interjected, asserting that the breathing technique serves as a fundamental basis, compelling the body to surpass its limits. Only by adapting to this method of mobilizing the body's full strength can one effectively enhance their capabilities. Regrettably, she had never personally attempted it. After all, strictly speaking, vampires do not rely on breathing, so she could only share the principles, leaving the rest for the brothers to explore on their own. After a prolonged silence, Kunagoku Yuanichi seemed to deliberate for quite some time before proposing a feasible plan. "It does not sound impossible. With the foundation of perceiving the world, I believe I can uncover more intricate details." This realization would enable him to attain a deeper understanding of the breathing technique, which he could then convey to Kunagoku Yenshin. Tsukimi Momoyo had to concede that the chosen one truly lived up to the title. In just a year's time, Kunagoku Yuanichi had grasped the breathing technique with remarkable proficiency, successfully creating the breath of the sun. Not to be outdone, Kunagoku Yenshin, bolstered by Yuanichi's explanations and his own diligent efforts, developed the breath of the moon 2 months later. Observing Kunagoku Yuanichi, who was energetically pursuing and striking down demons nearby, Tsukimi Momoyo perched on a tree, a silver-gray umbrella resting across her lap. Her dangling legs swayed gently in the breeze, and she mused in wonder, "Is this pace not faster than before? It appears so, though there is no harm in becoming stronger sooner." With this thought, Tsukimi Momoyo scanned her surroundings, her nose subtly twitching as she processed the information. It struck her as odd that, after all this time hunting demons with Yuanichi and Yenshin, no members of the Demon Slayer Corps had come to investigate. Could it be that they were not active in this area? It was not impossible. Nevertheless, she shrugged off the inquiry, confident that the day would eventually come. Tsukimi Momoyo comfortably tucked her hands into her sleeves, sitting steadily on the tree as she observed the distant commotion. Blood Demon Art, Shadow of the Dark River. This demon was evidently not a formidable opponent. Otherwise, it would not resort solely to blood demon arts for escape. Third form of the breath of the sun, Fiery Sun, Red Mirror. Accompanying her words were 2 blades of crimson light, akin to the blazing sun, swiftly arcing toward the shadow that slithered across the ground like a river. Ugh! The target emitted an exasperated cry. "This is infuriating. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. Can't we just call it a truce?" As the fleeing Mizumaru was struck, his blood demon art was forcibly dispelled. He scrambled to urge his severed arms to regenerate faster. Cold sweat trickled down his nose. He knew he was merely bluffing. He could only hope to convince this peculiar young man to abandon his pursuit and extricate himself from this entanglement. He had not gained much power from any adult, and his blood demon art was not particularly robust. For some reason, this area was strictly regulated, and he could only scavenge for a meal every few days. Moreover, the prolonged struggle had left him feeling increasingly drained, and his recovery rate was alarmingly slow. Who was this person, anyway? The wounds that had previously healed now burned with pain. All of this exceeded Mizumaru's comprehension, leaving him unable to calm his thoughts. Gasping for breath, he cast a nervous glance at the sky, his anxiety mounting. Dawn was approaching. He needed to leave this place quickly. Chapter 27, Heavy Anger. In an effort to conceal his plans, he moved his recently restored arm, deliberately flaunting it to Kunagoku Yuanichi. "See? No matter how much you cut, I can recover swiftly." Unexpectedly, the provoked individual maintained an expression of calm indifference, his eyebrows and mouth betraying no sign of agitation. Mizumaru, observing the stoic youth before him, sighed impatiently. "Honestly, how much stamina do you possess to execute such powerful sword techniques? When your energy runs out, it won't be so easy." He raised his hand to lick the still-drying blood on his arm. "How about we end this here? It would be beneficial for both of us." "You have consumed human flesh," Kunagoku Yuanichi stated coolly. Just 4 words, imbued with an oppressive aura and an overwhelming tide of anger that left no avenue for escape. Mizumaru's hand throbbed anew. He had endured more than 100 cuts. The opponent's strength was outrageous, their speed blinding, and their angles sharp. Every inch of his body bore the marks of battle. Yet, how could he admit wrongdoing when he had committed none? He touched his belly and smiled. When people eat cattle and sheep, do they care about their feelings? Of course not. So, if my sustenance is human, what is wrong with simply filling my stomach? This statement did not resonate with Kunagoku Yuanichi. A vivid image flashed in his mind of the dilapidated wooden shack, where the wooden boards had soaked in blood for so long that they exuded a foul odor, damp and rancid. Even before entering, The scent was inescapably invasive. In one corner of the room lay a pile of white bones, meticulously assembled piece by piece, towering high. On the other side, dismembered limbs were carelessly discarded, twisted in grotesque postures, evidently torn from their bodies. Those images were unbearable to witness. Yet Kunagoku Yuanichi stood there, illuminated by the light, facing the dim shack and the shattered scene, silently enduring for a long while. The haunting imagery lingered in his mind, and his voice grew colder. You are merely making excuses to derive pleasure from the suffering of others. You are unworthy of existence. Though Tsukimi Momoyo was at a distance, she could still hear clearly. Wow, Yuanichi is angry again. She raised her hand from her sleeve, attempting to conceal the smile that threatened to surface. As her friend's anger seemed somewhat amusing, Tsukimi Momoyo pondered. She rarely witnessed Yuanichi's fury, and one could say the only things that truly incited his wrath were the mocking taunts of demons before their demise. Perhaps this was not even mere mockery. In the minds of demons, consuming humans was merely commonplace, an instinctive choice, a misguided rationale. It reflected a blatant disregard for life. This was the first time she inquired why Yuanichi grew so furious, and the answer she received. Kunagoku Yuanichi's anger was steadfast, akin to a mountain, silently pressing down, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds, instilling fear in those who faced it. Mizumaru clearly sensed this, cold sweat pouring down his body. Before he could utter a word, a blade of light, blazing like fire, flashed through, and he was shattered into pieces. The wounds felt as though they had been seared by the sun. Especially painful was the half of his mouth that had been severed, rendering him momentarily speechless. Time was running out. Tsukimi Momoyo, like a leaf, gently descended beside the cold-faced Kunagoku Yuanichi, her umbrella making no sound. Mizumaru's mouth, which had only just recovered, gaped in astonishment. Hey, who are you? One isn't enough. And now there are two. In just 2 short hours, Mizumaru had regretted venturing out for a meal for the 17th time. He had even saved his favorite parts for last, only to find that not only had he lost the delectable morsels, but he was also to be tormented by 2 individuals who had emerged from the shadows. What a stroke of misfortune, Mizumaru thought to himself, truly unfortunate. Yasuki Kunisada skillfully drove the knife he held deep into Mizumaru's head, pinning him firmly to the moist, blood-stained grass of the morning. Sensing Yasuyuki's intent, Mizumaru scoffed coldly. Do you think you can trap me with just that knife? He attempted to wrench the blade free with his recently restored right arm, but was met with an unexpected jolt of pain. What was happening? Though his head was immobilized, he caught a glimpse of his right arm, which was inexplicably pierced by a knife that was crimson and somewhat translucent. Mizumaru's confusion deepened, but Tsuruya Momoka clearly had no intention of granting him the opportunity to voice his questions. Pain radiated through his limbs as if they were all simultaneously impaled by blades. Look at me, a voice commanded. In a state of sheer panic and terror, Mizumaru instinctively turned his eyes toward the source of the sound above him. Cascading down like a waterfall was a mane of snowy white hair, elegantly draped over a hairpin resembling a branch. In the midst of this alabaster cascade were a pair of blood-red eyes. Yasuyuki Kunisada was no stranger to Momoka's hypnotic abilities. He quickly averted his gaze after a fleeting glance. Momoka had once mentioned that it was best not to stare into her eyes when they turned crimson, lest the effects of her hypnosis befall the observer as well. At that moment, she had laughed mischievously as if relishing a successful prank. But he dared not test the veracity of her jest. Still, despite the presence of Momoka to remedy the aftermath each time, he could not resist stealing a glance. It was simply fascinating, was it not? Was this the power of a yokai? The image of those shimmering red eyes, like sparkling jewels, involuntarily filled his mind, evoking an irresistible curiosity. Enough, Momoka declared as she completed the hypnosis, standing upright and retreating a distance alongside Yasuyuki. The fabricated memory she wove was that this demon had stumbled into the swordsman's stronghold. While he had slain a few, it had incited the wrath of the swordsman, who began to pursue him recklessly. Ultimately, when both sides were utterly exhausted, the swordsmen drove their long blades into him before collapsing. Whether they lived or died was beyond Mizumaru's sight, but judging by the light that began to dawn on the horizon, it appeared he was fated to perish. Thus, the scent of ash began to permeate the morning woods, mingling with the mist. Kunisada, what a formidable demon we encountered tonight. In the main house of the Kunisada clan, Yasuyuki Shinsuke greeted the returning duo with a smile. This was their customary time for reflection after a demon hunt. Upon hearing Yasuyuki's account, Shinsuke pondered for a moment before abruptly turning to seize a territorial map, unfurling it across the table. What does this mean, brother? Yasuyuki inquired. But Shinsuke did not meet his gaze. Instead, he furrowed his brow, intently studying the map, his demeanor far from the ease of having vanquished a malevolent spirit. Momoka, puzzled by his actions, remained silent. merely observing as Shinsuke marked several locations on the map. Regrettably, she had little interest in memorizing coordinates, especially when represented on paper, and thus could not discern any significant patterns. Stealing a glance at Shinsuke, who wore a serious expression as if lost in thought, she shifted her gaze to Yasuyuki. Indeed, as the markings multiplied, Yasuyuki's expression gradually darkened. This situation seemed to be rather dire, did it not? Momoha lowered her eyes. Time slipped by, and finally, Shinsuke exhaled deeply. The frequency of those demons' appearances has not been high in the past, but in recent months, it has become alarmingly frequent. Almost every 10 days, reports of demons harming people surface. Yasuyuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, the occurrences are increasing, and they are drawing ever closer to the Kunisada clan. He deliberated before articulating his suspicions. It resembles a tightening net. This seems to be a form of investigation. Chapter 28. Each person's choice. Shinsuke's expression darkened, his fingers tracing the territorial map as he spoke softly. Could it be that our actions have become too conspicuous? After uttering this, he lowered his head, almost as if rebutting his own conjecture. But that shouldn't be the case. Momoha always conceals our movements and identities. Surely, they wouldn't suspect the Kunisada clan. Indeed, they had not suspected the Kunisada, otherwise. They would not be conducting thorough investigations, but would have launched direct assaults, Momoha remarked. She shifted her posture for comfort, slightly exasperated, though that may be true. Every time a new incident involving a demon arises, the demon is invariably exterminated for various reasons. This is indeed unusual, and it is no wonder they have become suspicious. However, we possess the capability to intervene, and we cannot afford to let these demons continue to inflict further casualties. Yasuyuki gripped the hilt of his knife, his resolve to pursue demons intensifying. On the contrary, Shinsuke contemplated a different matter. After some time in silence, he finally raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the two. Our demon-hunting endeavors must be temporarily suspended. Momoha raised an eyebrow, surprised by this decision. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the youth in the main seat, who was issuing commands. Years of growth had transformed this once impetuous boy into a considerably more composed individual. Yet, this decision was indeed unexpected. Had this been in the past, Shinsuke might have slammed his palm on the table, proclaiming that they had been wronged, and then rallied Yasuyuki and her to intensify their demon-hunting efforts, unlike his current demeanor. Momoha glanced at Yasuyuki. It seemed he was even more taken aback. Brother? Yasuyuki's hesitation indicated he had momentarily been caught off guard, perhaps thinking he had misheard. However, when he sought confirmation from Shinsuke, he was met only with a grave look. It was a tacit acceptance. Shinsuke met his gaze with unflinching resolve, though I too wish otherwise. The safety of the Kunisada clan is evidently paramount. If this continues, those demons may very well target the Kunisada. If they descend in numbers, we three will be utterly incapable of safeguarding so many souls. How can that be? Yasuyuki rose abruptly, urgency in his voice. If we allow the demons to roam free, who knows how many lives will be lost? Shinsuke, observing his brother's anxious demeanor, felt a momentary weakness, diverting his gaze to avoid that piercing stare. This was an unavoidable reality. As members of the Kunisada clan, they must prioritize the prosperity of their lineage above all else. But, brother, enough. Yasuyuki's attempt to persuade was abruptly cut off by Shinsuke's commanding voice. Having not faced his brother's reprimand in a long time, coupled with this abrupt decision, Yasuyuki's mind momentarily spiraled into confusion. Momoha, seated nearby, placed a hand on her forehead, sighing. You two brothers had better not create any further issues over this. Unfortunately, despite her contemplation, she could not devise a suitable solution and could only clap her hands to halt the tense atmosphere. All right, enough of this. Yuan-e, the demon hunter, has endured considerable hardship, and so has Yin Sheng in safeguarding the household. Let us return and rest for the night. We can address the remaining matters tomorrow, shall we? It is likely that no malevolent spirits will emerge in the coming days, allowing us the opportunity for a well-deserved respite. When our thoughts are clearer, we can engage in a thorough discussion. With the stairs of resolution laid before them, the two brothers could only nod in silence. Yin Sheng of the Kiku family was the first to depart the council chamber in haste, while Yuan-e, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, could hardly focus on strategizing with Toya. His mind was consumed with thoughts on how to alter his elder brother's radical views, and in a daze, he too exited. Toya let out a sigh of relief. Ah, what a challenge this is. At the break of dawn the following day, Toya, yawning and holding her umbrella, entered the council chamber. Upon entering, she observed the two brothers, one seated in the principal position and the other in the subordinate, both stubbornly gazing straight ahead, unwilling to engage in any dialogue. Clearly, they had failed to reach an agreement. Toya shrugged, casually closing her umbrella with a deliberate noise as she stepped inside. her hands resting comfortably in her pockets. Like a pebble dropped into a still pond, her entrance sent ripples across the stagnant atmosphere. Miss Toya, you have finally arrived. Compared to Yuan E's impassive demeanor, Yin Sheng's expression was notably animated, as though he were gazing upon a savior. Toya disregarded their eager stares and took a seat opposite Yuan E, slowly beginning. You two have been given ample time to rest. How have you managed to arrive at this state? Look at you, bloodshot eyes and dark circles beneath. How long have you been awake? She had hoped that a good night's sleep would grant them clearer minds, but it seemed they were merely muddled. Toya felt as though she had never sighed so many times in one sitting. After so much contemplation, have you conceived any viable solutions? Both men stubbornly remained silent, showing no signs of willingness to speak. Toya's gaze wandered between them, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The brothers simultaneously shook their heads. What are your thoughts? Speak up. At this, Yuani found his voice, his brow furrowed slightly. A hint of barely perceptible accusation laced within his calm tone. Elder brother insists we do not venture out to hunt demons. Yet how many innocent lives will be lost if we continue like this? I have said it before, Yin Sheng interjected, growing increasingly impatient. Why are you so obstinate? This is for the sake of the Kiku family. Do you truly believe that if those monsters intended to kill us, we could emerge unscathed? As he spoke, his agitation grew, attempting to awaken the naive Yuan E to reality, while also stabilizing his own wavering resolve. He even stood, pointing towards the door, continuing. Father has always taught me to prioritize the prosperity of the Kiku family. Since I occupy this position, safeguarding our family is my destiny. I must place the Kiku above all else. Yuan E, unwilling to back down, stood firmly and retorted with conviction. Elder brother, you are one of the country's foremost swordsmen. How can you evade your responsibilities? Responsibilities? The word evidently struck a nerve with Yin Sheng, who crossed his arms and scoffed at his brother's naive notion. Do you think a single person can save an entire nation? He shook his head. I do not believe it. Yuan E, even if your swordsmanship is unparalleled, you are still but one person. Observing Yuan E's furrowed brow, as though struggling to comprehend, Yin Sheng became even more intent on shattering his brother's idealism. Perhaps while you are saving some, you are simultaneously condemning others to death. You must choose, mustn't you? Likewise, I am making such choices. Chapter 29, A Compromise. The atmosphere grew tense as neither brother was willing to relent. Toya, feeling bored, twirled the teacup in her hand, waiting for their emotions to stabilize before she would speak again. She had never been one to try to alter the wills of others. Experience had taught her that anger and hostility often surfaced more quickly. Her pale fingers tapped lightly on the teacup. She had no intention of courting trouble. After a considerable silence, Toya finally lifted her gaze, immediately noticing Yuan E sitting opposite her, his lips pressed tightly together, appearing profoundly impacted and at a loss for words. Shifting her gaze right, she saw Yin Sheng's chest rising and falling rapidly. He took a deep breath before sitting back down. It was clear that no consensus had been reached. The brothers stubbornly turned their heads away from each other, and Toya recognized that leaving them in such a state was not a solution. She decided to propose the compromise she had just thought of. How about I draw them away? Toya considered this proposal the optimal solution. It addressed Yin Sheng's concerns about threats while adhering to Yuan Yi's sense of justice. For her, it also represented an adventure, albeit one with some inconvenience. Upon presenting the idea, Toya first glanced at Yuan Yi across from her, noting his continued immersion in his own thoughts, and then turned to Yin Sheng. The latter, with his eyes downcast, rubbed his chin, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of her suggestion. Draw them away? Yin Sheng raised his gaze, briefly glancing past Yuan Yi before focusing on Toya. What do you intend to do? Toya once again lowered her eyelids, propping an arm lazily against her forehead, appearing reluctant to engage. What else can I do? I will track them and hunt the demons. Succinct and to the point. She let her other hand roll the teacup beneath her fingers, casually adding, although it may be somewhat troublesome, it will undoubtedly be effective. With just a few words. Yin Sheng grasped her meaning. However, seeing her unwilling demeanor, he still felt a twinge of concern. If even you find it troublesome, it must be quite challenging. Are you truly all right? Miss Toya, I shall accompany you. Yuan Yi finally snapped back to reality. Those demons are cunning. It would be unwise for you to face them alone. Yet Toya waved her hands, signaling the two not to persuade her further. Enough, enough. If I cannot defeat them, I can always flee. Afterward, she pointed at Yuan Yi. As for you, Toya's eyes darted, and unable to think of a good way to refuse. She opted to hear his thoughts first. What do you intend to do? This implied her agreement for him to take action as well. Yuan Yi glanced at the person seated in the principal position, seeing that he did not immediately object, and felt somewhat reassured. Merely feeling reassured was not enough. This signal was akin to liberating him from the dark turmoil he had been plunged into moments before, and his eyes sparkled with newfound determination. I understand that I cannot keep pace with Miss Toya, so I shall wander outside and hunt the demons. Hey, both of you, have you considered me? Yansheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation, looking at Yuan Yi with a mix of frustration and concern. What do you mean by wandering? You make it sound as if you have no home. He then turned to Toya. You should also advise him. In the past, hunting demons was something you supported him in. How can you leave him to face it alone? Hearing her elder brother's concern, Yuan Yi's expression softened. There is no need for you to worry. As Miss Toya said, if I cannot defeat them, I can always run. Huh? Yansheng scoffed, disbelieving. I believe Toya can escape. You? Can you endure watching demons wreak havoc? Struck by this thought, Yuan Yi fell silent once more. Toya raised an eyebrow. Sitting up straight. What do you mean by that? Ha ha ha. The clouds of worry dissipated, and Yansheng's mood lightened considerably as he began to joke. Just that. Tsurumi Momoko observed him reverting to their usual banter, and her heart finally eased. She chuckled softly. With Yuichi's strength, he will be just fine. It's you I'm worried about. Me? Ikiguchi Yasho felt somewhat underestimated and immediately voiced his objection. I'm strong too, you know? Tsurumi Momoko shook her head. That's not quite it. She glanced at the hesitant figures outside the window, likely subordinates with matters to report. Recently, there has been a surge of marauders in the territory. Your human conflicts are quite troublesome. They must be pressuring the Ikiguchi family to choose a side now, and this situation is rather complex to navigate. Upon hearing this, Ikiguchi Yasho sighed heavily, a headache beginning to brew. It's still too early to take a stand. For the sake of the Ikiguchi family's future, I need to make a thorough assessment. If I can delay, I shall. Ikiguchi Yuichi immediately lowered his head in shame. I apologize, brother. It is my failure to alleviate your burdens. Enough of that. Ikiguchi Yasho waved his hand dismissively. I know you well enough. Your participation in discussions is already a significant contribution. As he said this, Ikiguchi Yasho rubbed his aching temples. I truly do not expect you to offer any substantial advice. Just as the two were conversing, a red crystal suddenly floated before them. The brothers exchanged puzzled glances at Tsurumi Momoko. She had already risen, smoothing her garments as she spoke. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, shatter this, and I shall come swiftly. The two raised their hands to catch the crystal in their palms. Feeling the slight chill emanating from it, Ikiguchi Yasho suddenly sensed something and abruptly asked, How long will you be gone? Ikiguchi Yuichi also reacted, nervously cradling the crystal. Miss Momoko, will you be away for a long time? Tsurumi Momoko shrugged. I'm not certain. You know, I have little concept of time. I might just doze off and find a considerable amount has passed. Ikiguchi Yasho's heart tightened. You want to be gone for over a decade, will you? That would be excessive. Not at all. We shall meet again soon. At worst, you may call for me. Tsurumi Momoko replied without hesitation. Although the narrative had shifted somewhat, the overarching course would remain unchanged. Yuichi and Yasho would ultimately join the Demon Slayer Corps. Thus, she felt assured regarding this matter. After bidding farewell with a wave, Tsurumi Momoko transformed into a wisp of dark red smoke, swiftly vanishing without a trace, leaving the brothers staring blankly at the doorway, snapping back to reality after quite some time. The Blood Clan murmured. The blood crystal held by Tsurumi Momoko was not infinite. It comprised 2 earrings and 4 decorative hairpins. The blood crystal was not her innate skill, but belonged to her father, Sever. It was a gift of her first embrace from Sever. The composition of the blood crystal. The outer layer was primarily formed from Sever's blood, allowing it to function independently, while the center was enveloped in Tsurumi Momoko's blood. Chapter 30. A temporary stay. The winter night was eerily silent, with only the flickering candlelight streaming through the windows revealing that delicate snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. This snowfall had persisted intermittently for quite a while, long enough that even during the day, the snow on the roads had been cleared to the sides, yet now it had accumulated once more. A figure moved slowly forward, leaving a long trail of footprints in the snow. It was evident from the silhouette and the prints that they belonged to a woman. Her shadow was elongated by the moonlight and the lanterns flanking the street. Suddenly, something flashed past behind her, disturbing the snowflakes that were about to land. The woman, however, seemed entirely oblivious, continuing on her path until she turned into a darker alleyway. Little sister, a somewhat aged voice called out at that moment. Where are you headed at this late hour? At the sound, the girl halted, turning around. Her umbrella was held low, obscuring the upper half of her face entirely. However, the pale chin and rosy lips suggested she was a delicate young lady. The elderly woman gazed at the frail girl and extended a hand, radiating kindness. The roads are slippery in the snow. Regardless of where you are headed, why not come home with me? You may stay the night. The girl seemed to let out a faint chuckle, so soft that the howling wind concealed it. leading the elderly woman to believe she had imagined it. "You are incredibly kind. If that's the case, I shall impose," the girl responded. The abode was a dilapidated wooden house, with the cold wind seeping through the gaps, prompting a sneeze from those inside. Achoo! Sato rubbed his arms, enveloping himself in the blanket his grandmother had tossed to him. Yet, he felt somewhat uneasy. What could his grandmother be doing out so late? Recently, it seemed many people in town had relocated, claiming they were moving to warmer places. Did such places truly exist? Sato tightened his blanket, staring at the fire, lost in thought. The creaking door announced the return of his grandmother. Sato's eyes brightened as he leaped from his blanket. "Grandma." "Welcome back." He prepared to leap into her embrace as he had done before, but was stopped midway by a firm grip on his shoulder. Only then did Sato notice that a stranger accompanied his grandmother. The woman had snow-white hair that appeared incredibly soft, reminding him of the expensive materials he had seen when his parents took him to the city. What was it called? He could not recall at that moment. "Wow," he exclaimed softly. The elderly woman patted his rosy cheeks. "Sato, hurry, fetch the blankets from the cupboard. This young lady is here to stay." The introduced white-haired sister flashed a friendly smile at her. Sato complied, scampering to the cupboard and dragging out a thick blanket larger than himself, deftly spreading it on the floor where a bed had already been prepared. Proudly, he showcased his handiwork to the guest. "Big sister, come over. This is the thickest blanket we have, and it's very spacious. It used to be shared by my father and mother." The girl glanced at the blanket, then at the other, thinner blanket strewn about, clearly inferior to the one before her. She inquired, "Where are your parents?" "I heard there is a place outside where it's spring all year round. Initially, my father went to seek it, and later, my mother, worried for him, followed. But they have been gone for a month now." Sato's expression turned somewhat forlorn. At that moment, a warm yet rough hand was placed atop his head. The elderly woman sighed, addressing the girl. "It's just me and Sato left to fend for ourselves. Life has indeed become arduous. I had intended to dismantle this blanket to make a new one for Sato." She glanced at Sato with exasperation, continuing, "But this lad stubbornly insists on keeping it." Sato pouted in protest. "What if they return soon?" "Ah, little rascal." The elderly woman affectionately ruffled Sato's nose before turning to the girl. "It's late. Let us rest for now." With that, she turned to add more firewood to the furnace. At that moment, Sato called out, "Good night, Grandma," and then turned to the girl to wish, "Good night." Tsurumi Momoko looked at him and softly replied, "Yes, good night." Before long, the only sounds within the house were Sato's faint snoring and the crackling of the firewood. Later that night, Tsurumi Momoko remained awake, hearing the sound of the fire being stirred. It was a subtle noise, yet sufficient to wake her from her slumber, and she sat up, observing the elderly woman by the fire. The other party wore a benign smile, exuding an air of kindness. Yet, the flickering firelight cast eerie shadows upon her wrinkled visage, occasionally evoking an unsettling sensation. "Oh dear, did I wake you?" The elderly woman spoke with an apologetic tone. Tsurumi Momoyo shook her head and inquired, "What is the matter?" The old woman glanced at the slumbering Sato beside her and softly said, "The firewood in the house is running low. Dear girl, you are young and strong. Could you assist this old woman by fetching some wood from behind the house?" With that, she raised her hand and pointed to the side, revealing a back door. Tsurumi Momoyo lifted the quilt and rose, replying, "Of course." Snow continued to fall, small and dense, as she stepped outside beneath her umbrella. The residence was situated on the outskirts of the village, and behind the wooden house lay a brick wall encircling a courtyard. Tsurumi Momoyo surveyed the area and quickly spotted a towering pile of firewood, nearly 2 meters high, in the corner. The wood varied in size, evidently split from robust tree trunks. A large wooden board shielded the top of the pile, ensuring the snow would dampen the wood within. She approached but hesitated to pick up the firewood immediately. Not far behind her, the door creaked open, and the elderly woman's voice resonated. "Well, can you manage to lift it?" She sounded genuinely concerned. Tsurumi Momoyo stood upright, gazing at that kind face, and smiled. "Are we still playing house? But it seems you can hardly wait." The old woman's smile faltered momentarily before stretching into an inhumanly wide grin. "Oh my, you are quite perceptive. When did you become so astute?" Goekue Lang found himself intrigued, wondering how this girl could see through his disguise so effortlessly. The firewood was remarkably fresh, devoid of moisture, indicating it had been gathered recently, yet the household's able-bodied members had departed over a month ago. Tsurumi Momoyo turned her shoulder and shrugged. Neither children nor the elderly could procure such thick logs and effortlessly split them into kindling. Goekue Lang was not at all embarrassed by being uncovered. Instead, he clapped his hands, acknowledging her keen insight. After studying her for a moment, he expressed his confusion. "How strange, you aren't wearing a uniform. Are you not from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Before she could respond, he countered himself. No, you must be from the Corps. Otherwise, how would you know?" You are quite the chatterbox. The most loquacious old woman. Tsurumi Momoha suddenly appeared behind Guokue Lang, disdainfully lifting her leg to kick him towards the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall crumbled under the impact, sending the neatly stacked firewood crashing to the ground. The commotion was significant, akin to the detonation of a cannon. Guokue Lang emerged from the rubble, his astonishment still evident on his face. How did you do that? How had this human suddenly appeared behind him and with such force sent him flying? I've already told you, you are truly tiresome. Tsurumi Momoha flicked her right hand, and a flash of red light surged forth. Guokue Lang hastily turned his head to evade it, hearing a sharp clash behind him. The facade of kindness vanished, and he began to curse vehemently. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Tsurumi Momoha smirked, finding his words familiar. It seems you were simply caught off guard. Guokue Lang suddenly realized that the hand that had previously flicked something had not been lowered. The Blood Clan murmured incessantly. Tsurumi Momoha typically approached others with a friendly demeanor. However, upon sensing ill intentions, she would feign ignorance, eager to discover the other's true motives. Chapter 31. Guokue Lang. The sound of flesh being torn echoed in his ears, affirming his suspicions. As his vision swirled, he beheld the white-haired swordsman wielding a gleaming blade. Terror swiftly enveloped Guokue Lang's mind. Impossible. His head faced the glistening weapon, which appeared fragile. Countless questions flooded his thoughts. When did that sword appear? He hadn't noticed the woman carrying a weapon when he lured her here. Where had the trickery been hidden? A fleeting image crossed his mind, and Guokue Lang's gaze sharpened on the umbrella resting on Tsurumi Momoha's shoulder. The snow continued to fall silently, and the umbrella shielded her from the flakes, now dusted with a layer of white. Indeed, it was that umbrella. This woman must have concealed the sword within the handle, cunning beyond his expectations. He vowed to obliterate this swordswoman. Wait, Guokue Lang's attention shifted back to the blade. Not the Nichiren blade. Not the Nichiren blade. Excellent. This realization alleviated much of his dread, even bringing him a hint of joy. He felt more composed, seamlessly reattaching his severed head. The wound healing instantaneously to a smooth finish. Your recovery is swift. How many people have you devoured? 20? 30? The girl's words served as a potent stimulant for Guokue Lang's thoughts. More than that, he had consumed a total of 43 individuals, young and old, male and female. For him, it was an effortless feat. His blood demon art allowed him to transform into those he had devoured, using their likeness to entice others, leaving no room for failure. After all, when one sees a long-lost family member or friend return, they are bound to believe whatever is said, right? Yet today, that tactic would not suffice. Guokue Lang sighed, taken aback by her extraordinary perceptiveness. His formerly benevolent face split open, revealing a diminutive figure resembling a bald child. So small, like a mouse. The girl's tone dripped with mockery and disdain, explaining why he could hide so well. Ha ha ha. Guokue Lang let out a chilling laugh. His mouth positioned unnaturally near his throat, producing a sound as grating as sawed wood, an unappealing little demon indeed. He glanced towards the house behind Tsurumi Momoha and continued with a conspiratorial tone, making such a ruckus. Aren't you worried that little ghost inside might awaken? He feigned sympathy. Alas, while Sada is a strong child, seeing me in this state would surely leave him traumatized. Upon hearing his words, Tsurumi Momoha took a step back, further disgusted. With such a tone, you are truly repugnant. That child's family had likely been devoured by this demon long ago. However, Tsurumi Momoha smiled. Even if I were to overturn this place, he would still sleep soundly. Sada's eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of tender green grass swaying in the spring, vibrant and full of life. Surely, he had absorbed her good night wishes wholeheartedly. Guokue Lang clearly did not comprehend her reasoning, but it mattered little. He changed his demeanor, declaring, You are truly beautiful. Oh ho ho, but soon you shall become my attire. Fear not, I will make good use of you. As the prey, Tsurumi Momoha rested the umbrella on her shoulder and gripped her sword with her other hand, tilting her head to reveal a scornful smile. Is that so? You just had your head severed, after all. Hoo-hoo, Guokue Lang chuckled behind his hand. You cannot kill me, can you? The jarring sound coupled with his mocking tone made Tsurumi Momoha frown, her keen hearing perceiving it as torture. As she moved, Guokue Lang acted as well. His hands morphed into sharp blades, extending as long as an arm, slicing through the air in an attempt to strike at Tsurumi Momoha's shoulder. Tachibana Momoha leapt into the air, gripping her blade as she spun to deliver a downward strike, only for it to be deftly evaded by Onakui-ro. He chuckled once more. Oh ho ho, what swift movements you possess, but I am even swifter. With her initial strike missing its mark, Tachibana immediately pivoted, whipping her blade around, mirroring his tone as she retorted, Ah, so small and quick, akin to a mouse. Just as her blade caught Onakui-ro off guard, It left a gash upon him. Regrettably, the wound healed almost instantaneously. Unperturbed, Onikiwiro remarked, "You must hold on. Don't tire yourself out too quickly now." Subsequently, a flurry of razor-sharp blades rained down upon her. Tachibana raised an eyebrow. Indeed, her opponent was remarkably agile, yet he still fell short before her prowess. The umbrella remained propped against her shoulder as she leisurely evaded each assault with an air of nonchalance. Onikiwiro, taken aback, became ever more convinced that his strength was on par with hers. As long as he maintained the pressure, it would surely be the human before him who would exhaust themselves first. Amidst the dodging, Tachibana even found the time to extend her hand and sense her surroundings. The snowfall appeared to have ceased, while other sounds became increasingly pronounced. She closed her umbrella, sweeping her blade in a flourish. With a resounding clang, their weapons clashed, sending Onikiwiro staggering back several paces with immense force. However, her blade shattered, scattering radiant shards across the air before they fell to the ground. Interesting, Onikiwiro mused, slightly surprised that she faltered so soon. A smirk crept upon his lips. "Is that all you've got?" Yet, the ominous signals of danger and the sound of slicing air compelled him to instinctively evade. Blood splattered as fresh wounds adorned his body. "Who dares?" he growled, glancing at his injuries, only to turn his gaze towards the source of the attack. Igarashi Mizuha gripped her blade tightly, striving to maintain her composure, desperately concealing her shock. Where did this demon come from? How could such a formidable fiend exist here without any prior intelligence? She pondered. What kind of monstrous appetite does it possess? To have consumed so many lives? Had they not heard the commotion on their return journey, they would never have suspected the presence of a demon lurking here. Furrowing her brow, Igarashi surveyed the individual she was protecting, as well as the dwelling behind her. Even now, while her allies engaged the demon, she had initially intended to separate the victim from it. But what now? The demon had already taken notice of them. Any chance for a sneak attack was lost, and facing it head-on seemed a perilous gamble. Her instincts regarding demons had never failed her. This creature was undoubtedly a powerful entity that had devoured over 40 souls. She feared that they might all meet their demise here. Biting her lip, Igarashi coolly assessed the situation. Yet, no matter how she analyzed it, the best outcome she could envision was merely to stall the demon long enough for the lady behind them to escape. But could they truly hold out for long? Her gaze drifted past the demon to one of her comrades. She bit her lip. Upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, she had resolved to face death. But what about that lady? Surely there were others within the house. What would become of them? At the very least, they must create an opportunity for that lady to flee with those inside. Rengoku-san, Igarashi called to her teammate across the way. They had formed a small team. Having collaborated on numerous occasions, her voice alone conveyed that the demon was far from the weakling it appeared to be. Rengoku Shinjuro responded in an instant, launching forth like a released arrow, his speed slicing through the air with a whoosh. Onikiwiro quickly realized that this fiery-haired youth was the strongest among the group. He raised his blade to block, the clash of metal igniting sparks in the air. Yet more vexing was the presence of the dark-haired youth, whose breathing was so light and movements so subtle that he seemed barely there, only to strike unexpectedly when Oniki's focus waned, infuriating him further. As he defended himself, Oniki's gaze shifted downward, a grin spreading across his face as he met Rengoku Shinjuro's eyes. "Oh, that outfit looks quite familiar. Haven T, I seen you somewhere before?" Rengoku, ignoring him, gripped his weapon tightly, veins bulging as he executed a series of precise strikes. Finding no way to penetrate Oniki's defenses, he leapt high, attempting to harness the force of gravity to subdue his foe. Yet, Onikiwiro stood his ground, muscles tensing as he thrust upward, sending Rengoku staggering back several paces. "No need to rush," he taunted, narrowly avoiding a horizontal slash from Mizukami Yuichi. He glanced down at the wound on his side with mild surprise. "This kid is remarkably inconspicuous." He then leapt atop a nearby wall that had yet to collapse, perching there as he surveyed the others, suddenly recalling something. His grin widening maliciously. "Ah, I remember now. It's that person, I senti it?" Under the wary gazes of the trio, Onikiwiro grinned widely, his visage shifting grotesquely as he shed his skin to reveal a man clad in black samurai garb. The three abruptly halted, eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that him?" he inquired, gesturing at the figure. "His attire resembles yours. What is your connection?" The skin-shedding demon's voice took on a youthful, vibrant tone, evoking a sense of cheerfulness that contrasted with his ghastly appearance. He rubbed his face, mumbling, "What was he like again?" The trio stood frozen, stunned by the sight before them. Anyone witnessing a former comrade being mimicked by a demon would find the impact unbearable. The figure they once knew forced a rigid smile, then continued to manipulate his features, finally lifting his face to offer a radiant grin. "Ah, so it is like this." But to Rengoku Shinjuro and his companions, That smile sent chills down their spines, draining the color from their faces. Onakui-ro, clearly pleased by their reaction, continued with cruel words. This little demon came asking me with such a smile if any strange occurrences had transpired here. How naive. Unable to endure any longer. The trio unleashed their attacks with ferocity. How dare you treat him thus? Rengoku Shinjuro shouted. Mizukami Yuichi, equally enraged, swung his blade wildly, losing his composure. You repugnant creature. Lady over there, please, flee from this place at once. Igarashi urged, suppressing her fury as she swung her weapon. Onakui-ro transformed one of his hands into a shape reminiscent of the sun's blade, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. That young man's sword skills aren't too shabby, if I recall correctly? Be silent. Mizukami Yuichi bellowed, striking at Onakui-ro's face, but in his haste, he leaned too far forward. Onakui-ro grinned wickedly, effortlessly executing a sweeping strike that sent the three of them reeling back, then pursued the most vulnerable target, Mizukami Yuichi. Darting behind him, do try to stay calm. If you get too riled up, how will you conceal your presence? This strike is a gift for you. Fortunately, the ever-vigilant Igari Murasaki was prepared and swiftly raised her blade, barely managing to deflect the strike from the demon, Kibutsuji. Blood droplets splattered. And although Mizukami Yuichi escaped the gruesome fate of being cleaved in two, he nonetheless sustained a lengthy wound across his abdomen. What do you think? My imitation is flawless, isn't it? Kibutsuji stood upright, licking the blood from his blade. As Tsurumi Momoka observed Kibutsuji transform into a figure clad in the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, a wave of irritation washed over her. This demon's ability was utterly revolting. Upon glancing at the three individuals, the words of this demon confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, they hailed from the Demon Slayer Corps, yet regrettably, their strength was insufficient. Thus far, they had only managed to inflict damage during their initial ambush. She was acutely aware that this wretched demon was exploiting their anger. As anticipated, following Kibutsuji's taunts, coupled with their inability to deal effective damage, fear, rage, helplessness, and a myriad of negative emotions began to erode the trio's rationality. The battlefield had unwittingly shifted to the rooftop, the scent of blood thickening in the air. Quite fragrant. Indeed, when Tsurumi Momoka set her umbrella aside and leapt onto the rooftop, four characters floated through her mind. The usually composed Igari Murasaki was momentarily taken aback, stumbling over her words. Miss. You must hurry and run. The calm facade she maintained before her comrades crumbled, and desperation nearly brought her to tears. If you stay, no one will escape. Conversely, Tsurumi Momoka paused, glancing back at the young girl. So, this was her true nature? Kibutsuji, emboldened, took a few steps back, spreading his arms with a casual demeanor. Look who we have here. You haven't fled? Oh ho ho, how disappointing for these little demons, who have worked so hard to keep me occupied. Realizing his intent, Igari Murasaki tightened her grip on her blade and, dragging her exhausted form, approached Tsurumi Momoka. Towering over her, she raised her sword with both hands, unable to stand tall. Don't rejoice too soon. As long as I still draw breath, I shall not allow you to harm this lady. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Tsurumi Momoka's face. In truth, she rarely experienced such selfless protection. Not that she had ever encountered a life-threatening crisis. Yet, she had to admit, this sensation was rather pleasant. A smile graced her lips as she moved to stand beside Igari Murasaki, placing her right hand over the latter's trembling grip on the sword. The warmth of her hand met the chill of Murasaki's, and surprisingly, the once trembling hand steadied. Before Murasaki could fully comprehend the moment, a gentle whisper graced her ear. Thank you for your protection. It brings me great joy. However, my blade is shattered. May I borrow yours? In a situation where one must never relinquish their weapon against a demon, and at the most perilous juncture, Murasaki unexpectedly felt the weight upon her shoulders lighten, her body acting before her mind, releasing her grip on the sword. What was happening? She remained bewildered. Meanwhile, Rengoku Shinjuro shouted, Miss, this creature is no human. You should leave at once. Mizukami Yuichi echoed, Igari. Stop her. Oh no, miss. Igari Murasaki's voice suddenly faltered, for the scene before her was utterly unexpected. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired maiden clad in a kimono had appeared like a specter behind the demon, and with a flash of her blade, the demon's arms were severed. A gentle breeze lifted her snow-white locks, which shimmered under the moonlight, while in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes flickered. What on earth was happening? You attacked me again. Kibutsuji shouted in fury. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe you could best me? The Blood Clan muttered. The Blood Clan possessed exceptionally keen hearing, which could sometimes be a curse. Tsurumi Momoka despised shrill sounds, and would eliminate their source whenever possible. Chapter 33. The Invitation from the Demon Slayer Corps. Hadn't I stated early on that Tsurumi Momoka, gazing at the blood on her blade, disdainfully flicked the weapon and coldly glared at Kibutsuji. "You are exceedingly verbose." She silently reappeared behind him, speaking languidly, and quite stubborn, too. Blood gushed forth. Just as Kibutsuji's arms were restored, his legs were severed, causing him to plummet from the rooftop. Enraged and disoriented, he could no longer maintain his transformation, his visage cracking and revealing a grotesque form. "Ah, this will make it easier," Tsurumi Momoka remarked, leaping beside him and plunging her blade into his forehead, pinning him to the ground. The fluidity of her movements was mesmerizing. "What shall we do with this one?" "He will recover," Tsurumi Momoka feigned concern, addressing the individuals on the roof. "Decapitate him," Iguri Murasaki exclaimed. "Use my blade to sever his head." "It's over," Kibutsuji thought frantically, attempting to rise. But with a blade embedded in his head, movement was arduous. He grasped the hilt and pulled with all his might, but the weapon was lodged too deeply to remove. "Use this." Mizukami Yuichi, seeing the demon about to escape, summoned his remaining strength and hurled his blade. Tsumi Momoka stepped down on Kibutsuji's shoulder, pressing him back to the ground, and without looking, caught the blade in her hand. "You shall journey to hell. Have a pleasant trip." With a flash of the blade, Kibutsuji's head was severed. In mere moments, he disintegrated into ashes, akin to flames consuming him. The dim backyard returned to silence. Rengoku Shinjiro, who had been panting heavily from exhaustion, involuntarily fell silent, his mind reeling in shock. What on earth was this lady? As he mechanically turned to meet his comrade's eyes, he realized he was not alone in his bewilderment. It was Iguri Murasaki who first approached Tsumi Momoka, who was cradling her umbrella. Finally, she had the opportunity to scrutinize the seemingly harmless girl before her. Yet, no matter how she examined her, she could not reconcile the image of the terrifying swordswoman she had just witnessed. A lump formed in her throat as she solemnly bowed to Tsurumi Momoka, exclaiming, "I sincerely apologize for our inability to assist you, and we are immensely grateful for your help." Her voice was unexpectedly resonant, filled with sincerity. The other two companions, supporting one another, descended as well. Rengoku Shinjiro assisted Mizukami Yuichi, offering a slight nod of gratitude. Mizukami Yuichi had intended to speak, but was the most injured of the trio, having succumbed to unconsciousness long before Rengoku leaped from the rooftop with him. Tsurumi Momoka, observing their condition, offered a regretful smile. "I should be the one apologizing. Had I acted sooner, you would not have sustained such injuries." Her remorse was genuine. She acknowledged that she had been testing their strength and allegiance, for she had never seen the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. And even if the three wore the same attire, she could not be certain it was indeed the Corps style. "Please do not think so," Iguri Murasaki replied earnestly. "I saw it. Your blade was shattered, wasn't it? That demon was no ordinary foe. You must have been frightened." Tsurumi Momoka responded, "You are quite an observant young lady. The breaking of that blade was undoubtedly intentional on her part. Without such an action, how could one wield it to vanquish demons?" She remained blissfully unaware that it was essential to sever a demon's head with the Nichiren blade. Her brows furrowed just so, and she inquired, "By the way, what exactly is a demon? Why can your swords eliminate them?" The two, Iguro Shinazugawa and Rengoku Kyujiro, exchanged glances, and upon his nod, she continued, "This is a rather lengthy tale." After their extensive explanations, Toko Tsukigami received their invitation to return with them to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, nestled within a mountain adorned with wisteria blossoms. Even atop the mountain, the path was lined with wisteria. This place was conspicuous yet elusive. They first entered an ordinary valley, meandering through the dense underbrush of the forest. Without specific symbols marking the way, they would have long since lost their bearings. Ultimately, they had to squeeze through a narrow crevice before emerging into a clearing, where wisteria flourished in abundance. As you mentioned, don't wisteria flowers repel demons? Why then must we hide in such a concealed location? Toko's umbrella was held by the less injured Iguro Shinazugawa, while she cradled the still slumbering Sabito, effortlessly keeping pace with the others. Ah, lesser demons dare not approach wisteria, while the more powerful ones merely find it intolerable. Rengoku Kyujiro explained patiently as he carried Mizunoto Yuichi on his back. After a day's journey, the trio finally arrived at the healing quarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Miss Tsukigami, what has happened to this child? He has not awakened after our long journey. Could he be ill?" Iguro Shinazugawa expressed concern as he glanced at Sabito, who lay upon the sickbed. Toko Tsukigami responded ambiguously. Perhaps he was merely frightened. She casually sat at the bedside, her back to Iguro Shinazugawa, gently shaking Sabito's shoulder. "Sabito, it's time to wake up." At her touch, the previously slumbering Sabito stirred, his eyelids fluttering open as he emerged from the depths of a dark dream, mumbling, "Sister? Where am I?" Iguro Shinazugawa immediately exclaimed, "Everyone, the child has awakened." Sabito, small and cherubic, with a hint of baby fat on his cheeks, quickly garnered the affection of those gathered around the bedside. Toko Tsukigami stepped back a few paces, leaving the comforting of the child to others. After the three had received their treatment and bandaging, a blackbird flapped its wings outside the dwelling, cawing loudly, "Caw! Kyujuru, Shinazugawa, present yourselves before the master." The sound was hardly pleasant to Toko Tsukigami's ears, prompting her to cover them instinctively. Iguro Shinazugawa chuckled at her reaction, approaching her with a smile. "Let us be off." Miss Tsukigami. Rengoku Kyujuru silently followed suit. The wind often carried tidings ahead of time. Toko Tsukigami caught a familiar scent reminiscent of wormwood. Once, a person's blood bore this scent, a person with the surname Tsujikuni. She continued on, her gaze lowered. It was only when the two ahead suddenly knelt and proclaimed loudly, "Long live the master," that she raised her lashes, abruptly confronting a pool of lifelessness. This individual was not long for this world, she surmised instantly. If the earlier scent had merely been an omen, then the appearance of this man confirmed her suspicions. He possessed a calm demeanor, seated quietly in the center of the corridor at the entrance. His once handsome features were marred by terrifying scars that obscured much of his face, and it now appeared that he could scarcely see. Beside him sat a raven-haired woman, silently with her eyes closed. Though her eyes remained shut, she spoke, "Sir, it is Iguro Shinazugawa and Kyujuru Rengoku, along with the swordsman Miss Tsukigami they mentioned." The voice of Tsujikuni Yorichi did not quite match his demeanor. Rather, it was remarkably cheerful, imbued with warmth that lessened his aura of authority, rendering him quite approachable. His hollow gaze fixed ahead as he addressed them, "Shinazugawa, Rengoku, and Yuichi. My dear children, I am grateful for your dedication. This task has been arduous." "It is but our duty," Iguro Shinazugawa responded with a steady nod. "Indeed, as Shinazugawa states," Rengoku Kyujuru added, lifting his gaze. Upon seeing the scars upon Tsujikuni Yorichi's face, his brow furrowed momentarily before he composed himself. It had been some time since they had last seen their master. Had the curse intensified to this extent in their absence? The cursed progenitor of demons. He clenched his fists tightly, adding, "I implore you, master, take care of your health." Tsujikuni Yorichi chuckled heartily. "Kyujuru, you remain as considerate as ever." "I shall, and I appreciate your concern." After exchanging pleasantries, Tsujikuni Yorichi paused for a moment, saying, "Miss Tsukigami, I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. As you can see, my health is not in the best condition, and my time to meet with the children is quite limited. Thus, I could not help but engage in extended conversation." April 3rd, sunny. The master truly enjoys conversing with others. At times, in the midst of discussion, one might forget his esteemed status and act inappropriately. Yet, I thoroughly enjoy our conversations. Regrettably, the master's health continues to decline. Speaking too much is detrimental to his condition. Divine spirits, please protect the master. An item left behind by a certain team member. The handwriting is not particularly neat, yet surprisingly well preserved. Chapter 34, The Current, Tsujikuni. Inside, the charcoal brazier crackled, releasing the aroma of pine that filled the room with warmth, effectively masking the subtle scent of medicine. However, Toko Tsukigami easily discerned this detail. The closed umbrella rested horizontally across her lap as she quietly observed the couple before her. Tsujikuni Yorichi reclined against a soft cushion, draped in a thick wool blanket, his head gently resting on the shoulder of his wife, Kanon. The man's hollow gaze fixed straight ahead, his voice raspy from illness. "I beg your pardon. Please forgive my inability to rise and bow in gratitude. I am immensely grateful to you." He paused for a moment, seemingly gathering his strength, before speaking with heightened solemnity. "Were it not for your noble assistance, I might have lost several extraordinarily talented swordsmen." Kanon sensed his frailty, silently supporting him with greater gentleness. Toko Tsukigami sat upright on the opposite side, her gaze focused intently on the flickering flames of the brazier. In response, she merely lifted her eyes slightly, her gaze sweeping across Tsujikuni's weak yet sincere visage. Then, she returned her attention to the dancing flames, as if they were of greater interest to her. She spoke in a calm, unruffled tone, "It is no great matter." Toko Tsukigami's fingertips traced the folds of her umbrella as she continued, "Even without my intervention, with their strength and resolve, they would eventually overcome the challenges." Her words may have sounded resolute, yet those present understood them to be mere pleasantries. In her heart, she silently completed the latter part of her sentence. Perhaps, but the price paid might be so grievous that it would be unbearable, especially for someone like Rengoku, who seemed to be a fortuitous connection to the Demon Slayer Corps. From the moment Toko Tsukigami heard Iguro Shinazugawa call Rengoku-sensei, she felt a sense of familiarity, only recalling it on their way here. The information provided by the system indicated that the one fortunate enough to join the Demon Slayer Corps bore the surname Rengoku. The only sound filling the brief silence was the crackling of the burning charcoal. Tsujikuni Yorichi did not seem disheartened by her indifference. Rather, he wore a deeper smile. From the reports of Zihua and Harasuro, he became acutely aware of the true difficulty of the task at hand. Thus, he had already contemplated that had it not been for Miss Tsukimi, at least one team member would have lost their life. Miss Tsukimi, he mused, is indeed a gentle soul. I trust that Zihua and the others have already elucidated to you the origins and mission of our Demon Slayer Corps. The ashen eyes of Kanroji Tetsuya appeared so vacant, yet unexpectedly radiated a gentle strength that seemed to perceive everything, compelling one to lower their defenses. Therefore, I earnestly hope you will join us. His fingers, resting on the bedding, curled slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness. This may be an overly presumptuous request, he candidly admitted, but his tone shifted to one of resolve, as the flickering flames in the brazier danced in his eyes, unwavering. With a powerful swordsman like you among us, we can surely deliver a more profound blow to those malevolent demons that plague our world, ushering in a brighter dawn to end this protracted night. Dawn. Tsukimi Momoha stifled a laugh with great effort, knowing it would be inappropriate amidst the somber atmosphere. As a member of the bloodline, she was not afraid of sunlight, yet it would inevitably have its effects. The concept of dawn did not appeal to her. Tsukimi Momoha's cold, clear eyes met Kanroji Tetsuya's dim, grayish gaze. Her voice remained flat. Do you not fear that I harbor ulterior motives? Are you not concerned that I might be a spy sent by the demons? In truth, she was quite curious about how these two, one who could not see and the other who kept his eyes closed, could ascertain that she posed no threat. Kanroji Tetsuya was not swayed by her pointed inquiry. Instead, he seemed to find it amusing, a broad smile curving his lips. He chuckled softly, his shoulders lightly shaking. That laughter, though faint and accompanied by a few coughs, strangely alleviated the tension in the air. You are indeed quite forthright. He contained his mirth and continued. In truth, my invitation to you is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Reports from team members dispatched to various regions over the past year indicate that by the time they arrived at their designated locations, the demons had long since vanished, seemingly dealt with by someone beforehand. Cough, cough, cough. His words were interrupted by a fit of coughing, but once he regained his composure, he continued. This silent eradicator of demons, is it not you? Tsukimi Momoha had considered the vast intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet she had not anticipated it to be so extensive. Over the past year, aside from her initial linear movements near the Inheritance Nation, she had visited places seemingly unconnected. To further obscure the demon's attention, like a handful of sand scattered upon the ground, utterly devoid of any pattern. The corners of her brows barely twitched. Are you so certain? Of course, Kanroji Tetsuya smiled. For most of the scattered eyewitness accounts from these areas revealed a common detail. A lady with snow-white hair had briefly lingered. He continued, it was a hue whiter than snow. That child described it thusly. That child. Tsukimi Momoha paused in confusion. Yet in the next moment, she realized whom he was referring to. Iguro Zihua. The girl who appeared composed, yet was actually prone to emotional outbursts? Tsukimi Momoha could not find the precise words, but she understood that, compared to the other two, Iguro had extended considerably more goodwill toward her, and her wariness was notably diminished. At this moment, Kanroji Tetsuya let out a gentle sigh, filled with an ineffable sense of regret. Alas, such a pure hue, I can no longer behold with my own eyes. As he spoke those sorrowful words, his cheerful smile remained, as if he had long since grown accustomed to coexisting with darkness and affliction. He then seemed to drift into a reverie, softly recounting the curse borne by the Kanroji lineage, a fate intertwined with blood, passed down through generations. Perhaps due to having spoken excessively, intermittent coughs punctuated this ancient and distant tale. Tsukimi Momoha exhibited no impatience, listening attentively, even occasionally uttering a soft or O to indicate her engagement. She was quite the supportive listener. However, her gaze was drawn to the other individual present. Rather than the history she had already gleaned from the system, she was more concerned with the quietly seated Kanroji Hanayo. Hanayo maintained her supportive posture for her husband, her petite frame surprisingly resilient, perhaps aided by the cushion at her back bearing much of her weight. Nevertheless, Tsukimi Momoha perceptibly detected a shift. The woman's once serene visage now bore a subtle smile that seemed to waver. To an untrained eye, she might appear accommodating. Yet at this moment, her lips were clearly pressed downwards, and her slender brows were slightly furrowed. She seemed rather displeased. Tsukimi Momoha's curiosity was piqued. Was she angry? Was it due to her husband's easy trust in a suspicious individual? Or was it for some other reason? Her probing gaze inadvertently swept over Kanroji Tetsuya, whose smile remained ever so slightly elevated. Truly a couple, their essences so alike. Yet this iteration of the Kanroji seemed unusually loquacious and quite jovial. Tsukimi Momoha could not help but draw comparisons. How curious it was that despite both suffering from ailments, their personalities exhibited such stark contrasts. Humans are indeed fascinating beings. However, if everyone were the same, life would undoubtedly be far less interesting. The bloodline mused. Tsukimi Momoyo had encountered a myriad of individuals, and while she had met many resembling others, each person bore unique nuances that highlighted their individuality. Even in identical environments, personalities could diverge dramatically. This was one of the marvels of humanity that she often reflected upon. Chapter 35, The Flame of the Soul. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Kanroji Tetsuya finally concluded his lengthy narrative. Henio let out a silent sigh of relief. This immediately captured the attention of Tsukimi Momoyo, who had been languishing in boredom. A slight smile graced her lips. Compared to that tale, she had discovered something far more intriguing. It appeared that this wife was not at all pleased with Kanroji's incessant chatter. Sure enough, when Kanroji Tetsuya began to cough once more, Hanio expertly patted his back and could not help but voice her grievances. Did the doctor not say to speak less? This habit of yours remains unaltered. Ha ha. Kanroji Tetsuya chuckled sheepishly, then smoothly replied, Yes, I shall refrain next time. Always saying that. Who was it that engaged the reporting team in conversation for an entire afternoon? Do not say that, Kanroji Tetsuya playfully countered. I inevitably grow bored cooped up in this house. Moreover, Hanio, you did not stop me either. Hanio sighed. You rely on the fact that I cannot do anything about you. The two began to bicker back and forth, entirely disregarding how Tsukimi Momoyo, the outsider, might perceive their exchange. Tsukimi Momoyo could only remark, what a loving couple. Even in the face of such a grim existence, they managed to lead a remarkably ordinary life with such nonchalance. I apologize for making you laugh again, Hanio said, slightly bowing her head toward Tsukimi Momoyo. Not at all, Tsukimi Momoyo replied. Kanroji Tetsuya then inquired. In that case, what is your response? The air fell once more into silence. Long enough for the couple to believe they might be met with refusal, a sense of regret swelling within them. Tsukimi Momoyo finally spoke. I agree to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, I require an identity distinct from that of the other members. Please, go on. Katsumi Momoyo cast a downward glance at the umbrella resting on her knees, her thoughts drifting to the Tsujikuni brothers. She hoped that her deployment would only be necessary when the assigned team members were utterly incapable of coping with the situation. Of course, she retained the option to refuse action. Her gaze darkened slightly, for it was her earnest wish that any orders you issued were the result of careful consideration, rather than a haphazard reliance on her support. Such care was essential, not only for the sake of those team members, but also to spare herself from the nuisance of trivial matters. She continued, if faced with a daunting task. I will not decline. Hanio furrowed her brow, expressing her disagreement. Team members who disobey commands may incite numerous complications. Katsumi Momoyo tilted her head with a smile. I believe you have misunderstood. Do you recall what I just said? Hanio was momentarily taken aback. Shinazugawa Tazai pondered. You mentioned wanting an identity distinct from that of the team members? Katsumi Momoyo nodded. I aspire to establish a connection with the Demon Slayer Corps as a collaborator. Collaborator? Hanio echoed, instinctively inclining her head towards her husband. Shinazugawa Tazai weighed his words carefully. It seems you harbor no deep-seated animosity towards demons. What, then, motivates your agreement to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Katsumi Momoyo lifted her eyelids, choosing not to respond directly, but instead inquired, perhaps you have heard of yokai? Yokai? The couple echoed in unison. The tales of yokai had circulated among the populace, so they were certainly aware of them. However, it was unfortunate that neither of them could confirm their existence firsthand. Katsumi Momoyo yearned to demonstrate, yet before two individuals blinded to the world, she found herself at a loss for method. I can, Hanio declared earnestly, reiterating, I can. Upon witnessing her unwavering certainty, Katsumi Momoyo decided to make a small incision on her fingertip. With a soft plop, a drop of blood fell onto the wooden floor. In the next moment, it began to levitate, merging with the freshly spilled blood. Then came a crisp sound, as if something were solidifying, echoing in the ears of the couple. This time, Katsumi Momoyo merely conjured an umbrella identical to the one resting on her knees. However, it lacked the intricate mechanisms to unfold. It merely mimicked its appearance. What do you think? Katsumi Momoyo asked, holding the red umbrella while gazing at Hanio. Hanio's breath quickened. She released the fabric of her attire that had been crumpled in her grip, murmuring, indeed. Hanio, what is it? Shinazugawa Tazai inquired. Hanio took a deep breath before responding. From the very first encounter with Miss Katsumi, I sensed a power that was unlike that of ordinary individuals. She continued, but it flickered briefly before reverting to normal. Initially, I thought I had merely imagined it. She inhaled deeply, her voice steady. It seems that Miss Katsumi is indeed a being beyond the ordinary. Wait, Katsumi Momoyo interjected. Somewhat surprised, how did you perceive that? Shinazugawa Tazai chuckled, explaining, as I mentioned, Every generation of the Shinazugawa family must marry into the priestly lineage. He held Hanayo's hand. And although she could not see, she could sense everything around her, including the strength of entities. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Hanayo has been immensely helpful to me. Thanks to her extraordinary ability, she has assisted me in task allocation, and over the years, the casualty rate of the Demon Slayer Corps has significantly decreased. Is that so? Katsumi Momoyo nodded, intrigued by this remarkable ability. Every soul resembles a flame that burns continuously, Hanayo elucidated, describing her perspective of the world. The more pure the soul, the more uniform its color, the more powerful the soul, the more vigorously it burns. And what about me? What color is my soul? Katsumi Momoyo inquired with curiosity. Hanayo paused, observing Katsumi Momoyo closely. After a moment, she replied, Your disguise is quite effective, to the point that it has influenced your soul slightly. What do you mean? Katsumi Momoyo pressed, and Hanayo scrutinized her further before stating, When you refrain from utilizing your inhuman abilities, your soul appears like that of an ordinary person. Upon reaching this point, she shook her head, negating her previous assessment. No, in fact, the flame is even less prominent than that of an average person. It is an inconspicuous white, yet very pure. And then, Katsumi Momoyo pursued, intrigued. But in the instant you employ your abilities, the flame suddenly surges, transforming into a vivid red. It resembles the moment when fuel is added to the fire. She declared with conviction. It becomes so intense that it requires one to gaze upward, and it burns with a brilliance that is almost blinding. To this evaluation, Katsumi Momoyo nodded in satisfaction. Having grasped the underlying logic, her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Thus, this individual had spoken no falsehoods. Leaning forward with keen interest, she inquired, And what about inanimate objects? They possess no souls, do they? Hanayo patiently explained, Courtyards, stones, flowing water. These entities, of course, lack souls. Thus, they manifest as a static gray. She smiled, brushing her fingers against her eyes, elaborating. However, my perception is not infallible. I cannot ascertain their actual size, which prevents me from estimating distances. Shinazugawa Tazai chimed in, Indeed. Hanayo often trips while walking along the path. Hanayo nonchalantly retracted her hand from the playful grip. That will suffice, Miss Katsumi. Katsumi Momoyo nodded in agreement while retracting her blood. I consent to your terms. Katsumi Momoyo remained immersed in the wonder of Hanayo's earlier descriptions. When she was interrupted by Shinazugawa Tazai's resolute voice, she beamed a radiant smile, warmth permeating her previously frosty tone. Very well, let us make this agreement. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Speaking of which, I have a friend who has developed a combat technique that significantly enhances one's power. I believe the team members will find it immensely beneficial. Consider it a token of my sincerity. A combat technique? A substantial enhancement? Katsumi Momoyo elaborated on the technique of breathing. The joy of such a delightful surprise nearly overwhelmed Shinazugawa Tazai, yet he understood that the efficacy of this technique would require thorough testing. He rested his chin on his hand, deliberating. If what Miss Katsumi claims is true, then this breathing technique could indeed alleviate much of the pressure on the team and drastically reduce casualties. How about this? I will select a few members to conduct preliminary tests. In response to Shinazugawa Tazai's caution, Katsumi Momoyo nodded in agreement. As dusk approached and she prepared to depart, she presented one final request to the couple. If you encounter a person adorned with markings resembling red flames on their forehead, please bring them back. Is this person a friend of Miss Katsumi? Hanayo asked curiously. Katsumi Momoyo smiled. Yes, I believe that with the creator of this breathing technique present, the team members will learn it much more swiftly. Upon hearing that it was the creator, Shinazugawa Tazai immediately assured her, Rest assured, Miss Katsumi. I will notify the team to be vigilant during their missions. I am most grateful. With that, Katsumi Momoyo departed the courtyard, guided by the attendant. Chapter 36, An Amusing Trio. Katsumi Momoyo followed her guide to a secluded area outside the courtyard, pausing in her steps, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Outside the courtyard lay a small segment of stone pathway, and as she stepped into the enclosure before her, devoid of any extraneous aura, she realized it was an uninhabited abode. Katsumi Momoyo raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto her lips. Is this a special privilege granted to me as a collaborator? In truth, she was not averse to sharing living space with others. However, Katsumi Momoyo spun around, surveying the greenery within the courtyard, which infused the cold winter with a sense of vitality. A genuine smile emerged in her eyes. This gesture of goodwill was truly irresistible. She reached out to pull open the wooden door, her gaze sweeping across the room. The tatami mats were laid out with meticulous precision. The low table and bookshelves were arranged neatly, and even the tea set tucked away in the corner was complete. Hatsumi Momoka nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly turned her head. raising her voice towards the empty courtyard wall outside. Since you are all here, there is no need to hide, is there? Why not come in and join me? It would add a touch of liveliness to this place. Hiss. No sooner had her words fallen than a stifled cry of pain echoed from beyond the courtyard wall, accompanied by the frantic sounds of collision. The next moment, 3 heads appeared at the edge of the door frame, squeezed into a row. On the far left, Mizutani Yuichi grimaced and clutched his side, while in the middle, Rengoku Shunshiro supported him, and on the far right, Igarashi Yukika appeared somewhat abashed at being discovered. The scene was undeniably comical. Hatsumi Momoka couldn't help but chuckle at their predicament. It seems you all have recovered quite well. Your spirits are high. Just as Mizutani Yuichi was about to respond, a sudden movement caused him to jolt in pain, drawing in a sharp breath and breaking out in a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Beside him, Rengoku Shunshiro furrowed his brow disapprovingly, admonishing. The doctor clearly stated that you shouldn't be out of bed yet you insist on joining in the commotion. Afterward, he quickly turned to Hatsumi Momoka, his expression softening with a hint of apology as he slightly bowed. Please excuse my friend, Miss Hatsumi. He is simply too eager. Hatsumi Momoka waved her hand dismissively, her gaze settling on Mizutani Yuichi's pale face. The human body is inherently fragile, and it was reckless of him to take such risks. She remarked pointedly, indeed. You must take good care of yourself and not treat the doctor's advice lightly. Mizutani Yuichi's head drooped even lower. Youthful exuberance, it seems. Hatsumi Momoka, seeing him like this, could only sigh in resignation. All right, let us go inside and have a chat. Thus, the pristine courtyard bore several new footprints. Inside the room, one lay down while 3 others sat. Hatsumi Momoka was not afraid of the cold. On the contrary, she was exceptionally resilient to it. However, considering there were injured individuals present, she thoughtfully lit the charcoal fire and warmed a kettle of tea. Before long, the fragrance of tea mingled with warmth filled the entire room. Mizutani Yuichi stared at the ceiling, trying to lift his head with his hand propped against the tatami. But the pain from his side thwarted his efforts, forcing him to lie back down in defeat. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he spoke, tinged with a hint of grievance. Is it not possible for me to sit up? Lying here feels rather odd. Absolutely not. 2 voices chimed simultaneously. Rengoku Shunshiro still wore a smile, his eyes curving in a way that suggested he was easy to approach, yet his tone was icy. Igarashi Yukika glared at him, twisting his uninjured arm with a grip that was neither too harsh nor too gentle. You should be grateful that Miss Hatsumi is allowing you to lie down and recuperate. If you move too much and exacerbate your injury, just wait and see how the doctor reacts. Rengoku Shunshiro nodded in agreement. Igarashi is right. Don't cause unnecessary worry for everyone, understood? Though it was a statement of concern, Hatsumi Momoka sensed an undertone of warning in their words. Intriguing. These 3 individuals were quite fascinating. One always wore a gentle smile, yet the warmth did not reach his eyes, suggesting a heightened sense of vigilance. And his tone often resembled that of a stern traditionalist. Another appeared outwardly mature and composed, yet his emotions would surface immediately when provoked. The last one seemed to have a penchant for conversation, never allowing silence to linger. What could have shaped them into this? Her curiosity about the stories behind their personas grew. Meanwhile, Mizutani Yuichi flinched at Igarashi Yukika's grip and immediately wilted, his voice barely above a whisper. All right. I want tea move. As Hatsumi Momoka lifted the tea bowl to her lips, she took a sip, her gaze momentarily lowered, casting a delicate shadow from her long eyelashes. How did you all come to be here? She paused, lifting her eyes with a glimmer of mischief. Surely at Isen tea just to check on my living conditions? The 3 exchanged glances, beginning a silent communication among themselves. Igarashi Yukika glanced at Rengoku Shunshiro, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Mizutani Yuichi blinked, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. However, their understanding was evident, as if they had rehearsed, and they chorused in unison. We are truly grateful to you, Miss Hatsumi. The 3 young men spoke with such vigor that Hatsumi Momoka trembled slightly, nearly dropping her teacup. It is nothing of great significance, she replied, placing the cup on the table with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing an ordinary matter. How can it not be a significant matter? Igarashi Yukika interjected, her hands gesturing animatedly before her chest. Her usual composure was cast aside, her voice tinged with urgency. Miss Hatsumi, we are acutely aware of our own limitations. If it weren't for you that day, we could have easily met our demise, and we would not be here now, enjoying tea with you in such good spirits. Igarashi was correct. Rengoku Shunshiro's gaze locked onto Hatsumi Momoka's eyes, his orange-red irises lacking their usual distance. Although his repeated expressions of thanks might seem excessive, the debt of gratitude for saving their lives could never be overemphasized. Indeed, Mizutani Yuichi quickly chimed in, positioned directly across from Hatsumi Momoka. Thus his gaze reluctantly settled on the ceiling. Yet, His voice rang out clearly, as if fearing he might not be heard. A moment of silence enveloped the room. The three remained attentively aware of Hatsumi Momoka's reactions, especially when they noticed her frown and lift a hand to rub her ear, prompting them to sit up straight in unison. They exchanged glances. Could their uninvited visit have inconvenienced Miss Hatsumi? It certainly seemed so. She had just arrived and had yet to properly explore her new residence, and now she was compelled to entertain them. Surely, that would be irksome for anyone. As they began to regret their impulsive decision, Hatsumi Momoka suddenly let out a soft laugh. She was amused by their naivety, how easily they took the blame upon themselves. Looking at these 17 or 18-year-old boys, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Living this way would surely be burdensome. Hence, she spoke. Have you considered that if I had not drawn attention to myself, you would not have been drawn here, and thus would have remained unharmed? How can you say that? Igarashi Yukika exclaimed, lifting her head abruptly, her gaze seeking Rengoku Shunshiro's for support. Outside, the wind suddenly picked up, howling through the cracks of the window, instilling a sense of unease. Just as it had that night, she remembered how, upon hearing the commotion, her heart felt as though it had been gripped by a hand, and without a second thought, she had pulled the two toward the source of the noise. Now, reflecting on that impulsiveness brought forth a wave of anxiety she couldn't quite articulate. Her gaze dropped, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, while her hands, concealed beneath the low table, clutched the fabric of her clothes tightly, her knuckles whitening. She had always aimed to be as composed as Rengoku, yet at crucial moments, she faltered. Indeed, she was still far from matching his steadiness. Yet, she also did not possess the straightforward mentality of Mizutani. Igarashi Yukika was particularly troubled by her own untimely sentimentality, which, despite being consciously masked by her sunny disposition, continued to cling to her. On the other side, Rengoku Shunshiro slowly straightened up, the flickering flames casting defined shadows on his chiseled profile. His tone was measured and steady, neither overly solemn nor dismissive. What has happened has happened. Since it is a choice we made, we shall not regret it, he stated, his eyes focused on Igarashi Yukika as he spoke. Yuichi Mizutani quickly echoed, indeed, Miss Tsurumi, there is no need for you to feel guilty. This was ultimately our own choice. A shiver coursed through Shika Igarashi's heart as the familiar smile before her and the affirming words beside her dispelled the clouds of sorrow that lingered in her mind. The unconditional support from her companions was undoubtedly the greatest source of happiness. Chapter 37. The Ambiguous Countenance. There's no need to be so serious, Momo Tsurumi remarked, shifting to a more relaxed posture as she sipped her tea. Youthful passion is not a flaw. The three of them let out quiet sighs of relief, surprised to discover Miss Tsurumi's unexpected tenderness, which belied her initially aloof demeanor. As the conversation flowed, the four grew increasingly familiar with one another. Shika Igarashi animatedly recounted her travels, filled with tales of various malevolent spirits, captivating both Rengoku Shinjuro and Yuichi Mizutani, who listened intently. The tranquil courtyard resonated with bursts of laughter and exclamations of surprise. Before long, the sun began to dip below the horizon. Rengoku Shinjuro glanced at the crimson hues painting the sky and gently patted Shika Igarashi's hand, who was about to pose a question. He turned to Momo Tsurumi and said, "It is getting late. We must take our leave. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Miss Tsurumi." Shika Igarashi, realizing the time, offered an apologetic smile. "It's my fault. I tend to ramble on." Momo Tsurumi shook her head. "Not at all. I must thank you for keeping me company." With that, the two rose and departed the courtyard with grace. The footprints in the snow gradually became indistinct, obscuring their identities. Momo Tsurumi watched their retreating figures until they turned out of sight. She then turned to someone else and asked, "Did they forget about you?" Yuichi Mizutani, feeling overlooked, covered his face, his muffled voice escaping through his fingers. "Ah, here we go again. I can be easily forgotten with just a missed connection." Hence, he always felt compelled to interject. Momo Tsurumi chuckled knowingly. "It seems your presence truly is quite minimal." Before long, the two returned, sheepishly retrieving Yuichi Mizutani. As the trio made their way back, Shika Igarashi mused, "Miss Tsurumi is truly a wonderful person, and quite beautiful as well." Rengoku Shinjuro turned to her. "What is the matter? I recall Miss Tsurumi being exceptionally lovely, yet now I can't quite recall her face." Yuichi Mizutani shrugged off the matter. "What does it matter? I barely caught a glimpse. It's natural not to remember someone upon first meeting." Rengoku Shinjuro nodded in agreement. "Indeed, no need for concern. We shall have the opportunity to meet Miss Tsurumi again." Yet, none of them voiced that when recalling Momo Tsurumi's appearance. All that lingered in their minds were her striking crimson eyes. Beyond that, their thoughts were a blank slate, eluding any further recollection. What changes did joining the Demon Slayer Corps bring to Momo Tsurumi? For her, It simply meant donning an indigo-hued haori. The fabric was lightweight, adorned with an embroidered white crane on the back, its wings unfurled, encircling her in a circular design reminiscent of a family crest. Beneath it, she still wore her customary kimono, fastened at the collar and waist with an elegant sash. Occasionally, she would leisurely stroll through the corridors of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, holding an umbrella tilted slightly to shield her from the sun's rays. She did not seek anything in particular. She merely wandered to pass the time and perhaps add a few new selections to her culinary repertoire. To be honest, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, due to their rigorous training, possessed remarkably high-quality blood. Furthermore, with so many of them, it was akin to placing wolves among sheep. There was an abundance that could not be wholly consumed. Consequently, Momo Tsurumi no longer needed to wait until hunger struck to seek sustenance. She had even begun to indulge a little. However, none were privy to this. Passers-by would often find their gazes drawn to her, some frowning in contemplation of this unfamiliar face, while others, with mouths agape, appeared perplexed, likely questioning why this woman, not clad in uniform, lingered among the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, those who moved freely within the Corps must have done so under the authority of their leader. Thus, despite some members harboring reservations, they endeavored to act as if nothing were amiss. Before long, the members gradually came to understand why this young lady was present among them. As previously agreed, Kagaya Ubuyashiki seldom assigned tasks to Momo Tsurumi. When he did, it was invariably due to unforeseen circumstances at the front lines, such as the initial team being inadequately equipped to confront a demon. This was an unavoidable reality, even with careful selection under Hanako's scrutiny. The time taken to gather intel and reach the destination meant that if demons consumed more lives in the interim, their strength would inevitably increase beyond expectations. Moreover, demons had become aware of the Demon Slayer Corps existence, growing cunning and adept at camouflage. Fortunately, the crow's message delivery was always prompt, and with Momo Tsurumi's swiftness, she frequently arrived in time, averting the complete annihilation of her comrades. Consequently, the casualty rate among the members significantly diminished. Gradually, a narrative began to circulate within the Corps. A formidable swordsman would materialize at the most critical moments, rescuing them from the clutches of demons. Yet, whenever they endeavored to express their gratitude and earnestly recollect the swordsman's visage, their memories remained shrouded in ambiguity. They could not grasp the specific contours of their savior. Only the vivid imprint in their minds of the indigo haori adorned with the white crane emblem and the resplendent crimson eyes shimmering under the moonlight. At that moment, it dawned on them that this was indeed the young lady who had been wandering about the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, seemingly without purpose. Momo Tsurumi had her own reasons for intentionally rendering her appearance ambiguous to the members. With centuries still ahead before confronting Muzan Kibutsuji, she needed to conceal her identity during this time, preventing the demon from discerning her non-human nature and preparing against her. Thus, over these centuries, she must work diligently to diminish her presence. The fewer who knew of her, the more challenging it would be for information about her to circulate, naturally reducing the likelihood of it reaching Muzan Kibutsuji's ears. Moreover, there was an inherent concern regarding the possibility of members becoming demons. Engaged in battle with demons, it was inevitable that some might succumb to temptation and ultimately become minions of the demons. Should any of these corrupted individuals harbor knowledge of her existence, her identity and plans could easily be revealed through their distorted words. Therefore, minimizing her visibility became the most prudent course of action. However, with so many individuals capable of discerning her uniqueness from mere conversation, this endeavor could not escape the scrutiny of Kagaya Ubuyashiki. To instill confidence within the members and bolster the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya Ubuyashiki took it upon himself to ensure that the message regarding her was disseminated across all squads. The message conveyed was as follows: the swordsman who appears in times of dire need hails from the illustrious Tsurumi family. The Tsurumi family has now forged an alliance with the Demon Slayer Corps, providing robust support akin to that of the Wisteria family. This swordsman belongs to a special logistics division, offering assistance solely during demon hunting missions, without interfering in routine tasks. All are urged not to grow complacent or neglect their training. For Momo Tsurumi may not always arrive in time. Rest assured, Miss Tsurumi stands with us. The concluding statement of the announcement served as a soothing balm, firmly embedding itself within the hearts of each team member. As the messenger crow soared over various outposts, the team members gathered to absorb the information, and the previously instilled unease and speculation surrounding the enigmatic swordsman was swiftly supplanted by a sense of reassurance. Some placed a hand over their chests, exhaling with relief. So it is a swordsman lineage. No wonder they possess such formidable prowess. Others tightened their grips on their Nicaran blades, their eyes reigniting with fervor. With such support at hand, our resolve to hunt demons has never been more fortified. In just a few days, the atmosphere within the Demon Slayer Corps transformed entirely. The shouts within the training grounds grew louder, and the footsteps during missions became markedly more resolute. Yet, the topic that sparked the most fervent discussion among the team members remained that of the elusive Miss Kurumi, who had rescued them on several occasions without ever having met them. At last, under the leadership of several swordsmen, the squads united to send a request via the messenger crow, their words imbued with sincerity. Having received the repeated assistance of Miss Kurumi, we feel a profound sense of indebtedness. Should it be convenient for her, we wish to express our gratitude in person, even if it is merely to utter a word of thanks. The New Blood Clan Growth Manual. Third section, third segment. The speed hierarchy of the Blood Clan is determined by the tiers of power within their lineage, ranging from the inexperienced fledgling to the millennia of accumulated strength. Each tier conceals an extraordinary swiftness that defies logic. The average values are as follows: low-tier Blood Clan, 30 milliseconds. Mid-tier Blood Clan, 40 milliseconds. High-tier Blood Clan, near instantaneous movement within 100 meters, with no defined value. Note: newly awakened Blood Clan members must act under the supervision and management of a guide, and should not exert their full strength to avoid unnecessary loss. Chapter 38, Training. Time passed swiftly, and before long, half a year had elapsed. Ushering in the summer, season most detested by Kurumi Momiji, the whereabouts of the enigmatic Yukiyori remained a mystery, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps without anyone to systematically impart the breathing techniques. Finally, unable to restrain himself any longer, Ubuyashiki Tsujikuni personally approached, beseeching Kurumi Momiji to step forward and temporarily assume the role of instructor. Listening to his earnest entreaty, Kurumi Momiji felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The system in her mind voiced its query. A swordsman with red markings upon his head, such a distinctive appearance would be hard to overlook. How peculiar that the team members have not managed to uncover any news of him. Yet, Kurumi Momiji merely rested her chin on her hand, gazing through the doorway at the air shimmering from the heat outside, her tone vague as she replied, "Who knows? Perhaps he is holed up in some remote mountain forest." Yet to emerge, her gaze remained tranquil, fixated on the empty courtyard outside, leading one to think she was merely lost in thought. However, her mind was rife with doubts. If Yukiyori had been hunting demons for years, how could he have not yet encountered any members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Logically speaking, the patrol routes of the members spanned far and wide. It was only a matter of time before they crossed paths. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Furrowing her brow, just where has this fellow burrowed himself into? At that moment, the system posed another question. Didn't Tiwi previously provide him with a blood crystal? Could we not use it to ascertain his location? I am not some sort of stalker, Kurumi Momiji mentally retorted. Moreover, she mused, once the distance exceeds a certain limit, if the other party does not actively utilize it, I would be unable to discern their precise whereabouts. What do you think? Ubuyashiki Tsujikuni inquired with anticipation. Kurumi Momiji withdrew her gaze, closed her eyes, and resigned herself to reality. Very well, let us proceed as such. Thus, the following day, a new figure graced the training grounds of the Demon Slayer Corps. The notice of special training had already circulated among the squads, and the swordsmen arrived at the training area in succession, only to find it utterly vacant, devoid of even a shadow of an instructor. How strange. Was it not stated that there would be an instructor? One scratched his head, glancing around with a perplexed expression. Indeed, upon closer inspection, all faces were familiar. One bystander jested, playfully grasping his companion's neck. Surely it cannot be that you are hiding away, preparing to instruct us personally? Ha ha. Just as the laughter subsided, another interjected. By the way, how have you all been faring with the breathing techniques that our Lord previously mentioned? Ah, do not even mention it. Someone sighed heavily. Maintaining the technique even in the daytime is arduous, and during the night, I often find myself breaking it in my sleep. I mean, is there truly someone who can manage it? Since it was arranged specifically by our Lord, it must hold the power to strengthen us. Another clenched his fist, his tone earnest. We cannot rely on Miss Kurumi every time. We must learn to stand on our own. Under the eaves of the corridor bordering the training ground, Kurumi Momiji stood with an umbrella, its canopy lowered just enough to obscure half her face. She sensed the atmosphere within the venue and slowly counted 30 minutes, noting that only 4 individuals had arrived in total. This was a far cry from the 17 mentioned by Ubuyashiki. Morning light spilled across the training ground. Yet the summer warmth had yet to fully materialize. In the expansive space, the sparse chatter among the 4 sounded rather thin. Kurumi Momiji lifted her gaze to the blazing sun overhead, her eyes immediately stinging, tears threatening to spill forth. She hastily wiped at the corners of her eyes, brushing away the tears that had been coaxed forth, and with a graceful leap over the wall, she descended lightly before the 4. How long until lunch? She inquired. her tone still laced with a hint of drowsiness. It was only upon her question that the swordsman jolted, as if someone had stepped on their tails. Suddenly realizing that an additional person had joined their midst, the nearest one's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape in disbelief for a long moment before he stammered, there are still 4 hours left. The others observed as the umbrella-wielding woman responded with a nonchalant nodding as if satisfied with the answer, murmuring softly, "Then let us ensure that we do not delay your lunch." The four exchanged glances, their hands resting on the hilts of their blades, yet none dared to move. Their expressions reflecting a shared bewilderment. Who is this person? The figure before them did not appear particularly tall, yet the white cranes embroidered upon her indigo haori swayed gently with her movements. Wait a moment. That haori adorned with the white crane emblem. Could it be? Finally, one audacious individual scratched the back of his head and hesitantly ventured, could you possibly be Miss Kurumi? Kurumi raised her hand to adjust the umbrella, its edge tilting slightly to allow a few rays of light to filter down to her nose. The corners of her eyes crinkled in a soft smile. Devoid of any hostility, her lips forming a gentle curve as she spoke with a casual tone. "I have come to train you all. Please treat me well." No sooner had she spoken than, before the group could fully comprehend, Kurumi Momiji flicked her fingers towards a wooden sword resting on a nearby weapon rack. They beheld a flash of red light darting into the wooden sword, followed by a sharp crack as the sword seemed to fly into her hand, firmly grasped. The display of skill left the others dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Kurumi Momiji waved the wooden sword before them, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Impressive. I senti it? In truth, it's connected by a wire. I'm merely teasing you." The dazed expressions on their faces had yet to dissipate when Kurumi Momiji weighed the wooden sword in her hand. Casting her gaze over them, "Enough of this dawdling. Let us make haste." She lightly turned her wrist, spinning the wooden sword in her palm. "Well then, I shall not be polite." A cry of pain erupted. Kurumi Momiji regarded the team member who was hopping about while clutching his calf. Murmuring to herself, "It seems I need to slow down a bit more." Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, hastily gripping the hilts of their swords. The remnants of their earlier confusion having been overshadowed by the startling revelation of the training ahead, leaving them with the ominous premonition that this session would not be easily navigated. Reflections of the Blood Clan. Regarding the application of blood crystals. Due to the protective layer belonging to Seville, when the blood crystal is positioned 50 meters away from Tsukimi Momoyo, she loses her ability to sense even the slightest trace of her own blood contained within it. This connection can only be restored if the blood crystal shatters or is subjected to a significant impact. Furthermore, due to their limited quantity, Tsukimi Momoyo diligently retrieves the shattered fragments of the blood crystals. The method of recovery involves using a hairpin infused with Seville's power. After absorbing the blood crystal shards, it will eventually reconstitute them into a new blood crystal after a period of time. Chapter 39. Instincts Under Fear. As for the peculiar training brought forth by Karasuba, Tsuruya harbored little faith in its efficacy. What kind of training is it that lacks even a clear description? Yet, this was a directive from the master, and he felt compelled to comply. Tsuruya's current mission was distant and challenging. By the time he took a moment to rest and made his way back, it would already be well into the afternoon. Should he not take another moment to recuperate? Reflecting on his master's concern, he sighed. His master was too soft-hearted. How could anyone develop resilience or progress under such circumstances? Thus, he firmly rejected his master's kindness, eager to uncover the nature of this so-called special training. Winding through numerous walls and courtyards, Tsuruya found that most of the team members were either recuperating in the infirmary or resting in their quarters during the day. Few, like him, were hastening to partake in the specialized training. Consequently, as he approached the training ground, he encountered fewer and fewer individuals. Throughout his journey, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of total concentration breathing. Initially skeptical upon hearing about it, he had since found himself acknowledging its effectiveness during subsequent demon hunting missions. His muscle utilization had significantly increased, his explosive power heightened, and even his speed and stamina had undergone considerable enhancement. Such improvements arguably outweighed a year's worth of training. What kind of individual could have conceived such a technique? Tsuruya was impatient to discover the answer. However, after inquiring about the advanced training from his master, he received no information in return. What could be the reason for this? Was this training method not yet fully developed? What precisely did his master hope they would achieve? The more he pondered, the tighter his brows furrowed, and the oppressive aura surrounding him became palpable enough to intimidate others. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his short hair. Just then, a teammate passed by, nearly burying their face in their chest, seemingly wishing to shrink into the shadows against the wall, afraid to even breathe. Once they finally managed to edge out of Tsuru Rya's line of sight, they exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be startled by a louder titich from behind. Frightened, they straightened up abruptly, swiftly turning to bow at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "I'm sorry," and with that disjointed apology, they dashed away like a startled creature. Tsuru Rya, observing the commotion, halted and turned back to see only an empty path, ultimately shaking his head in exasperation. No wonder he was perpetually troubled. How did such timid individuals muster the courage to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Lost in thought, his mind drifted back to the selection process. He recalled the day he participated in the recruitment trials. In the courtyard, a man with a penchant for laughter sat alongside a stern-faced woman. Qualified next. Qualified next. Not qualified next. The woman with black hair and closed eyes made swift judgments within mere seconds. Regardless of whether they were selected or not, many left feeling bewildered. It was only after joining that he learned Lady Kaname, hailing from a priestly lineage, possessed the ability to discern potential. However, was it not somewhat hasty to judge solely based on strength or potential, disregarding other factors? Tsuru Rya often felt a sense of helplessness towards the master and his spouse. This line of thought persisted until his left foot crossed the threshold of the training ground. Suddenly, his steps faltered. The sight before him caused his eyelids to twitch violently. Team members lay scattered across the ground, gasping for breath, their sweat-soaked garments clinging to their bodies, making it appear as though they had just endured an ambush. Tsuru Rya inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. It proved of little solace. The throbbing at his temples intensified painfully. He rubbed his temples, realizing that perhaps this was indeed a bit hastily arranged. Tsukihiko Momoha, holding an umbrella, idly tapped her wooden sword against the wooden corridor beneath her feet. Producing a rhythmic sound, she scanned the sprawled figures of her teammates, shaking her head in disappointment. After witnessing the prowess of two formidable individuals, the sight of these exhausted souls was disheartening. Their breaths had grown erratic, with a few gasping so heavily that she feared they might rupture their lungs. Striking the ground with increased force, the sound pierced through the heavy breathing, causing those present to turn their heads in response. Adjust your breathing. Even if it becomes so painful that you feel you cannot breathe, you must maintain total concentration, she declared languidly. What? Even in this state, we must uphold total concentration? Is that truly achievable? Expressions of disbelief washed over her audience. Yet under the authoritative command of her strike, they complied, fearing the wooden sword might deliver additional stinging blows. Meanwhile, Tsukihiko Momoha observed the efforts of her teammates to regulate their breathing with satisfaction, intending to offer words of encouragement that balanced discipline with kindness. However, before she could utter a word, her gaze sharpened, and with a swift pivot of her right foot, she rotated gracefully to the left under her umbrella. Just where she had stood moments before, a Nichiren blade was lodged into the corridor's support pillar. "Ah, that was close," she remarked with a smile, tilting her head to regard the unexpected visitor. Before her stood a striking figure with neatly cropped golden hair, sharp brows, and sun-kissed skin, towering at an unusual height. With a muscular build, perhaps feeling overheated, a small portion of his honey-colored chest was exposed. His expression was stern, yet his eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Tsukihiko Momoha raised an intrigued brow, curious how this individual, who had initiated the attack, now appeared so bewildered. "You are." Tsuru Rya's gaze remained fixed on Tsukihiko Momoha, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized her every movement. When faced with strength, one becomes acutely perceptive. In a mere glance, he could sense the formidable power radiating from this seemingly delicate woman, one capable of evoking instinctual hostility within him. Yet, she appeared so fragile, her arms devoid of any visible muscle, and her complexion unnaturally pale, suggesting a frail constitution. Could someone like her genuinely possess such immense strength? Tsuru Rya found himself at odds with his instincts. However, as he felt one blade slip from his grasp, leaving only another, his hand still trembled upon the hilt. This was a posture of readiness, prepared to retaliate in an instant. Instincts and intuition are seldom deceived, and Tsuru Rya's acute sense of danger was unparalleled. He had evaded numerous lethal strikes thanks to such instincts and intuitions. To his astonishment, it was a pair of twin blades. Tsuru Rya swiftly covered his ears and dodged to the side, distancing himself from the approaching Tsuru Momoha. However, as he steadied himself, he realized that she held both blades in her hands simultaneously. Too, he felt a sudden emptiness in his grip, and a jolt of alarm coursed through him. When exactly had this happened? This person's speed and agility were astonishingly swift, so much so that even his instincts and intuition could not keep pace. Chapter 40. The Mightiest? Is such caution truly necessary? Tsuru Momoha lifted the twin blades, inspecting them with keen interest, occasionally gasping in surprise. These blades are exceptionally long. They must be Tachi, right? After weighing one in her hand, She noted its considerable heft, indicating the skill of the blacksmith who forged it. With a casual flick, she tossed one back, retaining only one, and then began to wield it with satisfaction. To-do Ryuya caught it, momentarily stunned. This was indeed a tachi, crafted specifically for his stature and strength. An elongated and reinforced version. For an ordinary member, merely lifting it with one hand would be a challenge, let alone for someone of such diminutive size. Yet, she wielded it effortlessly, without a hint of strain. His brow furrowed once more. What manner of monster was this? Meanwhile, Tsurumi Momoha, having fiddled with the blade without success, decided to return it to To-do Ryuya. She gazed at him intently and remarked, "With such unique blades at your disposal, your prowess must be formidable, indeed." At that moment, a fallen team member propped himself up, casting glances around before collapsing back down, taking a deep breath to introduce the two. "Miss Tsurumi. This is our Demon Slayer Corps mightiest swordsman, To-do Ryuya." After a brief pause, he continued. He joined the Corps at 16 and was able to undertake missions solo within a year. He hasn't faced defeat in 2 years. Tsurumi Momoha raised an eyebrow, a wider smile gracing her lips. So impressive. To-do Ryuya frowned, disagreeing with the team member's words, and calmly stated, "Such absolute claims should not be made lightly." The rebutted team member pouted, quietly rolling over to mutter, "But it's true." To-do Ryuya chose to ignore him, instead scrutinizing Tsurumi Momoha with a discerning gaze, his deep voice emanating from his throat. "So you are the Tsurumi they speak of?" Tsurumi Momoha nodded with a sense of pride. "Indeed, that would be me." As she spoke, her empty right hand extended, and the wooden sword she had leaned against the corridor earlier flew back into her grasp. Observing the taut muscles of To-do Ryuya, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Then, with a playful tone, she said, "It's merely a little trick. No need to be tense." As soon as the wooden sword was in her hand, the group of individuals who had been lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness quickly rolled away to the sidelines. They were definitely not lingering to witness who was stronger between the mightiest swordsman and Miss Tsurumi. Tsurumi Momoha felt a surge of anticipation. Just how great was the gap between the mightiest swordsman and the likes of Yorichi and Yushiro? She was eager to find out. As the sun dipped low, painting the horizon in hues of crimson, she remarked, "The hour is late. Let us finish this round and call it a day. I had them take a late lunch, and I certainly wouldn't want to delay your dinner." Despite her casual demeanor, To-do Ryuya dared not relax for even a moment. He was acutely aware that the individual before him was a formidable adversary. Although he was reluctant to admit it, she might well surpass him in strength. Engaging with such a master would undoubtedly contribute to his growth. Thus, beyond mere vigilance, To-do Ryuya felt an uncontrollable excitement bubbling within him. "Your breathing seems a bit shaky," Tsurumi Momoha teased as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. She then promptly vaulted over his shoulder. To-do Ryuya looked up at her playful gaze, momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Tsurumi Momoha had retreated several meters. Instinctively, To-do Ryuya raised his blade to strike. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he was an eye-catching figure, which was precisely why he wielded a tachi suited for downward slashing. He did not disappoint the blacksmith. The two hefty tachi in his hands were whipped around with an agility that belied their weight. Yet their power was undeniable. Leveraging his towering stature, he unleashed a relentless assault. With a mighty swing, he brought the tachi crashing down, the air splitting with a deafening roar. Tsurumi Momoha seemingly moved only a fraction, yet it sufficed to evade his strike. The tachi struck the sandy ground, leaving a deep mark. To-do Ryuya had no expectation of landing a hit with that strike, so he continued without pause, deftly twisting his wrist for a diagonal slash upward. Once more, Tsurumi Momoha leaned back, just in time to avoid the blow. Wow, he nearly got her both times. To-do Senpai is truly extraordinary. Nearby, several team members, having regained much of their strength, sat up against the wall, intently watching this rare contest. They observed To-do Ryuya's fluid movements as he expertly flicked his wrist, the blade gliding along the ground with effortless grace, each motion seamlessly connected. Coupled with Tsurumi Momoha's relaxed dodges and counterattacks, it resembled a vigorous yet graceful dance of combat. With every strike, there was an exhilarating beauty that captivated the onlookers. In truth, from the onset of their exchange, To-do Ryuya had discerned that Tsurumi Momoha was not exerting her full strength. The realization almost caused him to falter in his technique. Although he had indeed approached her with a probing mindset, his attacks were anything but trivial. Each strike had been perilously close. What kind of power would allow one to make such judgments in an instant? It was a terrifying mastery of one's own capabilities. To-do Ryuya felt a flicker of relief that this individual was not an enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps. Unbeknownst to them, a few onlookers had gathered, marveling at the spectacle. "Wow, so what they said was true. Someone really can wield such heavy blades with such fluidity," exclaimed one. Is this the strongest swordsman spoken of in the Corps? His prowess is truly fearsome. Speaking of strength, how is it determined? Another question, filled with admiration. You don't know? Tsuru-senpai joined the Corps only 2 years ago and has already slain 55 demons. Most of them were single-handedly dealt with by him. With such an impressive record, who could rival him? 55. The Inquirer's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping, "That's incredible." In the midst of it all, Tsuru maintained a steady breath, the blades gleaming in the evening glow as they carved through the air. Each strike carried the weight of undeniable might, solidifying the meaning of the strongest in the minds of all present. With a newfound sense of confidence, Tsuru finally decided to unleash his full potential. It had been far too long since he had experienced such an exhilarating bout. Thus, the spectators bore witness as Tsuru transformed from a methodical fighter into a more aggressive contender. The most immediate manifestation was the breathtaking speed of his twin tachi, which blurred into afterimages, mirroring the swift movements of both combatants. Occasionally, sparks would erupt from their exchanges. Sparks. The team members' jaws dropped involuntarily. The notion of a wooden sword clashing against a real blade was astounding enough, but how could it possibly spark like that? Is this wooden sword truly so resilient? What on earth is happening? Have we perhaps switched the materials for our wooden swords? Immediately, some skeptics crept along the edge of the courtyard wall, wary of being caught in the fray. One of them hastily snatched a wooden sword from the rack and darted back. "Come on, let us give it a try," he exclaimed eagerly, raising the wooden sword to strike at the sun-patterned blade offered by his teammate. Crack! The wooden sword shattered. The once eager team member slumped despondently in the corner, realizing, so it was my own weakness all along. In the midst of the Warring States period, Kanroji Mitsuri found himself in a quandary about whether to impose stricter entry standards for the Demon Slayer Corps and to implement a system of ranks. However, he feared that increasing the difficulty of joining might result in a dwindling influx of new blood for the Corps. If a ranking system were to be established, what criteria would be employed? As Kanroji pondered these possibilities, he had yet to reach a conclusion. Chapter 41, Addiction. Clang. Another sound echoed as Tsukigumi Momoko nimbly leaped to deliver a downward strike, only to have her twin blades intercepted by Tsuru's dual swords. In the midst of the standoff, Tsukigumi glanced upward to see that the night sky had darkened considerably. Redirecting her gaze, she utilized her momentum to roll backward gracefully, creating distance between them. The umbrella that had rested upon her shoulder was folded away. With a slight tilt of her chin, she gestured for Tsuru to observe the sky, remarking, "It's getting late, don't you think? The night is nearly upon us." As the evening approached, the onlooking team members had already begun to disperse from the training grounds, either returning for dinner or preparing for their evening missions. At that moment, only the two of them remained, a pair of temporary idlers. Tsukigumi stood there nonchalantly, as if nothing were amiss, her loose dark blue haori remarkably unscathed. With the fading light of dusk, visibility diminished, yet it posed no hindrance to Tsukigumi. She could still discern Tsuru's state clearly. The towering figure before her appeared slightly winded, his chest rising and falling with vigorous breaths. He wiped the sweat from his brow, droplets cascading along his jawline, trickling down into hidden places. His uniform, soaked through, darkened with perspiration. Examining his arms, she noted the reddened areas where the wooden sword had struck him, revealing the vulnerability beneath his formidable exterior. Tsukigumi assessed his condition with a discerning eye. He was indeed a rare talent, surpassing others in reflexes, experience, endurance, and agility. With this preliminary understanding of her training partner, she intended to focus on his weaknesses in their next sparring session. However, in the face of such a multifaceted warrior, Tsukigumi felt limited in what she could accomplish. As she was lost in thought, the silent Tsuru finally broke the stillness, declaring, "I can keep going. I still have a long way to go." Tsukigumi blinked in surprise, completely taken aback that he wished to continue despite their current state. She lifted her gaze, her eyes widening slightly. What was that expression on his face? The corners of his mouth curved upward, and Tsukigumi noted that his canines were rather sharp, hinting at a potential for ferocity. She assessed him with a sense of detachment. Yet couldn't he help but notice the occasional twitch at the corners of his mouth, and how his entire body trembled subtly. Something was amiss. Tsukigumi could almost sense the blood coursing through him, racing like an overloaded machine, overloaded yet unable to halt. Tsuru truly could not stop. His once meticulously styled orange hair had become disheveled, strands clinging to his forehead due to sweat, his chest heaving rhythmically. This was exhilarating. The sensation of being suppressed by overwhelming power, yet continuously driven forward, was intoxicating, almost addictive. Tsuru often sought out sparring partners, yet due to his imposing stature and strength, he invariably had to temper his might. After all, it was practice, and injuring a teammate would be undesirable. Such constrained exchanges yielded little feedback, akin to mere raindrops falling on parched earth, insignificant. However, in the presence of Tsukigumi, he felt free to unleash his full potential. Every swing of his sword was unrestrained. Every block executed with all his might. This immersion in combat invigorated him, igniting every cell in his body, causing his blood to surge. This unabashed exhilaration was simply irresistible. Noticing Tsukigumi's prolonged silence, Tsuru finally emerged from his battle-induced fervor, his gaze meeting hers, which held a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Those striking red eyes were captivating. He thought at first, then realized his stare had lingered too long, fixating on her face. Tsuru became acutely aware of the unusual tension in his facial muscles. Surely, his expression must appear odd, especially in front of a stranger. A wave of heat rushed from his neck to his cheeks, flushing them crimson. Embarrassed, he raised a hand to cover the lower half of his face, his fingers trembling slightly, while a suspicious hue crept into his ears. "Pardon me," he muttered, his voice muffled by his palm, tinged with an anxious urgency. He then turned abruptly, as if ignited by fire, nearly stumbling as he fled the training grounds. His sword still clutched in hand, unsheathed. Tsukigumi stood rooted in place, watching his hasty retreat with a raised eyebrow, perplexed. Her curiosity had only intensified. Yet, before she could ponder further, the familiar sound of wings flapping mingled with the wind, drawing closer. Instinctively, she raised a hand to cover her ears, her brow furrowing slightly. Caw! The shrill cry pierced the air. A messenger crow had arrived. This was not the crow that relayed messages to Kanroji, Tsukigumi thought, covering her ears as the voice grew hoarse and urgent, a stranger's call. It appeared to be a teammate's crow, since it sought her out. It implied that someone required her assistance. Who could it be? Following the crow's guidance, Tsukigumi swiftly arrived at her destination. Before her lay a charred wasteland. The remnants of buildings reduced to mere fragments. Their beams and columns collapsed at awkward angles. Sparks continued to crackle among the scorched wood, thick smoke billowing upwards, laden with the acrid scent of burning timber, choking her throat. From behind the broken walls, intermittent cries emerged, the remnants of villagers huddled together, trembling in fear. Several members of the Demon Slayer Corps stood with their backs to them, gripping their sun-patterned blades with resolute posture, yet their taut shoulders betrayed a slight tremor. Palms slick with sweat, soaking the fabric wrapped around their grips. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across their faces, revealing the unmistakable fear and tension in their eyes, along with a hint of confusion in the face of the unknown. The blazing inferno illuminated the night sky as if it were day, the air thick with a searing sense of urgency. The villagers' anguished wails mixed with the crackling wood, weighing heavily on Tsukigumi's chest. Frowning, she raised her hand to push through the thick smoke that wafted before her, swiftly holding her breath. With a delicate leap, she landed atop the half-collapsed structure, closing her eyes as she harnessed her bloodline's ability to sense non-human entities, meticulously searching for the presence of demons. Thick smoke billowed urgently, yearning to invade her nostrils. Although she was not relying on her breath at that moment, the acrid heat of the flames somewhat impeded her senses. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly shifted her footing from the crumbling wall to the charred woodpile, then leapt onto the slanted doorframe. Yet she was unable to detect the chilling aura that belonged to the demon. Lowering her gaze, she observed her comrades scanning the surroundings with vigilance amidst the ruins, their knuckles turning white from gripping their blades with intensity. Tsurugi Momo spoke, her voice as tranquil as a deep pool, cutting through the surrounding clamor. "Where is the demon?" The team members abruptly looked up, their eyes lighting up with excitement upon recognizing the fluttering Haori, though their voices trembled with tension. Miss Tsurugi. Having confirmed her identity, they quickly diverted their gazes, tightening their grips on their weapons, their stares fixed intently on the shadows lurking in the darkness. One of the members spoke rapidly. I'm not certain. Senior Rengoku lured that demon away to protect us. Still a familiar presence. Tsurugi Momo raised an eyebrow. With such a commotion and the demon's vicious nature, how could it simply let this go? Chapter 42. Reunion with Rengoku. Tsurugi Momo turned to her comrades, her tone steady as she inquired, "Do you remember which direction it went?" "Southeast. There must be significant scorch marks in that area." Another relatively coherent team member immediately pointed towards a direction, his finger trembling slightly, yet his eyes remained fixed on that point, unwilling to show any sign of complacency. "Very well," Tsurugi Momo nodded in agreement, glancing at the inexplicably diminishing flames surrounding them, and instructed, "You all should relocate the others to a safe clearing." No sooner had she spoken than her figure darted off, following the indicated path. As she traversed through the dense forest, the sight indeed matched the team member's description, revealing an expanse marred by burns. Numerous trees had been severed in half, their charred trunks still radiating residual heat, with charred textures visible at the breakage points. The ground, littered with burnt branches and shrubs, crackled underfoot, producing a brittle sound. Strangely, despite the abundance of combustibles, the burn marks appeared confined by an unseen force. The flames, although possessing ample fuel to spread, extinguished abruptly just inches away from the unscathed vegetation, leaving not even a stray leaf ignited. Tsurugi Momo leapt high, lightly tapping the still intact treetops, bounding left and right to quicken her pace. As her gaze swept over the charred traces, her inner deductions gradually crystallized. It seemed the demon's blood technique was indeed fire-related, and its control remarkably potent. Otherwise, the flames would not exhibit such order. However, more crucially, the deeper she ventured, the more chaotic the burn marks became, revealing even knife wounds embedded deep into the tree trunks. Were these inflicted by the Nicaran's sword? Further ahead, a pool of blood, not yet fully congealed, lay cooling in the night breeze, its edges speckled with fine charcoal fragments. Tsurugi Momo's eyes narrowed. She recognized the blood's owner, Rengoku Kaijiro. Her pace quickened. She hoped it was not too late. Within mere moments, the scene before her opened up. A clearing emerged, where a tall figure stood bathed in moonlight. The dark red haori billowing gently in the night wind, its edges marked with scorched spots. Tsurugi Momo halted, her gaze fixated on that familiar silhouette and the ashes on the ground, dispelling the last remnants of doubt in her heart. Rengoku? Kagaya Rengoku had arrived at a village. After months of living outdoors, he was acutely aware that he needed to recuperate. Initially, he had merely sought a place to rest, but upon entering this village, he ended up staying for over 2 months. The villagers were simple and hospitable, comprising farmers who toiled the land and hunters who ventured into the mountains. Perhaps due to their innocence, they bore no hostility towards the stranger wielding a sword who appeared in their midst. Instead, feeling a twinge of pity for the young man whose face was etched with profound sorrow. This youth appeared no older than 18 or 19. What tribulations had he endured to become so disheveled? When Kagaya Rengoku inadvertently saved a child stranded in a tree, the villager's initial wariness dissipated entirely. Consequently, he was met with unprecedented warmth and kindness. The relentless demon slaying had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and now, with the chance to rest and surrounded by such benevolence, he found himself longing for this peace. How wonderful it was. Whenever he saw the villagers greeting him with smiles, he would think such thoughts. The sorrow and indifference etched on Kagaya Rengoku's face gradually melted away in the villagers' company. He even contemplated that if not for the demon's intrusion, settling here would be a splendid choice. Yet, reality is often starkly different from one's idealized visions. His stay had far exceeded his expectations. Standing atop a hill behind the village, he gazed down at the idyllic scene. So many beautiful people and landscapes were now captured within his dark red eyes. He thought it was time to depart. He wished to bid farewell, but there were simply too many people, and he was at a loss for words. So, under the cover of night, he shouldered his pack, took up his sword, and silently left the village. However, just as he descended the hill and reached the main road, he discovered the village, separated by a river and fields, engulfed in thick smoke, flames reaching for the sky. His heart skipped a beat. Kagaya Rengoku felt a rare surge of panic, instinctively turning to return. No, it would take too long to ascend the mountain. He needed a shortcut. He stared grimly at the river that lay between him and the village. The waters, laden with silt, gurgled ominously in the night, whispering of their mystery and peril. Time was of the essence. Kagaya Rengoku discarded his pack, taking only his sword, and without hesitation, leapt into the dark waters. Fortunately, the current was not swift, and soon he reached the opposite bank, barely pausing to wring out his clothes before dashing across the fields towards the village. As he beheld the fiery inferno and heard the continuous wails of despair, Kagaya Rengoku felt his heart race, his limbs tingling with numbness and tremors. How could a single village erupt into such a catastrophic fire? It was the demon again. The anger that had been brewing within him ignited like a pile of kindling, surging forth with ferocity. Kagaya Rengoku was nearly driven to madness by the torment of rage and regret. You must be a harbinger of disaster. You cannot save everyone. Why did you leave? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts crashed into his already tumultuous mind. He felt as if he were gasping for breath. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted from the other end of the village. There! Kagaya Rengoku drew a deep breath, his muscles coiling tight beneath him. In the next moment, he shot forth like an arrow towards that direction. The malevolent demon possessed the ability to unleash fire. In his fury, Kagaya Rengoku lost his aim, failing to strike, instead allowing the demon to seize a young boy as a hostage. They became locked in a standoff, retreating deeper into the woods. The ground was littered with flammable materials, and the arrogant demon abandoned its hostage, attempting to ensnare them within the forest to perish in the flames. Yet the boy hurled his sword, shouting, Use this to behead it, and it will die. With that exclamation, the youth with hair like flames finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. A sudden buzzing filled the ears of Kanikata Yuma. When he regained consciousness, he was greeted by a long-lost voice. As refreshing as a mountain spring or the gentle breeze in the woods, soothing to the soul. Yuma? His eyes reddened. Chapter 43. I miss you. Tsukimi Momoyo was taken aback. She genuinely did not anticipate encountering Yuma here, in such a manner entirely divergent from the original narrative. Why was this the case? Had she altered the reason for Yuma's departure, or was it something else? Regardless, for Yuma, this was undoubtedly a more pleasant unfolding than the original plot, was it not? A serendipitous meeting with a friend was a joyous occasion, and seeing a friend escape from their former tragic tale was equally delightful. Yet, at the moment Tsukimi Momoyo beheld Kanikata Yuma turning around, her smile froze upon her face. That visage, which should have belonged to a spirited and untainted youth, now seemed as though it had been irrevocably crushed by a heavy fate, leaving only shattered, unrecognizable despair. Though the perpetrator had been vanquished, remnants of fury lingered in Yuma's brow. Beneath the embers of that anger lay something deeper, something more profound, confusion. Why was Yuma so enraged? And why was he lost in bewilderment? Tsukimi Momoyo could not fathom it. Meeting his gaze prompted rare introspection within her. Had her demeanor been too casual? Had she arrived too late? Was that why those dark red eyes, which should have radiated warmth like the setting sun, had transformed into this state upon hearing her voice? They appeared as though washed by a torrential downpour, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. The whites of his eyes were veined with blood, his pupils trembled slightly, as if unable to focus, besieged by emotions too burdensome to endure. What was even more alarming was the precarious glimmer of tears threatening to spill. Why was he crying? Tsukimi Momoyo longed to voice the question, yet she recognized that this was evidently not the right moment for heart-to-heart discussions. Nevertheless, seeing Yuma's fragile demeanor, she felt compelled to act. Almost instinctively, she sprang lightly, her figure soaring as if she were a petal caught in the wind, gracefully descending toward the young man. Kanikata Yuma's pupils constricted slightly. Despite his mind still shrouded in chaos, his body reacted instinctively. He lifted his arms, his left hand securely cradling Tsukimi Momoyo's back, while his right arm swept beneath her knees, almost reflexively catching her in an embrace. In that moment of clarity, Yuma mused, not a petal, but a snowflake, so light, so cool. This position allowed Tsukimi Momoyo to reach Yuma's head, which she gently encircled, resting it against her shoulder, softly patting the back of his head as she whispered, "It's been a while, you've worked hard." Her cool touch, akin to that of a spirit, wove through his hair, soothing the tumultuous thoughts within his mind. The ethereal presence of Tsukimi Momoyo felt weightless, prompting Kanikata Yuma to unconsciously draw her closer. Initially taken aback, he soon relaxed entirely. He lowered his lashes, resting his forehead against her shoulder, inhaling deeply. The crisp air, tinged with a hint of frost, was achingly familiar, causing his eyes to well with warmth. Even his wandering heart settled into tranquility. "Yes, it's been a while," he murmured, his voice muffled, as if extracted from the depths of his chest, carrying a tone of hoarseness, a touch of grievance, and an unexplainable yearning. "I miss you." This unspoken sentiment ultimately manifested in the tightening embrace and a barely audible sigh. However, this cherished embrace could not last long. Tsukimi Momoyo sensed the shift in Yuma's emotions and lightly patted him, saying, "We'll talk properly later." She then withdrew her hand, supporting Yuma's shoulder before leaping down. As the sudden emptiness enveloped him, Yuma felt a pang of loss, yet the echo of Tsukimi Momoyo's words offered some solace. Tsukimi Momoyo turned, her nostrils flaring as she ventured deeper into the clearing, and indeed, she found Rengoku Shinjuro collapsed beneath a tree. She knelt beside him, her fingertips resting on his neck. Blood coursed beneath the skin, flowing at her touch. Simultaneously, she assessed Rengoku Shinjuro's injuries with utmost urgency. The skin on his arms and thighs was scorched, reddened, and blackened by flames, while his once pristine samurai attire lay in tatters, edges singed. Even in unconsciousness, his breathing was rapid and labored. His condition was dire. "We must return quickly to tend to his wounds." "Return?" Kanikata Yuma's voice interjected suddenly. He stood a few paces away, his brow furrowing involuntarily as his gaze flickered between the unconscious youth and Tsukimi Momoyo. An inexplicable emotion churned within him, causing him to frown. Before he could unravel this unfamiliar agitation, he watched Tsukimi Momoyo unhesitatingly slice her fingertip. "Momoyo." Kanikata Yuma sprang forward, gripping her wrist with rare urgency. "The demon has been vanquished. What are you doing?" Even though Tsukimi Momoyo had previously assured them that her minor injuries were inconsequential, each time Yuma beheld this, his heart would tighten. This time, he could no longer contain himself. Blood surged from her fingertip, extending into the air before flowing toward Rengoku Shinjuro's burned right arm, enveloping it, and within moments solidifying into a translucent crystal, exuding a faint chill. His burns needed immediate attention. This would cool the wounds and isolate them from further harm. As she explained, the small cut on her hand had already vanished. Tsukimi Momoha was adept at this, having assisted numerous times before. Typically, she employed this technique to stabilize sprains or fractures. After all, Rengoku was a pivotal figure in Yuma's life, and she could not allow him to suffer. She skillfully removed her haori, preparing to conceal the areas stained with her blood as she had done previously. Yet before she could cover him, Kanikata Yuma intervened. Momoha, let me use mine. He promptly wrapped his haori around Rengoku Shinjuro's upper body tightly. Without needing further instruction, he lifted Rengoku securely onto his back, addressing Tsukimi Momoha. Let us go, Momoha. Interpreting Yuma's eagerness as a testament to his concern for saving lives, Tsukimi Momoha did not dwell on it, merely turning to lead the way. Let us move. The two soared through the forest, swiftly returning to where their comrades awaited. At that moment, the team had already gathered all survivors in a single clearing. Upon spotting Kanikata Yuma's arrival, one of them inquired with genuine concern, Yuma, are you all right? Are you hurt? Yuma dared not meet their worried gazes, simply responding, I'm fine, please don't worry. Their exchange drew the attention of other villagers, who approached, supporting one another, casting anxious glances at Yuma and the individual he carried. Are you really all right? You young men always push yourselves too hard. Oh dear, look at this child, wounded so badly. How distressed his family must be. Surrounded by such fervent concern, Kanikata Yuma could not help but inquire, what of the others? How is everyone? Upon reaching this point, the villagers exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with sorrow. It was then that Kaneo Tsuru caught a fragment of a conversation. Mr. Ishida's family. A buzzing sound filled his ears once more, leaving him momentarily blank. That family was indeed the one from which he had rescued a child. Chapter 44. Untimely Compassion. What has happened to them? Kaneo heard himself ask, his throat dry and taut. The villager who responded displayed an unwillingness to articulate the grim reality, suggesting instead, you should go and see for yourself. He gestured towards the crowd. Following the direction indicated, Kaneo observed several swordsmen dressed in identical uniforms, forming a barrier like a wall to protect something. Through the gaps in the throng, Kaneo spotted Kaname Tsukihiko kneeling on one knee, intently tending to a middle-aged man's injuries. Beside them, a woman sat slumped on the ground, while their child was gently cradled by a team member, being comforted. As Kaneo drew nearer, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Mr. Ishida's left arm was grotesquely twisted, his skin marred with horrifying bruises. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with the earthy aroma and the stench of charred remnants. His life is not in immediate danger, Kaname Tsukihiko reassured Kaneo, sensing his unease. I have administered a small dose of toxin to alleviate his pain. As for what comes next, that will be left to the village doctor. She had already learned from the team members that this remote village indeed had a physician, and treating physical injuries should be well within their capabilities. Once the immediate care was concluded, Kaname suddenly lifted her gaze to the trembling Mrs. Ishida. Her crimson eyes shone like jewels in the night, oddly mesmerizing. Your husband has been injured by a collapsing beam. Her tone was gentle yet firm. The injuries are severe, but not fatal. Please seek the doctor. With a few months of proper rest, he should recover. Mrs. Ishida nodded vacantly, her initial fear gradually dissipating. I will fetch the doctor right away, she stammered, rising with renewed steadiness. The rationale of an accident was far more palatable than the torment of a demon's grip. Kaname Tsukihiko closed her eyes momentarily, isolating herself from the cacophony of sobs and the acrid odors surrounding her. Rising, she turned to Kaneo. There is only one village doctor. Let him attend to the surviving villagers. The injured in the hell must be treated promptly. We need to return to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaneo's gaze lingered on the survivors nearby, who were supporting each other, some weeping, others silently tending to wounds. The chaos and confusion of having narrowly escaped death was evident on every face. Kaneo's eyes remained fixed on the bustling figures, and he swallowed hard. He yearned to utter something, perhaps a simple take care or we'll return, yet the words lodged in his throat, heavy as stones, sinking back into the depths of his heart. How abysmal, he silently chided himself. Kaname Tsukihiko sensed the gloom emanating from him. She pondered what experiences had cast such shadows of sorrow and despair into his previously tranquil eyes. Understanding that remaining here would only deepen his anguish, she stepped closer, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Let us depart. Kaneo turned to her, softly acknowledging with a nod. At that moment, a timid voice called from behind. Hesitant and uncertain. But what about them? Kaname Tsukihiko turned to see a visibly inexperienced team member speaking. His young face bore traces of dried blood at his forehead, his eyes reflecting a mix of relief and lingering fear from the earlier battle. Nevertheless, when a small child behind him tugged at his garment, pleading with a face full of dependency, he stood his ground, uncertain, while awkwardly patting the child's back. Looking at the other team members, he noticed their furrowed brows, all of them hesitating as they surveyed the scene. Kaname Tsukihira made her assessment. It appeared that these were all first-time operatives, which explained why they had been assigned to Rengoku. However, their luck had been particularly poor. Encountering an unforeseen demon during their first mission had led them on a lengthy chase, and now, enduring until this moment was no small feat. Their perseverance was commendable. Yet their ability to follow orders was lacking. Kaname Tsukihira understood that compassion is a natural human instinct, but every situation has its own rhythm, and acting impulsively often leads to adverse outcomes. The villagers, who had initially succumbed to despair, gradually began to regain their composure, some taking the initiative to clear the debris. Yet, the child remained clinging to the team member's clothing, crying inconsolably, unwilling to let him go. The team member glanced from the weeping child to Kaname Tsukihira, his face flushed with embarrassment, scratching his head in confusion. "Miss Tsukihira, this." Kaname Tsukihira fixed her gaze upon them, her voice clear enough for every team member to hear. "The Corps will send logistical personnel to manage this situation. There will be designated individuals responsible for the villagers' relocation and site cleanup, so you need not worry." Her words acted as a calming balm, alleviating some of the tension among the team members. However, the very next moment, her subsequent statement once again plunged them into turmoil. "They may be safe now, but your seniors are gravely injured." Her voice turned icy. "If you prefer logistical duties, you should return and apply to work with the logistics team. Your presence here is of little use." "But we just want to help," one anxious team member interjected. Kaname Tsukihira's gaze fell upon the hesitant members, her tone edged with sharpness. "How can you be certain you are capable? Rather than risk creating further complications, it would be wiser to return, recuperate, and prepare for your next assignment. I will say no more on this matter. After all." She paused, observing the tension in their faces, before slowly adding, "Your senior Rengoku appears to be nearing his limit." Her words, though exaggerated, struck true for these inexperienced young men. The notion of nearing collapse felt like a heavy blow to their hearts, instantly dispelling their earlier hesitations. The foremost team member clenched his fists tightly, eagerly rallying his comrades. "Yes, we shall leave at once." The others, as if awakening from a dream, followed suit without a moment's delay. The group hastened their way back, and by the time they entered the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn. Morning light dispelled the darkness, and the mist began to lift with the first rays of sunlight. Chapter 45. The Joining of Yuya. Having settled Rengoku Shinjuro and the other injured members, Kaneo heard the urgent flapping of wings outside, followed by a shrill call. "Ka? Miss Tsukihira, please lead the capable swordsman to the residence of our lord at once." "Ka?" Kaneo Tsukihira lifted her gaze to the window, recognizing the crow as the one used by Ubuyashiki to relay messages to her. In fact, during their return to the Demon Slayer Corps, she had briefly explained the origins and responsibilities of the Corps to Kaneo, and had even inquired about his thoughts on the matter. At that time, Kaneo had remained silent for a moment, the moonlight casting fleeting shadows from the swiftly passing trees, creating a dappled effect on his face that obscured his expression. However, Kaneo Tsuyuri had shown signs of being moved by the tale. After a prolonged silence, she heard Kaneo finally speak, his tone devoid of overt emotion, merely stating a fact. "I did not expect such an organization to exist among the common folk." In the pause that followed, the rustling of leaves carried through the air, bridging the space between them. He further remarked that disseminating the breathing techniques, thereby granting more individuals the power to combat malevolent spirits, is undoubtedly a noble endeavor. As the one who introduced him, Tsukimi Momoyo naturally accompanied him to the Lord's residence. However, once at the banquet, she primarily remained quietly seated to the side, idly toying with the blade she had appropriated from Tsukihiko Yurichi. Her demeanor was decidedly one of detachment. Kaneo Tsutsumi leaned against Kanu, turning his face towards Tsukihiko Yurichi when she indicated the direction. In the presence of such a formidable swordsman, Kaneo Tsutsumi exhibited a newfound grace and respect, shedding the casual familiarity he previously displayed. With a gentle probing tone, he inquired, "Miss Tsukimi mentioned that you are the originator of the breathing techniques. Is that correct?" Tsukihiko Yurichi hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Tsukimi Momoyo. He observed her with her eyes downcast, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath them, exuding an air of indifference. He paused, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. After all, it was Miss Momoyo who had previously shared the intricacies of the breathing techniques with him. How had it become his designation as the creator? Yet, upon reflection, He surmised that she must have her reasons for stating it thus. Retracting his gaze, he offered a slight nod to Tsutsumi, responding in a low tone, yes. He would unconditionally support Momoyo's intentions. Tsukihiko Yurichi tightened his hand resting on his lap, contemplating this. Tsutsumi continued, as you can see, humanity's strength has always been inadequate in contending with demons. We seek your assistance. Tsukihiko Yurichi remained nonchalant, simply replying with a faint Despite his aloof demeanor, Tsutsumi was unperturbed, maintaining his cheerful disposition as he added, we hope you will join the Demon Slayer Corps and teach us the breathing techniques. I have a premonition that with your mastery of them, you will be the key to our resolution. The question of whether to join arose in Tsukihiko Yurichi's mind. The earlier matters concerning the Tsukihiko family had made him acutely aware that aligning with a faction entailed certain responsibilities and the relinquishment of a degree of freedom. Nevertheless, he reconsidered. His aspiration was to eradicate demons, and thus, joining the Demon Slayer Corps, which aligned with his goals, seemed reasonable. While pondering, Tsukihiko Yurichi discreetly tugged at the hem of Tsukimi Momoyo's haori, which hung down. When he noticed her finally cease her distant gaze at the table, he cast her a pleading look. Unfortunately, the depth of his glance conveyed little clarity. Consequently, Tsukimi Momoyo merely glanced between Tsutsumi and Tsukihiko Yurichi, tilting her head in confusion, clearly unaware of the extent of their discourse. Although she had already intervened, Tsukimi Momoyo ultimately wished to respect Tsukihiko Yurichi's choices. Therefore, she granted him the opportunity to decide for himself. Tsukimi Momoyo was acutely aware that Tsukihiko Yurichi sought her perspective. However, she refrained from offering it. If she were to speak, her words would undoubtedly be skewed in her favor. Thus, she chose to feign ignorance, seeing that his silent plea bore no fruit. Tsukihiko Yurichi lowered his gaze, observing the blade resting in his pale palm. The contrast between his delicate fingers and the roughness of the sword was stark. A thought crossed his mind. This blade is too old. In truth, the craftsmanship of the sword was exquisite. Yet frequent use had led to considerable wear on both the sheath and hilt. It had been forged for the purpose of battling demons. Tsukihiko Yurichi pondered. He was no different. When this thought emerged, a sudden clarity washed over him. Perhaps he was born for this very purpose. Innately endowed with the ability to perceive the world and self-taught in the breathing techniques, he possessed talents that transcended the ordinary. All of this may have been leading to this moment. Thus, Tsukimi Momoyo beheld as the once misty depths of his eyes brightened with clarity. She heard Tsukihiko Yurichi's response, I am willing to join. Kaneo, who had been tense beside him, finally exhaled in relief upon hearing these words, joyfully glancing at Tsutsumi and giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. Tsutsumi, too, was overjoyed. He raised his hand to pat Kaneo's and strove to contain his own excitement. The rigidity of his earlier smile softened, genuine warmth illuminating his eyes. I cannot thank you enough, he said, his voice hoarse from illness, trembling slightly with barely contained enthusiasm. On behalf of the Tsutsumi clan and all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, I extend our most heartfelt gratitude. Tsukimi Momoyo was equally elated. For being in the same vicinity would allow her ample opportunity to reunite with her friends. Tsukihiko Yurichi, however, appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such fervent expressions of gratitude. Instinctively, he turned to Tsukimi Momoyo, only to be met with her bright, amber-like gaze and radiant smile. His ears flushed crimson, and he instinctively averted his gaze, shyly avoiding her seemingly gentle scrutiny. He suddenly realized he needed to respond, managing to utter, it is no great matter. His tone remained flat, betraying a hint of discomfort. In the time Tsukimi Momoyo had lost contact with Tsukihiko Yurichi, she had contemplated the possibility that her alterations to the narrative might lead him to miss his chance with the Demon Slayer Corps, resulting in a significant loss of support for them. Therefore, she had taken the initiative to impart the breathing techniques to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, not refusing Tsutsumi's proposal for assistance and training, viewing it as a form of compensation. Chapter 46, Under the Moonlight. The transformations within humanity often occurred with a rapidity that left her bewildered. This marked yet another occasion for Tsukimi Momoyo to silently reflect upon such sentiments. The last farewell had taken place in autumn, when she and the Tsukihiko brothers had each articulated their aspirations before parting hastily. To be precise, it was a unilateral haste on her part. On the day of her departure, she had left the Tsukihiko estate without a backward glance. The fiery maple leaves bidding her farewell, yet she did not look back. This was not due to a lack of sentimentality. Rather, she was assured of her conviction. She understood that, given their natures, the brothers would steadfastly pursue the paths they had chosen, and she was acutely aware of where to seek their traces. When one knows where to find their friends, they do not feel lost nor fear separation. After all, individuals like them bear unmistakable marks, making them easy to locate even across vast distances. Ultimately, Humans were not as adept at waiting as she was. Tsukimi Momoha firmly believed that one day, the brothers would shatter the 2 blood crystals she had given them to seek her assistance or for some other purpose. How could such a departure be considered a farewell? Tsukimi Momoha regarded it merely as a temporary separation. Yet, on the day she left, the individuals before her appeared full of vigor, earnestly pledging to fulfill their inherent responsibilities. Now, Tsukimi Momoha gazed at Tsujikuni Yorichi, sitting beside her, and perceived that he seemed to have endured some form of tribulation beneath his seemingly calm demeanor. Tumultuous waves churned within his eyes, entwined with sorrow and tinged with anger. The moonlight draped gently over the Tsukimi residence like a diaphanous veil as they sat side by side. How has your journey been? Tsukimi Momoha intentionally adopted a more relaxed tone, her voice laced with a casual mirth, attempting to alleviate the surrounding stillness. Indeed, Kikuka Yuichi found himself enchanted by this notion. A rare occurrence, as a faint smile graced his lips, and he softly mused, "Ah, the journey." As he spoke, he leaned back slightly, supporting himself with his hands, and gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky. The moonlight cascaded upon his visage, delineating the sharp contours of his jaw, illuminating the depths of his eyes that held an ineffable emptiness. On a summer's night, the air still bore the remnants of the day's heat, with even the breeze carrying a hint of warmth. Yet, to Kasumi Momoko, it seemed that Yuichi was enveloped in an inescapable chill. Not the refreshing coolness brought by the night wind, but rather a heaviness of melancholy that lingered around him. The smile that once adorned Momoko's lips faded abruptly. Melancholy. She did not favor such a chill. Turning her face to observe Yuichi's silent demeanor, she found herself puzzled. However, she refrained from probing further and sat in quiet contemplation. The roof tiles, warmed by the sun throughout the day, still retained a trace of heat. Yet, this warmth seemed utterly incapable of dispelling the cold emanating from the person beside her. She merely noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Yuichi's mouth, followed by a sigh-laden query. Am I doing the right thing? The cicadas sang fervently in the balmy summer night, their incessant chorus nearly drowning out his faint question. Yet, it did not escape Momoko's keen ears. Her ears perked up, effortlessly capturing each word with clarity. However, she was entirely unprepared for Yuichi's unexpected utterance and was unclear as to what he meant by doing this. Nevertheless, she replied, "Everyone harbors different hopes. How can one possibly satisfy them all? Just do what you believe is right." Yuichi was momentarily taken aback, turning his head in a daze. The unchanged visage of the girl before him bore a gentle smile, her pale golden eyes shimmering with a soft glow. Was this an expression of complete trust and affirmation towards him? Logically, he ought to feel joyous, Yuichi thought to himself, yet the exhilaration within him felt stifled, unable to rise. He pondered that if he had heard this phrase in the past, he would have undoubtedly felt far more elated than he did now. Yet, the Yuichi of yesteryears would not have faced such dilemmas. How could he have heard such words then? He found it difficult to ascertain. However, he had an unshakable feeling that, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the time, and irrespective of whether he met others' expectations, there would always be a being named Momoko, whispering gently by his side that it was all right. In her eyes, what kind of existence did Yuichi embody? Why did he suddenly inquire such a thing? Momoko tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Yuichi, as if scalded, abruptly averted his gaze, his fingers stiffly rubbing against his knee, his fingertips feeling slightly warm. Frustration surged within him. How could he have let slip the thoughts that dwelled in his heart? Yet, Yuichi had to admit that he was deeply afraid of the answer to this question. What if, in her eyes, he resembled a fleeting autumn leaf, hardly even a passerby? What if she perceived him as dull and uninteresting, perpetually asking nonsensical questions? What if, just the few seconds of Momoko's contemplative silence birthed countless what-ifs that spiraled in his mind like vines, suffocating him? Each moment of waiting for an answer felt akin to anticipating an unknown verdict, just as he was on the brink of losing composure. Seeking to divert the conversation to trivial matters, he heard Momoko's voice beside him, gentle as moonlight cascading over water. Yuichi's breath caught abruptly. Ultimately, he was terrified of missing a single word. After all, Yuichi was inherently timid, even hesitant to grasp a butterfly resting by the roadside. Yet, this too was indicative of his unique kindness, quietly bearing the weight of saving the world without uttering a sound. Momoko genuinely believed this, having often marveled at the multifaceted nature of humanity. Despite her aversion to the sensation of striking, she had taken up a blade to protect her family. Though she consistently lingered in her brother's shadow, she displayed unwavering resolve when confronting her own destiny. Thus, her affinity for humanity flourished. As for Yuichi, the seemingly playful answer exceeded his expectations, bursting forth like a firework, crackling in his mind and transforming all prior murky notions into indistinct noise. The sound of his heartbeat thundered in his ears as he slowly turned back, a smile breaking across his face. It was as if he had shed all burdens. In that moment, he became the heroic figure that Momoko spoke of, brimming with bravado. A hint of bashfulness colored his face. Miss Momoko, you truly haven't changed. Saving the world is not as remarkable as it seems. The confusion that had clouded his heart began to dissipate, as if this statement had gently blown away the fog of his doubts, providing an unexpected outlet for the weight he had long carried. He spoke, his voice as soft as a whisper, yet imbued with a sense of long-lost ease, as natural as when he confided in her during their childhood. I used to think that with the power bestowed upon me by the heavens, I could surely change everything. He gazed at the full moon above, his voice wrapped in the warmth of reminiscence. Thus, I relentlessly vanquished the demons, hoping to liberate this world from their shadows. At this juncture, he raised his eyes, confusion clouding their moonlit depths, akin to a child gazing at an unsolvable riddle. Along this path, I have slain many demons. Yet I gradually discovered that when faced with the choices of destiny, I am utterly powerless. In that moment, he also grasped the meaning behind his brother's words. Perhaps, in saving some, you are also extinguishing the lives of others. Inevitably, you must make choices. Clearly, his brother possessed greater maturity and decisiveness than he. However, making such choices was no simple task. His brother must have endured considerable torment, right? This was one of Yuichi's profound regrets. He had failed to steadfastly choose when his brother needed support. To Momoko, this appeared to be yet another meandering tale. Yet, she sat quietly, observing Yuichi. Patience and time were in abundant supply for her. Chapter 47. Do you desire immortality? Memories surged like a dark tide, attempting to drag Yuichi into the depths of despondency, and his expression grew solemn once more. His voice faltered, barely audible against the wind. It seems demons are endless. They, like yokai, linger for centuries. I have reached the end of my life, yet I have failed to eradicate them. Have I betrayed this capability? He anxiously rubbed the hilt of his sword at his side, his fingers brushing over the familiar patterns as if seeking some form of reassurance, while simultaneously fearing her response. Momoko's gaze fell upon his partially unsheathed blade. The hilt bore traces of rust, evidently having endured considerable exposure to the elements. The scabbard displayed signs of wear, indicating that its owner carried it with him at all times. Even so, the exposed blade gleamed as if newly forged, devoid of any marks of impact, clearly well maintained. You are trying very hard, she sighed inwardly. Yet, it was a pity that the goal he pursued may have been unattainable from the very beginning. Regret and dissatisfaction had been predetermined from the outset. Each time she contemplated these insurmountable anchors, a sense of aversion arose within her. Thus, a rebellious impulse surged forth. She suddenly spoke, her tone as light as if discussing an ordinary matter. If it could grant you immortality to fulfill your ideals, would you accept it? The nonsensical question left Yuichi momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening his mouth to emit a puzzled, rising intonation. Huh? Observing his bewildered expression, Momoko could not help but chuckle, her eyes crinkling with mirth. I was merely using it as a metaphor, just throwing out a thought. Kuni Yurichi has never been one to indulge in frivolous speculations. Yet upon hearing the question from Momoha Matuka, he found himself unwittingly compelled to engage earnestly, devoid of any casual demeanor. In pursuit of clarity, he meticulously inquired about the premise. If I were to attain immortality, would I retain my current abilities? After a moment of contemplation, Momoha Matuka shook her head honestly, admitting her uncertainty. Surely, immortality must come at a cost? He probed further, his gaze imbued with curiosity. What would I forfeit? This inquiry ventured into her realm of expertise. Momoha Matuka recalled the myriad tales she had encountered over the long years and summarized succinctly. You would lose familial bonds, gain suspicion, and endure an endless solitude. Indeed, those who regretted embarking on such a path often echoed similar sentiments. Hearing her articulate such grave matters with a light-hearted tone, Kuni Yurichi could not help but chuckle. That hardly sounds like a favorable outcome. Momoha Matuka tilted her head in contemplation. To her, becoming a vampire had never been a cause for regret. It was precisely this immortality that allowed her to traverse every corner of the world. She could scale the highest peaks, absorbing the entirety of the world into her view. She had witnessed the northern lights illuminate the icy plains and felt the rare tranquility that accompanied it. She had journeyed through different eras, experiencing the bustling of city life and the desolation of the wilderness, relishing the transformation of her identity, accomplishing feats that many humans could only dream of in their fleeting lifetimes. Such a life was infinitely more captivating than being confined to the mundane span of a few decades. On occasions when boredom struck, it mattered little. One could simply succumb to slumber, awakening to new beginnings. Thus, with a light-hearted shake of her body, she proclaimed, "I find it rather splendid. With immortality, one possesses ample time to explore new endeavors. Surely, that alone is enough to elate anyone?" As for solitude, she drew out her words, her mind flashing with images of many individuals. "At least for me, as a creature of the night, I have never truly felt lonely. At most, it's merely a sense of ennui." Kuni Yurichi gazed silently at her face for a prolonged moment before finally remarking, "It does seem that way." He withdrew his gaze, bowing his head. Perhaps this, too, was a commendable choice. If Miss Tuka were by his side, the passage of time would indeed be quite intriguing, he mused silently. The Demon Slayer Corps had finally welcomed a glimmer of hope after centuries. Many members shared this sentiment. Although a systematic training regimen for breathing techniques had yet to be established, the presence of skilled swordsmen to guide them provided a semblance of direction. Consequently, the members found themselves immersed in a grueling period of rigorous training. Whenever they had a moment to spare, they would delve into the training grounds, wielding their blades and adjusting their breathing rhythms, with sweat-soaked garments becoming the norm and calluses on their hands perpetually forming and tearing. Even those recuperating from injuries were not spared from this relentless regimen, even while bedridden. They were required to maintain total concentration in their breathing and gradually engage in recovery exercises. However, the architects of this daunting training, Momoha Matuka and Kuni Yurichi, remained blissfully unaware. To them, the intensity of training seemed merely sufficient to awaken latent potential, and in fact, they had deliberately slowed the pace due to the varying skill levels among the members. In reality, their training sessions were not particularly frequent. The daily operations of the Demon Slayer Corps were inherently tense. A single demon hunting mission often necessitated the deployment of 3 to 5 members working in unison. While sufficient personnel had to remain behind for patrolling, intelligence gathering, and addressing unforeseen events. Most crucially, the losses among the members had rendered their numbers even fewer. Thus, it was impossible for the two of them to confine everyone to the training grounds for extended periods. New recruits were not easily acquired either. After all, demon slaying was not a pursuit that many could readily embrace. In the face of those nocturnal fiends that preyed upon humanity, endowed with terrifying powers, not everyone could ignite the flames of vengeance. More often than not, the overwhelming sensation that surged forth was a profound fear that could lead one to the brink of madness under extreme pressure. Yet, this did not imply weakness or cowardice. On the contrary, those who could break free from fear, reassemble their rationality and courage, and confront the demons with the Nichiren blade were the ones who truly exhibited extraordinary strength. Perhaps due to a peculiar resonance that arose among the swordsmen who mastered the breathing techniques, Momoha Matuka recently sensed that the members seemed to have experienced a sudden awakening, progressing at an astonishing rate. The most apparent change was that, seemingly out of nowhere, the Nichiren blades of the swordsmen began to be imbued with color. Some glimmered with a crystalline blue, reminiscent of light bathed in a stream, while others radiated a fierce red, as if they could ignite into flames. On that day, Momoha Matuka happened upon Mizutani Yuichi, practicing the water-breathing technique. Observing the azure hue of his blade, she was momentarily intrigued and, with a swift motion, found herself behind him, lightly flicking her finger to seize the sword into her own grasp. "Oh," she exclaimed softly, taken aback. Just moments before, it had been a clear blue, yet upon reaching her palm, the color seemed to ebb away like receding tides, reverting to its original steel hue. Was it because she lacked mastery in the breathing techniques? She tilted her head slightly, turning the sword in her hand. That shade of blue was indeed quite lovely, as if a piece of cerulean sky had been encased upon the blade. She had intended to admire it a while longer. Chapter 48, 1 against 2. Momoha Matuka attempted to swing the blade again, but it remained merely the standard silver of an ordinary blade, refusing to reveal any other colors. Though she had previously tried to engage with the breathing techniques, she was unsure if her innate lack of such training, coupled with her reliance on her vampiric nature post-transformation, was the cause of the subtle pain that surged in her chest whenever she attempted to channel the techniques. Regardless, given her own capabilities, she had no need for the breathing techniques, and with a dismissive pout, she relinquished her effort. Seeing the blade in her hand yield no response, Momoha Matuka lost interest. Flipping her wrist to toss the sword back, she glanced at the green Nichiren blade in the hands of Ubuyashiki, letting out a regretful sigh. It was unfortunate that she could not induce a change in the color of the blade. Mizutani Yuichi, on instinct, caught the hilt, momentarily frozen in place. His expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the sword in his grasp, then abruptly turned to look at Ubuyashiki, who had come to train, reflecting the same astonishment in his eyes. What had just transpired? He had come seeking Miss Tuka for enhancement training, but how had he found himself bereft of the sword in an instant? And in the blink of an eye, it had returned securely to his hand? Furthermore, How had his blade, once tinged with blue, reverted to its original state? The youth scratched his head, glancing between the sword and the now departing Momoha Matuka, his face a canvas of confusion. Momoha Matuka, observing the Nichiren blade that had returned to Mizutani Yuichi's possession, noted that, akin to a drop of paint dissolving in water. The moment it was back in his hand, the blade gradually regained its blue hue. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Although she was uncertain of the underlying principle, it was undeniably beautiful. She positioned her wooden sword before her and called out to the two. Come, let me see what differences arise with the colored blade. Actually, there isn't much change, Mizutani Yuichi began, but before he could finish, the figure before him had vanished from sight, and the familiar, devilish whisper echoed from behind him. Surely, you can withstand greater intensity now, yes? Mizutani Yuichi's heart sank. This is bad. Clang. The wooden sword and the Nichiren blade clashed, producing a resounding echo. Yet, the blades did not part easily. Mizutani Yuichi gritted his teeth, gripping the sword tightly with both hands, struggling against the overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Amidst this struggle, he mused, Miss Kurumi, despite her petite stature, has an affinity for fierce strikes. Unbeknownst to him, Kurumi Momo was oblivious to his thoughts, intensifying her grip with each passing moment. Observing Yuichi embroiled in a fierce battle, Igarashi Shika rushed forward, not to aid Yuichi, but to launch an assault on Kurumi Momo. The objective of their training was relentless offense. Shika's muscular arms tensed as she swung forward with ferocity. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Unexpectedly, the force of Shika's strike was immense, conjuring a whirlwind that surged directly toward Kurumi. Without a hint of evasion, Kurumi raised her wooden sword high and then brought it down with great speed. The resulting blade aura dissipated much of the whirlwind, yet a significant gust still struck her, sending her hair and haori fluttering uncontrollably. The wooden sword struggled against the force of the wind, finally emitting a sound of distress under the strain. Observing the cracks along the sword's surface, Kurumi remarked with satisfaction, not bad. Such power is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Shika, too, noticed the fissures forming on the legendary wooden sword that had been said to be unbreakable among the team, gasping in astonishment. Is it truly just a wooden sword? The weapon that had withstood the mightiest of strikes was actually shattered by her blow? Kurumi chuckled at her bewilderment. What else could it possibly be? She flicked her sword, commenting, the force of this wind is formidable. No wonder it couldn't withstand it. I didn't expect your technique to possess such destructive capability. As she spoke, she seized the opportunity while twirling her sword to swiftly pierce her fingertip, pressing it against the crack. Crimson droplets trailed along the fissure, resembling a spider's web as they clung to the surface. The sun had begun its descent behind the mountains, and Kurumi had not taken an umbrella. Shika emitted a soft sound. Having collaborated numerous times, Yuichi immediately took note, although he dared not divert his gaze from Kurumi, only able to inquire, what is it? Shika stared at the wooden sword for a few moments before shaking her head, resuming her attacking stance. Nothing. I thought I saw something red and glimmering on that wooden sword. Was it just a trick of the light? Kurumi nodded in acknowledgement, stating, well done. You've both made considerable progress since your last visit. Yuichi cherished this brief respite, quickly flexing his wrist that had borne too much strain. His gaze fixed intently on Kurumi, responding, Miss Kurumi may not be aware, but a new batch of recruits has arrived recently, and I am now among the senior members. Kurumi swiftly executed a strike, controlling the power to match her earlier test, though there was no significant increase in speed. Yuichi chose to meet her head-on, using his agility to deflect her force, then launching a counterattack. Shika, meanwhile, sidestepped the conflict intentionally crafted by Kurumi for the two, evading Yuichi's blade that followed his deflection, and utilizing her ankle to propel her leg, twisting her body to strike from the side. Breath of wind, third form, clear gale wind tree. The blade light surged forth unabashedly, and Kurumi effortlessly leapt to a height unattainable by ordinary individuals, easily evading the attack. However, someone had been waiting for this moment. Seizing the opportunity while she was airborne and vulnerable, Yuichi swiftly followed up with his own assault. Breath of water, second form, water wheel. With all his might, Yuichi unleashed a strike, fully relaxing his body, allowing the momentum of the blade to guide him, forming a circular slash that balanced offense and defense, while also enabling him to adjust his stance. This was the most fitting attack to employ while in midair. Realizing she could not evade, Kurumi opted to swing her wooden sword directly into the incoming strike, the blades clashing once more, using the force to hasten her descent. She did not forget to commend their coordinated efforts, stating, excellent teamwork and judgment. Yet, Yuichi and Shika were taken aback. The wooden sword had just sustained damage. How could it withstand this strike without completely shattering? That small crack seemed to have no effect on it at all. However, Before they could ponder further, Kurumi continued. What was that about being a senior member? Conversing during practice was a customary training method employed by Kurumi, one that both had already experienced. Yuichi could only attempt to divert his attention to respond. I heard from Rengoku that Miss Kurumi had previously supported his squad. Actually, prior to that, the master had dispatched several outstanding swordsmen to lead the newcomers. At this point, he smiled somewhat sheepishly. Back then, my strength was insufficient. Now it's different. He dodged Kurumi's wooden sword just in time, adding, I, too, am now capable of leading the newcomers. Seizing the moment, Shika chimed in. I became a formidable senior even before Yuichi. Laughter erupted as Kurumi found amusement in her boastful demeanor, congratulating her humorously. No way, before Shika could even feign modesty. She almost failed to evade Kurumi's wooden sword due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Shika? Yuichi exclaimed, startled by her sudden movement. His distraction cost him. As Kurumi struck his back. With a sigh, Kurumi remarked, however, you both show no improvement in this regard. A mere compliment sends you into a state of complacency, completely lowering your guard. When a teammate encounters a slight issue, you lose control of the battle. She lightly tapped the wooden sword in her palm, producing a series of sharp sounds that resonated in their hearts. This is no trivial matter. In a real combat scenario, demons excel in exploiting such vulnerabilities. Your lack of composure will inevitably lead to dire consequences. Instantly, Yuichi and Shika were filled with shame, responding in unison, yes. We will reflect thoroughly. Observing their tense expressions, Kurumi's lips curled slightly in a smile. She understood these two well enough to know they were genuinely reflecting this time. She raised her sword, addressing Yuichi, however. I am curious. Your previous combat style relied heavily on teammates to draw attention, correct? Now that you must fight alone, you can no longer employ that unique strategy. Chapter 49, Crossing the Line. Upon hearing this, Yuichi's eyes brightened, as though he had been preparing for this moment. He tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade, earnestly explaining. Miss Kurumi is correct. During this period, I have been contemplating this very issue. Since there are no teammates to divert attention, I shall create opportunities myself. In the blink of an eye, Yuichi swung his sword upward. Breath of water, third form. He exerted force with his feet, his form following the blade in a zigzag motion, making it difficult to predict his next landing point. Flowing dance. Kurumi stood still, observing with raised eyebrows as she assessed the technique. In mere moments, Yuichi's strikes reached several locations. The breath of water indeed moved with the fluidity of water. Bang! Kurumi deftly parried the attack with her sword held behind her, effortlessly blocking the strike. She turned her head, smiling as she remarked, a commendable technique. If it weren't for my ability to perceive beyond mere sight, I might have truly been dazzled by that move. Miss Kurumi is indeed formidable. Though his ambush had failed, Yuichi scratched his head, grinning. I suppose that's the idea. I've just discovered 3 forms, and I believe there will be many more to explore. It must indeed be an extraordinary technique of breathing. For those who are ambitious, Takedo Momoha never hesitates to offer her affirmation and encouragement. As night fell, the two of them, panting heavily and with weary arms, leaned on their swords as they exited the training grounds. An increasing number of team members had begun to master the breathing technique, and in order to better combat demons, they required the enhancement training provided by Takedo Momoha and Tsujikuni Yorichi. However, it was not merely the ability to execute the breathing technique that granted one such personalized training. Only those sufficiently powerful as swordsmen were eligible. In her judgment of this, Takedo Momoha stated, at the very least, 2 people should be able to confront a malevolent spirit, right? She could indeed provide these individuals with preliminary training. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded in agreement. That is only natural. Otherwise, it would be a case of overkill. Takedo Momoha remained non-committal in her response. Yet, she would not allow herself to become simply a human target for practice. Extensive training would also take a toll on her. And she was not there to engage in charity. Only accepting 10 sessions of training per month? Kanroji Mitsuri hesitated. After finally catching a glimmer of hope, how could he not feel anxious? Takedo Momoha leaned against the windowsill, propping her chin in her hand as she gazed outside. It was autumn once again, and the trees outside had shed a considerable number of their leaves. A gust of wind happened to blow a withered leaf into the palm of her outstretched hand. The breeze carried a slight chill. She delicately pinched the leaf's stem, watching it spin at her fingertips. Kanroji Mitsuri, feeling a sense of urgency, implored. Can't we increase the number of sessions? We need to enhance our strength as soon as possible. His unspoken words were silenced by Takedo Momoha's light laughter. She smiled, but the mirth did not reach her eyes, resembling a lake's surface covered in a thin layer of ice. After all this time, Mitsuri, you still do not understand. Her pale hand gently closed around the leaf, which crumbled effortlessly in her grasp. only to be whisked away by another gust of wind. She understood why Kanroji Mitsuri was so eager, yet she was not one to yield for the sake of others' interests. She preferred to maintain control. Takedo Momoyo languidly supported her chin, her words somewhat vague yet clear enough to be understood. The breathing technique is the foundation. But the nuances of actual combat and decisive moments cannot be instilled in their minds simply by my accompanying them for a few extra practice sessions. Knowing that Kanroji Mitsuri could not see, she made no effort to turn her head. Upon hearing the silence behind her, Takedo Momoyo sighed. Ah? If I do not speak plainly, you will not comprehend, will you? What can the Demon Slayer Corps do for me? Merely assist me in finding someone. She then reclined against the windowsill, resting her chin on her arm. But this leverage is too light. It does not compel me to willingly linger here. Kanroji Mitsuri attempted to find other leverage he possessed. Isn't your goal also to eradicate demons? Ha ha ha. Takedo Momoyo laughed as though she had heard something amusing. It seems you are indeed mistaken. Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri felt a jolt in his heart. He had never considered there might be other possibilities. Have you ever thought about it? I am a demon. Why must I involve myself in the conflict between demons and humans? Indeed. Why would this demon agree to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps? Was it merely for amusement, or for some other reason? Kanroji Mitsuri dared not ponder further. It was then that he realized, after nearly 2 years of interaction, how little he truly knew about the entity known as Takedo. He was unaware of her identity, origin, or background. Kanroji Mitsuri's breath trembled. He felt as though he had stepped into an abyss, provoking something he should not have. If this demon were merely seeking entertainment, it would be one matter, but what if it were for something else? Could the Kanroji family and the Demon Slayer Corps truly endure such a revelation? In retrospect, he had been intoxicated by the flicker of hope that had initially appeared. Kanroji Mitsuri swallowed hard, his voice dry as he asked, "Then why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Takedo Momoyo, tilting her head and resting it on her arm, replied leisurely, "Let us put it this way. Eradicating malevolent spirits is merely a means to my end, not my ultimate goal." What does that mean? Kanroji Mitsuri could not fathom. And the current situation did not permit contemplation. He only knew that this demoness could join the Demon Slayer Corps for what sounded like a trivial reason. And perhaps one day she might find herself standing in opposition due to other conditions. The more he thought about it, the colder Kanroji Mitsuri's heart felt. Reluctantly, he inquired, "Then what is your true objective?" "Ah, that, you do not need to know." Takedo Momoyo finally stood up and approached Kanroji, leaning slightly forward. Kanroji felt a chill emanate from her, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the hand of Kanroji Mitsuri beneath the table. It was then he realized that her hand felt cooler than usual. Was Mitsuri afraid? He looked stiffly at this person who had always remained calm and composed, often wearing a smile, regardless of the situation. Takedo Momoyo, unconcerned with their internal thoughts, lowered her voice, imbued with a casual yet oppressive aura. "But remember, it is I who am choosing whether or not to assist you, not you who dictate what I should do." After saying this, she straightened up, her tone light. As if returning to her previously agreeable demeanor, "I can depart at any time, but you cannot do the same. Wouldn't you agree?" Kanroji Mitsuri remained silent for a long while. The sounds of the wind outside seemed to intensify. This demoness even kindly helped him close the window. He resigned himself to the thought. He had no room to refuse. From the very beginning, this demon had never positioned herself as an ally. She was more akin to an observer wielding the power of choice, while the Demon Slayer Corps was merely an amusement in her eyes. "I understand," he finally murmured, his voice laced with undeniable fatigue. "I will proceed as you say." Upon finishing, he suddenly thought of someone and quickly raised his head. Tsukihiko Yurichi, introduced by Miss Takedo. The swordsman capable of altering the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps. Might he also possess such an ambiguous attitude? Takedo Momoyo narrowed her eyes, easily discerning his thoughts. She spoke again. "I value my friends. I will not interfere with his actions, but I will not allow anyone to cause him discomfort. I trust one have made myself clear, Mitsuri?" After saying this, Takedo Momoyo intended to conclude this increasingly tedious conversation. She walked to the door, leaving behind one final remark. "I hope this will be my last time discussing this matter." With that, she hummed an unfamiliar tune as she departed. The melody, imbued with an ancient, lilting cheerfulness, left Kanroji Mitsuri, who remained indoors, feeling a profound sense of disconnection. An inescapable unease surged within him. Chapter 50, A Disciple of Sorts. It was not until the sound of Takedo Momoyo's footsteps had completely faded into the distance, and even the faintest echo of her humming was no longer audible, that Kanroji Mitsuri, who had been holding his breath in silence, finally exhaled. His voice carried an unmistakable note of worry. "Mitsuri, that Miss Takedo's position is exceedingly elusive. She neither stands with us nor leans towards the demons. What if one day she reveals the weaknesses of the Demon Slayer core swordsman to the demons, leaving us utterly defenseless? Kanroji Mitsuri bit his lip, his complexion appearing particularly pale in the dim light. He remained silent for a long while, the turbulent air within his chest finally escaping as he sighed heavily, his voice saturated with weariness. I was too hasty and reckless. He should have anticipated that a demon capable of mingling with an individual like Tsukihiko Yurichi, and who had navigated hundreds of years with such ease, would not be bound by mere cooperation. Now, one can only hope that she still harbors some preference for humanity, or perhaps perceives us as having some utility. The words of Kanroji Tsuyoshi, rather than exuding certainty, resonate more as a resigned self-comfort. Listening to this, Kanu's last shred of hope dissipated entirely. She understood all too well that the underlying implication of this statement was that they had no means of counteraction whatsoever in the face of that ancient demon. The Demon Slayer core appeared woefully inadequate, both in terms of strength and lifespan. She responded softly, refraining from further comment. Her footsteps considerably heavier as she turned to leave the room. The training schedule needed to be arranged promptly, even though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. This flicker of hope must be carefully safeguarded by someone. The room fell silent once more, save for the mournful whisper of the autumn wind passing through the window panes. Kanroji Tsuyoshi slowly raised his hand, the pain inflicted by the curse constantly urging him to fulfill this monumental task of exterminating demons. Yet, despite his urgency, he found himself utterly powerless. This collaboration with the demons had, from the very beginning, resembled a gamble, and they had no substantial stakes to place on the table. Emerging from Kanroji Tsuyoshi's presence, Tsugumi Momiji leaped between the walls and treetops, silently returning to her abode. The Crane Residence, as it was referred to among the Demon Slayer Corps, was known to the members, who were aware that the esteemed Tsugumi resided there. Yet the exact location remained a mystery to most. In truth, the Crane Residence was quite secluded, with the nearest notable landmark being the second most distant training grounds. However, the members were oblivious to the fact that the elusive Tsugumi lived in the vicinity. Thus, apart from Tsugumi Momiji herself and the logistics personnel who occasionally delivered supplies, few ventured here. It was now evening, the time when the members typically gathered for dinner. Tsugumi Momiji, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, observed the bustling family inside and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Why are you all here?" "Welcome back, Miss Tsugumi," exclaimed Iguro Abanai, immediately turning his head and hastily swallowing the tempura in his mouth to greet her. The other two guests also offered her a slight bow, exhibiting their decorum. "Apologies for the intrusion," said Rengoku Kyujiro. "Mizutani Yuichi, where has Miss Tsugumi returned from? Have you dined yet? We have some particularly delightful tempura today." Tsugumi Momiji almost retorted, "Will your blood taste like tempura then?" but refrained, fearing it might startle the naive one. Instead, she turned her gaze to a certain silent individual who was quietly eating, and asked, "Yuichi, why do you insist on coming here for meals every time?" She too had her cravings, though, admittedly, her desires leaned more towards a certain crimson liquid. Upon sensing a hint of dismissal in her tone, Inugami Yuichi raised an eyebrow, silently continuing to eat, pretending not to hear. Tsugumi Momiji found his demeanor amusing and sat down beside him, leaning in closer, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "Oh, our esteemed Yuichi looks quite dashing while dining too. Just look at that graceful mannerisms. Truly a sight to behold." Inugami Yuichi responded, "Esteemed Yuichi? What kind of title is that?" Tsugumi Momiji noted the flush creeping up his ears, his head bowing even lower. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Teasing someone who usually appeared cold, yet was easily flustered was indeed delightful. The trio observed their interaction, sensing something peculiar, exchanging silent glances, ultimately opting for silence as they continued their meal. However, Tsugumi Momiji was not about to let them eat in peace as if this were a cafeteria. Her gaze swept the room, landing on Rengoku Kyujiro, for he was the only one who had already set down his chopsticks after finishing his meal. Propping her chin in her hand, she lazily remarked, "What day is it today? Shouldn't you three be quite busy? How is it that you have time to visit me?" Rengoku Kyujiro cleared his throat after taking a sip of water, stating, "It has been a while, Miss Tsugumi. I came to express my gratitude for your assistance last time." Tsugumi Momiji pointed at Inugami Yuichi with the other hand. "I hardly did anything. If you wish to thank someone, it should be Yuichi." Rengoku Kyujiro shook his head, saying, "I heard that the burns from that incident were supposed to be quite severe, yet, for some reason, my condition remained stable, without any feverish symptoms." He glanced at Inugami Yuichi, pausing briefly before adding, "Yuichi said you treated my injuries, so I am truly grateful to you and to Yuichi." Called upon, Inugami Yuichi had no choice but to finish his meal and could no longer pretend to be busy. He replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing." "Uft, Mizutani Yuichi." Suddenly the focus of attention, hastily waved his hands. No, I merely felt that what Inugami-senpai said was akin to what Miss Tsugumi expressed. Tsugumi Momiji then looked back and forth between Inugami Yuichi and Rengoku Kyujiro. You both seem quite familiar with each other. Rengoku Kyujiro paused, glancing at Inugami Yuichi before saying, "Did Yuichi not mention it to you?" Receiving a blank stare in response, he explained, "It is because my flame breathing shares many similarities with sun breathing. So Yuichi has been personally instructing me." He smiled. "I now consider myself Yuichi's disciple." Tsugumi Momiji's eyes lit up with understanding. "No wonder I haven't seen you come for training lately. By the way, Yuichi, what inspired you to take on a disciple? That sounds quite exhausting." Inugami Yuichi replied, "His talent is remarkable." Meanwhile, Mizutani Yuichi, filled with admiration, chimed in, "Rengoku-sensei is truly impressive, one of the only 2 swordsmen to receive one-on-one guidance from Inugami-senpai." Tsugumi Momiji nodded. "Only 2? That isn't many. It seems that what I mentioned previously resonated with Kanroji after all." She then inquired curiously, "And who is the other?" Inugami Yuichi finally met her gaze, explaining, "He is an exceptionally tall swordsman named Tsuru Risei, who wields thunder breathing." Thunder breathing? Tsugumi Momiji pondered, recalling the massive figure she had encountered, and asked, "What kind of breathing style is that?" "In simple terms, it boasts incredible speed and explosive power," he replied. Upon hearing this, Tsugumi Momiji was taken aback, her previously languid posture straightening as disbelief colored her tone. "He is so tall and wields 2 large katanas. Yet he can significantly enhance his speed?" The difficulty of using a large katana with one hand highlighted the remarkable strength of Tsuru Risei. But she had not anticipated that his prowess extended beyond mere strength. After her moment of astonishment, Tsugumi Momiji murmured, "The potential of humanity is indeed remarkable." Mizutani Yuichi eagerly chimed in, leaning forward in agreement. "Isn't it? Is he truly human? After all, the strongest among us is indeed Inugami-senpai." "Oh, but Inugami-senpai is more like a teacher, so perhaps he shouldn't be counted?" Chapter 51. Tsugumi Momiji was perplexed. He rambled on, counting on his fingers. "There are currently many swordsmen with great potential in the team, some of whom only learned to wield a blade after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Tsuru is a prime example. However, there are also members who come from established swordsman families." "Oh." He clapped his hands and turned to Tsugumi Momiji. "I heard that Miss Tsugumi also hails from a swordsman family. Do you have any impressions of the Rengoku family?" "The Rengoku family?" Tsugumi Momiji glanced at Rengoku Kyujiro, confirming that she indeed had not heard of them, and shook her head. "Why do you ask?" Mizutani Yuichi interjected. "Rengoku-sensei's family is also a formidable swordsman lineage, said to have been part of the Demon Slayer Corps for generations." Rengoku Shinjiro humbly remarked, "Although my family has been a lineage of swordsmen for generations, we do not engage in conflicts. Hence Miss Tsurugi may not have heard of us." Tsurugi Momoko nodded thoughtfully, recalling the words of Iguro Abanai, and curiously inquired, "So, does this mean that the Rengoku family has had swordsmen join the Demon Slayer Corps for generations?" "It seems that the Rengoku family does not harbor a deep-seated grudge against demons like the Kanroji family does. What then compels your family members to join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Given their prowess before mastering the breathing techniques, it resembles a near-suicidal endeavor. She was genuinely intrigued by the motivations that would lead them to steadfastly pursue such actions. Just as Tsurugi Momoko envisioned several tragic tales, she caught sight of a gentle smile blossoming on Rengoku Shinjiro's face, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This time, his smile reached his eyes. Tsurugi Momoko was bewildered. In such moments, one would expect at least some semblance of anger, yet he radiated such serene emotions. Was there something amiss with the Rengoku family? Rengoku Shinjiro's smile lingered as his mellifluous voice guided everyone into his recollections. The ancestral teachings of the Rengoku family have always maintained that as the strong, we must protect the weak. Tsurugi Momoko could only express her disagreement, yet the others present wore expressions of admiration. Even the eyes of Tsujikuni Yurichi sparkled, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Tsurugi Momoko sighed inwardly, realizing that Yurichi had indeed found a disciple who resonated with him. Rengoku Shinjiro continued, "The swordsmen of the Rengoku family have always aimed to enhance themselves to protect the weak. According to my grandfather, it was during a moment of aiding the vulnerable that they fortuitously encountered the Demon Slayer Corps, leading to the awareness of the existence of demons. Since that time, generations of the Rengoku family have had swordsmen join the Demon Slayer Corps. Is that so?" Tsurugi Momoko murmured. "It was a remarkably unremarkable beginning, merely to protect the weak." According to Kanroji, the Demon Slayer Corps is a civilian organization unrecognized by the state, and the common folk remain oblivious to its existence, existing in a gray area between light and darkness, unsupported and unaccepted by both sides. Was such a cause truly worthy of their unwavering dedication? The solitary courage of humanity can sometimes baffle the blood kin. Although Tsurugi Momoko did not comprehend, she refrained from refuting or mocking their choices. Instead, she supported him with a remark, "What a commendable choice." To her surprise, Rengoku Shinjiro shook his head, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Actually, I am the 4th generation." Iguro Abanai covered her mouth. "But Mr. Rengoku, didn't you say that it was from your grandfather's generation that they began joining the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Indeed." Mizuno Yuichi chimed in. "By that logic, Rengoku should be the 3rd generation, right?" Rengoku Shinjiro shook his head once more, the smile faltering into a pained expression. "In truth, my twin brother is the 3rd generation. He inherited our mother's temperament, cold and a bit sharp-tongued, often ridiculing our ancestral teachings, and reluctant to wield a blade. Conversely, I have always had a fondness for and excelled at such things. When we were merely 11, one day we received the devastating news of our father's demise. Since that day, my brother became increasingly reticent, yet unexpectedly took a keen interest in swordsmanship. At the age of 15, he secretly joined the Demon Slayer Corps ahead of me, unbeknownst to our family." At this juncture, Rengoku Shinjiro took a deep breath. Though the Rengoku family has a tradition of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, another stipulation is that only one descendant may enter. Upon hearing this, the others present understood everything. "Your brother loves you," Tsurugi Momoko stated. Rengoku Shinjiro nodded, "Indeed. However, regrettably, in my youthful arrogance, I believed my brother had usurped the path that rightfully belonged to me. Later, during a demon hunting mission, my brother was gravely injured and had to retire. The fact that he returned alive was a significant stroke of luck. Yet in my youthful hubris, I naively thought myself destined for this path and disregarded my brother's objections, joining the Demon Slayer Corps regardless." Mizuno Yuichi remarked softly. "Truly youthful exuberance." Iguro Abanai still wore a look of concern, captivated by the tale, yet she did not forget to chastise Mizuno Yuichi. Observing her actions, Rengoku Shinjiro chuckled. Attempting to dispel the somewhat somber atmosphere, "The good news is, I have since apologized to my brother, and we have reconciled." "Oh, how fortunate to have the gift of speech," exclaimed Iguro Abanai. "Look at how well these twins have managed to navigate their relationship." Tsurugi Momoko regarded Tsukihiko Yurichi, silently pondering. If only one of these brothers had been more communicative, their relationship would not have devolved into the turmoil of the original narrative. Noticing the reproachful glint in Tsurugi Momoko's eyes, Tsukihiko Yurichi appeared perplexed. "Is it a story with a happy ending? I enjoy hearing such tales." Tsurugi Momoko decided to relax, casually resting her chin on her hand against the table. Mizuno Yuichi inadvertently triggered a passive response. "Miss Tsurugi, have you heard many stories like this?" Tsurugi Momoko glanced at Tsukihiko Yurichi and, meeting the curious gazes of the others, offered a meaningful smile. "Of course. Once, there were 2 brothers who, due to their reluctance to open their hearts to each other, drifted further apart until they became bitter enemies. I never expected such things could occur between brothers." Iguro Abanai lamented. Tsurugi Momoko glanced at the oblivious individual nearby, then asked, "By the way, why did Mizuno and Yuichi join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Mizuno Yuichi replied naturally. "I lived in the countryside, relying solely on my grandfather. One day, I saw a neighbor who had captured a peculiar bird and thought to venture into the mountains to search for one myself. Little did I know, that spontaneous whim would save my life. It was then that I joined the Demon Slayer Corps." Mizuno Yuichi recounted his tale with apparent ease, even omitting certain details to spare the others any discomfort. Tsurugi Momoko regarded him intently. "That sounds arduous." The previously carefree smile that graced Mizuno Yuichi's face faltered slightly, transforming into a bittersweet expression. "Yes." The brevity of his response belied the tremor within. What profound sorrow must accompany the loss of one's soul kin? Tsurugi Momoko could not fathom. Her only family member was Severe, though Severe merely slumbered rather than perished, and thus did not truly count as a loss, did it? Tsurugi Momoko merely understood that upon receiving Severe's message, she felt a surge of loneliness and anger at being forsaken. Yet, it wasn't long before she came to terms with it. Iguro Abanai undoubtedly had a similar narrative, for not everyone shared the circumstances of the Rengoku family. Nevertheless, irrespective of the path taken, they all converged towards the same destination. Chapter 52, A Gift Inscribed with Names. Rengoku Shinjiro observed that both companions had finished their meals before stating, "It is getting late. We have tasks at hand, so we shall take our leave." Tsurugi Momoko understood that these 3 had become the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, now tasked with training newcomers and enhancing their skills, likely leaving them with little time to spare. It was no wonder they had to bring dinner along to discuss matters while eating, to save time. It was indeed no easy feat. Miss Tsurugi has assisted us on numerous occasions. Mere words cannot express our gratitude. Iguro Abanai rose, retrieving a wooden box that had been resting by her side and presenting it to Tsurugi Momoko. Tsurugi Momoko, not one to be overly sentimental, stood to accept it. Her curiosity piqued by the chestnut-red wooden box. The box was particularly elongated, polished to a gleaming sheen, exuding a fragrant aroma of wood, clearly a finely crafted piece. She inquired, "What is this?" Yuichi Mizutani approached with a cheerful grin, saying, "Gifts are far more enjoyable when opened by oneself. Miss Kurumi, go ahead and take a look. I believe you will appreciate it." Despite his confident words, he felt uncertain within, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. Kurumi Momoha smiled helplessly. "You're making this all sound so mysterious. I can hardly wait." The box felt somewhat weighty in her hands, an unusual heft for a wooden container, deepening her curiosity about its contents. As she lifted the lid, she was taken aback to find a Nichiren blade resting within. The blade and scabbard elegantly positioned atop a soft cushion. Igarashi Yukika exchanged a tense glance with Rengoku Shinjuro, her tone laced with caution. "During our last training session, we noticed that Miss Kurumi often gazed at everyone's Nichiren blades. It became apparent that you did not possess one of your own. So Yuichi and I approached the team's swordsmith, hoping to craft one for you." As she spoke, Yuichi Mizutani discreetly observed Kurumi's expression. Feeling a bit sheepish when he noticed no sign of resistance from her, he scratched his head and added, "Actually, each blade in the team is custom-made according to personal preferences. However, we saw how effortlessly you handled even a common wooden sword. So we asked the swordsmith to create one in the most comfortable standard design without any unnecessary modifications. We hope we haven't overstepped. We truly lack an aesthetic judgment." Rengoku Shinjuro interjected. "We were concerned that you might not like the colors or style, so." He turned to the individual who had silently positioned himself beside Kurumi. "Mr. Takatu is your friend. He would certainly be more attuned to your tastes than we are, so we sought his advice." Upon hearing that the suggestion came from Takatu Michiru, a flicker of intrigue in Kurumi's eyes dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile as she looked up. "You truly are one to work quietly behind the scenes." She then addressed the trio. "I genuinely love this gift. It's very thoughtful of you." Seeing them collectively exhale in relief, she quickly added, "As a token of my gratitude, I can arrange an extra training session for each of you." Yuichi Mizutani was taken aback by the proposition, that. He cast a pleading glance at Rengoku Shinjuro. It was Rengoku who stepped forward, saying, "It's getting late, and we have tasks ahead, so we shall not impose on you any longer, Miss Kurumi." "Yes, we should take our leave," Yukika chimed in, quickly ushering Yuichi away before he could say more. As the three departed, the once lively atmosphere of the room subsided, leaving only the occasional whisper of the wind outside. Kurumi placed the mahogany box gently on the low table, admiring the precious gift that resonated with her heart. The blade was undeniably exquisite, every detail, from the tsuba and scabbard to the tempering patterns and hidden designs, spoke to her very essence. The silver-white Nichiren blade lay quietly upon the fabric, its scabbard adorned with red and white hues, while delicate golden patterns shimmered in the candlelight like art. Yet, Kurumi's demeanor shifted as she focused intently on the gift. The vibrant colors evoked a sense of déjà vu, blurring the team's perceptions of her and leaving only the impression of a deep blue haori and striking crimson eyes. Was this color scheme merely coincidental? If not, did her hypnosis falter? Such a notion was unsettling. Her hand, faintly revealing hints of violet veins, brushed over the patterns on the scabbard as she murmured, "It's silver white." The trio, enveloped in their own tension, failed to notice the underlying danger in her tone. Rengoku Shinjuro remarked, "We really lack taste, and we're afraid you might dislike the colors or style, hence." He redirected his gaze toward Takatu, who stood silently beside Kurumi. "Mr. Takatu is your friend and undoubtedly more familiar with your preferences than we are. So we sought his counsel." Upon hearing that the suggestion had originated from Takatu Michiru, Kurumi's initial curiosity transformed into delight, and she grinned brightly. "You truly are a mastermind behind the scenes." She then turned to the trio. "I genuinely appreciate this gift. It shows great thoughtfulness." As the three collectively sighed in relief, she quickly added, as a return gesture, "I could arrange an additional training session for each of you." Yuichi Mizutani was startled, that. He exchanged a desperate glance with Rengoku Shinjuro. Rengoku took the lead, saying, "Time is of the essence, and we have duties to attend to. So we shall not trouble you further, Miss Kurumi." "Indeed, we shall take our leave," Yukika echoed, hastily guiding Yuichi away before he could interject. With their departure, the room settled into a serene silence, interrupted only by the soft rustle of the wind outside. Kurumi carefully placed the rich mahogany box on the low table, relishing the beauty of the gift that had captured her heart. The blade was truly a masterpiece. Each detail, be it the tsuba, scabbard, or the intricate tempering patterns, was infused with significance, resonating deeply with Kurumi's identity. The silver-white Nichiren blade lay gracefully on the fabric, its scabbard entwined with red, while the tsuba bore the image of a crane, delicately clutching a leaf in its beak. Kurumi smiled. It's a peach leaf, I assenti it. Even more remarkable was the interplay of the tempering patterns and hidden designs, as though moonlight had been woven into the steel. Every detail reflected the craftsmanship of the swordsmith, revealing that this blade had been crafted specifically for her. The handle, wrapped in pure white binding, exposed hints of red through the diamond-shaped gaps. As she caressed the handle, she mused aloud, what if it gets stained while slaying demons? I might feel a pang of regret. With your prowess, that won't be a concern, Taketu Michiru remarked. Taking a seat beside her, Kurumi chuckled at his comment, gazing into his dark red eyes. Do you think I'm that formidable in your eyes? As Taketu noticed the flickering candlelight dancing in her eyes, his own lightened, and without hesitation, he replied, absolutely. Seeing his sincerity, Kurumi's smile broadened, her eyes sparkling with joy. She held the blade in her hands, its gleaming surface reflecting the cold light of the candle. The crane's hidden patterns seemingly coming to life as they shimmered in the shifting light. How intriguing, she whispered, her fingertips gliding across the blade. The intricate hidden patterns embedded in the steel, without compromising its sharpness, spoke volumes of the swordsmith's exceptional skill. I find myself increasingly enamored, she remarked, her fingertips repeatedly tracing the crane-shaped motif on the tsuba, her affection for the blade growing. And what about me? A soft voice suddenly interjected from the side. New Blood Clan Manual. Section 3, Paragraph 4. Most blood clans inherently possess the abilities of hypnosis and paralysis for the sake of hunting. A rare few may evolve these abilities into talents, such as cognitive modification and excitement toxins. Regarding talents, lower-tier blood clans may possess one talent, while higher-tier blood clans typically possess 2 to 3 talents. Under the same talent category, higher-tier clans exhibit greater strength, potentially overshadowing the talents of lower-tier clans. Chapter 53, Rewards. Kurumi's hand faltered as it caressed the blade. She turned her head to find Taketu still maintaining his previous posture, his gaze fixed intently on the sword in her hand, his tone laced with a hint of seeking acknowledgement. Kurumi found his earnestness amusing, yet feigned ignorance. Arching an eyebrow in inquiry, what do you mean? Taketu's gaze remained unwavering, his expression serious as though discussing a matter of great importance. The patterns on this blade, the design of the tsuba, along with its length and weight, are all my design. Miss Momoha, you just promised them a return gift, so what about mine? Kurumi erupted into laughter at his earnest request for gratitude, teasing. Oh, that was merely a jest. Did you take it seriously? She sheathed the blade once more, examining the scabbard closely while playfully adding, you heard them. It was a gift to thank me for my previous guidance, which I rightfully earned. Besides, she habitually elongated her words, turning to Taketu with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. It was Igarashi and the others who sought your assistance in the design, not me. If you seek gratitude, you should approach them, as you have no grounds to claim it from me, all right? However, Taketu's voice grew more urgent than before, lacking the confidence that Kurumi exhibited. His lips moved, yet he refrained from voicing his true intentions, aware that his motives were far from pure. Taketu found himself recalling a scene from a few days prior. Rengoku Shinjuro had inquired, do you happen to know Miss Kurumi's preferences, Mr. Taketu? In that fleeting moment, some dark thoughts, unbeknownst even to himself, surged within the heart of Kunikuni Yoruchi. When did Rengoku Shinjuro and Miss Kanamori become so familiar with each other? What exactly is their relationship? Yoruchi had never realized he possessed such a profound sense of possessiveness, until Rengoku Shinjuro continued, merely wishing to express gratitude for Miss Kanamori's guidance. Yet oblivious to her preferences, it was then that Yoruchi could not help but feel a spark of delight. Look, these individuals do not even know what Miss Kanamori likes. They remain unaware that she is as serene and captivating as the moon, that she despises summer, and that she often appears languid and somewhat dazed during the day. These traits belonging to Kanamori Toha were unearthed from his memory like precious treasures, increasingly abundant and intricate with each recollection. Eventually, even the trivial exchanges between the two were meticulously examined and savored. Yoruchi-san? A junior's voice jolted him back to reality. Only then did Kunikuni Yoruchi regain his composure. He abruptly turned away, feigning contemplation as he discussed the design of the blade. Only he knew how intensely flushed his face was, yet despite this shyness, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose high, for he had come to realize one crucial truth. He was unique. Yoruchi had never imagined that being regarded as a special presence in someone's eyes could evoke such a fervent warmth within. It was akin to a flickering candlelight unexpectedly illuminating a cold, desolate night. Though faint, it stirred an exhilarating thrill. However, The initial delight was swiftly extinguished by Kanamori Toha's deliberate teasing. He slumped back down, shoulders drooping slightly, his voice dropping. Miss Toha does have a point. Only he understood that he had concealed his selfish desires under the guise of helping a junior. He was not merely assisting in the design of a gift. He was seizing this opportunity to showcase his significance to Miss Kanamori. Such selfishness could hardly be deemed honorable, and he dared not expose it. Yoruichi cast his eyes downward, watching his shadow fall upon his lap, and a sudden bitterness washed over him. Kanamori Toha observed the individual before her, now appearing somewhat pitiful, and began to reflect on whether she had gone too far in her jesting. It seemed she frequently encountered Yoruichi in such a vulnerable state. During their first meeting, she had even made him cry, yet she never anticipated he would still retain such an easily flustered demeanor at this age. Toha could only think of this description. Yet, she found no disdain for him in this state. His complete trust and reliance, with all emotions effortlessly manipulated and controlled by her, were undeniably enticing. Kanamori Toha felt her sharp canines itch, seemingly eager to emerge, but she swallowed hard and restrained herself. The immediate priority was to make amends for the mischief she had wrought. She inched closer to Kunekuni Yoruichi, tilting her head to gauge his expression, and spoke. "Oh dear. Look how distressed our Yoruichi is, This posture felt somewhat awkward. Toha succumbed to gravity and leaned against Yoruichi's lap. She lifted her hands to cradle his astonished face, her thumbs gently brushing beneath his wide-open eyes as she chuckled. "So you haven't cried after all? It's my fault. It seems Yoruichi is the one who has received the larger portion of this gift, hasn't he? Then I must certainly reward you." Yoruichi, faced with Kanamori Toha's sudden proximity. Yoruichi, who had merely felt a tinge of sadness and no tears, found his sorrow dissipating. "Miss Toha was resting on my lap. How incredibly close. Her eyes are so beautiful, her nose so petite, and her lips, soft and pink, are moving as she speaks. What is she saying?" The thudding in his ears was so loud that he could not hear anything else. Noticing his dazed expression, Kanamori Toha emitted a soft sound. Kunekuni Yoruichi jolted back, barely catching himself with his hand to avoid falling backward, and feigned calmness as he cleared his throat and asked, "What did Miss Toha just say?" Kanamori Toha, taken aback, sat up, wondering why her voice had suddenly gone hoarse. "Here, drink some water," she said, handing him a cup. She leaned back against the table, reiterating her previous words. "Ugh, cough cough." Yoruichi, attempting to quench his thirst and regain composure, choked on the water. "What's this?" Kanamori Toha adeptly approached to soothe him. "It's nothing. Can I really have it?" Kunekuni Yoruichi inquired, gazing into her eyes. Kanamori Toha paused for a moment. Her eyes crinkled as she smiled. "Of course. But I need to prepare properly first." Upon hearing this, Yoruichi's eyes sparkled, his tone rising a pitch. "I will look forward to it eagerly." Observing his reaction, Kanamori Toha casually glanced behind him. "Ah, what a pity, there's no tail. If there were, it would surely be spinning like a propeller, right?" Puffed. Yoruichi was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected laughter, but soon became immersed in the anticipation of the forthcoming reward. Preparing a gift was not a daunting task for Kanamori Toha. In previous interactions, she had mostly engaged in social occasions, merely needing to inform her subordinates of the budget and the intended recipient, leaving the rest to them. Having received numerous gifts herself, she understood well the joy of a thoughtfully prepared present and the annoyance of a haphazardly bestowed one. Kanamori Toha certainly did not wish for Kunekuni Yoruichi to be disappointed. Although teasing him was enjoyable, pushing him too far would undoubtedly make it difficult to appease him. What might Yoruichi like? She recalled every gift he had received: the sunflower bouquet from Akina, the small wooden flute from Yen, and later, the blade from Ogasawara. Toha resolved that if she were to give him something, it must be a unique item that unmistakably bore her mark. Chapter 54, Strange Gazes. 3 days had passed since Kanamori Toha departed from the Demon Slayer Corps. She did not inform anyone of her whereabouts. The first to notice her absence was Kunekuni Yoruichi. He found a note on Toha's desk, which bore a brief message. "I will be away for a few days but shall return with a souvenir." On this journey, Kanamori Toha did not bring much, only her Nichiren blade and an umbrella, as she followed the old roads etched in her memory. However, the path was fraught with peril, with the scars of chaos evident everywhere. Major factions were embroiled in conflict, and taxes piled upon the common folk, suffocating them. The villages along the way were mostly in ruins, fields overgrown with weeds taller than the wheat sprouts, while the occasional destitute wanderers appeared gaunt and emaciated, some approaching her, drawn by her expensive attire, either seeking food or assistance. Kanamori Toha typically dealt with such encounters by delivering a swift kick to send the most unwelcome away several meters, thus avoiding any further trouble. Yet, as she drew closer to a particular area, the scene began to shift dramatically, much like the town before her. Even in the night, it thrived with activity. The well-maintained roads were spotless. Shops lining the streets displayed vibrant banners, each establishment distinct, revealing it was no ordinary place. Later, she learned from the casual chatter of passers-by that this town was primarily home to retired samurai and current warriors along with their families. While the nobility resided in the castle behind the town, the merchants, too, thrived here, encouraged by this unique community. Katsumi Momoyo donned a resplendent dark crimson kimono, intricately patterned and cinched at the waist with a moon-white obi. The lantern light from the shops lining the street danced upon her attire, creating a captivating shimmer with each graceful movement. She had never been one to stifle her desires, ever since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Her financial situation had flourished beyond measure. Yet, she found little need to spend on sustenance, leading her to ponder the notion that wealth unspent is wealth wasted. Thus, she lavishly devoted her funds to acquiring exquisite garments, caring little for the opinions of others, for she delighted in her own choices. With an umbrella in hand, Katsumi Momoyo strolled leisurely, perfectly harmonizing with the ambience of the town. Throughout her journey, she had often attracted unwarranted attention due to her striking beauty. Consequently, in this bustling locale, she opted to use her umbrella to provide a modicum of concealment. Though this peculiar action still garnered some curious glances, none dared to voice their thoughts. In fact, the throngs of passers-by instinctively parted, creating a path for her, for in this gathering of samurai and nobility, one adorned in such elaborate attire was often presumed to possess an extraordinary status. As she traversed the stone-paved streets in her wooden clogs, the crisp sound of her footsteps was drowned out by the cacophony of vendors and chatter. Initially disinclined to linger, her gaze was inadvertently drawn to a nearby senbei stall, where a small charcoal grill was busily toasting rice crackers, plumes of smoke rising into the night air. However, it was not the enticing aroma of the senbei that captivated her attention. Rather, it was the woman standing before the stall. Clad in a delicate lavender kimono, adorned with a silver hairpin, she exuded a faint warmth characteristic of humanity, mingled with a subtle sweetness that tantalized Katsumi Momoyo's senses. With a slight motion of her wrist, she idly twirled the handle of her umbrella, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. Perhaps when the night deepened, she might venture over to sample a taste. "Sir Samurai, would you care to try some freshly grilled senbei?" the vendor called out, though the words were not directed at Katsumi Momoyo. She was acutely aware that the newly acquired Nichiren blade at her waist was deliberately concealed beneath her flowing haori, its presence obscured by the fabric's drape, leaving no trace of evidence despite her movements. After all, in this era, it was a rarity for women to bear swords, inevitably inviting scrutiny, particularly in rural areas where many farmers harbored animosity towards samurai due to governmental favoritism. This would undoubtedly complicate her anticipated moments of leisure. Katsumi Momoyo had intended to indulge in a rare respite in this tranquil town, seeking to maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary complications. However, the samurai she encountered were predominantly ronin. Upon hearing the mention of a samurai, she found herself curious about what set the warriors of this grand city apart. Raising the edge of her umbrella slightly, she allowed a glimpse of her face to show as her gaze unintentionally wandered to a man and woman standing nearby. In an age where many samurai sported cropped hairstyles for convenience, this man possessed a striking mane of glossy black hair, loosely tied at the nape of his neck with a simple hairband, his locks swaying gently with his movements, exuding a grace that was uncommon among typical samurai. Disregarding his warrior attire and blade, one could easily mistake him for a leisurely nobleman from the city. Katsumi Momoyo found herself pondering his hair, her thoughts drifting. The hairstyles of the Demon Slayer Corps members varied widely, with few opting for shaved heads. Perhaps this was due to the Corps not being a formal military outfit, leaving room for personal expression. As she mused, her gaze unexpectedly collided with a pair of rose-tinted eyes. The hue was faint, akin to water-diluted rouge, yet possessed an inexplicable sharpness, firmly locking onto her. Katsumi Momoyo's heart momentarily stilled, though her expression remained composed. Such keen perception, she casually redirected her gaze away from the man, feigning interest in the shop behind him, barely lingering for a breath before naturally withdrawing her gaze and lowering the umbrella's edge once more. The broad canopy concealed most of her features, leaving only the outline below her lips visible, shrouded in the shadow of the umbrella. Yet, her curiosity about the man's sudden surprise upon recognizing her face intensified. Why had his pupils narrowed slightly, and why did a distinct look of astonishment cross his countenance, as if he had encountered someone unexpected? When her gaze inadvertently brushed past his expression again, he had already turned back, resuming his previous gentle demeanor, patiently listening to the woman beside him chatter away. How peculiar. Katsumi Momoyo lightly adjusted her grip on the umbrella handle. Despite not possessing an exceptional memory, she was certain she had never encountered this man before. Yet his momentary astonishment was undeniably genuine. His scent was also unfamiliar. Perhaps he had mistaken her for someone else, she mused. If he truly recognized her or harbored ulterior motives, he would have approached her after that brief exchange of glances. Silently, Katsumi Momoyo positioned herself behind them, pretending to be in line. In mere moments, she gleaned that the pair were a brother accompanying his sister on a shopping outing. Now, from her vantage point at the back, she could scrutinize the man without reservation. That sharpness he exhibited was certainly not typical of an ordinary individual, particularly for a noble or samurai whose origins were unknown. Should matters escalate, it would be challenging to navigate the repercussions. It was merely a dinner. There was no need to invite trouble upon herself. Katsumi Momoyo concluded, ultimately abandoning the notion. Chapter 55. What is this? An attempt at conversation. Unexpectedly, just as she resolved to dismiss the thought, that individual approached her. Excuse me, esteemed guest, what flavor would you prefer? The vendor's enthusiastic voice resonated, his gaze landing upon Katsumi Momoyo. However, she had little interest in such snacks and was further distracted by the necessity of relinquishing a longed-for dinner. Thus, she raised her hand, revealing her slender fingers veined with a hint of green as they emerged from her sleeve, nonchalantly pointing at the senbei on the grill. Ultimately pausing at one particular selection. Just a little will suffice, she stated blandly, her tone devoid of inflection. Fortunately, in this town predominantly inhabited by samurai families, the small vendors dared not engage in aggressive sales tactics. Upon hearing her request, the vendor swiftly prepared a small package wrapped in oil paper and handed it over. My lady, I would not have guessed you favored such a flavor, a gentle voice chimed from behind her. Katsumi Momoyo did not need to turn to know it was the man with the rose-tinted eyes. She didn't even glance at her own choice, her curiosity only deepening. What was his intention? If he truly had mistaken her for someone else, wouldn't he have been able to discern that from their earlier gaze? Why approach her now? She pondered silently while holding the oil paper package, contemplating how her face was not so commonplace that it could easily be mistaken. Katsumi Momoyo slightly raised her hand, gripping the umbrella handle as a polite gesture, her voice laced with a hint of distance. It is not for me. It is merely that my family enjoys it. This statement was half true, providing an out for him while subtly establishing boundaries. Nobles, being people accustomed to the intricacies of social interaction, would surely grasp her meaning. Having delivered her response, she turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly confronted by the tall man, who stepped forward to block her path. The umbrella was gently nudged by his shoulder, forcing it to tilt upward slightly, revealing most of her face. The man gazed down at her, his rose-colored eyes exceptionally vivid under the light. After a moment of contemplation, his voice remained gentle, yet inexplicably carried an undeniable aura of intimidation. Oh? May I inquire where you hail from, miss? I am acquainted with most of the samurai families in this town, and you appear rather unfamiliar. His tone had intentionally softened, yet it was slightly huskier than before, causing Tsukimi Momoyo's ears to tingle uncomfortably. Feeling uneasy, Tsukimi Momoyo took a step back, assuming he was approaching her due to her appearance, and decisively created distance, using the umbrella to block his gaze. The disparity in their heights allowed her to lower the umbrella, effectively obscuring her face from him. Consequently, she did not notice the flicker of displeasure that darkened the man's expression behind the shelter of the umbrella. Internally, she scoffed. If he truly found her unfamiliar, why would he persist in this manner? What is this, a mere pickup line? How bothersome. Concealed behind the umbrella, she glanced around at her surroundings. The lanterns from various shops illuminated the street as brightly as day, and with the crowd bustling, her attempts at hypnosis were proving ineffective. Tsukimi Momoyo had no choice but to endure the situation. After all, she had painstakingly discovered such a delightful retreat. It was inconceivable that she would be unable to stay even a day. Just as she was about to respond, the man's sister noticed the commotion and gasped softly, hastening forward in an attempt to pull her brother aside, but to no avail. Even her efforts to shift his gaze proved futile. Mio, what on earth are you doing? The woman's voice, tinged with clear astonishment and a hint of apology, rebuked him for being so rude to a lady. You must step aside immediately. She evidently did not anticipate her usually mild-mannered brother would behave so discourteously, and as she looked at Tsukimi Momoyo, her expression was filled with remorse. After chastising her brother, she scrutinized Tsukimi Momoyo with newfound attention and suddenly gasped, casting a teasing glance at the man known as Mio. Turning back to Tsukimi Momoyo, she sincerely apologized. My dear miss, I am truly sorry. My brother is generally quite amiable. He must have been muddled today and certainly did not intend to offend you. I hope you were not frightened. Tsukimi Momoyo recognized the woman beside her as the one she had previously marked off her dinner list. The sincere apology softened her earlier irritation considerably. She nodded slightly, offering a polite smile. It is quite all right. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. However, Before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, Mio seemed to disregard his sister's words entirely, not only failing to retreat, but instead taking a step closer. He completely ignored the warning glare from his sister, his gaze fixated on Tsukimi Momoyo as if she were prey. Even through the umbrella, Tsukimi Momoyo could sense the intensity of his scrutinizing stare. How troublesome, she thought with renewed impatience. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Mio has a tendency to overstep. It is just that you bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. As he spoke, his eyes remained locked onto Tsukimi Momoyo, unwilling to miss a single reaction, even through the barrier of the umbrella. Upon hearing this, Tsukimi Momoyo lifted the umbrella once more, scrutinizing his face with suspicion. After tilting her head and searching in vain for a resemblance, she could only respond with an air of resignation. I am sorry, but I do not believe I have had the pleasure of meeting you. Indeed, it was my folly to think otherwise. I see, Tsukimi Momoyo replied, lowering the umbrella once more. As the canopy descended, she caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment and self-mockery flash across his face, prompting her to arch an eyebrow in curiosity. This man was peculiar. One moment he claimed she was unfamiliar, and the next he suggested she resembled a friend. Yet, it was a first for her to be mistaken for someone else. Could there truly be someone who bore such a resemblance to her? In what way, she wondered, though curious. Tsukimi Momoyo was not inclined to engage further with him, thus suppressing her questions. She stepped aside, noticing that he made no further attempts to obstruct her path. Only then did she quicken her pace, clutching the oiled paper package as she wandered off. The following night, while browsing a clothing store, Tsukimi Momoyo unexpectedly encountered Mio again. The moment he stepped into the shop, she sensed his presence, yet she merely continued to peruse the fabrics hanging on the racks, offering no reaction. The store's materials were exclusively supplied to the townsfolk and city dwellers, each piece a rare find. Naturally, Tsukimi Momoyo had her eye on several fabrics. Custom-made garments required considerable time, and calculating the duration, she realized it would take nearly a week. After measuring her dimensions and paying a deposit, Tsukimi Momoyo was about to leave when she noticed someone examining her discarded haori and blade. You certainly have a keen eye, she remarked nonchalantly as she approached. Mio displayed no awareness of being caught in the act. Instead, he handed her the blade, inquiring, why does a lady carry a sword? It's merely a gift from someone. Intended for self-defense, Tsukimi Momoyo replied, readily attaching the blade to her side before extending her hand. Mio returned the haori, then asked, you appear to have a distinguished status. Why do you not travel with guards? The night can be quite perilous. They are nearby, awaiting my return, Tsukimi Momoyo replied, unwilling to delve further into the subject. Mio smiled knowingly, then remarked, the pattern on this haori is quite unique. Could it be a family crest? Tsukimi Momoyo nodded patiently, her demeanor smiling yet clearly resistant to further discussion, her aloofness unmistakable. However, her patience was wearing thin. When would this end? Prolonging the conversation any further would be impolite. She cast a glance at the bustling crowd by the entrance, lowering her eyes. Yet, amidst the throng of people, confrontation was not an option. If he became irate and summoned his subordinates, escaping would become even more challenging. By the second day, Tsukimi Momoyo had already contemplated leaving. Mio, of course, perceived Tsukimi Momoyo's clear desire to keep him at bay, yet in his eyes, it mattered little. Indeed, it mattered not. Whether family or guards, if they interfered with him, he would simply deal with them. His gaze deepened as he observed Tsukimi Momoyo. In centuries, she was the first individual he had encountered who bore such an uncanny resemblance. This aura was a rarity he had not witnessed in ages. Once he identified an opportunity, he could easily seize control of her. However, it appeared that this girl was merely visiting for a few days, so he needed to act swiftly. Perhaps waiting until nightfall when the crowds had thinned would be more advantageous? Whether or not his expectations would materialize. A fleeting crack formed at the corners of Mio's mouth before he quickly restored his previous demeanor of refinement. Chapter 56. Has Yin Sheng run away from home? I have matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you any further, miss. With that, Mio altered his previously persistent demeanor and voluntarily exited the clothing store. Tsukimi Momoyo found herself perplexed by his intentions, though she surmised they were likely not benign. She pursed her lips. This man was clearly troublesome. She had pressing matters to attend to during her outing, and it would be wise to distance herself sooner rather than later. Shopkeeper, please keep those garments aside until they are ready. I have other matters to attend to, and I will return to collect them once I am finished. Tsukimi Momoyo instructed the person behind the counter. After speaking, she was about to step over the threshold when she hesitated, her foot retreating. The shopkeeper stared blankly at the returning customer, a sense of trepidation stirring within as he feared the loss of this significant order. He hastily donned a smile and inquired, is there anything else you require, esteemed guest? Kurumi Momoko glanced at the entrance, lowered her voice, and instructed, If anyone inquires when I shall come to retrieve my order, you shall say that I have cancelled it, understood? The merchant, adept at reading the subtle nuances of conversation, quickly concocted a response for the inevitable moment. He patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, I shall keep this in mind. Yet, he mused, this young lady hardly appeared to be a local, and he surmised she would not return. Besides, regardless of what he might say, she would remain oblivious. He could capitalize on this opportunity to make a tidy profit. Although he swiftly masked his expression, it did not escape Kurumi Momoko's keen gaze that a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. How dishonest he was, indeed. Kurumi Momoko cast a sidelong glance at the few patrons in the corner, engrossed in their garments, oblivious to her presence. The shopkeeper's once pale golden hue faded, revealing a vibrant crimson. You shall certainly strive to conceal this for me, won't you? The merchant's expression momentarily faltered but quickly reverted to a facade of servility. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I shall do everything in my power to comply with your wishes. Satisfied, Kurumi Momoko departed. For precaution, she checked her Haori and dagger in a secluded alley, confirming all was in order before leaving the town under the cover of night. Meanwhile, a certain individual, wandering aimlessly until near dawn without finding anyone, was filled with fury. The following day, he sought out the clothing shop. Cancelled the order? The smile on Mio's face twitched uncontrollably. The shopkeeper feigned deep sorrow, evidently striving to mask his true feelings. Alas, that customer mentioned she found the materials too ornate, thus the transaction was nullified. Mio was reluctant to believe this. Really? The shopkeeper shook his head in defeat. What a pity to lose such a grand order. After expressing his lament, his eyes gleamed with a spark as he regarded Mio. Rubbing his hands together. Esteemed guest, just look at my materials. They are truly exquisite. The more elaborate, the more splendid. Why not procure a few for your family? This remark irked Mio, whose impatience flared, veins bulging on his neck as his rose-colored eyes transformed into slits. Yet, the shopkeeper continued to promote his wares, entirely oblivious to the shift in Mio's demeanor. Boss, this fabric appears quite promising, interjected another customer, jolting Mio back to reason. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his pupils had returned to normal, though his brow remained furrowed in displeasure. The shopkeeper, still extolling his materials, failed to notice the silence from Mio's side, assuming he was lost in disappointment over a fruitless pursuit. Thus, he called out, esteemed guest, do you require anything? Mio shot him a fierce glare, his earlier warmth evaporated, coldly dismissing, no need, before sweeping out of the shop. In the wilderness, amidst the walls, in a place unnoticed by others, a wisp of smoke accompanied by the faint sound of flapping wings fleetingly passed by. Kurumi Momoko soared onward, reaching her destination after a day and a night. Murata Shigeru had just exited the council hall when he spotted a long-lost acquaintance and approached with joy. Miss Kurumi. It has been far too long. Kurumi Momoko surveyed the courtyard, noting many changes that mingled familiarity with strangeness. Upon seeing a familiar face, she smiled and greeted. It has been a while, Murata. She appraised him, remarking, you seem rather worn. Murata Shigeru glanced towards the council hall and gestured to Kurumi Momoko. Shall we converse over there? Although somewhat puzzled, she followed his lead to another courtyard. Once seated, Murata Shigeru sighed. Ever since Lord Yinsheng left home. Wait. Kurumi Momoko interjected, uncertainly repeating, Yinsheng has left home? Murata Shigeru appeared equally astonished. You were unaware? What should I know? Observing the genuine confusion on Kurumi Momoko's face, Murata Shigeru rubbed his temples, murmuring to himself, could it truly be a fabrication? Kurumi Momoko pressed, where has Yinsheng gone? Did he not vow to guard the inheritance state until their return? It has only been a few years, 4 or 5. How could he have left home just like that? Her urgency to understand the reasons was palpable. Heaven forbid something had occurred during this time to alter the parameters she had painstakingly calibrated. Murata Shigeru shook his head in resignation. I too am uncertain. Shortly after Lord Yinsheng departed on his journey, the former head of the family passed away. It seems that this deeply affected him. He was quite despondent for a time, after which he dismissed many people, retaining only a personal guard. He continued, currently, the inheritance state has relinquished its territory, leaving only this residence. But why? Kurumi Momoko inquired, puzzled. Lord Yinsheng has always been decisive, with his own considerations in every matter. Murata Shigeru replied, perhaps this is the only way to protect the inheritance state from being coerced into alliances. Kurumi Momoko reflected on the disputes she had witnessed on her journey and nodded in understanding. As long as the inheritance state loses its significance in their attempts at alliance, they shall have no reason to target it. Murata Shigeru concurred, indeed. One day, Lord Yinsheng returned from a branch of the family with a child, whom he has taken under his wing for personal instruction, while I am to assist him. His sigh deepened. Perhaps I should have sensed Lord Yinsheng's intentions sooner. Murata Shigeru gazed towards the council hall. Currently, the inheritance state is managed by that branch. He chuckled bitterly, doubting that this is merely temporary. He has a premonition that Lord Yenching may not return. Murata Shigeru often felt that as the years passed, with Lord Yenching managing affairs with increasing adeptness and decisiveness, he became increasingly inscrutable, no longer the youth whose thoughts were laid bare. To diminish one's own power and cede territory for the sake of preserving the inheritance state's stability in these tumultuous times. What kind of internal struggle must he have undergone to arrive at such a decision? This is not a course of action that an ordinary leader could willingly embrace. When he first learned of this decision, he had advised against it, but at that time, Lord Yenching was resolute, dismissing all dissent to carry out his plan. It was also Lord Yenching who, despite facing criticism, nurtured that young master who was not even favored in the branch family to become the next version of himself. Although the inheritance state's territory had been lost, it was freed from the burdens of external affairs, and everyone gradually began to appreciate Lord Yenching's sincere intentions. Yet Murata Shigeru often pondered, when did Lord Yenching begin to desire to leave this place? Chapter 57, The Everlasting Flower. Murata Shigeru found himself lost in thought. Was it the moment Lord Yenching brought back the young master? No, perhaps it was even earlier. As a loyal subordinate of Lord Yenching, he felt a sense of defeat. This solitude that belonged solely to Lord Yenching, he could neither share nor alleviate. It was akin to walking in a barren land, encountering a flower blooming alone. Any external disruption could shatter that delicate balance. Thus, he could only admire its resilience and strength, unable to take it away or intervene. Murata Shigeru could not deny that upon learning of Lord Yenching's departure to seek out Miss Kurumi and young Master Uni, a wave of indescribable relief and elation surged within him. He had awaited this day for a long time. He could not liberate the caged bird back to the mountains. Yet he finally anticipated the day when the bird would break free from its shackles and venture forth. Upon reaching this thought, Shigeo Murata was startled. Hurriedly inquiring of Momo Tsurumi, young Master Yenching initially mentioned he was going out to seek the two of you. Yet Miss Tsurumi seems entirely unaware of this. Where could young Master Yenching possibly be? Observing his anxious demeanor, Tsurumi could not help but sigh, realizing why he appeared so haggard. She offered a soothing reply. Do not fret, Yenching possesses considerable strength. He is likely just unable to locate us. Tsurumi's cheeks remained unflushed and her heart steady as she deftly concocted an explanation. I happened to encounter Yuichi while wandering about and decided to join him. Murata, unsuspecting, hesitated before asking, when will you return? Yet, what he truly wished to inquire was, will you return? However, he faltered, opting instead for a more ambiguous phrasing. He forced a laugh. Haha, I shall prepare the house for you in advance. Tsurumi perceived the strain behind his smile, and a wave of emotions washed over her. What was once a carefree smile now concealed a great deal of bitterness. Nevertheless, she too refrained from speaking too openly, simply responding, we will inform you in advance. In that moment, both were acutely aware of the unspoken truth. As Yenching was absent, Tsurumi decided it was time for her departure. She rose to bid farewell. Murata's lips parted and closed, hesitating for words. Tsurumi reassured him, rest assured, I will find Yenching. Very well, I shall leave it to you, Miss Tsurumi. Exiting the Kikuno-kuni residence, Tsurumi veered towards the outskirts, traversing a winding path up a small hill. A gentle breeze stirred the purple drapery, appearing almost as if beckoning her. Arriving at the base of a wisteria tree, she raised her hand, her fingers tracing the familiar patterns, softly murmuring, I have returned. Host, do you wish to reclaim it? The system, which had consistently remained silent, momentarily startled Tsurumi, reminiscent of her initial arrival here. She inquired within her mind, what does reclaim mean? This tree is composed of the energy you have stored. If reclaimed, it can be converted into a modicum of energy. Tsurumi inquired, brushing her fingers against the trunk. Is this energy potent? Not particularly. Merely, as long as it resides within this tree, it will sustain itself for a century without withering. Only then shall it begin to decay. A glimmer flickered in Tsurumi's eyes. If it is not potent, then never mind. She gazed at the ground, where petals had accumulated to nearly 2 centimeters in height, still fresh with no signs of decay. A thought crossed her mind. You say it will take another century before it withers? The system confirmed, indeed. Even if the petals fall, they will not spoil. Tsurumi smiled faintly, intrigued, and began to circle the twisted trunk, ultimately setting her sights on several branches, each about the width of a finger. She raised her hand, and with a flash of red light, 4 branches along with their wisteria blossoms landed in her grasp, which she carefully stowed in the package she had taken from Murata. Welcome, esteemed guest, you have arrived. A clerk at the carpenter's shop looked up and approached. Have you found your materials? If not, I have plenty of fine timber here. Is this wisteria? The clerk exclaimed, astonished by the freshness of the flowers, as if they had just been plucked from the tree. After expressing his admiration, he turned to Tsurumi. What do you intend to create with these? Tsurumi gestured, stating, I wish to carve these branches into large beads for a bracelet. The clerk nodded, handing the materials to the carpenter. The carpenter measured the branches, selecting 2, and remarked, considering waste, this should suffice. Would you like anything else with the remainder? Tsurumi contemplated, a figure flashing through her mind. She then said, use the rest to craft a hairpin, leaving a round hole at the tip. Also, make sure the string for the beads is the most flexible. The carpenter readily agreed. Rest assured, you can collect your items this afternoon. Tsurumi, I knew you would be here. Miss Momo, you have returned. Watching Yuichi Kikuno-kuni spring up from the ground, Tsurumi found it amusing. It has only been a few days. Why the excitement? Yuichi, understanding, approached to relieve her of the burden of the package, placing it on the table while his gaze remained fixated, brimming with anticipation. Tsurumi, not missing his subtle expression, sat down and teased. Aren't you going to take a look? Me? Yuichi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he unwrapped the package. Beneath a lavish kimono lay a wooden box. Naturally, Yuichi did not presume the attire was intended for him. Instead, he cradled the box, feeling the coolness emanating from it. Still in disbelief. What? You didn't think I was joking about the reward, did you? Tsurumi propped her chin on her hand, smiling. Upon hearing her confirmation, Yuichi cautiously opened the box. The beads in his hand were smooth, exuding a faint fragrance. This scent is so familiar. As he spoke, something fluttered before his eyes. It was several strands of wisteria flowers, now strung together by thread. Familiar? Tsurumi placed the flowers beside him. Yuichi pondered for a moment. Then his eyes widened. Could this be from that tree outside the Kikuno-kuni estate? Tsurumi's eyes sparkled as she nodded, not denying it. Yuichi was taken aback. Isn't that the essence of Miss Momo? He stared, bewildered, at the bead bracelet. Could this also be? Tsurumi nodded affirmatively. Yuichi was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the revelation, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Chapter 58. Senior Kikuno-kuni is gravely injured. Come. Tsurumi extended a hand. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuichi obediently placed the bead bracelet into her palm. The beads felt warm to the touch. Having just been cradled in his hands, they now radiated his warmth. Tsurumi meticulously untied the string, removed a bead, and pricked her fingertip, a drop of crimson blood welling up. Before Yuichi could react, the droplet floated gently, descending onto a wisteria blossom at the corner of the table. The blood, as if imbued with life, slowly enveloped the entire flower before drifting back into Tsurumi's hand. In the next moment, the blood encasing the flower solidified into a smooth bead. The bead, transparent, showcased the complete wisteria flower within, every petal's detail strikingly vivid and beautiful. Tsurumi strung the newly crafted flower bead with the others, pointing her finger as the entire bracelet floated gracefully before Yuichi. His dark red eyes widened in astonishment. His lips parting slightly, his gaze locked onto the bracelet, his breath growing shallow. He watched, mesmerized, as the drop of blood enveloped the wisteria, transforming into a bead, enhancing the bracelet's uniqueness. He truly was extraordinary. This realization had never been so vivid. His heart felt as if gently nudged by something warm, both sweet and soft. What do you think? It's a specially crafted amber, Tsurumi said, resting her chin in her hand, utterly captivated by her own ingenious idea. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no anticipated response came. Tsurumi leaned forward in confusion, waving her hand gently before him. Yuichi? As Kunakazushi Yurichi finally emerged from the depths of his astonishment, he swallowed hard, diverting his gaze from the string of beads to gaze intently at Tsugumi Momoko, only to then reluctantly withdraw his eyes. He cautiously slipped the bracelet back onto his wrist, gently pressing the floral bead against his cheek. Its cool surface glided across his skin, igniting a fervent warmth deep within his heart. His voice was soft, laced with affection. Thank you ever so much, Miss Momoko. I shall treasure it dearly. Observing his satisfaction, Tsugumi Momoko was equally delighted. Her eyes lingered on the bracelet, noting that unlike ordinary wood, this particular piece would likely wither and shatter in a century's time. Yet, given the brevity of human life, it would endure until Yurichi's demise. Tsugumi Momoko silently commended her own thoughts. The following day, through a rather casual revelation from someone, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps discovered the origin of that exquisite bracelet. Has my brother run away from home? Kunakazushi Yurichi expressed his surprise, his usually placid emotions oscillating wildly in that moment. Murata informed him. Zenitsu left a message, stating he was coming to find us. Yurichi furrowed his brow, pondering. Setting aside the fact that my brother is unaware of our current direction, How could he possibly locate us when the Demon Slayer core is so well concealed? However, upon turning to look, he found Tsugumi Momoko still lounging lazily. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly outside, casting dappled light through the tree shadows and sliding through the shoji door to illuminate Momoko, making her drowsy. She lay sprawled over the low table, her eyelids drooping, exuding an air of sleepiness. Seeing her in such a state, Yurichi softly called out, "Miss Momoko?" She mumbled, "Zenitsu will be fine, do not worry," before sealing her senses and drifting back into a deep slumber. The transience of human life was a lesson imparted to Tsugumi Momoko by past friends. Thus, she held her friend's time in high regard. Although she feigned indifference, she diligently endeavored to minimize the time her friends had to wait. Tsugumi Momoko had been tirelessly traversing day and night. Just as the note indicated, she had merely been away for a few days. In this instance, she slept soundly from one afternoon until the next day, a full 24 hours. Awakening from her slumber, her mind still somewhat foggy, she was jolted to full awareness by a cacophony. "Oh no, Miss Tsugumi. Kunikuzushi-senpai has been injured." A flustered Inazuma Shika burst into the room, unable to maintain her desired composure. Tsugumi Momoko asked, "Who are you talking about? Yurichi is injured? That shouldn't be possible given his strength." When she hurriedly followed the two panicked individuals to the entrance of the pharmacy, she was taken aback to see Kunikuzushi Yurichi, who had been gravely injured and unconscious, now preparing to enter the building. Shimizu Yuichi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, shouted in alarm, "Don't move." He quickly approached to support Yurichi's arm, attempting to usher him inside while muttering, "Kunikuzushi-senpai, why aren't you resting? Hurry, go lie down." Yurichi was equally bewildered. He could not fathom why he was being treated thus when he had merely come to the pharmacy to collect some bandages and medicinal salves for the often injured Rengoku and Tsuru. Was this the protocol for retrieving supplies now? Spotting Tsugumi Momoko nearby, he was about to seek her assistance when Inazuma Shika and Shimizu Yuichi seized him, one on each side, and whisked him away through the door. Tsugumi Momoko stood at the threshold, watching as Inazuma Shika and Shimizu Yuichi carried Kunikuzushi Yurichi inside. Just as she was about to follow, she heard two nearly simultaneous screams from within. "Why are there two Kunikuzushi-senpais?" She raised an eyebrow, as an inkling of understanding dawned upon her regarding who had truly been injured. With her curiosity now resolved, Tsugumi Momoko leisurely lifted the curtain and stepped inside. What she beheld nearly made her burst into laughter. The scene within was rather absurd. At the bedside stood the bewildered Kunikuzushi Yurichi, firmly held by two junior members. Meanwhile, on the bed, Kunikuzushi Zenitsu, who had just awakened, sat up with a furrowed brow, his inky black hair tousled over his shoulders. His gaze sharp from being roused from slumber, evidently irritated by the outcry. The two bore striking resemblances, yet Kunikuzushi Yurichi's eyes appeared shrouded in mist, concealing his emotions, whereas Kunikuzushi Zenitsu's gaze emanated a palpable sense of authority. In that moment, as they occupied the same space, the realization dawned upon everyone that they were, in fact, a pair of twin brothers. Yurichi finally found a moment to speak, turning his attention to his brother on the bed, his brow knitted in concern. "Brother? What brings you here?" His gaze fell upon the bandages wrapped around Zenitsu's shoulder and right chest, adding, "How did you sustain such injuries?" Zenitsu rubbed his throbbing temple, his vision gradually sharpening. When it settled upon Yurichi, his expression grew complex, and when he finally spoke, the earlier coldness had dissipated. "I encountered two demons congregating together. It took considerable effort to subdue them before dawn." Inazuma Shika and Shimizu Yuichi exchanged glances. Struggling with demons until dawn? Sounds quite arduous. After exchanging pleasantries, Zenitsu glanced at Shimizu Yuichi and Inazuma Shika, the scrutiny in his eyes causing them to instinctively retract their necks. Before he could inquire further, a soft voice interrupted. "I heard someone ran away from home." Tsugumi Momoko approached, hands tucked into her sleeves. At the sound of her voice, Zenitsu turned abruptly, murmuring, "Momoko?" He paused, glancing between Yurichi and Tsugumi Momoko, before lowering his head and muttering, "Ah, so it was just a dream after all." Tsugumi Momoko bent down, leaning closer, and gently prodded the bandage on his shoulder, the slight pain sufficient to distinguish between dream and reality. Noticing his body shudder, she smiled and said, "So, how does this dream feel very real?" Chapter 59. The Dynamics Among the Three, I Fall Behind. Tsugumi Momoko had anticipated that since Kunikuzushi Zenitsu had dreamt of them, their actual reunion would evoke smiles and joy. Yet the expression she had envisioned did not grace Zenitsu's face. Instead, he regarded her with an emotion she could not decipher, holding her gaze until her smile nearly froze, prompting him to lower his eyes and, with a soft chuckle, say, "At last, I have found you both." He appeared as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Tsugumi Momoko straightened, momentarily perplexed, and chose not to dwell on it. She turned to Inazuma Shika and asked, Shika, did you bring him back? Yes, Inazuma Shika nodded. I discovered him. Ah, yes, I found him at my intended destination. She continued, but by the time I arrived with my team, the demon had already been vanquished by this esteemed senpai. Inazuma Shika explained, her hands clasped modestly before her. Thanks to this senpai, we returned earlier than anticipated. Recalling the arduous journey they had undertaken for a full day and night, which had made them believe they would have to wait until evening to confront the demon, she reflected on the scene. Amidst the ruins, Yorichi had knelt on one knee, sword in hand, while the demon's anguished cries had turned to ashes with the dawn's light. That sight had startled her. She had thought she had misheard something from the crows. Just as she was about to approach to offer her greetings, she realized Yorichi had been entirely motionless. And upon closer inspection, she noticed he had fainted. Moreover, only then did she see the wound on his shoulder, bleeding profusely. After listening to the account of Igarashi Mizuha, Tsurumi Momoka remarked, so you mistook Yin Sheng for Yuan-e, which led to bringing him back. At that moment, Suiguchi Yuichi, who was hearing the whole story for the first time, boldly approached the two brothers, curiously examining this and observing that. Finally, he turned to Igarashi Mizuha and exclaimed, Igarashi, is there something wrong with your eyesight? You struck me again before I even finished my sentence. He quickly darted to the other end of the room and continued. What I meant to say is, while the two seniors do bear a resemblance, if you look closely, Yuan-e senpai has a pattern on his forehead, which Yin-sheng senpai does not possess. Huh. Igarashi Mizuha then scrutinized Inagami Yin-sheng intently, rubbing her eyes, and upon realizing that indeed, there was nothing there, she murmured to herself, could it be that I was too eager back then and overlooked it? With a clearer understanding that everything was indeed fine, Igarashi Mizuha and Suiguchi Yuichi returned to their own affairs. Before they departed, Tsurumi Momoka reminded them, be sure to inform the purgatory, so he doesn't make a trip for nothing. Once the two were sent off, Tsurumi Momoka lifted the curtain to enter and found Inagami Yuan-e already seated on another empty hospital bed. Why did you seek us out, brother? Is there something of great importance? He inquired. Tsurumi Momoka felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped that such an emotionally charged reunion would bring the brothers closer. Not even a simple it's been a while. How have you been? Could be exchanged? Upon hearing this question, Inagami Yin-sheng cast a complicated look at him and helplessly replied to Tsurumi Momoka, why is he still like this? Tsurumi Momoka understood his sentiment and shrugged in resignation. Ah, he has set in his ways. As the candle flickered to life, its warm yellow glow instantly dispelled the dimness of the room. Tsurumi Momoka placed the candlestick at the center of the low table, and as the light danced, the white hair of the brothers glimmered with golden edges. They sat on either side of her. Ahem. Perhaps due to the autumn chill, a slight breeze swept into the room, causing Inagami Yin-sheng, whose wound had become inflamed and resulted in a mild fever, to cough a few times. Tsurumi Momoka sighed and poured him a cup of warm water, saying, look at you, insisting on coming here despite your condition. My place is 800 miles from the apothecary. Surely, you caught a chill on the way? Meanwhile, Inugami Yuan-e silently stood up and retrieved a blanket from the cupboard in the inner room, draping it over Inagami Yin-sheng. After taking a sip of water, Inagami Yin-sheng held the warm blanket and sighed. It truly has been a long time since I've felt this way. The flickering candlelight reflected in his eyes as his heart fluttered with joy. Noticing the two of them looking at him with a hint of confusion, he chuckled softly and remarked, now this feels right. Tsurumi Momoka and Inagami Yuan-e exchanged glances. What did he mean by that? Tsurumi Momoka, now somewhat worried, said, has he been cooped up in the Inagami household for too long? Is his mind playing tricks on him? You really have a knack for ruining the atmosphere, don't you? Inagami Yin-sheng sighed. Me? Ruining the atmosphere? Tsurumi Momoka gasped, pointing at herself in indignation. I dare say, among the three of us, I'm the best at reading the mood. Inagami Yin-sheng chuckled at her response. You're still the same. He nodded, continuing to speak in a manner that left the two of them puzzled. Yes, this is just perfect. This is just perfect, he thought to himself, yearning to return to that carefree and blissful time. Seizing the moment while the two remained perplexed, Inagami Yin-sheng took the lead and asked, by the way, where exactly is this place? Do you two live together? As he posed the second question, the image of Yuan-e bringing him the blanket flashed through his mind. Such familiarity, such ease, he seemed to know every inch of this place. Did that include Momoka as well? Inagami Yin-sheng tightened the blanket around himself, his brow furrowing slightly. A sense of being left out washed over him. And it was not a pleasant feeling. Just how much had he missed? Fortunately, Tsurumi Momoka's response soothed that unease within him. I'm not quite sure what Yuan-e is thinking. He shows up here every few days. She began to recount her grievances, detailing her brother's antics to Inagami Yin-sheng. During the day, he trains his disciples, and at night, he insists on bringing his meals here. Can you believe it? The cafeteria is quite a distance from here, what effort he puts in. Tsurumi Momoka seemed to have opened a floodgate. Her accusations against Inugami Yuan pouring forth so profusely that one would worry about her voice, even though there was no real concern. Inugami Yuan quietly pushed a cup of water toward her. She smoothly took a few sips, continuing to immerse herself in her complaints. Oblivious to the shadowed gaze Inugami Yinsheng cast upon their interaction. Chapter 60. The countdown of life. I say, you've only just recovered for a few days. Do you really need to go all out like this? The moonlight bathed the room, and Tsurumi Momoka looked at Inugami Yinsheng with a hint of exasperation. Inugami Yuan added, brother, perhaps we should wait a few more days. Inugami Yinsheng sighed, gripping his sword with both hands, and demonstrated a few moves for the two of them. Look, I'm perfectly fine. He then scrutinized Tsurumi Momoka with suspicion. Why are you worrying like Yuan? Tsumi Momoka quickly distanced herself from the comparison. I'm far from being as over-anxious as Yuan. Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let us begin, Inugami Yinsheng declared, positioning himself, his gaze intense as he focused on Inugami Yuan. Seeing that a spar was inevitable, Tsumi Momoka leapt high into the air, landing lightly on the rooftop, claiming the best vantage point. Inugami Yinsheng, watching her retreat, couldn't help but laugh. Is it really necessary to go that far? It's just a friendly spar. Tsurumi Momoka was not convinced. With one being the ceiling's master and the other the best beneath it, when their breathing techniques unleashed their power, wouldn't her new attire be splattered with dust? She propped her soft hands on her legs, resting her chin in her palms, and flashed a sweet smile. I have but one request. Please do not collapse the place where I'm seated. Clearly, both of them had a keen awareness of their own strengths and were wielding wooden swords. Nevertheless, Tsurumi Momoka, perched high above, felt as though she were watching a spectacular fireworks display, albeit one that exploded on the ground. She couldn't help but commend her own cleverness for claiming the high ground early, ensuring that none of the flying debris would reach her. From below, Inugami Yinsheng's voice resonated amidst the whooshing winds generated by their wooden swords. You're not using your full strength, are you? Don't underestimate your older brother. Crank up the intensity. Go all out. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, their movements too swift to describe. Even Tsurumi Momoka found herself muttering under her breath, this is utterly absurd. My goodness, what on earth did you add in when creating these two? Initially, she had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, but upon noticing the patterns on Inugami Yinsheng's forehead and chin, her smile abruptly froze. She sprang to her feet just as the outcome was determined. Momoka? Inugami Yuan noticed her sudden descent, but the solemnity etched on her face was rare. What's wrong? His gaze followed her as she bypassed him, heading straight for his elder brother, a tinge of disappointment flooding his heart. Yet, it was swiftly overshadowed by the unfolding scene. Momoka? What's with that expression? Huh, you're not thinking I'm feeling envious again, are you? You truly underestimate me. The silver-haired maiden approached him step by step, and before he could react, she seized his collar and bent him over, gazing into the suddenly enlarged face before him. His pupils quivered, and his voice no longer flowed as smoothly as before. What's going on? As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily swept across her delicate eyebrows, her elegant nose. And just moments ago, he had nearly collided with her. Just as Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng was entranced by this unexpected closeness, reality delivered a sharp slap to his face. Smack! Kurumi Momo's hands swiftly pressed against his cheeks. Though the contact was gentle, it was so sudden that it still produced a sound. His face was turned this way, and that as if manipulated like a puppet. Even Kikuno-kuni Enichi was momentarily bewildered, and upon receiving his elder brother's look of confusion, he asked, Miss Momo, is something the matter? Now resembling a goldfish with puffed cheeks, Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng mumbled, what is this about? Meanwhile, as she observed the fading patterns on his face, Kurumi Momo murmured, it truly is a pattern. Sensing the pressure on his face lessen, Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng tentatively lifted his head, rubbed his cheeks, and asked, Hiss, what did you just say? Kurumi Momo raised her head. The moonlight illuminated her face, rendering her expression even colder. Come, let us return to Kurumi. The three of them, each harboring their own thoughts, walked in silence. Amidst the flickering shadows, Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng broke the silence, gazing at the seemingly lost in thought Kurumi Momo. Momo, what on earth happened? You've appeared burdened since returning from the training grounds. Hearing his voice, Kurumi Momo lifted her gaze, snapping back to reality. Just now, patterns appeared on your body. While they can significantly enhance your strength, they place an immense burden on your body. Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng was taken aback, rubbing his face in confusion. Patterns? After a moment of recollection, he affirmed, if what you say is true, it seems that since about a year ago, my ability to slay demons has become increasingly seamless, with my endurance greatly improving. Even after battling demons all night, I merely faint at the end, My abilities hardly wane during combat. If that is the case, then these patterns are quite beneficial. Kikuno-kuni Enichi chimed in with his assessment. Indeed, Kikuno-kuni Yenshing said, pouring tea for Kurumi Momo from the kettle resting on the table. Are you distressed over this matter? When did our esteemed demon lord become so easily swayed by emotions? A deep sigh escaped Kurumi Momo as she pressed her forehead, unwilling to confront the situation. Her voice grew listless. Overexerting one's life is not a trivial matter. Those who possess these patterns all meet their demise by the age of 25. Clang. As she filled the cup with water, it slipped from her grasp and fell onto the wooden table. What? Kikuno-kuni Yenshing, who had felt a fleeting sense of pride at having developed these patterns, was struck as if by lightning. Miss Momo, are you serious? Kurumi Momo nodded. At this revelation, the brothers were compelled to believe her words. The only time they had witnessed Kurumi Momo's typically stoic demeanor falter was when they learned from her that their mother, Akane, was nearing her end. Why, with such a radiant visage, did she repeatedly deliver such mournful tidings? Kikuno-kuni Yenshing fixed his gaze upon Kurumi Momo, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet, his eyes, vacant and unfocused, could not settle upon her exquisite yet silent face. Instead, a cascade of past memories unfurled before him like a vivid tapestry. Kikuno-kuni Yenshing had never known that a revolving lantern would emerge when one learns their time of death. Nor had he realized that more terrifying than death itself was the knowledge of one's impending demise, coupled with an utter inability to alter it. He felt a simmering discontent brewing within him, with no outlet for release. How could he vent his frustrations? There were no warm embraces to confide in, no indestructible punching bags to unleash his pent-up emotions upon. All his past weaknesses had been cast aside. Gradually, that discontent morphed into a sense of powerlessness, igniting a flame of resentment that grew ever more fervent. Why? He clenched his fists and slammed them down upon the table. I have painstakingly arranged everything, and I was finally on the brink of living the life I desired. Chapter 61, Yenshing's Torment. How long had they been gone? Kikuno-kuni Yenshing pondered as he stared at the territorial map of the Kikuno-kuni family spread out before him. On the map, only a single location bore a nail, while irregular holes dotted the rest. The actions of Momo and Enichi had proven effective. It seemed the Kikuno-kuni family had evaded the scrutiny of those monsters. This outcome served as a reassuring anchor for Kikuno-kuni Yenshing, the current head of the Kikuno-kuni family, binding his previously wavering heart. Yet, soon after, a heaviness settled upon his heart, one that felt ensnared. It appears we can reduce the scheduling of patrols, Kikuno-kuni Yenshing remarked as he fixated on the map. The council chamber was utterly silent. Even the sound of the wind outside could be heard distinctly. He lifted his gaze. To his left, there was no voice of agreement or dissent, and to his right, no attempts to lighten the atmosphere. Kikuno-kuni Yenshing rubbed his temples, releasing the tension in his body, and collapsed onto the mat. How much time had truly passed? Kikuno-kuni Yenshing was desperate to know, yet he dared not count the moments. If too little time had elapsed, the days would feel interminable. If too much time had gone by, he would be left wondering when the two would return. In such moments, Kikuno-kuni Yenshing often let out a derisive laugh. The sound echoed in the quiet hall, heightening the absurdity of his situation. Yenshing, you were never like this before. What was I like before? Two conflicting thoughts clashed within his mind. During his father's rigorous training, spending day and night with blades as his companions and tomes as his bed, when had he ever felt loneliness? Loneliness. That was merely a sensation born from never having experienced companionship. Now that he had, how could he let go? Give it up. You are the family head. The rise and fall of the Kikuno-kuni family rests upon your shoulders. What can you truly do? But I truly envy. He could not pinpoint when loneliness began to engulf Kikuno-kuni Yenshing. He suddenly found himself unwilling to remain in the pitch-black silence of the room. For whenever he closed his eyes, such intrusive thoughts filled his mind, preventing him from finding peace in sleep. Even when he did manage to sleep, it was never restful. He often dreamt of Enichi and Kurumi Momo, of events that had transpired, and of those that had not. At times, he would dream of his mother, her gentle hand resting upon his head, and he, like Enichi, would yearn to snuggle against her leg. Rarely, he would dream of his father, his stern reprimands and unyielding blows intertwined with his mother's arguments. These dreams were exhausting. Thus, he began to keep a lamp burning through the night, planting various flora outside his dwelling in an attempt to fill the void within his heart. The fragrance of flowers, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects, and the calls of birds. Yet, it was still insufficient, still not enough. During a damp and dreary plum rain season, Kikuno-kuni Akira passed away. As he delivered the news, Murata Shigeru knelt in the center of the hall, his voice barely concealing the sorrow he felt, tears streaming down the face of a man who was usually known for his good temperament. In stark contrast, Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng remained motionless in his seat, hearing the sound of something shattering. Since their mother's passing, their father had been a shadow of his former self. The man who had once fervently proclaimed his desire to revitalize the family, even plotting to send Enichi to the temple, now reduced to such despair. At that time, Kikuno-kuni Yinsheng could not comprehend it. His former admiration for his father had long been eroded by their mother's illness and his father's perpetual state of anxiety. Upon assuming the mantle of the family head, he harbored thoughts such as, I possess the lineage of Tsukihiko Yorichi, the companionship of Kamaima Momo, and the guidance of Murata Shigeo. I shall carry forth the legacy of Tsukihiko, and at the very least, I will surpass the accomplishments of my father. However, after the departures of both Kamaima Momo and Tsukihiko Yorichi, compounded by Murata Shigeo's need to instruct new generations, an overwhelming, terrifying craving akin to withdrawal began to engulf him. He started to comprehend why Tsukihiko Yoshiya had succumbed to such despair. Thus, Tsukihiko Yazen would visit his bedridden, soulless brother, Tsukihiko Yoshiya, every few days, pouring out his loneliness and emptiness without expecting any reply. This was acceptable. He was no longer alone. Yet today, even his solitary support had vanished. Tsukihiko Yazen rose, under the watchful gaze of Murata Shigeo, and wordlessly made his way to the residences of Tsukihiko Yorichi and Kamaima Momo. He often found solace in this place, tracing his fingers over the desk where they once shared laughter. Suddenly, Tsukihiko Yazen realized the layer of dust had thickened. Has so much time truly passed? He heard the sound of something shattering once more, but this time, it was irrevocably fragmented. The gradual graying of his vision and the buzzing in his ears blurred the line between reality and hallucination. In the next moment, consciousness surrendered to a long-forgotten darkness. Upon awakening, the bump on his forehead failed to capture his attention. A singular thought consumed him. It is time. Tsukihiko Yazen conceived a bold idea. He would cultivate another heir, thus securing his own freedom. Freedom. Tsukihiko Yazen mused that had he been the man he once was, he would have vehemently protested against equating such responsibilities to chains and cages. Yet, this no longer mattered. Patience was all that was required, just a little longer. Once the sapling was strong enough to withstand storms, he too could soar freely. Tsukihiko Yazen began to count the days, unwilling to squander a single moment. His impatience grew. Nevertheless, responsibility kept him grounded. He had ultimately awaited this day with great anticipation. The child he brought back from the collateral line was promising, possessing a sharp intellect and a keen mind, capable of strategic thinking at such a tender age. This child, however, was not well regarded within the collateral branch, deemed too frail and small to be of use. Tsukihiko Yazen admitted that his actions were partly fueled by spite. He had long held reservations regarding Tsukihiko Yoshiya and the twin curse that plagued their family. Thus, he intentionally elevated someone of lower status to a position of prominence, knowing that the whispers of skepticism would one day be rendered laughable history. The Tsukihiko clan required reform. Tsukihiko Yazen often jested that his initial irritation had indeed brought him good fortune. Otherwise, he would not have recognized the extraordinary potential of this child, nor would he have achieved his goals so swiftly. Hard work begets reward, and on the day he stepped beyond the gates of the Tsukihiko estate, he felt as if he had been a withered branch, now sprouting anew in the winds of the outside world. On that day, he understood what the shattering sound before his unconsciousness had signified. The bindings that had held him captive had vanished. Tsukihiko Yazen began his quest to find Kamaima Momo and Tsukihiko Yorichi, but despite his diligent search, he could not uncover even a trace of their whereabouts. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. Along the way, a few individuals were aware of them. Hey there, young man. You've returned? What happened after that fire in the village? We still want to thank you. Don't worry, Shimada's fracture has healed quite well. While passing through a village, he was enthusiastically seized by an elderly woman who insisted on sharing stories he could not comprehend. Later, he realized that this woman was acquainted with Yorichi. As he strolled along the riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water, the rippling waves obscured the details, rendering him momentarily dazed. Ah, indeed, quite similar, he mused. He had finally caught a glimpse of one of their whereabouts, a promising sign. With a buoyant spirit, he proceeded to his next destination. Tsukihiko Yazen struggled to accept that after all his efforts and tribulations, after finally breaking free, he was being told this was merely a temporary experience. No one would calmly accept such a fate. He abruptly stood and dashed out of Kamaima's residence. Tsukihiko Yorichi watched his brother's departing figure with concern etched across his brow, murmuring anxiously, Miss Momo, is the pattern truly that cruel? Chapter 62, Diverging Trajectories. Kamaima Momo averted her gaze, her eyes cast downwards, a cold tone betraying her displeasure as if she had been mocked. Indeed, the gods are truly merciless. Tsukihiko Yorichi was perplexed. He had never witnessed such overt anger from Kamiyama Momo before. Yet, he understood that this response was an affirmation. He stood and looked outside, where Tsukihiko Yazen's figure had vanished from sight. The one who had always effortlessly navigated any issue now seemed to have fled in disarray. A pang of concern gripped Tsukihiko Yurichi's heart. He turned to Kamiyama Momo and softly said, "Miss Momo, I shall check on my brother." Kamiyama Momo replied with a nonchalant mem, her voice airy and clearly distracted. Once the brothers departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Kamiyama Momo's silence stemmed from her realization of the pattern during their sparring sessions. She was not the only one to notice it. "Wonderful news, host. It's the pattern," the system exclaimed, unable to contain its excitement. Initially caught off guard by the unexpected developments, Kamiyama Momo grew more irritated at the system's incessant chatter. Before she could respond, the system continued, "Sword masters with the pattern meet their demise at the age of 25. The Tsukihiko brothers have yet to turn against each other. If they can endure just a few more years, our first mission will be successfully accomplished." Kamiyama Momo coolly replied, "Have you forgotten why the original Yazen transformed into a demon?" The system's burgeoning excitement was abruptly doused, its voice trembling. "Isn't this a catalyst for corruption? What shall we do, host?" Startled by the system's wailing, Kamiyama Momo instinctively flinched, but it was to no avail. What to do? She wished she knew. She even hoped the pattern was merely an illusion, but alas, she had confirmed it herself. An illusion? Kamiyama Momo suddenly recalled what Igarashi Mizuha had once said. Demon Slayer Corps members possess exceptional eyesight. How could they easily misinterpret such a conspicuous trait? No wonder Igarashi mistook Yazen for Yurichi. It must have been at that moment that Yazen's pattern had manifested. But what now? Kamiyama Momo had to steady her thoughts and contemplate this issue deeply. No one could face death with composure. Even the once undaunted Akane had taken considerable time to deliberate before making her choice. Kamiyama Momo lifted her eyelids, gazing towards the direction the brothers had departed. Given her strength, it would not be impossible to confine Yazen here. But what then? What if Yazen, feeling too stifled, slipped away unnoticed and encountered Muzan, leading to the same grim fate? Moreover, she was reluctant to resort to such measures. At this juncture, the mission no longer seemed imperative. Her greater concern lay in the bonds of friendship. Kamiyama Momo was resolutely unwilling to see Tsukihiko Yazen and Tsukihiko Yurichi converge upon the predetermined tragic conclusion. Later on, the enigmatic Taki Momoha, who claimed not to wish to intrude upon others' choices, guided them onto an alternate trajectory. The fact that Tsukihiko Yenshin initiated the matter of the markings indeed veered away from her predetermined path. Taki Momoha established 3 pivotal nodes for this trajectory. The first, to maintain the bond between the Tsukihiko brothers. She executed this task admirably, scarcely exerting any effort. The second, to separate the 2 brothers. While this seemed somewhat unfeeling, she often heard humans murmur that distance breeds beauty. She pondered that there might be some truth to it. This also elucidated her reason for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. By placing Tsukihiko Yurichi under her watchful eye, assigning him a role as a coach within the Corps, she could diminish his frequency of missions, thereby fortifying the Corps while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of the brothers encountering one another. Meanwhile, Tsukihiko Yenshin, experiencing a significant enhancement in his abilities, would come to genuinely appreciate his uniqueness, alleviating any feelings of jealousy and guiding the Tsukihiko family toward prosperity. As long as Tsukihiko Yenshin remained content within the family, the crisis that could trigger the markings would not arise, and subsequent issues would resolve themselves. It should have been this way. Yet, unexpectedly, even without encountering Yurichi, Yenshin inadvertently joined the Demon Slayer Corps and even activated the markings? What could account for such a deviation? Taki Momoha furrowed her brow in contemplation. System, am I truly capable of altering the original narrative's conclusion? For the first time, Taki Momoha harbored doubts about the system and her mission. To her surprise, the system promptly replied with unwavering certainty. Of course, host. Otherwise, why would they have sent me? Taki Momoha tightened her grip in contemplation. Could it truly be mere coincidence? If that were the case, her efforts might not be in vain. Although the trajectory had deviated, it was fortunate that it did not diverge entirely. With this thought, Taki Momoha's complex emotions began to settle. In fact, she had a contingency plan to transform Tsukihiko Yenshin into a vampire. This currently appeared to be the most balanced solution, though it was only a temporary consideration. However, she would not propose it just yet. She could not ascertain the extent and duration of the impact that the markings would have on Tsukihiko Yenshin. Her intuition warned her that if she suggested this now, he would undoubtedly agree. This was a result of various emotions, such as fear and resentment, clouding his judgment. No, she admonished herself regarding the transformation. It must be approached with caution and rationality to avoid repeating past mistakes and tragedies. When Taki Momoha followed the whispers carried by the wind to locate the two brothers, she found them engaged in a fierce battle. Indeed, a battle. No weapons. No holds barred, every blow landing with the weight of flesh against flesh. The clash was interspersed with their roars of fury. Taki Momoha stood quietly at a distance, refraining from intervening. She understood that this confrontation was a form of catharsis. Both possessed considerable strength, although Tsukihiko Yorichi held the upper hand. The lack of weapons rendered pure hand-to-hand combat less advantageous. Thus, when they finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, they bore the marks of their struggle. Though not overly bruised, Taki Momoha approached to examine their injuries, silently relieved. Thankfully, they understood their limits. However, their faces bore little harm. A wry smile tugged at her lips. These two boys, were they still adhering to some gentlemanly agreement to avoid striking one another? In light of this, she could indeed breathe a sigh of relief. Tsukihiko Yensheng, panting heavily, gazed up at the full moon suspended in the sky. Following the recent release of pent-up emotions, he found himself unexpectedly at ease. The exertion had deprived his brain of oxygen, leaving him no mind for trivial worries. At that moment, the sound of crunching leaves reached his ears, and a familiar, chilling presence enveloped him, obscuring the moon with an even more resplendent figure. How beautiful it was, with pure white hair so flawless, and crimson eyes shimmering even in the shadows. Wait, Red? What had Momoha done? Simultaneously, Tsukihiko Yorichi's voice broke through. Ahem, Miss Momoha. You're choking me. Chapter 63, Concealment. Tsukihiko Yensheng was taken aback. What was that commotion? He soon realized the cause. Taki Momoha had seized his collar, hoisting him into the air. Ahem, if you intend to murder me. Tsukihiko Yensheng lifted a hand to separate his collar from his neck, gasping for breath as he continued. You could have simply resorted to direct action. The scene was somewhat ridiculous. Two tall youths were being effortlessly lifted by a girl barely 5 feet tall, much like two salted fish. Their feet remained on the ground. Yet this suspended posture was far from comfortable. Coupled with their earlier exertions, they could only flail weakly, unable to stir up any real trouble. Taki Momoha noticed their predicament, but did not release her grip. How else am I to bring you both back? Do you wish to lie on the ground all night? She glanced around, swaying slightly as she tested her hold, one brother having surrendered to the situation while the other struggled in vain. Taki Momoha realized that this position was indeed cumbersome for their return. However, observing Tsukihiko Yensheng, who despite his evident exhaustion still attempted to resist, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. If you wish to change your method, that can be arranged, Taki Momoha said, with a hint of mischief, and then loosened her grip. The brothers returned to the ground, where Tsukihiko Yensheng, still recovering, was met with Taki Momoha bending down, one arm around his shoulder while the other slipped beneath his knees, effortlessly lifting him once more. Tsukihiko Yensheng's face flushed a deep crimson as he stammered. This is most improper. Put me down at once. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Taki Momoha's strength proved insurmountable. Her delight grew at his unwillingness, spinning him around several times while teasing. How is it, esteemed master? Did you not say that was uncomfortable? And now? She leaned closer. Oh dear, esteemed master, raise your face. Witnessing this scene, Tsukihiko Yorichi could only curl his fingers in silent contemplation, his lips moving as he suppressed his amusement. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Taki Momoha finally decided to release him, crossing her arms as she chuckled at the sight of the now curled-up figure on the ground, unwilling to meet her gaze. She leaned down to poke him playfully. See? You're either being held by me, or carried, or hoisted. Compared to those options, the third is certainly the most palatable. Wouldn't you agree? Alas, I've gone to such lengths for you, and you remain ungrateful. Standing up, she turned to Tsukihiko Yorichi. So, Yorichi, would you care to give it a try? She raised her arm, the wide sleeves cascading in a way that revealed the pale skin of her forearm, suggesting she would easily scoop him up if he nodded in acquiescence. Tsukihiko Yorichi, as she anticipated, shook his head. But his response caught her entirely off guard. In that case, it would require Miss Momoha to make 2 trips, which would be too much trouble. Ha. Taki Momoha found his reasoning amusing. Our Yorichi is indeed considerate. Meanwhile, Tsukihiko Yensheng, who had been listening intently, turned sharply. You genuinely wish for her to carry you? Before he could voice any further concerns, a sudden rush of black-red smoke enveloped them, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings and indistinct squeaks. This state did not last long, perhaps only a few breaths, or even less than half a minute. In the moment when Tsukihiko Yensheng regained his senses, he found himself resting on a soft cushion beneath wooden beams, having returned to the Crane residence. What had just transpired? Toya had never mentioned it before. After the recent commotion, the two brothers had significantly restored their energy and sat up, gazing at Toya, awaiting her to speak first. Toya, however, remained unfazed, behaving as if nothing had happened. Outside, the daylight broke through, and she stifled a yawn, appearing quite drowsy. Kunekuni Yinsheng shot a glance outside, exposing her little ruse. You haven't even been touched by the light, so why the drowsiness? Toya retorted. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to bring you two back? Kunekuni Yinsheng scoffed coldly. Indeed. What other secrets does the esteemed demon have that we might know? Toya's eyes widened as she exaggeratedly pointed to herself. Are you blaming me for not sharing? I wouldn't dare, Kunekuni Yinsheng replied nonchalantly. Toya then leaned casually on the table, her demeanor unchanged. It's a fuss over nothing. As a demon who's lived for centuries, how could I let you uncover my secrets so easily? Observing her reluctance to divulge more, Kunekuni Yinsheng refrained from pressing, recognizing it was not a matter worth straining their relationship over. Nevertheless, a lingering disquiet weighed upon him, prompting him to sulkily fill his cup and down its contents in one go, displaying a bravado that might mislead onlookers into thinking he was indulging in spirits, much to Toya's silent amusement. Unbeknownst to him, while he had quelled his thoughts, his twin brother, Kunekuni Yoruchi, was not quite in sync with him. Kunekuni Yoruchi spoke dreamily, reminiscing about their recent experience. That thick fog was astonishing. It seemed almost tangible. I thought I heard the sound of wings flapping. Miss Toya, what was that? Aren't you a wisteria demon? How could there be such? Just as Toya's smile grew increasingly warm, Kunekuni Yinsheng discreetly raised his hand to cover his brother's mouth. Receiving his brother's confused gaze, he felt compelled to clarify. Since Toya is unwilling to speak, let us refrain from further inquiries. Kunekuni Yoruchi nodded in understanding, allowing Kunekuni Yinsheng to finally lower his hand. He then swiftly posed a question that left no room for Kunekuni Yoruchi to speak out of turn. Pray tell. What is this place, and what are you doing here? To provide an accurate, yet unembellished summary, Kunekuni Yinsheng chose to overlook the eager Toya and invited Kunekuni Yoruchi to elaborate. True to his nature, Yoruchi's explanation was succinct and impactful. Toya seized the opportunity to interject, suggesting, considering your demeanor, it seems you have no intention of returning to your role as head of the family. Would you care to remain with the Demon Slayer Corps? Remaining here? Kunekuni Yinsheng mused, recognizing the advantages of a place that provided sustenance and opportunities for honing swordsmanship, especially with Yoruchi and Toya present. It seemed the three of them could enjoy a considerable amount of time together once more. Yet, the reality struck him. Only 3 years remained. At 22, Kunekuni Yinsheng's expression darkened. Sensing his melancholy, Toya sought to redirect the conversation, encouraging him to think less about his burdens. She remarked, if Ubuyashiki knew of your intention to join the Demon Slayer Corps, he would undoubtedly welcome you. Kunekuni Yoruchi chimed in, with your strength, brother, you would greatly enhance the Corps. After hearing this, Kunekuni Yinsheng briefly escaped from his feelings of confusion and fear, though he did not immediately respond. His gaze contemplative as he pondered deeply. Toya, observing his thoughtful expression, realized her aim had been achieved, reassuring him, there is no need for hasty decisions. It would be best to reflect on this matter and divert your thoughts from your burdens. However, as soon as her words fell, Kunekuni Yinsheng lifted his head, his tone resolute. I shall join. Toya paused, then laughed, her eyes glinting with a hint of teasing. So decisive? I assumed you would take a few more days to contemplate. After all, you often spoke of ensuring everything was foolproof. Kunekuni Yinsheng shot her an exasperated glance, stating plainly, I came out to find you. Now that you are here, where else could I possibly go? At least in these final days, I do not wish to endure solitude. Toya, propping her chin on her hand, regarded him with interest. Ah, so our esteemed Yinsheng fears loneliness. Kunekuni Yinsheng crossed his arms, turning his head away from her teasing gaze, stopped jesting. Yet, he was unaware that his ears had inadvertently flushed red. Toya had indeed understated the situation. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was hardly welcoming. Upon receiving the news, he could barely contain his emotions in front of the others, tears streaming down as he grasped Hanayo's hand, repeatedly exclaiming, this is wonderful, truly wonderful. Only Ubuyashiki knew the depths of his thoughts. He was almost inclined to enshrine the Kunekuni brothers, desiring their eternal presence as guardian deities to aid in the eradication of demons for generations to come. Slap. Ubuyashiki, what are you thinking? Generational legacies? With such an opportunity before you, seize it and end the curse and suffering in this generation. Toya was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why did Ubuyashiki suddenly slap himself? Kunekuni Yinsheng was equally startled, silently glancing at the ever-composed Kunekuni Yoruchi. With a leader like him, could the Demon Slayer Corps truly be considered a legitimate organization? In contrast, Ubuyashiki, having expended all his energy in that moment of self-revelation, leaned against Hanayo, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, as if oblivious to any pain, he leaned forward, apologizing to the group. I am terribly sorry, everyone. I have been quite rude. Toya examined the man before her, who now struggled even to sit upright. Compared to their first encounter years prior, he appeared more haggard and frail. The ghastly scars had crept to the corners of his mouth, his facial muscles rigid, rendering his once radiant smile a distant memory. To prevent his team from worrying, he had draped layers of white cloth over much of his face. Yet, the scars seemed to afflict more than just his visage. His voice was now raspier, imbued with a gravelly tone that suggested the weight of age, making it difficult to discern his words. Toya recalled what the trainees in her special training program had mentioned. These days, when the leaders summoned the team for meetings, it was mostly left to the younger Ubuyashiki or Hanayo to relay messages. Initially, she had thought it exaggerated, but now it was clear that the situation was indeed dire. Witnessing a life that should have flourished instead withering away was a profound injustice to the essence of existence itself. Toya furrowed her brow. It seemed time to contemplate strategies for confronting Muzan Kabutsuji. The news of Kunekuni Yenshing's enlistment in the Demon Slayer Corps swiftly spread through the various branches, carried by numerous crows clutching messages, whether stationed in the remote mountains or returning from exhausting missions. The swordsmen who read the contents of the letters could hardly contain their exhilaration. Some slammed their Nichiren blades against stone tables, cheering loudly, while others clutched the letters, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even the usually somber meetings took on a lighter atmosphere during discussions. Undoubtedly, this was the most stirring news in years, heralding a significant rise in the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, as if propelled by a mighty wind, their fortunes soaring. The atmosphere and surge in strength of the Demon Slayer Corps naturally caught the attention of Muzan Kabutsuji. He sensed a significant diminishment in his control over the demons, prompting him to take a moment to delve into the memories of the surviving fiends. By fortunate coincidence, one of these demons possessed a blood demon art conducive to escape, allowing it to narrowly survive. Within the opulent confines of his mansion, Muzan, gripping a page of a book, uttered a disdainful remark in the stillness of the night. Breathing techniques and patterns? Ultimately, they are merely human bodies, unworthy of mention. His thoughts were more occupied with another matter. Tsukihiko, have you made any progress on the item I tasked you with finding? The elegantly attired woman furrowed her brow, compelled to deliver an honest response. Individuals with white or gray hair, while still being young, are exceedingly rare. Muzan, maintaining his composure, continued to peruse the pages of the book, a slight, mocking inflection in his voice. Oh? Following that utterance, silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the rustling of the pages. Suddenly, the woman named Tsukihiko clutched her throat in agony, as if her vocal cords were fracturing and reassembling. She fell to her knees, blood spilling from her mouth. Without turning, Muzan remarked coldly, "Your tongue seldom articulates words that please me." In a fit of rage, he slammed the book to the floor, tugging at his own hair, exclaiming, "This and that. You cannot even manage these trivial matters. The blue spider lily eludes me, and I cannot find the person I seek. Am I perhaps too lenient with you all? Is that why you consistently fail to fulfill my commands?" As he chastised, several crimson tendrils erupted from his lower back, tearing through his lavish attire and thrashing wildly. Tsukihiko, having lost an arm, dared not utter a word, retreating to a corner to stifle her cries, her expression already accustomed to the brutality of the man before her. Yet, within her violet eyes simmered a potent rage. Sengoku murmured, "The prowess of the Tsukihiko brothers is truly remarkable. We often lament the favoritism of the gods. To have two children from the same family with such terrifying talents is astounding. I have only recently joined the Corps, and during a full team meeting, I was astonished to see the Tsukihiko brothers and Miss Tsurugi sitting side by side with our lord. Later, I learned that they had joined the Demon Slayer Corps as collaborators, their strength significantly aiding us all. The entire team has benefited greatly from the care of these three esteemed individuals." Chapter 65, The Curse of Misfortune? As Tsukihiko Yurichi sheathed his sword, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a figure languidly reclining atop the treetops, causing his brow to furrow slightly. This marked the third occurrence within the month. No matter which area he was assigned to, Tsurugi Momiji always seemed to appear nearby, as if preordained. He wiped the blood from his Nichiren blade, the reflection revealing his slightly exasperated visage. The demon he had just vanquished was colossal, resembling a moving mountain. Though its movements were sluggish, its hide was extraordinarily tough. Thanks to his moon-breathing techniques, which were well suited for the necessity of broad and frequent attacks, he managed to handle the situation effectively. Otherwise, it would have been quite problematic for anyone else. Meanwhile, the individual perched upon the treetops merely rested their head, engrossed in a book they had brought along, displaying no intention of assisting. "Following me, yet remaining passive, what are your intentions?" Tsukihiko Yurichi inquired as he returned his blade to its sheath, his voice tinged with a sense of entrapment. Tsurugi Momiji, seemingly roused from her reverie, glanced around, and, upon realizing the situation had been resolved, leapt down from the treetop, smoothing her attire and laughing. Those who sought my specialized training recently have all been elevated to esteemed ranks of swordsmanship, and Kanroji has assigned them their own territories. They've been so busy that they seldom visit me now. She spread her hands. You and Yurichi have also ventured forth on missions. Leaving me to languish idly within the core is quite dull. With that, she turned and walked ahead. Come. Yurichi must have finished his task by now. Observing her demeanor, Tsujikuni Yurichi sighed. You are truly something. He silently followed, lost in thought. Ever since he and Yurichi decided to frequently embark on missions, Momiji had been a constant presence. While he did not mind her company, he found it perplexing. He understood that few matters could pique Momiji's interest, yet demon hunting missions tended to be uneventful. Her presence, without participation, rendered the experience mundane. It was precisely this incongruity that led him to believe something significant was brewing. He had not refrained from subtly inquiring, but all he received were vague responses, devoid of any useful information. He could only pray that whatever she was concealing would not prove troublesome for her. Just then, he noticed the figure ahead had come to a halt. Tsurugi Momiji paused, muttering to herself, what a fortunate fellow. This forest had been plagued by a malevolent demon for nearly half a year, and tales of the mountain's man-eating beast had spread through nearby villages. Even woodcutters dared not approach after nightfall. Yet, this individual, appearing utterly defenseless, had the audacity to intrude at such a late hour. Thankfully, Yurichi had already slain the demon. Otherwise, this person would have faced dire consequences. Tsujikuni Yurichi, not having clearly heard her words, sensed an unusual situation and followed her gaze to discover an unknown man standing there, tall and clad in ordinary clothing. He frowned, sensing the oddity of the situation. This man bore no resemblance to a warrior, yet he exuded an unsettling aura. He was not an easy individual to engage with. The man noticed them as well. Expressing confusion, have I arrived too late? He lamented, I had provided it with ample blood. Tsurugi Momiji scrutinized the man, whose pallor surpassed her own. Yet upon reflecting on his words, she regarded him with a look of incredulity. Are you feeding blood to the monsters of this mountain? The man, taken aback at first, then registered her disdainful gaze, his lips curling into a peculiar smile. Is that how you interpret it? You are quite amusing. Tsujikuni Yurichi felt a warning bell ringing in his mind, triggered by the eerie aura radiating from the man. He stealthily positioned himself behind Tsurugi Momiji, his vigilant gaze fixated upon the stranger, openly displaying his wariness and threat. Whoever you may be, the night is deep, and the mountain paths are perilous. It would be prudent for you to descend at once. Due to their proximity, Tsurugi Momiji could even sense a warmth emanating from Yurichi's back. She found his earnest advice puzzling. Typically, he would spare no words for those lacking common sense. Yet today he was engaging extensively with such a fool. Tsurugi Momiji was well aware that attempting to reason with someone who heeded slanderous words would only lead to stubbornness. Ultimately, it would waste her time and effort without yielding any reward. In contrast, the man's smile faltered momentarily before he chuckled softly, unabashedly revealing Yurichi's hostility. You seem quite displeased with me. Tsujikuni Yurichi did not deny it. There was no need for pretense. However, another matter stirred his suspicion. He sensed that while the man's words were directed at him, his gaze was fixated on Tsurugi Momiji. That predatory, sinister glint in his eyes resembled that of someone eyeing an object to manipulate at will, utterly repugnant. Yurichi felt a chilling sensation crawl down his spine as he steeled his expression, leaning slightly toward Tsurugi Momiji's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear. This individual is not right. We should leave at once. A somber voice abruptly interrupted their whispered exchange. Hey, how rude it is to whisper right in front of me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the man vanished from sight, his form moving with such swiftness that only a blurred afterimage remained. In the blink of an eye, he charged directly at Momo Takami. Initially, she had been somewhat amused by the spectacle, but as she realized he dared to strike at her, her expression darkened. Without hesitation, she pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him stumbling several meters back. She stood her ground, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she withdrew her leg. This fool was a demon? If he were an ordinary human, at least a few ribs would have been broken by that kick, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Her intention had merely been to spare his life. Yet now, the man had only been pushed back, looking down in astonishment at the footprint emblazoned upon his chest. Are you a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? He asked, his voice dripping with malice, his eyes gleaming as his crimson pupils transformed into slits. Then I must possess you even more. Takami faintly recalled a samurai who had evoked a similar sensation within her. She lamented her apparent misfortune. What peculiar fate drew such distasteful individuals to her? The man landed back where they had just stood, clicking his tongue in disappointment as his fingers lightly traced over the air, as if savoring a moment, so close to capturing you. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the star-studded night sky, a playful smile gracing his lips. What a splendid night. If you wish to play, I wouldn't mind keeping you company a little longer. Chapter 66, An Unexpected Reunion. Even after being kicked, you still pretend, Takami thought disdainfully. A flash of cold light swept through the air, severing a portion of the man's hair, much to his astonishment. He retreated a few steps, now acutely aware of Takami's formidable prowess. What a pity, I couldn't silence that mouth of yours. The moonlight poured down, illuminating her snow-white hair to an even brighter sheen. Takami gently caressed the blade of her sword, its edge glinting with a chilling silver in the moonlight, unnoticed by anyone. The crimson hue had now filled the patterns of her wings. With a subtle twist of her wrist, she pointed her blade at the man before her. His astonished face reflected in her light golden eyes. She smiled, her tone playful yet frosty. It seems that your kind all possess a penchant for incessant chatter. I wonder who raised you with such a flaw. No sooner had she finished speaking than her figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The tips of her feet shattered the fallen leaves beneath her, the sound of their breaking following the sharp whistle of her blades slicing through the air. Realizing this man was no ordinary demon, Yenshin Kunekuni instinctively followed suit. The techniques of the moon breathing flowed like a web, ensnaring the space around the man. Each slash carried the force to rend the air itself, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, his clothing torn by the blade's wind. Enraged, the man leapt into the air, attempting to escape the reach of the blade's light, shouting, "Madwoman, your comrade is within range too." Yenshin Kunekuni merely smirked, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. You need not concern yourself with that. The man's eyes widened as he beheld the stunning visage of Takami appear before him, the Nichiren blade emanating an icy aura, its edge dangerously close to his neck. In an instant, his perspective spun, finally settling on the girl who had lightly descended, her back to him. How is this possible? The Demon Slayer Corps has such a powerful swordsman. Takami paid no heed to his dying words, deftly sheathing her blade and nodding to Yenshin Kunekuni. Let us go. The trouble is resolved. However, she noticed the astonished expression on his face as he rushed toward her, blade in hand. A chilling sound pierced the air, one she was all too familiar with, the sound of flesh being pierced. Takami! Yenshin Kunekuni roared, attempting to sever the blood whip that had impaled her shoulder. Yet, the man did not grant him the opportunity, pulling Takami toward him with the whip. At that moment, Takami found herself lost in thought. How long had it been since she had sustained such an injury? Though it hurt a bit, it was not unbearable. Her mind wandered elsewhere. Let her go? Yenshin Kunekuni's furious shout brought Takami back to reality, confronting a more pressing issue. The man had not perished despite having his head severed. Turning her gaze to the man beside her, she enunciated each word carefully. You are Kibutsuji Muzan? Kibutsuji Muzan paused, surprised. So the Demon Slayer Corps has acquired such knowledge of me. It is unfortunate, he remarked, stroking his neck, where the earlier cut had vanished, that your understanding is still insufficient. Yenshin Kunekuni's expression grew grave, his hands trembling slightly around the hilt of his sword as he summoned all of his focus to maintain his composure. Stay calm, Kunekuni. Takami is in your hands. You must remain composed. Takami fell silent, unable to anticipate that she would encounter Kibutsuji Muzan here. Even more astonishing was his sheer madness. In that moment, she recognized a flicker of expectation within herself. Previously, she had scoffed at such notions, yet now, she was compelled to admit it. Without expectation, how could there be disappointment? Yes, Takami was deeply disappointed. Disappointed that Tsukihiko had truly vanished. This undoubtedly signified to her that Tsukihiko's story had reached its conclusion. It was indeed an unexpected reunion. Having secured his prey, Kibutsuji Muzan cast aside the earlier misfortunes, his spirits lifted. He even contemplated abandoning the demon hunter before him to swiftly return to his domain and transform his catch into a demon. For centuries, he had not encountered anyone resembling Takami. Whether it was the cold detachment or the teasing distance, or even her pale skin that mirrored Takami's too closely, it was all too familiar. Kibutsuji Muzan's lips curled into an excited smile. Given her striking resemblance to Takami, he would graciously accompany her through the transformation until she could safely become a demon, ensuring that his anticipation and efforts were not in vain. In light of the forthcoming delight, the slight insult from the demon hunter was trivial in comparison. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Kibutsuji Muzan prepared to depart with Takami. It was precisely his immersion in these fantasies that led him to overlook Takami's movements. With her shoulder pierced, the tension in her muscles would inevitably transmit through the blood whip to Kibutsuji Muzan, leaving her a singular opportunity to strike. She had to sever the whip. Takami glanced at Kibutsuji Muzan's ever-rising smile and smiled in return, winking at Yenshin Kunekuni while casting her gaze aside. Yenshin Kunekuni momentarily paused, receiving her signal. His hands, now steady around the hilt of his sword, reflected his unwavering trust in her. With the signal established, noticing Kibutsuji Muzan's attention diverted, Takami swiftly lifted her hand and executed a cutting motion. In truth, it was the blood on her blade, under her control, that propelled the sword, darting behind to sever the whip before swiftly returning to her grasp. Simultaneously, Yenshin Kunekuni unleashed his attack. Fifth form of moon breathing, moon spirit disaster vortex. Sixth form of moon breathing, long night's solitary moon, uninterrupted. Without the need to wield a blade, the fifth form, reminiscent of a tornado, combined with the sixth form. Resembling a web of shimmering sword light, unleashed two powerful strikes in the span of mere seconds. The suddenness of the event left Kibutsuji Muzan with no time to ponder how Tsugumi Momoha had managed to escape. He only felt the searing pain from the tendrils of flesh. Just as he glanced over, the densely packed sword light of Tsukihiko Yurichi bore down upon him. Caught off guard and unable to grasp Tsugumi Momoha, Kibutsuji Muzan was compelled to remain in place, using his flesh to fend off the impending assault. Tsugumi Momoha's alabaster figure darted through the sword light, the intricate blades posing no threat to her. Instead, they aided her in evading Kibutsuji Muzan. She swiftly pulled Tsukihiko Yurichi along and fled into the labyrinthine depths of the dense forest. In full flight, Tsugumi Momoha moved at a speed that even Kibutsuji Muzan could not match, and even while carrying Tsukihiko Yurichi, she was sufficiently concealed by the cover of the attack and the foliage to vanish from sight. Naturally, Kibutsuji Muzan, witnessing his quarry escape, was unwilling to relent. He pursued them but lost the direction of their escape after only a few hundred meters. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a vast expanse of forest collapsed with a resounding crash. Tsugumi Momoha dared not linger. In the end, she transformed once more into a mist, expending her energy to bring Tsukihiko Yurichi back to the Demon Slayer core. As the mist reformed, the distance was too great, and the energy expended too much. Tsugumi Momoha swayed unsteadily. "Momoha, are you alright?" Tsukihiko Yurichi asked anxiously as he gathered her into his arms. Chapter 67, A Dream in the Night. Tsukihiko Yurichi cradled Tsugumi Momoha partially in his embrace, his fingers brushing against her neck. Her body temperature remained as cool as ever, and her veins showed no pulse. He withdrew his hand in despair, unable to discern the extent of Tsugumi Momoha's injuries at that moment. Yet, the way her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably indicated a significant toll had been taken. Tsukihiko Yurichi instinctively tightened his grip, unable to shake off the dread creeping in. Was Kibutsuji Muzan truly formidable? Perhaps, but his moon-breathing technique could not effectively injure Kibutsuji Muzan without also endangering the incapacitated Momoha. Even if he had grown powerful enough, even sacrificing his life, could he still not protect those he cherished? The hand resting on her shoulder tightened further, and Tsugumi Momoha lifted her head. Instantly perceiving Tsukihiko Yurichi's guilt, she placed her hand on his arm, offering comfort. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover." After speaking, a hint of frustration crossed her face as she added, "This time, it was my oversight. Next time we encounter him, we will surely dismantle him piece by piece." Observing her resilience, Tsukihiko Yurichi felt somewhat reassured, but his gaze lingered on Tsugumi Momoha's shoulder, hesitating before questioning. "Though I was aware of your healing abilities, I never anticipated you could even eliminate the bloodstains on your clothing." Tsugumi Momoha replied proudly, albeit with a faint breath, "Of course. My blood is precious. Not a drop should go to waste." She bit down on her words with emphasis. Tsukihiko Yurichi was left bewildered. At that moment, footsteps approached from ahead. Having fled for over 10 miles in mist form, Tsugumi Momoha's energy had long since depleted. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to stop at the entrance of the Demon Slayer core. Though still a distance from the Tsugumi residence, it was the limit of her endurance. Patrol members stood guard at the entrance, their footsteps drawing near, echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. "Please, set me down." Tsugumi Momoha's voice was still somewhat faint, and she leaned on Tsukihiko Yurichi for support, managing to stand upright. The bloodstains on her kimono had been entirely retracted, leaving only a few torn openings that did not present a disheveled appearance. As the patrol rounded the corner and recognized them, they immediately bowed in greeting. "Yurichi-senpai, Miss Tsugumi, have you just returned from your mission?" Tsugumi Momoha nodded, striving to sound casual. "Yes. Has Yurichi returned yet?" "Yurichi-senpai has been back for some time." The patrol member replied respectfully. "Very well, we shall take our leave," Tsugumi Momoha said, signaling Tsukihiko Yurichi with her eyes. The two exchanged no further words, hastening through the gate toward the Tsugumi residence. As they pushed open the door to the residence, Tsugumi Momoyo felt her strength drain entirely, her legs buckling as she began to collapse. Tsukihiko Yurichi reacted swiftly to catch her, but Tsukihiko Yurichi, already waiting inside, reached out simultaneously, and together they steadied her. Tsugumi Yurichi carefully laid her on the soft couch within. The individual on the couch had her eyes tightly closed, her long lashes resembling butterfly wings. Her complexion as pale as usual, and her chest showed no rise or fall. The characteristics of her bloodline left them unable to ascertain her true condition. Tsugumi Momoyo lay there silently, appearing almost lifeless after the ordeal. Tsugumi Yurichi's gaze fell upon her already pallid face. His brows knitted tightly as he turned to Tsukihiko Yurichi, his urgency palpable. "Brother, what has happened to Miss Momoyo?" Tsukihiko Yurichi sat beside the soft couch, his voice solemn. "We encountered the progenitor of demons. Was it Kabutsuji Muzan?" Tsugumi Yurichi clenched his fists tightly. For reasons unknown, the mere mention of this entity sent his blood boiling, urging him to leap forth. It was a fervor that resonated from his very soul. Tsukihiko Yurichi nodded, recounting their harrowing encounter, from the man's eerie appearance to his peculiar fixation on Tsugumi Momoyo, culminating in their escape. Upon hearing this, Tsugumi Yurichi murmured, "We have finally traced his whereabouts. If we can eliminate him, the suffering of this world can come to an end." He paused, his gaze drifting to Tsugumi Momoyo's shoulder, where the torn kimono revealed glimpses of smooth skin beneath. He silently averted his eyes. Is Muzan targeting Miss Momoyo? But why? Tsukihiko Yurichi could not provide an answer. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing through Tsugumi Momoyo's hair spread across the couch. The strands were both cool and silky, flowing through his fingers like a stream of water. The situation had been peculiar. He lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper, as if it emerged from deep within his chest. Muzan even seemed to abandon the intent to kill me, wishing only to take Momoyo away. He gazed at Tsugumi Momoyo's sleeping visage, his eyes swirling with confusion and concern. What secrets lie within you, Momoyo? The figure on the soft couch seemed stirred by his hushed words, her eyelashes fluttering gently, yet her eyes remained closed. Dreams are notoriously elusive, yet the old adage holds some truth. What one thinks about during the day often manifests in their dreams at night. Tsugumi Momoyo plunged into a chaotic dreamscape. She followed a throng of people, marching forward in a grand procession, as if destined for an important destination. Laughter and chatter surrounded her, and she joined in, conversing and laughing along. Tsugumi Momoyo could not discern the identities of these individuals, but when the moment called for it, they took on significance. As the group continued, they suddenly sat down on the grass, beneath a distant grove of cherry blossoms, devoid of softness and fragrance. Suddenly, a hand gently gathered her cascading hair, the fingertips carrying a slight chill, the gesture tender as if it were not real. The cold touch of metal brushed against her scalp, but Tsugumi Momoyo paid no heed, continuing to speak words she could not comprehend. When silence fell, she lifted her hand to feel her meticulously arranged hairstyle, grazing the hairpin nestled within. The icy metal pressed against her fingertips. Tsugumi Momoyo turned back with a cheerful smile, familiar with the individual before her, asking, "Where did this come from?" In this hazy world where everything felt indistinct, only this person's face stood out with remarkable clarity. Yet, clarity was perhaps not the right word. In the depths of her subconscious, Tsuru Momoko recognized the figure before her as Tsukihiko Yashiki. At that moment, she found herself engaged in conversation with him. Although she could not discern his features, the emotions emanating from him washed over her like a tide, a bitter smile laden with unspoken burdens, tinged with helplessness, reluctance, and an indefinable resolve. He uttered, "It is time to depart." Tsurumi Momoko, with a playful intention, feigned ignorance, glancing into the crowd and asking, "Why leave? Who is departing?" But when she turned back, she found herself alone. The dream had dissipated. Chapter 68. Let us sample this and that. "Miss Momoko, you are awake? How do you feel?" "Momoko?" As Tsurumi Momoko opened her eyes, a lingering haze enveloped her, the images from her dream refusing to fade. She found herself repeatedly pondering how the figure named Tsukihiko had responded to her inquiries. Yet, before she could recollect, two voices broke the spell, shattering her reverie. Dreams are ephemeral, and now she had forgotten entirely. With her objective unfulfilled, a sense of emptiness gnawed at her. She sat up, intending to confront the two instigators, only to find her arms weak and numb, unresponsive to her commands. With considerable effort, she managed to feign nonchalance and sit upright. Before her sat two individuals. Tsurumi Momoko's faculties had yet to fully return. The impact of the dream lingered, compounded by a hunger stemming from energy depletion, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Before her, two living beings sat, and as she swallowed hard, a smile crept across her face, revealing her sharp fangs. Which one should she feast upon first? Momoko, are you utilizing your abilities? Her crimson eyes, reminiscent of pomegranate seeds, glistened as they slowly turned towards the voice of Ikiguni Yawashiro. Ikiguni Yori, lowering his voice, whispered to his brother Ikiguni Yawashiro, "Brother, Miss Momoko's condition seems rather peculiar." Ikiguni Yawashiro certainly noticed as well, but uncertain of the potential repercussions for Tsurumi Momoko. He hesitated to act impulsively, choosing instead to observe her closely, wary of any sudden changes. He was acutely aware that this was the gaze one reserved for prey. He pondered in confusion. What did Tsurumi Momoko perceive him as, or whom did she mistake him for? The muscles concealed beneath his samurai garb tensed instinctively, ready for any abrupt aggression from her. While minor skirmishes could be managed, anything beyond that could draw unwanted attention from others. Seeing her quarry show no inclination to flee, Tsurumi Momoko's earlier irritation dissipated, and she resolved to treat this prey with gentleness. She leaned toward Ikiguni Yawashiro, though she lacked the strength to stand. He was close enough that she need not even crawl, easily able to pounce upon her target. Or so she believed. In truth, she did lunge toward him, but did not manage to topple him. Ikiguni Yawashiro caught her, his gaze fixed rigidly on her next move. Tsurumi Momoko placed her hands upon his shoulders, using his strength to pull herself upward until her face hovered near his neck. The neck, a vital lifeline, was also exceedingly sensitive. The chill of her proximity sent a shiver through him, evoking an urge to scratch at the sensation. At that moment, Ikiguni Yawashiro silently thanked fortune that Tsurumi Momoko scarcely breathed. Otherwise, the warmth of her breath would have added to his torment. Ikiguni Yori, wide-eyed, was caught off guard by the scene unfolding before him. Sitting at the side, he could witness every interaction between the two with clarity. This was beyond excessive. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to intervene and separate them. He desired to do so, but felt unable. Instead, he attempted to call out, hoping one of them might regain awareness. Alas, neither seemed to hear his words. Ikiguni Yawashiro perceived a sound near his ear, akin to the rhythmic beating of a drum, reverberating in a manner that left him numb. Time seemed to elongate as reason and desire wrestled within him, one urging him to resist, the other compelling him to await his fate. He resorted to deep, measured breaths in an effort to relax. Then, the equilibrium shattered. The icy softness, imbued with moisture, enveloped his neck, followed by a sudden, sharp pain akin to a needle-less prick. This was too abrupt. Instinctively, he shuddered but did not push her away. The prey's compliance only served to please Tsurumi Momoko, and she resolved to be gentler. The soft sound of swallowing echoed sharply in the quiet room, each gulp reminiscent of a vessel long emptied being filled anew. At last, Ikiguni Yawashiro comprehended what Tsurumi Momoko was doing. Unable to contain himself, he implored, "Momoko, wait a moment." The loss of blood induced dizziness, and the influx of toxins rendered him powerless. Gradually, he could no longer bear the combined weight of both their forms, and he collapsed onto the floor. A flush crept across Ikiguni Yawashiro's face, his body trembling intermittently, struggling to stifle gasps from his throat. He shakily raised a hand, grasping for something, yet all he managed to clutch was a strand of hair. With his grip on the hair weakening, his hand slowly opened, feeling as though it had become ensnared. This sensation was intoxicating, addictive. As the situation spiraled out of control, Ikiguni Yori could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, attempting to separate the two. His hands landed on Tsurumi Momoko's shoulders, trying to lift her away. Yet she clung possessively to her meal, biting down deeper. Ikiguni Yawashiro emitted another strained breath. Ikiguni Yori, at a loss, could only pull and plead, "Miss Momoko, please, calm down. At this rate, my brother will perish." Tsurumi Momoko did indeed register his words. After all, her principle was that while she could indulge in consumption, she must not take a life. Yet, her hunger remained. The interruption of her feast left her dissatisfied, and her glassy, crimson gaze swiftly fixated on a new target. Ikiguni Yori's rationality compelled him to refuse her advances. He was the only one lucid in the room. Should he succumb, the consequences of discovery by others would be dire. Perceiving the prey's burgeoning resistance, Tsurumi Momoko promptly employed hypnosis. Thus, Ikiguni Yori found his body no longer responding to his commands, helplessly watching as Tsurumi Momoko drew closer, her presence dampening the skin of his neck. So this is what it feels like. Under the influence of hypnosis, Ikiguni Yori drifted into a daze, a sigh escaping his throat, sounding almost satisfied, before consciousness faded into darkness. Tsurumi Momoko tilted her head and yawned, pondering why her bed felt so peculiar today, swaying oddly. Blinking through her haze, she looked up and realized why. With a start, she propped herself up and rolled off Ikiguni Yori, her eyes widening in shock at the chaos before her. The two brothers lay in disarray upon the floor, their clothing torn at the shoulders. At that moment, Tsurumi Momoko experienced a mental freeze. Just then, her memories began to resurface. Ignoring everything else, she hastily crouched beside the two, examining them closely. Relieved to find they had merely fainted and sustained no grave injuries, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly, they were children of destiny, even after significant blood loss. They simply succumbed to slumber. Tsurumi Momoko rolled up her sleeves and carefully placed each brother onto the bed, ensuring their comfort. After completing this task, she felt revitalized and dashed to the pharmacy to procure some blood-replenishing medicine, collapsing at the table afterward, pondering how to account for the events once they awoke. Chapter 69, Soft as a Heart. Kamayama Momoyo gazed intently at the vial of medicine and the meal she had brought back from the cafeteria, contemplating whether she should prepare anything further. She had just checked on the condition of the two brothers. Apart from their slightly pale lips, their breathing was steady, and their pulse normal, indicating they would awaken shortly. Rather than pondering how to explain the situation to the Inagami brothers, Momoyo was more perplexed by her own loss of control. Logically speaking, even if her energy were depleted, her high-ranking vampire reserves should not have led her to a state of irrationality. A voice in her mind quivered noticeably. "Host, do you have any instructions?" The stammering tone of the voice confirmed her suspicions, deepening her unease. "What have you done to me?" It was not a question, but a definitive statement. The system attempted to obfuscate, its voice vague. "What do you mean? What have I done? I wouldn't dare touch you. I have simply replicated your body one-to-one." Momoyo scoffed coldly, causing the system to squeak in fright, before retorting. "Is that so? I lack the patience to indulge you in riddles. You would do well to confess honestly. If you truly provoke my ire, your mission will be utterly jeopardized." Upon hearing that the mission could fail, the system promptly crumbled, emitting a cacophony of disordered noises, followed by a wailing scream, its tone trembling. The main system was right. None of you taskers are ever compliant. You all seek to evade your missions. Woe is me. I am but a newly assigned system, and I was warned not to be given such troublesome taskers, and now look where we are. Momoyo rubbed her throbbing temples, filtering out the system's lamentations, and bluntly inquired, "So, what exactly did you do to me?" The system's crying momentarily ceased, and with a tone of resignation, it confessed, Your energy is far too potent. When I transferred you from your original world, I discreetly withheld a portion." Momoyo found this contradictory reasoning amusing, laughing in disbelief. Who was it that insisted my abilities were insufficient in this world and promised to enhance my energy upon task completion? Now you claim I am too powerful? I am curious, by what criteria do you make such judgments? She paused, her tone laced with nonchalance. "Nevertheless, you have overestimated my eagerness. The energy I currently possess suffices for a comfortable existence in this realm. The portion you withheld, do you think I would care?" The system was rendered speechless by her words, and after a prolonged silence, it began to lament, regretting its previous decisions. "It's all the main system's fault. It never informed me how much to withhold appropriately. What am I to do? If I fail this assessment, I shall be remade." Momoyo latched onto the keyword, her tone contemplative. "Oh? It seems remade is something you require from me." The system fell silent, and after a few moments, it hurriedly protested, its panic unmistakable. "No. You misheard. There's no such thing as being remade. Don't utter such ominous words." Momoyo ceased her inquiries, promptly disconnecting the noisy system. It appeared there was still much to uncover from this entity. Just as she arranged the last box of food, she heard rustling sounds from the inner room. The Inagami brothers sat up in succession, their movements still somewhat unsteady, clearly not fully recovered. She quickly moved the table beside the bed. Lifting the lid of the food container, a plume of steam mingling with the aroma of the meal wafting forth, she offered each of them a cup of warm water, her face adorned with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work. Please eat while it's hot to regain your strength." Inagami Yazan accepted the cup, tilting it back to drink half of it, his dry throat feeling considerably soothed. He placed the cup down, his brow furrowing as if he was about to inquire about something. "Momoyo, here, this is very nourishing." Kamayama Momoyo swiftly stuffed a piece of grilled beef into Inagami Yazan's mouth, effectively silencing him. Momoyo, the other brother, Inagami Yuruchi, was not spared either, as a similar piece of beef obstructed his speech. The grilled beef was difficult to chew, although Inagami Yazan was eager to speak. Years of upbringing taught him to swallow before speaking. Once he managed to swallow, he resumed, "Hey, what do you mean by, Kamayama Momoyo, with a beaming smile, thrust a piece of tempura shrimp into his mouth. With his mouth stuffed to capacity, Inagami Yazan could only glare at Kamayama Momoyo, chewing furiously as if he intended to devour her as well. However, once he finally cleared his mouth, he was met with Kamayama Momoyo holding chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered an amusing game, eagerly focused on his mouth. Inagami Yazan paused momentarily, ultimately choosing to silently consume his meal. After all, she wouldn't escape. It made no difference whether he asked sooner or later. Inugami Yoruchi, on the other hand, was far more perceptive than his brother. The moment Kamaima Momoyo fed Yazan for the second time, he discerned her intentions, quietly picking up his chopsticks and eating in small bites. As he ate, his dark red eyes observed everything around him. His brother's previously disheveled collar was now neatly arranged, and he assumed his own attire was similarly in order. It seemed that when Miss Momoyo had tackled him earlier, something had been knocked over, but it was now tidied up. Moreover, Inugami Yoruchi noticed that the food boxes on the table contained numerous blood-nourishing ingredients. To gather so many, Miss Momoyo must have put in considerable effort. Thus, as Kamaima Momoyo watched Inugami Yoruchi eat quietly, her expression grew softer and more gentle, a smile gracing her features. Was she genuinely this joyful over a mere meal? If so, it seemed that Yoruchi was quite easy to please. When the two finally finished eating and set down their chopsticks, Kamaima Momoyo knew the time had come for her to be held accountable. Inugami Yazan picked up a napkin, elegantly wiping his mouth, and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. How are you feeling? His concern for her well-being rather than questioning her struck Kamaima Momoyo, causing her to clutch her chest in surprise. It turned out that his earlier urgency was not intended for reprimanding her. A pang of guilt washed over her, reaching an unprecedented peak. Miss Momoyo, are you all right? Noticing her pained expression as she clutched her chest, Inugami Yoruchi rushed over to support her. However, in her weakened state from blood loss, the sudden exertion caused him to stagger and lean against Kamaima Momoyo. She steadied him, sighing, alas. Your kindness makes things quite difficult for me. The two brothers looked at her in confusion, their handsome faces displaying a complete lack of understanding. What considerate, sensitive souls they were. Kamaima Momoyo felt her heart soften. Chapter 70. Besides him, there is you. Inugami Yoruchi straightened himself, settling next to Kamaima Momoyo. With a concerned expression, he asked, Miss Momoyo, what was wrong with you earlier? Were you tampered with by Muzan? Inugami Yazan, upon hearing this, found some merit in the speculation. He scrutinized Kamaima Momoyo, assessing whether she exhibited any abnormalities, and suddenly asked, Momoyo, where did we first meet? Kamaima Momoyo shook her head in exasperation, realizing they were misinterpreting the situation. This has nothing to do with Muzan. She raised her hand to her forehead, exhaling deeply as if finally resolved. I hadn't intended to disclose this now, but given the circumstances, I can no longer conceal it. As you can see, I am not a wisteria flower demon. I am a vampire. The term vampire echoed softly from Inugami Yazan's lips, his brow furrowed in confusion. He scoured through all the legends he had ever heard, convinced that he had never encountered any record of such a creature. What race could this possibly be? Higurashi Momo elongated her tone, pondering how to articulate her thoughts with utmost brevity. It can be classified as a nocturnal being, immensely powerful, ageless, and immortal, yet averse to sunlight and subsisting on human blood. This description seems eerily reminiscent of a specter, doesn't it? Kanikata Yashiro's words caught in his throat as he glanced at Kanikata Yorin, whose eyes mirrored his own hesitation, evidently contemplating the same implication. Higurashi Momo observed the expressions of both men, wearing a knowing look as if she had anticipated this reaction all along, and simply raised her hands in surrender. See? This is the reason I have kept it a secret. She paused, hastily adding, but rest assured, although I feed on human blood, I have always exercised moderation in my consumption. My self-control is quite reliable. Oh, is that so? Kanikata Yashiro crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. Aware of her own defensiveness, Higurashi Momo felt momentarily stifled, berating the system internally 1,000 times, while outwardly maintaining a sincere demeanor. My reputation is quite favorable. This incident was an unfortunate anomaly. The ever-attentive Kanikata Yorin gazed at her gently, remarking, Miss Momo, you could have informed us sooner. Huh, you accepted that rather readily? Higurashi Momo was taken aback, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Could it be that her identity as a bloodsucker posed insufficient danger? Or perhaps, the acceptance level of these brothers was remarkably high? Kanikata Yashiro saw through her fleeting thoughts, a rather displeased smirk curling at the corner of his lips. You didn't actually think we would sever ties or turn against you because of this, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Higurashi Momo's face flush with embarrassment, her gaze evasively shifting to the side. Guessing was one thing. Witnessing her genuine belief was entirely another. Kanikata Yashiro felt a surge of suppressed frustration re-emerge. He furrowed his brow, his voice taking on an unprecedented seriousness, his gaze firmly locking onto Higurashi Momo. After all this time together, do you still not understand what you mean to us? Or do you perceive our interactions over these days as merely superficial camaraderie? The final statement landed like a stone in Higurashi Momo's heart. She opened her mouth to defend herself, yet found her throat constricted. Indeed, Having lived for centuries, she had witnessed many turn against her upon the revelation of her identity. Thus had grown accustomed to concealing her true self. Yet she had forgotten that these two individuals were different. Kanikata Yorin gently touched his brother's arm, signaling him to soften his tone, then turned to Higurashi Momo, his eyes now imbued with earnestness. Whether as a wisteria demon or a bloodsucker, you are still Miss Momo. That has never changed. The thought that she had initially approached them for a mission only deepened Higurashi Momo's remorse. Observing her sincere, remorseful demeanor, Kanikata Yashiro's anger gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a hint of exasperation. He sighed, his tone easing slightly. Though still carrying a note of admonition, do not distance yourself from us in such a manner again. Higurashi Momo nodded, vowing there would be no next time. With the matter resolved, Higurashi Momo suddenly recalled a more pressing concern, slapping the table with a force that startled both brothers. What else with the sudden outburst? Kanikata Yashiro exhaled, bemused. Given that Muzan desires me so ardently and is aware of my status as a demon slayer, he will undoubtedly begin targeting the demon slayer core. We must prepare early. Higurashi Momo resolved that since the system had already breached protocol, she would not be bound by conventional strategies. Would eliminating this boss disrupt the narrative? She was determined to find out. Upon hearing Higurashi Momo's words, the brothers' expressions turned solemn. The mention of Muzan instantly cast a shadow over Kanikata brothers' faces. Kanikata Yorin was the first to speak, his voice laced with contemplation. I've heard my brother mention that even if Muzan's head were severed, he would not perish. If that is the case, how can we utterly eradicate him? Higurashi Momo replied half seriously. At that time, I sensed a chaotic heartbeat emanating from his flesh, leading me to speculate that Muzan possesses more than one heart. Similarly, if he can survive decapitation, does that imply he has more than one brain as well? She paused before continuing. Moreover, the regenerative abilities of the progenitor of demons are formidable. To suppress his recovery, we must either act swiftly enough to prevent his regeneration or utilize a Nichiren blade. This analysis was coherent and logical, and the Kanikata brothers listened attentively, their eyes reflecting their conviction. Kanikata Yashiro suddenly turned to Kanikata Yorin. Additionally, Yorin can perceive the world's essence, allowing him to discern the distribution of Muzan's organs. It seems we must act in unison. No. Higurashi Momo shook her head, her gaze shifting to Kanikata Yashiro, her tone resolute. Your strength is not significantly inferior to Yorin's at this moment. Without constraints, you undoubtedly possess the capability to fight. Therefore, you too must learn to perceive the world and wield a Nichiren blade. Me? Hearing such high praise from Higurashi Momo stirred something within him. Yet he remained hesitant. Can I truly do it? He had never contemplated reaching a level comparable to Yorin's. From a young age, Momo had clarified how exceptional Yorin was and how rare his own talents were. Although he generally accepted this, he was acutely aware of his desire to be needed and validated. And now, the one who fulfilled that void was still the same person from long ago. With his heart pounding like a drum, Kanikata Yashiro heard Higurashi Momo's every word with keen clarity. Of course, your talent is commendable. Higurashi Momo fixed her gaze upon him, enunciating each word. If there is anyone besides Yorin who can master these skills, it is undoubtedly you. Chapter 71, Arrangements. Kanikata Yorin concurred. Strength is not solely defined by power. In my view, whether through diligence or intelligence or other rare qualities. These are the true sources of my brother's strength, qualities I cannot rival. His tone remained calm, enhancing the sincerity of his words. While perceiving the world and wielding a Nichiren blade may be challenging, they are by no means unattainable. I will do my utmost to support my brother. Kanikata Yashiro's gaze flickered, and he ultimately raised a hand to cover the upper half of his face, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Honestly, with you two discussing this, even I find it seems quite simple. Higurashi Momo smiled. It is indeed. Having mentioned these concepts previously, Kanikata Yashiro had gradually begun to explore them, thus he wasn't starting from scratch. With Kanikata Yorin's guidance and practice, his progress was astonishingly swift, surprising even himself. He couldn't help but acknowledge Yorin's uncanny acuity in this regard. With just a few glances, Yorin could identify the areas where Kanikata Yashiro's energy was hindered, and with a little guidance, the barrier would effortlessly shatter. As such, Higurashi Momo need not worry about Kanikata Yashiro's improvement. Rather, she had to strategize for another matter. Relocating the base. As Ubuyashiki Isaiah sat in the seat designated for the leader, his petite frame sank into the expansive cushion, furrowing his brow slightly at the inquiry. The Demon Slayer core indeed has another unused base. May I ask why this is necessary? With the curse's encroachment, Ubuyashiki Zetsuya had chosen to resign as the leader of the Demon Slayer core, passing the mantle to his son, Ubuyashiki Isaiah. Higurashi Momo regarded the youthful boy, whose countenance bore an uncharacteristic gravitas for his age, though the occasional pressing of his lips betrayed his lingering naivety. Naturally, the words spoken in this moment were tinged with youthful innocence. Tsurumi Momoha has always been inclined to extend greater tolerance and patience towards those who are sensible and courteous. Thus, she moderated her tone to explain. The strength of the Demon Slayer Corps is steadily growing, and soon they will become a thorn in the side of Muzan, the progenitor of demons, who must be eliminated. You must understand that the Demon Slayer Corps boasts numerous formidable swordsmen. In order to inflict significant damage upon us, Muzan will undoubtedly select targets, using eternal life or power as bait to transform them into demons. Are you suggesting that someone might betray the Demon Slayer Corps? Ubuyashiki Mitsuya, astute as ever, instantly grasped the crux of her words, though disbelief permeated his tone. Tsurumi Momoha observed him instinctively pressing his lips together, as if he were about to defend his comrades at any moment. She inwardly lamented his youth, remaining within the united ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. He remained blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities. She reined in her expression, her tone sharpening. The capriciousness of humanity is beyond your imagination. Jealousy, greed, arrogance. These traits do not vanish simply because one is a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Noticing the blank confusion on Ubuyashiki Mitsuya's face, she elaborated further. You cannot fathom how weak a person's will can become when they are engulfed in despair. A single phrase urging you to grow stronger, coupled with a glimmer of hope for survival, might lead them to forsake all their beliefs. Interactions among humans are perpetually a gamble, betting on who will remain steadfast and on whether Muzan will find that exploitable chink in the armor. She stated resolutely, as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, you cannot afford to gamble. What should I do then? Ubuyashiki Mitsuya, visibly shaken by her words, clutched the hem of his kimono as if it were the last vestige of stability in his life. In this moment, he was like a fledgling bird, wholly reliant on Tsurumi Momoha. He yearned for this seasoned elder to provide him with clear guidance, or, at the very least, a reassuring word. Since his appointment, he had meticulously controlled every word and action, fearful that a single misstep could cost several swordsmen their lives. The title of leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was never a trivial one. It bore the weight of the lives of the swordsmen and countless souls ensnared by malevolent demons. The burden was immense, suffocating him. Ubuyashiki Mitsuya spent countless nights poring over the journals of previous leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps, their myriad perspectives and decisions intertwining within his mind. He needed to distill their wisdom and transform it into something genuinely his own. This was not a task to be completed in a day. His father had said as much. Yet, Ubuyashiki Mitsuya was acutely aware that time waits for no one. Before long, he too would find himself bedridden, much like his father. Thus, he had to mature swiftly. In that moment, he was as eager to draw from Tsurumi Momoha's knowledge as he had been while studying the journals of his predecessors. However, Tsurumi Momoha, in response to his hopeful gaze, simply stated, "You know what you must do. After all, you are the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, are you not?" The young man's shoulders trembled imperceptibly at her words. This statement pierced through the dense fog of uncertainty, illuminating his soul. Never before had he felt such clarity. Ubuyashiki Mitsuya's tightly clenched hand suddenly relaxed, and he looked up at Tsurumi Momoha, who was preparing to leave, saying, "Rest assured, Miss Tsurumi. I will strive to do my best." As Tsurumi Momoha was about to exit, she paused, offering a soft reminder. "If one day I or the Kanroji brothers lose contact, do not worry, focus on your own path." "Understood," he replied. Upon leaving Ubuyashiki Mitsuya, Tsurumi Momoha recognized that her visit had not been in vain, and she would observe how this current Ubuyashiki would fare. Within half a year, Kanroji Yoriyuki lived up to expectations, unlocking the transparent world and the Hekizai. They also increased the frequency of missions. Since the establishment of a clear hierarchy within the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no longer a need for her to intervene directly. The majority of support was handled by higher-ranked swordsmen or Hashira. She was wholly committed to accompanying the Kanroji brothers, striving to annihilate Muzan upon encountering him. It was a summer that Tsurumi Momoha despised. She walked alongside Kanroji Yoriyuki under the shade of an umbrella, the incessant cacophony of cicadas heightening her agitation. Yet, what troubled her more were the markings on Kanroji Yoriyuki. With just over a year until he turned 25, Tsurumi Momoha was acutely aware of how swiftly time passed. She pondered, perhaps it was time. Once the urgent objective of eliminating Muzan was accomplished, she could propose to Kanroji Yoriyuki the notion of becoming a member of the bloodline to attain eternal life. To prevent this goal from influencing his decisions, Tsurumi Momoha appeared particularly eager in the pursuit of Muzan, though the Kanroji brothers remained oblivious, believing her urgency stemmed purely from a deep-seated hatred for Muzan, one that rendered her intolerant of even a moment's delay. Opportunities to achieve her goal arrived sooner than Tsurumi Momoha had anticipated. Chapter 72. So powerless. As Kanroji Yoriyuki sensed the agitation of those around him, he glanced up. They found themselves amidst towering bamboo groves. Yet the leaves failed to provide adequate shelter from the sun, allowing a considerable amount of sunlight to filter through. Coincidentally, they spotted a cave not far off, situated in a cool area with a small stream flowing in front. Surely the most refreshing retreat at that moment. He suggested, "Miss Momoha, shall we take a rest there?" Deliberately. He made his breathing sound heavier than usual, as if he were nearly overwhelmed by the heat, saying, "The temperature is rising steadily." Tsuru Momoha, also dazed by the heat, nodded without a second thought, quickening her pace. "Let us go. We can stay there for a while." She muttered irritably. After all, demons won't come out in broad daylight. The cave was deeper than it appeared on the surface, making it cooler. The two sat on the ground, Tsuru Momoha leaning back against the cool stone wall, and soon her head began to droop. The relentless search over the past few days, coupled with the blazing sun, had indeed drained her energy. Kanroji Yoriyuki, seated nearby, observed her furrowed brow as she struggled to find a comfortable position. After a moment of hesitation, he gently leaned in, carefully taking her umbrella from her grasp. Then, he rested his shoulder against hers. He softly supported her drooping head, allowing it to rest on his shoulder. From his perspective, her previously tense brow began to relax. The cool strands of hair brushed against his neck, unexpectedly reminding him of a past event. Kanroji Yoriyuki felt warmth creeping into his ears, and after a long pause, he whispered, "Miss Momoha, are you asleep?" The cave was silent, and no one responded. He then cautiously brushed a stray lock of hair behind Tsuru Momoha's ear. The bloodline had already succumbed to a deep slumber, oblivious to such minor movements. Seeing that she seemed truly unaware, Kanroji Yoriyuki glanced at the cave entrance, which was unlikely to see any visitors, and held his breath. He pressed his soft, warm lips against her forehead, which was significantly warmer than his own, like a feather. 1 second, 2 seconds. Kanroji Yoriyuki restrained himself from lifting his head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He and Tsuru Momoha remained close, enveloped in a gentle coolness, drifting into a state of serene oblivion. Nightfall arrived as expected. Tsuru Momoha awakened from her slumber, stretching lazily before realizing her head rested upon a neatly folded red haori. Clearly, this was not the first time. Tsuru Momoha skillfully picked it up, dusted it off, and handed it to Kanroji Yoriyuki, who had been awake for some time. Tsuru Momoha tucked the umbrella behind her back as they exited the cave. The night had cooled considerably, yet the lingering heat was still palpable. She raised her gaze to survey the sky and remarked, "The night is nearly half over. Why did you not awaken me sooner?" This was not an expression of misplaced anger, but rather an ordinary inquiry. In a composed manner, Yukaku Yurichi responded, "I wish for you to rest a while longer. It is rare for Miss Momoha to sleep so soundly. You must be quite fatigued, no?" Momoya Kurumi stifled a yawn. "Indeed, this slumber has been exceptionally comfortable." The two proceeded, accompanied by the serenade of crickets and the rustling leaves of the night, until they encountered two others. "It truly took me some time to locate you," a voice, laced with an air of arrogance, declared, albeit somewhat offensively. Kurumi's expression remained impassive as she regarded the two individuals before her. She mused, as expected, after Shinobu encountered Muzan Kabutsuji, Yurichi would do so as well. Her gaze shifted, landing on the woman she had seen in the records. It was Yurichi's attention to her that had led to his momentary lapse, preventing him from completely vanquishing Muzan. "What a fateful encounter," Muzan Kabutsuji chuckled. "Otherwise, we would not have crossed paths again. This time, I shall claim you." With that, he swiftly unleashed a whip of flesh, aimed directly at Kurumi. Not a chance. Yurichi sprang into action. The moment he laid eyes on the man, he comprehended the formidable challenge this creature posed. 7 hearts and 5 brains. Had he not possessed a profound understanding of the world, he could scarcely have conceived such a structure could exist. Years of pent-up fury condensed within him, and as Muzan's incessant taunts sought to emerge, Yurichi advanced, severing his head and limbs in one fluid motion. Kurumi silently restrained Tamayo, believing that as long as she did not linger to distract Yurichi, it would suffice. Meanwhile, Muzan's confident and mocking demeanor abruptly stiffened and twisted as he realized his severed limbs could not regenerate. What a farce! As he witnessed the efficacy of his assault, and Muzan's utter inability to retaliate, Yurichi found the situation rather absurd. The demon who had tormented humanity for centuries now panicked at the brink of death. It appeared he too feared mortality. What of those who had been tormented and devoured by demons? Did they not fear? Yurichi's voice deepened as he posed a question that had long troubled him. What do you value life as? An overwhelming pressure enveloped Muzan, causing beads of cold sweat to form. He opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. Of course, he would neither defend himself nor beg for mercy. Had it not been for instinct rendering him mute, He would have seized the opportunity to mock this powerful swordsman's wrath. Perhaps his own resentment and arrogance were too potent. He ultimately uttered a sound. Ha! Muzan Kibutsuji sneered, stabilizing his head on his neck with the limbs he had lost, yet without adopting the demeanor of a defeated foe. He proclaimed loftily, "What can you do, being so powerful? You are still bound to traverse this world." He gasped, attempting to quell his anxiety. "Even if you eliminate me today, what of it? It is far too late." Ha! Moreover, as his thoughts spiraled, Muzan recalled a person strikingly similar to this one, who cherished that white-haired woman dearly, thus concluding that this man must feel the same. "You cannot kill me, and I shall possess that woman. You must be curious as to why I desire her, yes? Her strength is formidable. I shall grant her ample blood, and she shall transform into a demon, becoming one of my own." "Impossible," Yorichi retorted, furrowing his brow. Miss Momoha would never. As Muzan had predicted, this swordsman before him was indeed his nemesis, yet conversely, he possessed an exceedingly strong sense of morality and responsibility. Such individuals were most susceptible to turmoil. He continued to fan the flames. "Do you believe I require the consent of others to transform them into demons? No, it merely requires a drop of my blood, which the demon at my side conveniently possesses. Do you wonder if she will comply?" Muzan Kibutsuji's voice trailed off. Yorichi's expression indeed momentarily hardened. "That is sufficient. That is sufficient." Seizing the opportunity, Muzan instantaneously fragmented into over 1,000 pieces. When Kurumi returned, having confined Tamayo, she was met with a scene that hollowed her heart. Yorichi's call snapped him back to reality, yet he could only shatter over 1,500 fragments. A small portion still scattered in chaotic directions, and even Kurumi could only manage to slice through about 200 of them. She pressed her lips together, her heart heavy with despair. For the first time, she felt utterly powerless. Even if she altered circumstances, could she not evade the original anchor? This was far from good news. Meanwhile, the voice beside her was laden with boundless self-reproach. "It is all my fault, Miss Momoha." Chapter 73, Tamayo. Kurumi turned to see Yorichi, nearly shattered, backlit and with his head bowed. His towering figure resembled a stone monument, cloaked in desolation and sorrow. He appeared ensnared in a nightmare, his expression ashen, murmuring repeatedly, "We have made such efforts. I never anticipated. I truly never anticipated." Without hesitation, Kurumi approached him, employing the same tactic, gripping his collar and cradling his face in her hands to ensure he met her gaze. The force of her grip was not gentle, and combined with her naturally frigid body temperature, it jolted Yorichi from his daze. His pupils constricted sharply as his unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, finally resting upon Kurumi's face. The pall of despair that shrouded him receded somewhat, and reason began to flow back like a tide. Observing the clarity returning to his eyes, Kurumi let out a light laugh. "As if it were of little consequence. You did not act with intent. Just do your best." Yorichi's voice emerged hoarsely, but I let him escape. "Stop," Kurumi urged, her gaze steady upon him. "What do you mean you let him escape?" It was his cunning that allowed him to slip away. Seeing his brows still knitted in worry, and the guilt in his eyes unabated, Kurumi sighed and, with both hands, began to knead his face. "Rub away that frown until it can no longer hold." She chided him. "First, consider the problems of others, understand? Do not shoulder everything yourself." She recalled the system, remembering the orchestrator. Why not say it was the divine that placed this burden upon you? Why not have you born at the very moment Muzan was born? Why not inform you of his true powers? The divine had revealed nothing, leaving you to explore these matters on your own. What does this suggest? Does it imply I am not destined to annihilate Muzan? Kurumi withdrew her hands, clapping them together. Exactly. So how can this be your fault? If the divine has relinquished responsibility, it should have anticipated such outcomes. Yorichi was momentarily taken aback by her logic, and then a faint, resigned smile graced his lips. "Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Kurumi replied with a smile of her own. "The unreasonable one is not I." Her eyes sparkled, and with a flick of her finger, a blood-red cage materialized behind her, intertwining thorns firmly encasing the figure within. "But we are not without gain." Yorichi regarded the figure trapped within the cage, pondering briefly, and suddenly realized, is that the demon who followed Muzan? Tamayo, upon seeing the two, rushed forward to grasp the cage, exclaiming, "What happened? Is he dead? Is he dead?" Her voice, sharp with excitement, brimmed with near-manic hope. In a moment of uncertainty, Kaneo Tsuru gazed at her, perplexed by her demeanor. Despite being an underling of Muzan Kibutsuji, she now appeared to harbor an intense loathing for him. Momo Tsutsumi pursed her lips, pondering the extent of torment that could drive one to such madness. She spoke candidly. "What a pity that he has escaped." "No." Tamayo let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if all strength had been suddenly sapped from her, collapsing onto the ground. Scalding tears streamed forth without warning, and she cried out in agony, "Why is he still alive? Why hasn't he perished yet? What will become of us if he hides for another few centuries? What is your name? Momo Tsutsumi inquired, withdrawing the sanguine prison that had ensnared Tamayo and approaching her side. Tamayo, dazed, instinctively touched her neck and murmured, "How is it that I am still alive?" Her gaze turned towards the woman who had ensnared her, recalling the prison akin to blood demon art, and she uttered in a stupor, "You are a demon? How are you not under his control?" A crimson glow flickered in Momo's eyes as she replied, "You are merely frightened, momentarily forgetting your escape." She needed to alter Tamayo's memory to prevent Muzan from discovering her abilities. Observing the bewilderment in Tamayo's eyes dissipate, Momo continued, "Now, tell me your name." Upon hearing this, Tamayo's gaze momentarily lost focus before sharpening again. This time, her mind was considerably clearer. "I am Tamayo." Beep. Relevant character Tamayo detected. "Data has been loaded. Please review promptly," the system voice announced. Momo raised an eyebrow, surprised to find her to be a key figure in the narrative. "Do you wish for Muzan's demise?" At the mere mention of his name, Tamayo's expression transformed, her once serene and gentle visage contorting with rage as she gritted her teeth. "Indeed, I think of nothing else day and night." Momo continued, "Your strength is not formidable. Otherwise, you would not have been so easily captured. Why does Muzan keep you by his side?" Pressured by Kaneo's watchful gaze, Tamayo dared not conceal the truth. "He has me prepare his medicines." "You are a physician?" Tamayo nodded. What physician could be so crucial to him? Kaneo questioned. "Demons do not fall ill, nor do they require healing. So why would he need a physician at his side?" Tamayo hesitated, her lips quivering, reluctant to divulge the truth. Momo knelt beside her, gently lifting her chin. The red light in her eyes danced, and her voice, ethereal and dreamlike, whispered into Tamayo's ears, "Speak, and you shall forget." "He asked me to concoct a potion to withstand sunlight, but I am always lacking the blue spider lily." Once she uttered these words, a look of confusion washed over her, and then, gazing at Momo and Kaneo, she trembled and said, "He forbids me from revealing this," shaking violently. "I cannot say." Clearly, she had completely forgotten that she had already spoken. Momo rose, exchanging a glance with Kaneo. Her hypnosis was indeed effective. Yet, time was of the essence, and she could not simply allow Tamayo to depart. Thus, she implanted another suggestion. "There is a small town 2 miles to the east where Muzan would not dare to tread. It is the perfect place for you to seek refuge, is it not?" "Yes, Muzan would not dare come near. I must escape his control." Tamayo paused before asking, "You truly will not kill me?" Momo smiled. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We may yet cooperate in the future. Now, you may leave." Tamayo hesitated, sensing that the girl before her did not seem as formidable as the swordsman standing behind her, and she feared that a moment of displeasure might lead to her demise. Noticing Tamayo's apprehension, Momo mischievously winked at her and earnestly remarked, "He has a temper. You should leave quickly before he changes his mind." With a shudder, Tamayo turned and fled without looking back. Chapter 74. A few slaps for a single sweet. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, a crow, its wings glistening with dew, fluttered into the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki estate. Though its voice was hoarse, it distinctly conveyed an urgent message. Kaneo Tsuru and Shinobu Kocho had vanquished Muzan Kabutsuji. Ubuyashiki Kagaya felt a buzzing in his mind, followed by a rapidening of his breath. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and dispatched the crow to summon the Hashira back. As the sun rose, the 7 Hashira gradually returned from their respective missions. "Look, it's us 3 again who arrived first," Mizunoto Yuichi exclaimed with a grin. "But what could be so urgent to summon us all at once?" He clicked his tongue. To gather all Hashira is unprecedented. What could have transpired? Iguro Abanai stood at the corridor's entrance, his previously restless demeanor now replaced with calmness, stating, "The master has his reasons. We shall wait." Abanai was correct. Rengoku Kayajiro nodded in agreement, arms crossed. Yuichi pouted, grumbling, "You don't understand how serious it is to train newcomers. It's not easy to find familiar faces to converse with." Abanai sighed, "I truly cannot deal with you." Both then turned to Rengoku Kayajiro. Kayajiro beamed. "It has been a while since we gathered. Once the meeting concludes, let us meet at our usual spot. I say, why are you all so leisurely?" A magnetic voice interjected into their conversation. Tudu Rinosuke approached, bearing his Nichiren blade, his countenance still fierce. Rengoku Kayajiro turned to greet him. "Tudu, long time no see. How have you been?" Tudu Rinosuke, irritated, pushed his bangs aside, revealing a smooth forehead, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. "Among the newcomers, there are 2 particularly headstrong ones. I cannot seem to discipline them." "Huh. I told you I'm not suited for training newbies." "Ha ha ha." Rengoku chuckled lightly. "The Master's decisions are never wrong. Have faith in yourself." Soon, everyone had gathered, and during the conversation, it became apparent that none were privy to the purpose of the meeting. At that moment, A servant appeared at the corner, bowing. Please, follow me to the council chamber. Inside the council chamber, Kaneo Tsuru and her companions were already seated. Is that Miss Tsuru? And the two predecessors of the Ubuyashiki clan have come as well? Ubuyashiki Kagaya took his place at the center, his voice youthful, yet resonant enough for all to hear. After centuries, we have finally uncovered Muzan Kabutsuji's whereabouts. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gently tapped the table, silencing the crowd. I understand your excitement, but please remain calm. Miss Tsuru will now recount the events as they transpired. Kaneo leaned nonchalantly on the table before her. I trust you won't mind if I skip the lengthy details and only address the essentials. The crowd responded, no, we are quite interested. Unfazed, Kaneo continued. He possesses 7 brains and 5 hearts. Merely severing his head will not lead to his demise. One must possess profound knowledge of the world and wield the Heki blade to engage him in battle. Is it possible that even the progenitor of demons is not as powerful as he? With this revelation, concern rippled through the crowd. How can we possibly contend with him? Kaneo turned to the swordsman whose expression showed signs of doubt, her voice cold yet penetrating. He is exceedingly cunning and deeply fearful of death. After this battle, he may not dare to show himself for a century. A collective sigh of relief emerged from some in the chamber, while others voiced their anxieties. If even predecessors like Tsuru and Kaneo cannot eliminate him, do we stand no chance at all? Indeed, since Yuya-senpai inherently possesses these formidable skills, is it not his duty to eradicate Muzan? Yet, he has failed. Yamamoto. Before the swordsman could finish his statement, Rengoku Shinjuro interrupted him sharply, admonishing, you have gone too far. As the second individual to attain the rank of Hashira, Rengoku Shinjuro is generally more amiable and humble than the mightiest Tsuru Risei, which often leads others to regard him as a leader. Nevertheless, there are still those who perceive him as pretentious, openly and subtly challenging him repeatedly. The swordsman whose speech was interrupted is one such individual. His eyes widened in disbelief. Rengoku, am I mistaken? Perhaps in pursuit of validation, or seizing a rare opportunity to reclaim his standing, Yamamoto rose from his seat and stepped forward, vociferously declaring, why do we perish at 25 upon awakening our demon mark? Yet he does not. Why is the goal we toil day and night to achieve merely his starting point? Yamamoto, what are you doing in the presence of our Lord? Another swordsman frowned, disapproving of his ostentatious display. Igarashi Shika suppressed her ire. Do you even comprehend the sacrifices Yuya-senpai and his peers have made for the noble cause of demon extermination? Were it not for their magnanimity in sharing their knowledge, would you still stand here spouting such nonsense? Mizukami Yuichi scoffed derisively. Even Tsuru Ryusei, typically reticent, chimed in, Yamamoto, no one forced you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Furthermore, we both understand the conditions required to awaken the demon mark. Failure results in death, while success merely delays it. If you are afraid, it would be prudent to withdraw from the Corps. With your current record, you might still salvage a respectable reputation. All present were swordsmen who had benefited from the assistance of Tsujikuni Yuya, naturally aligning themselves with him. Voices rose and fell as they collectively chastised Yamamoto, whose complexion shifted dramatically. Upon hearing Tsuru Ryusei's remark, he became so incensed that he nearly gasped for breath. I am Hashira, and you dare to malign me thus. The swordsman's retort was abruptly silenced by a swift swipe from a silver blade sheath, grazing his cheek. It appears not only is your intellect lacking, but your speech is equally deficient. Perhaps it would be best to sever it entirely? After all, your sole duty is to slay demons. Words are unnecessary, wouldn't you agree? Kurumi Momoyo smiled sweetly, brandishing the knife as she aimed at the swordsman. At that moment, the swordsman wore an expression of utter shock, paralyzed by fear. What terrifying speed and precision must one possess to merely graze his face, leaving a fiery sensation without drawing blood? More crucially, he only realized what had transpired when he felt the sting of pain. Kurumi Momoyo pouted, tilting her head. Aren't you going to cherish this last opportunity? The swordsman promptly knelt in apology. I misspoke. I deeply regret it. Haha, Kurumi Momoyo chuckled lightly. You seem to be the newly appointed Hashira? I am indeed. I am Yamamoto Asaka, the newly appointed Hashira. Quite impressive. Your chatter is indeed incessant. She remarked to Kanazuki Akihiko with a knowing smile. You are fortunate to have such a swordsman, but I trust there are many like him? Kanazuki Akihiko, startled by the implication, glanced at the swordsman and replied, I will strictly uphold the confidentiality of this meeting and will re-establish the code of conduct among the swordsmen. That is how it should be, she affirmed. Miss Momoyo, your sheath, Tsujikuni Yuya quietly offered, presenting the blade sheath that had been embedded in the wooden wall. Seemingly indifferent to the swordsman's disrespectful remarks, he simply took a seat beside Kurumi Momoyo. What does it matter? He no longer cared about the opinions of those irrelevant to him. As Miss Momoha had stated, one can never satisfy everyone. That is true. For now, he only needs to please one person. Meanwhile, Tsukihiko Yashiro silently noted the swordsman's appearance, internally scoffing. Indeed, a new face. He ought to properly experience what training as a Hashira entails. Kurumi Momoha cast a cool glance at the swordsman, who had returned to his seat under Kanazuki Akihiko's directive. Do you all intend to remain dependent on the weaknesses of others? She surveyed the seated swordsman, lazily leaning against the table. In a word, it was none of my concern. Akihiko, she squinted at Kanazuki Akihiko, her eyes devoid of warmth, instead emanating an unsettling chill. I imagine the previous Kanazuki informed you? Kanazuki Akihiko, puzzled by her sudden remark, quickly deduced what she referenced and nodded. Yes. Her gaze once again pierced the swordsman who had spoken earlier. We shall not linger long in the Demon Slayer Corps. If you realize your abilities are insufficient to contend, why not consider how you might better yourself? Imposing your thoughts upon others is hardly a commendable habit. After several reprimands, a sweet morsel ought to be offered. Kurumi Momoha yawned. Attempting to conclude this meeting that had achieved its purpose, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps have only recently begun to engage with breathing techniques and other combat skills, and they are far from their peak. Though Muzan may be in hiding, he will undoubtedly seek ways to inflict severe damage upon the Corps. I trust you will not grow complacent. I look forward to a century hence, when my family still counts the Demon Slayer Corps as an ally. Chapter 75. That is sufficient. This was a protracted meeting, at least for Kurumi Momoha. Initially disinterested in remaining, she found herself constrained to stay as Tsukihiko Yashiro and Tsukihiko needed to address the Assembly's inquiries regarding the transparent world and the Hecato, with no immediate chance to depart. Thus, she lingered a while longer. Kurumi Momoha was indifferent to the future direction of the Demon Slayer Corps. She had done her utmost, providing them with invaluable intelligence they would have otherwise remained oblivious to. Now, she intended to assess whether this new Kanazuki possessed any discernment. The latter part of the meeting largely revolved around discussions on how to unlock the transparent world and the Hecato, though few currently qualified to meet the conditions. Consequently, corresponding enhancement plans needed to be devised. It was not solely the Hashira who required improvement. Even in the temporary absence of Muzan Kibutsuji, the capabilities of other demons were not to be underestimated. The Hashira exchanged their views, some advocating for a gradual approach due to excessive intensity, while others argued that the time frame was too short to yield any effect. The assembly hall gradually descended into chaos. Miss Momoha, what are your thoughts? Kanazuki Akihiko inquired. The discussion below ground to a halt. All eyes turned toward Kurumi Momoha, laden with varied emotions and intentions. She merely shifted her weight, raising a hand dismissively. Decide for yourselves and bear the responsibility. She had no desire to intervene. What did they take her for? A wishing well? A genie at their beck and call? Did she appear to be so idle? Even if she were, she would not extend a hand. Thus, the assembly resumed its cacophony of differing opinions, intermittently seeking the Tsukihiko brothers' counsel. This behavior irked Kurumi Momoha, who furrowed her brow. They could resolve these issues themselves. Yet they anxiously sought confirmation from Yashiro and Yuya, as if to flaunt the correctness of their own perspectives. Such trivial concerns were devoid of substance. Kurumi Momoha's patience finally waned. She abruptly rose, unnoticed by the arguing Hashira. She cast a fleeting glance at Ubuyashiki, her calm voice resonating through the hall. If you are to be so entangled in such matters, Ubuyashiki, perhaps you should consult the previous generation and inquire whether he can endure for a few more years. Ubuyashiki tightened his grip on the pen. In truth, he had already formed a rough idea based on the pillar's suggestions, yet witnessing their heated debate rendered him momentarily hesitant to speak. At that moment, Tsutsumi Momoka's words drew the gaze of everyone in the room towards him. Now was the opportunity. He set down the pen and instructed the attendant to circulate the proposal he had just drafted. As for what transpired thereafter, Tsutsumi Momoka had no desire to know. She departed the conference hall immediately after uttering her statement. Hearing the commotion behind her, a smile returned to her lips as she remarked, "At long last, it is over." The Kanroji brothers exchanged knowing smiles and approached her. Kanroji Yenshing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Despite your evident impatience, you still chose to advocate for me. Miss Momoka, as ever, is so enthusiastic." Kanroji Yuani's expression softened as well. Tsutsumi Momoka waved her hand dismissively. "I did it for my own sake. It merely provided you both an opportunity to extricate yourselves while I made my exit." She rubbed her ears, adding, a cacophony of voices, endlessly bickering and dragging their feet. "I cannot abide such nonsense." The Kanroji brothers listened to her words, yet remained silent with smiles. The trio continued their light-hearted banter until they reached a fork in the road. Kanroji Yuani's residence was merely a modest little house, a request he made to Ubuyashiki Tezusa. It was not far from Tsutsumi Momoka's abode, albeit not in the same direction. Just past the fork, Tsutsumi Momoka halted Kenroji Ueni, who intended to follow her further, saying, "After running about for several days, you must be weary. Return home and rest well." Noticing his brow furrow in reluctance, Tsutsumi Momoka winked at him and cheerfully urged, "Go on now. In a few days, life shall not be so leisurely. You know well how taxing it can be to deal with people, and I would rather you not be dozing off when you come to find me." Kenroji Ueni envisioned the scenario and ultimately heeded her advice, returning to rest. The night sky was devoid of clouds, adorned with a multitude of stars. Under the moonlight, two shadows danced before her. Tsutsumi Momoka stepped lightly, humming a tune, playfully hopping along with her shadow. To any observer, it was clear that her spirits were exceptionally high. Kenroji Yenshing watched her flit about like a restless butterfly, a smile gracing his features. "Is it truly necessary to be so elated?" "You wouldn't understand," Tsutsumi Momoka replied, shaking her finger with a beaming smile. "Today, I took decisive action to deal with those who engage in moral coercion. Let us see who dares to gossip in the future." At that hour, the road was devoid of other travelers, allowing Tsutsumi Momoka to seize the moment and inquire about Kenroji Yenshing's views on immortality. "I cannot ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse," he replied in a subdued tone, evidently disinterested in the topic. "As a human who has lived for so long, should I suddenly attain immortality, it would likely be quite difficult to accept." After speaking, he glanced at Tsutsumi Momoka beside him and chuckled softly. "However, for you, immortality seems to align perfectly with your desires." Tsutsumi Momoka discerned the underlying implications in his words and playfully probed further. "Are you suggesting that my mindset diverges from that of humanity?" She felt a twinge of confusion. After all, she had mingled among people for centuries, absorbing their ways to a significant extent, and no one had ever questioned her humanity. Why was she so different? She had concealed her true nature so well. But perhaps it was simply that no one had yet dared to doubt her. Immortality, after all, signified an unchanging visage and an unwavering form. Tsutsumi Momoka was compelled to adopt a new name every decade, transitioning into another social circle. 10 years was already the longest duration. Should she exceed that limit, whispers and rumors would inundate her. There would be all manner of speculation, vexing her to no end. Even the most cherished life and relationships could be sullied by such chatter. Thus, it was preferable to relinquish her ties proactively rather than be forced into departure. After all, the distinction between anticipation and lack thereof is profound. This was the conclusion that Severus imparted to her. Naturally, as a responsible guardian, Severus allowed Tsutsumi Momoka to experience the trials of such transitions, leaving an indelible mark on her memory. Setting aside the minor discomfort of each new beginning, the allure of a fresh life was sufficient to overshadow it. Tsutsumi Momoka was not one to linger in the past. Time returned to the present. After Tsutsumi Momoka posed her question, the footsteps trailing behind her came to a halt. As she turned, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her eyes in a manner so bright that they seemed to reflect the entirety of the world. Kenroji Yenshing regarded her with a penetrating gaze, stating, "Your eyes are different." Tsutsumi Momoka, regretting her lack of a mirror to see her own gaze, asked defiantly, "In what way are they different?" Kenroji Yenshing replied, "Once, I believe there was naught to be seen in your eyes. You held an attitude of detachment towards all matters. Whether to act or not, to assist or not, was entirely at your discretion. Nothing could bind you." Tsutsumi Momoka pouted. "You make me sound so heartless." Yet she found herself unperturbed. Was it true? Had she always been this way? She had never considered such notions, nor did she care. Kenroji Yenshing chuckled. "But later, I discovered you are capable of perceiving everyone, wholeheartedly engaging, and embracing everything with fervor." This remark resonated with her. Tsutsumi Momoka nodded in satisfaction. "But for you, all of this is transient. You can withdraw at any moment." Kenroji Yenshing gazed deeply into Tsutsumi Momoka's luminous eyes, yet he could never discern the emotions concealed within their depths. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "That is precisely why you are suited for this." Tsutsumi Momoka, partially comprehending, mused, "You make a compelling argument." With the floodgates of conversation opened, Kenroji Yenshing began to inquire about many of Tsutsumi Momoka's experiences throughout her lengthy existence. Unbeknownst to them, they had again reached a fork in the road. Tsutsumi Momoka's home, like Kenroji Yenshing's, lay in a different direction. Kenroji Yenshing, feeling a sense of reluctance, half-jokingly remarked, "Though it has only been a day, it feels as though an eternity has passed. Is it my fault for sharing too many stories? That was your intention, was it not?" "Indeed, it was my intention." "So, share your reflections on what you've heard. Do you wish for immortality?" The summer night breeze, infused with the scent of foliage, gently lifted their hair as it passed. The girl's visage remained as breathtaking as the first time they met. A single glance was sufficient to linger in the mind's eye. Kenroji Yinxing fell silent for a moment, his fingers curling and then releasing. He said, "No, I do not desire it. Life is finite, and I have already beheld the most exquisite of vistas. That is sufficient."